Chapter 13, Mysteries Afoot. Once again this story won out on Patreon, so thank the nice people that almost exclusively vote for this. Either this story is that popular, or my other stuff just sucks that much more. Let me know what you think. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. I make no money from this and it is entirely a free work from a fan. Don't sue, I is poor. Hope you enjoy. Cairo, Egypt. Justin liked to complain about how busy and stressed out he was, and truly, when it came to issues like the Mandarin and such things did invite some stress and temporary tantrums, but those were outliers, really. Most of the time he didn't get bothered. Magneto and the Mandarin were certainly outliers that would bother any sane, logical being, so no one could really blame him for letting those issues stress him slightly. However, when it came to his business and the politics of the world, he didn't falter. He thrived, even as he complained about it to all and sundry, in the high-stress environment of business and politics. This morning alone, he'd spoken with 4 presidents, 2 prime ministers, 1 king, and Alexander Pierce, and taken care of business matters all at the same time. Rhodes had been contacted as well, his efforts updated with what Justin called a tip but was basically everything he remembered about the cave Tony Stark was in, and the people that held him, including the fellow hostage, Yinsen. Perhaps that would help him narrow the search area down. If the good doctor had been nabbed anywhere near the cave, at least they had a new avenue to search from. Hopefully it would at least help a little, and hopefully Golmara wasn't actually on the other side of the country or something. Either way, Frank and Brock were already en route, ready to kill everything with extreme prejudice as soon as they found the location. He could no longer risk waiting on Tony Stark. Not if there was any chance the Mandarin was involved in the situation. He'd almost sent Domino for the job, but she was too useful as his last defense. The Wakandan attack on his New York headquarters had shown as much. He rolled across the room on his rolling chair, biting off a bit of beef jerky as he did, gesturing with one hand at Elena, who was busy with 2 phone conversations at the same time. It was a rare person that could pull something like that off, but Elena was a queen of multitasking. Without missing a beat she dropped one of the phones in Justin's outstretched hand, as Justin spun on the chair lazily for a moment, juggling it. "This is Justin Hammer." He listened for a moment before growing bored and interrupting. "I don't know why you are giving me a hard time here, Dumbe, buddy," he said affably, before biting off another piece of jerky. "We're all friends here, aren't we?" The absolute pleasure Justin derived from being able to casually talk to a tyrant that held the lives of over 2 million people at his fingertips, like he was a gas station attendant, was just impossible to really quantify. "You ask for too much, for too little," was the growled reply, but Justin just chuckled, rolling back across the floor to where his desk was, not at all bothered by the antagonistic tone of the voice. Just because the man had a habit of crucifying political opponents, or left-handed people for some reason, Justin didn't judge, didn't make the man a threat to Justin. "Buddy, hey. I ask for nothing but the best for both of us. Now you have tons of prisoners working without pay available for both our benefits, so be a nice man and put them to use." The Gambia was a small poor country that was in essence not worth much to pretty much anyone, which was why a dictator so easily could rule it, without any sanctions and notice from the rest of the world. It could be worth something to Justin however, if used right. He had to prove that desalination plants could be done economically and climate-friendly, before he could roll them out all over Africa as one of the steps of his revitalization plan. And Gambia not only had access to the coast of West Africa, but was situated entirely around a river, offering plenty of opportunities to make Gambia a test bed for the technology, while also building enough that he could immediately provide extra water for all nearby countries while he built up more infrastructure elsewhere. Other countries were hesitant to allow many plants due to how ineffective they currently were. Gambia would prove otherwise. Normally desalination plants just weren't very good for anyone, for all that it got brought up every few years as the solution to everything. The energy costs made it particularly pointless, and the after effects were just pumped back into the ocean or rivers being used, polluting it, killing fish and creating other issues that just made it a worthless project. With arc reactors, energy wasn't a problem, and Justin was really being beyond charitable by giving the country where most citizens were way below the poverty limit, an arc reactor ahead of schedule of more profitable nations. By the time the desalination plants were built, someone in his company would have cooked up something for handling the waste he was sure. Or he'd just add it to the Vanco's list, worst case. Something he'd rather avoid if he could. He did have a fairly large research division that should be able to handle it. He certainly paid them enough. So really, he was being a super nice guy about this. The people working without pay aka slaves, would see a much improved life once everything came online, with actual jobs, water and energy available to everyone. And the end of slavery too, so really they should thank him. Not to mention the whole infrastructure build-up he'd set in motion that would transform the small country to sights unseen in just a few years. Perhaps Dumbe realized the issue? How in essence, Hammer was taking over the country while leaving Dembay with the hatred of the people, left holding the bag once the people had the resources to overthrow him. All thanks to the gentle and lovable industrial overlord who made it possible by providing jobs, energy, and water. It was going to be a bother if the man was smart enough to realize the news Hammer was offering him. You're not offering enough, Hammer. For all that you want to build, my cut should be bigger. Dembay shouted into the phone, a heavy slam denoting the tin pot dictator slamming a fist down on something. Never mind, it's all about the money. Justin thought, chuckling again, feeling the aggravation over the line at not being taken seriously. Dembay, you're already going to be richer than you've ever dreamed of, why are you getting greedy, buddy? He asked, amused at the thought the man had managed to take over a country, but was going to so easily lose his hold on it, just for a fat paycheck. I don't need you, Hammer. Dembay said quietly, a seething anger behind his words. His intransigence was starting to annoy Justin now. He really was offering a good deal. For the few years Dembay could enjoy it before he inevitably got lynched anyway. Did I hurt your feelings? Justin mocked, rolling his chair right up to the screen he'd had installed that showed a holographic map of Africa, everything pertinent to his endeavors marked out clear to see. Justin zoomed in on Gambia, tearing off another strip of beef jerky as he did. Tell you what, Dembay. Just because I'm a nice guy, I'll cut you another 5%, okay? Is that enough to get you started? Dembay grumbled audibly, before snorting like a bull, you've seen sense then. Fine. It will be done. He said, rudely hanging up right after. Justin knew that he couldn't be seen as a proponent for slave labor, even if it did so neatly save him the effort of bringing his own people down there. The people suffering under Dembay, whose full name was so long Justin just called him Dembay, not actually part of his name, would not suffer long. He could wait until everything was built and the people threw a coup, had in fact planned as such. But Dembay had been quite rude and demanding just now, and Justin just didn't have to take that anymore, not from little pissants. He finished his beef jerky, tossing the phone to Elena, who easily grasped it, even as she continued her own phone call with the president of Angola. A much more cooperative fellow, willing to sell his entire country's soul if it meant Hammer Industries made their country a major hub for their plans. Justin liked forward-thinking people like that. They made it so much easier to completely roll over all opposition and burrow down so completely he could never be extricated from the country again. Sunil, note it down, when all the foundations have been cleared by the locals and we move in to build up in Gambia, have Dembay assassinated, will you? Pay extra to make it something funny, like drowning in a toilet or something. Justin asked, as he stood up from his chair, pleased to see so many marks denoting Hammer Industries' presence already. His people were flooding in across the continent, hiring up the locals, buying up all the local businesses down to every grocery store or sweatshop, beginning the first stages of infrastructure projects and complete Hammer domination. Make sure whoever's in line after, knows not to rock the boat. He added absent-mindedly. Sure, they might become democratic afterwards, but odds were more likely that when Dembay dies, his second would simply slide into his shoes. Hopefully someone not quite as demanding, or quite as obvious about using slaves. Useful as they were in doing the beginning drudge work before the experts came in, they did make for horrible PR. It was also horribly inefficient and a bad use of human resources, of course. What's next on the agenda? He said, rubbing his hands together, ending with a loud clap. This shit was what he lived for, running roughshod over an entire continent, getting what he wanted and not having to care an iota about what anyone thought about it. Taking, buying, blackmailing, all the businesses that weren't international or useless to him, like restaurants and other small businesses of that caliber and the like, and making them his, spreading his name across Africa to where its people wouldn't be able to walk down the street without seeing 5 businesses with his name on it. The whole world was laser focused on Wakanda, while all of Africa was scrambling to get as much of the Justin Hammer pie as possible, giving him an even stronger position than he'd already had. Disregarding people like Dembay who obviously thought they were hot shit. Or whatever the hell his name was. It was somewhat amusing that the world's focus was on Africa, yet he was still able to do whatever he wanted, because they were laser focused only on the part that mattered to the West. All those leaders that had signed the deal in Johannesburg would surely come to regret it as Justin slowly took over everything, making it so they could never turn down a request from him, the entire infrastructure and supply chain owned by him. Well, maybe they wouldn't. The whole continent would come out better for it after all. Too bad he couldn't rename it. The focus groups had been severely against naming the continent, a country, or even a capital after Justin. Elena and Domino hadn't stopped laughing for a day. It wasn't that odd, he'd thought. Sir, your flight to London is in 3 hours, we can handle this. Sunil said, surrounded by a cadre of people that helped him run things. All having arrived from their London and New York offices to assist with setting up their new Cairo office. There was a continuous flow as people that weren't essential to his operations out west, all flowed into Africa to set up his work here. Justin just grinned, fixing his tie as he cracked his neck, so that means I have at least another hour more where I can get things done. He gestured to Elena, who simply smirked and handed him another phone, mouthing out, Libya. To him. Justin raised the phone to his ear, a pleased grin on his face, everything moving so rapidly and all of it his way. So. Calling to talk about Hammer Industries' plans for reclaiming the desert, I wager? Just give me a minute to get Egypt on the line, that way I don't have to say it twice. It was good to be him. Hours later. Private jet, over the Mediterranean. Sometimes it was not good to be him. You cannot be serious. Justin ground out between clenched teeth, sitting in the specially installed chair, with its attached screen, supposedly safest communication device in the world, inside his jet, allowing him to connect with his fellow World Security Council members. Or as he liked to call them, those useless clowns who keep making everything worse. It is the conclusion we have reached. The Indian counselor murmured, his features hidden. Justin was already working on revealing his fellow counselors, but for now, most of them were unfortunately an enigma to him. With all due respect, it's the wrong conclusion. Justin said, not at all holding any respect for the idiots on this council, but unlike tin pot dictators, these idiots had to be treated differently. For now. One day soon, not even these modern world power brokers would be able to do anything but bend their necks when he spoke. He was looking forward to it. You should have been available for our discussion if you had objections, counselor. Gideon Malik said, with a butter won't melt in my mouth, kind of voice. Justin knew him, thanks to Pierce. Knew him to be Hydra, and knew him to be an asshole of the highest order. He glared at the indistinguishable blurry blob on his video screen, I run the largest company in the world, I can't come running every time you people have an issue. He grimaced, shaking his head, although perhaps I will have to from now on, if this is the so-called wisdom of this council. Something needs to be done, counselor, and this is the choice we have taken for the betterment of us all. Came the chiding, electronically scrambled voice of the British representative. I highly doubt Magneto stole the Iliad. Justin riposted sharply, and even if he did, it would be better to negotiate and find out why, than to antagonize the man who could tear a skyscraper into the sky and toss it at us. He has never shown the capability to keep that up long enough that it will matter. Came the dismissive answer from another counselor. And Justin wanted to snap at him, but held his tongue. Their minds were made up already. They didn't know. They saw Magneto as a threat, but he'd been mostly in the background, they didn't know just how bad the man could become if he went all out. That said, he'd already shown the capability to throw around a skyscraper or its equivalent at least, so Justin couldn't fathom how they were so blasé about the whole thing. Fury likely knows better. Let's leave this discussion for now, I'll save the rest for the inevitability of a later, I told you so. Justin sniped sarcastically. What news on Wakanda? The video screen focused on the hologram of Nick Fury. As it usually was for these types of meetings, the man was the only one standing. Shield techs are poring over what remains of the shot-down Wakandan aircrafts. We do not yet have the means to bypass the shield, but we will. Fury said coolly, single eye intense. You're welcome. Justin offered, leaning back in his chair, one leg crossed over the other. I'm counting every gram of vibranium, Fury, don't let any go missing. He warned, a sardonic smile on his face, because of course some would go missing. It was a given. Whether it was Fury himself or Hydra that would do the deed, was the question. It really was unfair that his identity was known to all the counselors and yet they dragged their feet on allowing him full access. Pretentious idiots. Like they were worth half of what he was to the world. Understood. Fury said stiffly, none too pleased to be answering to Justin, and for a world-renowned spy, all too clear in showing it. What an oxymoron to begin with. World-renowned spy in itself said you were a bad spy. Yes, that means you too, Natasha. He thought with scorn. Justin listened with half an ear as the regular updates on Wakanda were gone over, nothing really new to add. NATO and the US armed forces were finally encroaching on Wakanda in significant enough forces to take over from the Africans. Ready to take all the glory after the Africans all bled for it already, he thought with some amusement. That sort of action would only quicken his own takeover of the continent. The more they were met with such casual disregard, and were bulldozed by the Western powers, the more they'd fall in line with Justin, crawling deeper into his influence until they wouldn't even realize they were all puppets, dancing as he pulled the strings. Seeing that there was nothing new to add, he offered his own tidbit, I have an operative inside who is working on bringing the shield down. He said casually, enjoying the full silence that engulfed the, seconds ago, lively debate. When were you planning on telling this council? Gideon growled, leaning forward slightly, his hands clenched into fists, if his holographic avatar was any tell. Justin continued to lean back lazily, showing nothing but a total lack of concern at the attention from the rest of the council. I just did. He said with a mocking tilt to his voice. Anything you can tell us about this operative and the likelihood of success of the operation? Fury asked, looking pissed as well, but at least he was able to put it to use, trying to get more information. Justin waved a hand airily, faking nonchalance. Oh, just the son of a Wakandan prince that grew up in America and became an American soldier. He's like fourth in line to the throne, if Wakandans had a more civilized manner of succession. The silence was deafening, only the sound of the jet traveling through the Mediterranean audible as Justin grinned sharply. What? You weren't aware? Oh, dear, another strike for the intelligence agency. He said mockingly, before shrugging carelessly. No matter, he works for me now, and he's already inside Wakanda. He rested his chin in one hand, flashing a smile. Again, you're welcome. Fury looked completely stone-faced, an expression Justin had learned he particularly used when he was beyond pissed. Fury soon enough cut through the noise of the other counselors all trying to ask questions at once, sharply demanding, one eye fixated on Justin's holographic avatar. And the status of the operation. Justin smiled beatifically. I'm afraid I can't share such sensitive information. SHIELD just isn't up to par with my own organization when it comes to such things, you understand. Alright, he was still pissed that the idiots had decided to poke the giant nope sign that was Magneto. But he wasn't lying either, SHIELD really was getting a bad reputation. The look on Fury's face right now, literally worth a fortune. Justin thought, as he smiled smugly, meeting the irritated spy's gaze. I didn't hear a thank you. He said smoothly, grinning at the man's holographic image. 30 minutes later. Justin scoffed at the absolute idiocy that was the organization supposed to keep them all safe, as he hung up the call, stepping away from the chair, the holographic screens that cut away both image and sound for anyone nearby, receding. He'd sooner trust the NYPD to protect them from aliens than SHIELD/Hydra and the World Security Council. At least the cops were less likely to stab them in the back for their new alien overlords. He rubbed his face as he dialed a number. It was all down to him as usual. The phone was picked up. Hey, Charles, any chance you can get Eric to sit down for a meeting, all three of us? Preferably without ripping the building apart. Justin listened for the answer, while fiddling with his glasses. With Extremis he didn't actually need glasses anymore, but with all the tech he had in them, they were too useful to remove. He couldn't do a lie detector, not fully, yet. However, he was able to do things like take in the audio of a phone call and analyze the cadence of a voice, matching it to publicly available records of the same voice to look for subtle clues of subterfuge. It wasn't foolproof, but he had made it a habit to run the program anytime he was on the phone now. His glasses at this point ran more programs than most computers, all powered by the tiniest batteries Vanco had come out with yet. Too bad it was all too useful to actually sell at the capacity it was capable of. He listened to Charles' answer, the glasses flashing with no detected subterfuge. Set it up in New York if possible, I'll be there for business in 3 days. He asked politely. He didn't relish meeting with Magneto again, but with Charles there, the likelihood of anything going wrong was either much lower, or much higher. He was of two minds on the issue. Domino and Fantasia would obviously have to come with him, just in case. But he now had more than one reason to need to speak with Magneto. His frown deepened as he thought of who he held in his London headquarters at the moment. He refused to be dragged into a war between mutant kind and SHIELD, even if only part of mutant kind to begin with. It was time to begin operation, stop being fucking racist idiots and use them you nitwits. Wakanda. T'Challa seated in the background, standing by himself with only Okoye nearby as his guard, as everyone was charmed by the outsider. His father. The man who had been all but dead for the last few weeks, had suddenly come alive again, and T'Challa hated that this Nyadaka was behind it. How they couldn't see what he saw. The insincerity in Njada, no. Eric Stevens' gaze. He didn't deserve to be spoken to with the true name, he wasn't Wakandan. The timing of his arrival. Wakanda on a path towards destruction, spiraling towards the death of the nation, their last gasp attack on the Suez a monumental failure. And a lost prince arrives? One that had served in the enemy's armed forces. How could they not see? Their shield is what kept them safe, it's what would give them a chance to perhaps negotiate for peace, once the hardliners in the council began to see how pointless continued war was. And now they allowed an outsider in, a man that served in the enemy's army. The risk. He was a charming snake, dripping with honeyed words even as the soul seen through his eyes, laughed in mockery of everything Wakandan. As the council meeting broke up, Stevens followed along with the councillors, chatting like old friends as they talked strategies to end the encirclement around Wakanda. T'Challa stopped his father with a gesture, signaling he wished to speak. My son. T'Chaka said with a small smile on his gaunt face, having lost half his weight seemingly, over the last few weeks. Why do you hide in the shadows? T'Challa grimaced as he stepped into the light, appearing before his father. Baba, I must protest, we know nothing of this man. He entreated his father, grasping his hands in his own, he cannot be trusted, Baba. T'Chaka grew solemn, his thin hands squeezing T'Challa's gently. I understand why you think so, my son. This time and situation has made us all leery of enemies. T'Challa shook his head slowly, no. It is not the war, Baba, it is him. I do not trust his intentions, never have I seen such a snake in human form. T'Chaka's face grew stern as she stepped forward, bringing his hands up to grasp T'Challa's face, meeting his eyes seriously. He is family, T'Challa, you see enemies where there are none. He is one of us. T'Challa met his father's eyes, bitterly averting his gaze after a moment, shoulders slumping. The fact his father once again had light in his eyes made it hard to gainsay him. As you say, Baba. He muttered, stepping back. Nothing he had done, nothing Shuri or their mother had done, had brought life back to T'Chaka. And now this stranger succeeded where they had not, and in doing so, stole his father away from him. T'Chaka didn't listen to T'Challa anymore. This time he didn't even get a chance to discuss his suspicions before he was shut down. With some empty platitudes to appease him, he left his father, heading into the deeper recesses of the palace, Okoye faithfully following him 3 steps behind. Everything kept going wrong. His last gasp plan now seemed the only way forward, even his father's return working against him thanks to the snake in the grass. A choked gasp behind him made him twist around, spotting a twitching Okoye falling to the floor, her eyes wide as she was electrocuted, before the woman lost consciousness. You! T'Challa snarled, caught flat-footed as Eric Stevens knocked him into a wall, an arm across his throat, having brought down Okoye without a wisp of sound. Had he stolen a weapon from the lab? Hey, cuz, how's it hanging? Eric said with a cocky, playful smirk. T'Challa pushed him away, the outsider chuckling as he moved with him instead of pressing his advantage. What is your game here? T'Challa asked warily, knowing the speed of his adversary and the strength in which he pinned him, was not that of an ordinary human. It matched his own. Just wanted to say hi, really. See how my cuz was doing, since you know. He tilted his head slightly, a half smirk on his face. You've been avoiding me and all. For good reason. You will finally be brought down, attacking me like this was a foolish last move, T'Challa said darkly, adding a spiteful, cousin. For good measure. Eric only laughed, standing completely at ease unlike T'Challa's warrior stance. Nah, cuz. You've got it all wrong, y'all aren't going to do a thing to me, only you and me here. Eric toed the unconscious Okoye, chuckling further as he looked down at her, glancing at T'Challa out of the corner of his eye. And ain't like daddy dearest listens to you anymore anyway. T'Challa hated how the interloper had set up the situation, because he was right. His Baba would not accept just his word. Not anymore. What do you want? He hissed out, flexing his fingers, desperately wishing he could just attack, but Okoye. He glanced down at her body, prone and defenseless. I cannot strike. Eric grinned, stroking his chin, want? So many things, cuz, so many things. But with you. He paused, making a show-off thinking about it, before grinning wildly, flashing bright white teeth as his eyes burned. I ain't need or want anything from you, cuz. The coward prince, it's what they call you now, ain't it? His grin grew larger somehow, cause you're refusing to fight. Coward he was called. He accepted the moniker, but he saw strength differently now, and going out and killing for no purpose was no longer something he could call strong. T'Challa refused to respond, seeing a pointless waste of words as his only response if he did. He glared at the outsider that had invaded his home, daring him to attack. Eric sighed, well, you're less fun than I'd thought, not really a panther are you? More like a nice fluffy kitten. You mock me. T'Challa growled, unable to follow his own decision to keep silent. Eric Stevens, the man who claimed to be Enyadaka, the man calling himself Killmonger, snapped his fingers loudly, now you're getting it. He mocked. It took every bit of willpower T'Challa possessed to keep himself still and not throw himself at the man. Okoye. And think of Shuri, don't leave her alone to face all this. He told himself as he stood shock still, refusing to be baited. If he attacked him, he wasn't sure what way his father would lean nowadays, he couldn't risk it. Eventually Killmonger left, leaving T'Challa to rouse Okoye, his mind already on the project he'd sponsored. The way to save them. Killmonger would face the Black Panther before that day if he had anything to say about it. They'd see who was a coward then. London. Justin stepped off his jet, frowning up at the sky, which was overcast and grey. This is why I hate going to Britain. He told the sky, before continuing on his way down the airplane stairs. He was met at the bottom by Eileen and Joachim Khan, one of his senior people in Britain, who ran most of the businesses here for Justin. With Eileen being a statuesque model and Joachim being a tiny and stocky German man, that most would assume walked off the set off a play of Snow White, the contrast was amusing to see walking down. Eileen, Joachim. He said pleasantly, nodding at them as he approached the armored limousine they stood in front of. Without any further discussion, they all entered the limousine, Domino going into the front with the driver. There was no reason to linger at the airport, after all. Justin was immediately handed a file by Joachim, the man immediately moving on to business, as was his usual wont. Justin had hired him 2 years ago, and he'd never heard of the man taking as much as a minute off, or ever even approaching anything that could be called small talk. He appreciated the German efficiency, even as it annoyed him slightly that he could not social foo a man whose only interest lay in paperwork. That's some heavy editing here, Joachim, he said, not opposed to it, but interested in what their approach had been. Joachim grunted, taking the file back. If you truly desire full market penetration, sir, the team added Reddit and a couple smaller apps to the list for purchase, to fill up your vision for the app. He explained gruffly, gesturing to the file. Justin hummed in thought, nodding along, searching up Reddit on his glasses and its current estimated worth, which was basically peanuts. I should have thought it myself, carry on. He acknowledged. We couldn't find Instagram, as you asked us to, but with your description of its purpose, the app team believes they can come up with your intended purpose. Joachim said, his baggy eyes looking at him with reproach for sending them on a wild goose chase. Justin scratched his chin, having not even realized Instagram didn't exist yet. Hey, I suppose I just believed something like it must exist then. He said calmly, flashing a smile at the dour Joachim, I noticed that you disapproved of my method of payment. Joachim scoffed, slapping the file down on his knees, Sir, your idea has merit. An everything app that includes social media, payment services, streaming services, and more, will sell like hotcakes. But? Justin asked, Eileen shifting impatiently next to him as Justin continued to push off their own discussion. Joachim moved his jaw silently, looking for the words for a moment. Sir, it is my own, and the team's opinion, that the app would find greater success in the end if some of the lower-end services were free, while the higher-end services were available for a fee, or even giving people their own choice, mixing and matching services on the app for a price, being able to pick their own personal configuration. He smoothed down the file in his lap, before continuing, the services like this YouTube would make more sense as a free service, as does Twitter, ensuring you always have a large amount of users. The small fee for everything you proposed, will in our opinion detract from full usage, while a mixed free and payment setup would ensure full usage of the app. Joachim thought it over, mulling on something, before giving one last option, or simply add all of the above to the operating system of the phones themselves and have it all be as one packet with a phone plan. Justin thought it over, finding nothing really disagreeable about either notion. His goal was to ensure as many people as possible used it after all. Free might work as well, but people were inherently suspicious of a free ride. It will take a while to buy up the companies involved and craft our own apps and teams to run them. Go with both of your suggestions for now, we can revisit once we're at the development stage of the final product. Justin ordered. Joachim nodded, almost looking pleased, but as always it was hard to tell with the gruff man. They continued to speak about the business and his upcoming meeting with the Prime Minister as they rode towards his London headquarters, Eileen squirming in her seat the entire way, showing more emotion than he ever recalled seeing her do before. Finally, they arrived. Justin gave Joachim a few last instructions as Eileen impatiently waited, Domino watching her with a scrunched-up nose, looking ill at ease. All right, I'm here, what can you tell me? Justin said calmly as he walked over, entering the building with his 2 bodyguards. Eileen led him into the VIP elevator, before speaking up, it's definitely still her. All tests lead to the same result according to Dr. McCoy. Justin nodded, accepting the answer, gesturing for her to continue, secretly very pleased Mystique wasn't an alien or something. Eileen looked frustrated, her brows knitted together as she talked, we can't find what's wrong, not really. The tests have concluded there are no mind-altering chemicals or anything of the sort in her body, for all intents and purposes she seems perfectly healthy and fine. Justin scoffed, as they exited the elevator into the secret sub-basement, you wouldn't have finally called me here if that was all you had. He said, certain of that much. He already had an appointment in London, or he wouldn't even have come now. He had more important things to do than worry about Mystique. Dr. McCoy has been performing psychological tests that confirm that something is different, even if brain scans continue to show nothing. Eileen explained, taking them down a hallway towards the special cells, the ones built to be rather impossible to escape from for any normal or semi-normal being. At this point he is certain it's nothing biological, or chemical, and that she is still herself for the most part, but he is also certain she is being influenced somehow. Eileen sighed, at this point magic doesn't seem too far-fetched. Justin wanted to scoff at that. He was not a fan of magic, one of the reasons he had not bothered to claim any for himself. The world of beings like Dormammu can keep to themselves and leave him the physical world. That said, magic was unfortunately a possibility in this case. Which would be annoying, because it would mean someone was poking around Mystique with magic, and could be after him, or Magneto, or both. So I'm here to see if this effect shows itself more clearly in my presence considering Mystique has consistently popped up near me. Justin concluded. Eileen nodded, leading him into the room that looked into Mystique's cell. Dr. McCoy, or as he was also called, Beast, stood before the two-way glass, holding a clipboard, a white lab coat covering him. "Ah, Mr. Hammer, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," he rumbled, his eyes never leaving the cell. Justin nodded, coming to stand beside him, Domino stepping in close, eyes on the massive man beside him. "Dr. McCoy, I'm pleased to have you working with me and my company, we're going to be able to do a lot for mutant kind," he said quietly, looking through the window. "Why is she naked?" he asked right away, averting his eyes immediately, finding Eileen, who was looking away as well, cheeks rosy as she seemed to be breathing in heavily, looking uncomfortable. Justin couldn't blame her, Mystique had taken her form after all and apparently refused to dress herself. He did give Domino a stern look as the woman immediately stepped closer to the glass to ogle the woman within. Sometimes she could take her playfulness too far with Fantasia. Dr. McCoy ignored the byplay, humming in thought, as he watched the readings of a machine nearby. "As I thought, there is something there." "What is it?" Eileen asked quickly, before Justin could. "She's had a spike in her brain just from the mere presence of Mr. Hammer," Dr. McCoy said, watching the readouts. "Whatever is affecting her behavior, does have some sort of tie to you, I just can't seem to isolate it." "Magic, perhaps?" Justin allowed, grimacing. Dr. McCoy didn't immediately disregard it as he'd thought, but perhaps the X-Men had run into magic users before. "Perhaps," he admitted, he pushed up his glasses, glancing at Justin, "she might receive better care at Xavier's Institute." Justin thought it over, "I'll see what I can swing, Magneto will surely have something to say too, but either way, if she's focused on me, I will get her out of my company, and my presence." Eileen looked pained, as she looked back to the cell. Justin noticed and gave her a tight smile. "Xavier will be able to poke her better than we can," he told her. He'd come here to see what his presence would do, but he would avoid actually letting her know he was here. If there was some sort of magical trap or something involved, he wanted no part of it. Xavier could deal with it. They had a meeting already scheduled anyway. "I'll notify you when I have an answer," he said clippedly to Dr. McCoy, who likely would contact Xavier anyway before Justin even left the building. He had more meetings, he couldn't afford to spend his time on someone he'd rather left him alone for the rest of his life. And it seemed like he'd have to recruit a magic user, on the list after all. Stupid wizards. Prime Minister's office, London. "Mr. Prime Minister, a pleasure to see you again." Justin lied as he stepped into the office, shaking the hand of the most powerful man in Britain. "Had. As if." "Justin, always a pleasure, please call me Gordon." Gordon Brown lied right back, his hand spending the minimum amount of time necessary in the handshake, before the man returned behind his desk. "Can I offer you anything to drink?" Justin shook his head, sinking into the chair in front of the desk. "No thank you, Gordon, here for business only today, I'm afraid." Gordon nodded slowly. "And what business is that today, Justin? Have you come to respond in person to our request for arc reactor priority?" Justin smiled affably. "That's always a possibility, but I have many irons in the fire right now, Gordon. Britain might be rather behind in the queue." Oh, he did not like that. Justin thought with an inward chuckle as Gordon Brown's face soured almost imperceptibly. "Is that so? It's a damn shame to be hearing that. Is there anything we can do?" Gordon asked, seasoned enough politician to see when the beginning of horse trading was upon him. Justin nodded genially. "Yes, there is. You see, the European Union is being a damn hassle with all these monopoly and antitrust laws and what have you. It's very inconvenient to my business." Gordon splayed his hands out. "I'm but one voice in the EU, Justin. There's only so much I can do." Justin smirked. "Ah, but I'm not asking you to intercede with the European Union, Gordon." There was silence in the office for a moment as Gordon parsed that, looking Justin over critically. "What then, are you asking for?" he queried. "Ignore them," Justin said winningly. "Pardon me?" "Ignore them, take my business, let there be arc power everywhere across Britain, let my other companies profligate, and ignore any sanctions they might threaten you with for ignoring their attempts to strong-arm me," Justin explained, a smirk ever present on his face as he relaxed in his chair, bullying the Prime Minister of a major country. Because the opposite was hidden underneath his offer. Deny him, and see all that business disappear. While he'd try this again, with another country. There were plenty of counties in the European Union. One of them would bite. With the sour look on Gordon Brown's face, he was well aware of the vice he'd just been put in. "The European Union will not be pleased, to put it lightly, if I go against their resolution and their stance against allowing you full access," Gordon said with a hint of anger in his voice. "You're picking a fight here, Justin. A fight I can't lose," Justin said with no concern in his voice. "Whatever they'll threaten to sanction you with won't cost more than the money you'll make off my businesses, not to mention the sanctions will never happen, because the other countries will see you ignoring the resolution and profiting, and they'll follow. The self-assurance in Justin's voice seemed to calm the Prime Minister. Or maybe it was the fact he was in fact a politician and could see the same result happening. He'd just have to survive the 6 months to a year of rocky waters until it all fell apart and Justin would gain full access to European markets, no antitrust laws impeding him. Should I go speak to France instead? He asked leadingly. From the scowl on the Prime Minister's face, he knew he'd won. New York, 3 days later. If anything showed how he'd climbed to a top position in the world of powerful men, it was this meeting. 3 men sitting in a conference room, 2 of them able to decapitate the United States of America if they so choose. And 1 man that held no significant personal power, yet still forced the 2 others to pay attention. Not that Justin couldn't decapitate the country as well if he so chose, it would just be a little slower than the other 2. And at least he had some fashion sense and propriety. Xavier had shown up with his X displayed literally everywhere, and Magneto showed up with his helmet and cape and everything. Honestly, he felt like he was at a Comic-Con. Xavier had already been sitting in the room, calm as could be when Justin had arrived, Domino and Fantasia joining the X-Men guards sitting in the lobby. His wheelchair displayed the 2 large X's across the wheels, and even the man's navy tie, of course, displaying them as well. Yes, we get it, you're Professor X, kudos. Justin thought, annoyed at the ridiculousness of superheroes and villains. He wasn't nearly as campy about everything, he didn't even do maniacal laughter or monologuing. Much. Magneto had just entered the room shortly thereafter, and hadn't even bothered to bring any of the Brotherhood with him, in an obvious statement move. You can't do anything to me, he was saying, as he'd swept into the room dramatically, his cape swirling like a Severus Snape cosplayer. Well. You called this meeting, Hammer. What is it that you want from us? Eric Lenz here said dryly, only briefly glancing at Charles as he sat down. Both Justin and Eric wore their respective defenses against mental intrusion, neither one of them the trusting sort. Justin at least could say his was tastefully done and hidden, much better than a full helmet. How on earth had the X-Men and Magneto entered the building without drawing all the attention? Justin had enough problems getting around without everyone recognizing him, and he wasn't wearing spandex or a cape. Of course. Silly question. Justin glanced at Charles. It's not mind rape if you're a hero, Xavier, who likely blanked out the memory of them arriving from anyone in a 2-block radius. Well, before we can get into the particulars, I need to ask, did you steal the Iliad? Justin said, his dry tone indicating his skepticism, pushing the matter of Charles's unethical behavior away, to focus on the man capable of throwing the building they were into the moon. Hopefully having Domino and Fantasia nearby might prevent anything like that. And at least the Vankos had managed to craft temporary mind protection implants based off Justin's implants. They wouldn't melt their brains. As long as they only wore them for a few hours, just long enough to not have Xavier snoop around, heroically. Eric scoffed, raising an incredulous eyebrow as he looked over at Charles. Really, this nonsense is why you advocated so heavily for my presence, Charles. Charles simply smiled, tilting his head softly. It's a simple question to answer, Eric, and then we can get down to our real agenda. Justin watched with narrowed eyes, his glasses recording and analyzing every tick and voice cadence as Eric furrowed his brows, seemingly thrown by Charles's easygoing acquiescence. So easily you bend now, Charles. I find myself disappointed. Eric murmured, fingers tapping the conference table slowly. His eyes turning to Justin, only cold distaste visible in a face that could have been carved out of granite. If I had taken a nuclear-capable vessel, Hammer, I would not have failed at hitting my target. He drawled, now. Do not waste my time. He warned, lips turned downwards. Eric. Charles warned softly, when some metal clips on the curtains were forcefully remade into thin needles in a flex of power, rotating in the air above them, facing Justin. Justin kept perfectly still, not showing any sign that he was bothered. He had known things would be tense, but he believed Magneto wouldn't touch him, not now, not with how much fire he'd face, and not with Xavier in the room. Besides, needles might hurt, but they wouldn't actually do anything to an extremis-enhanced person, and Magneto must know that. It was all posturing. Magneto would have done better as a wrestler than a revolutionary, Justin thought with a silent scoff. Soft, Charles, you've gone unbelievably soft. Eric said coldly, the needles not removed, but not doing anything but floating there, either. I prefer to think I've found a better perspective. Charles said mildly, folding his hands in front of him. Eric loudly scoffed at that but didn't argue. Likely seeing it as a waste of time, as Charles would hardly change his mind. The both of them were equally stubborn and stuck in their ways. No wonder mutants were doomed without Justin's assistance. Justin decided that this was the best he was going to get, and spoke up calmly. Well, I didn't believe you had any involvement in that matter anyway, Mr. Lenshare, but it settles things as far as I'm concerned. He smirked, feigning a level of comfort he didn't feel. We're here to discuss a solution to the mutant revelation, the one that is eventually going to break. Only through sheer inertia in the most powerful nations, and through Charles's tireless efforts, had it not already boiled over. With some help from S.H.I.E.L.D. of all things. Who knew they could be useful? Only silence answered him however, neither Charles nor Eric speaking up, just staring at him, one judgmental, and one with an almost eager expression. Justin cleared his throat, beginning his pitch. Mutants will eventually be known to the entirety of humanity, and the important part about that is to not let the government be the one that controls the narrative. Justin shrugged lightly, leaning back, his eyes intent on Eric in particular, the one he really had to sell this to. You'll always be a threat, that's unavoidable, because you are. Justin said, gesturing towards Eric, you could destroy a country by your lonesome, no government is ever going to be comfortable with that. Eric simply clicked his tongue, crossing his arms, which is why we can never coexist. Justin shook his head, tapping the table lightly, that's where you're wrong, you've been going about all of this wrong. Because it doesn't matter what the government thinks. He held a hand up, stopping Eric from replying, the leader of the Brotherhood's face darkening at the gesture, but he held his tongue. Charles? Answer me this, what do the governments of the world truly fear? Charles looked amused, many things, Mr. Hammer, but truly, the one thing a government cannot truly control and therefore fear, is its people. Eric shook his head, a look of disgust flashing across his features. You're naive if you think I'll fall for this pathetic argument. People, he sneered, putting emphasis on the word, are stupid and reactive and fully under the yoke of authority. A bitter smile played on his lips for a moment. I would know more than anyone, people will always follow the will of the vilest, most despicable humans. Yes, people are stupid in any large number. And whether a democracy or a tyranny, eventually people get their way, through force, peaceful protest, elections, whatever way they can, they ultimately manage to bend governments to their will. Justin said, oh, don't get me wrong, they never win. Not truly, the government just repurposes their goal and makes it theirs. But that would work just the same in this instance. Justin lowered his voice slightly, speaking more solemnly, World War II showed you one aspect, yes, but it also showed you how it was then crushed, a new way brought forward. This could be true for mutants too. Justin raised a hand, counting on his fingers, women, blacks, immigrants, gays, I could go on, but it proves part of my point as it is, they all had no or few rights, and slowly managed to achieve some form of coexistence, bending the government through sheer peer pressure, and that's just using America as the most recent example. It would not be as simple for mutants, people in the know fear us to a different level. Once revealed, we would face persecution from those that stand against anything different than their perceived norm. Charles admitted, drawing a startled look from Eric as he, to all appearances, stepped in on his side of the argument. Charles smiled again, patting his longtime friend's arm. He is, however, right in the essence of his argument, Eric. His face turned pensive. We will never win over the governments and agencies of the world, neither by peace nor war. He warned, Eric paying rapt attention to his words, far more than he had to Justin's. If we can win quick acceptance with the public, the governments will bend, not willing to go all out in a fight that will bring their careers down, or in the case of the more singular governments, in spirit a revolution. Justin took over immediately as Charles stopped speaking, not letting Eric rebut with his no doubt practiced and knee-jerk reactions. I currently have the world's attention, they adore me, love me, and my products. If mutants were to be revealed as helping me make the world a better place, the reaction from the public would begin in a place of curiosity and faith, and snowball from there long before the warhawks of the world can put a stop to it. Not everyone, not even close, but if they could preempt the bigots and win over the majority before anyone even realizes there's a fight, the battle will be half won. Justin thought, knowing he had the capability to fight just such a fight, and win. Eric did not look convinced in the slightest, annoying Justin, who continued to push, some more insistence leaking into his tone. I've already begun the process to take over several UN aid organizations due to their breakdown. It is the perfect place to introduce mutants through, helping people in Africa, the continent so willing to assist me I could murder someone on the street and the politicians would insist nothing happened, refusing to miss out on my business for such a silly thing as murder. We introduce mutants there, they will be accepted in an entire continent. Justin hammered home, slamming a hand on the table for emphasis, leaning forward. My name lent to the cause, mutants not fighting or causing damage, but helping their fellow man, good press constantly pushing against any negativity the conservative parts of the world will screech. Justin pointed at Charles, not willing to slow down for even a second. Eric needed to be on board. Charles will lend me Storm to lead the new UNESCO, she's photogenic, a native, can help control the weather to prevent starvation of children. You won't get a better poster woman for mutant kind. We will control the narrative. Tiberius Stone owes me one, or he will once I've delivered a favor he wants, the Western media will follow what I say. It would if Tiberius wanted extremists. The media mogul had seemed very interested after the meeting in Bern. Justin hadn't delivered yet, but he would if he could get the media dancing to his tune. Charles grasped Eric's hand, looking solemn. Please, Eric, this could change everything, just attempt it this way first, what harm do you stand to gain? Justin thought that was hopelessly naive to say, because Magneto's cause could stand to lose quite a lot, however it served his purposes, so he supposed he couldn't complain about Charles's idealistic view. Eric did not look appeased, but he softened slightly at Charles's touch. I believe this will fail. He said sternly, you both too easily assume humanity will follow your guidance like a pack of rats led by the Pied Piper. The bitter smile and pure distaste on Eric's face stopped any response as silence took over the conference room for a short period, Eric closing his eyes in thought, seemingly coming to a decision, before he rose up, waving two fingers carelessly, reforming and reattaching the metal clips. You do as you wish, I will not interfere, but neither will I assist. Your cause is doomed to failure, humanity does not learn. He said heavily. Charles smiled brilliantly, apparently seeing more positives than Justin had in the statement, the leader of the X-Men turning away from Eric, addressing Justin, Storm would be delighted to help, and any help the X-Men can give to assist you in this, you shall have. Justin eyed Magneto, who still hadn't left, lingering by Charles's side. I need only that both of you, or just Charles, if you insist on not assisting us, Magneto. Spread the word, let everyone know that Hammer Industries is hiring mutants, that it is a fair deal, protected, good pay, and that they'll be only helping people and building goodwill across the world. And by pure happenstance, of course, they'll also be incredibly loyal to the man that is making all this happen. Justin thought, not seeing too many difficulties with beginning to build a good reputation for mutants with Storm as the poster girl as head of UNESCO. Sex sells, and hot is always hot. Using Storm as the poster girl for mutanthood would help, having mutants be seen helping with construction, relief work, and business as usual, instead of punching people while in spandex, would ensure they wouldn't be easily vilified. Oh, there would always be those that tried, there were still KKK and other idiots around who still vilified people based on moronic reasons. Justin inwardly shook his head at the foolishness of racism of any kind to begin with. When there were so many idiots to hate, why hate based on mutation or skin color? Although he supposed the idiots had to have someone else to hate, as most humans did not in fact believe in hating themselves. I will not stop anyone from joining, Eric said dramatically, swishing his cape around him as he made to leave. Justin knew that anyone from the Brotherhood that joined him would likely be a spy, no doubt it would be the same for the X-Men, but that's why he would use them for charity and outreach or construction and similar jobs. Nothing important basically. It would be good PR and slowly position him as the largest benefactor of mutant kind. Most mutants weren't X-Men or Brotherhood after all. He'd gobble them up for his own purposes. Charles doubtlessly knew, but seemed to accept it as the necessary evil of doing business. Justin wasn't sure how much Eric knew or saw, but he had something else they needed to speak on, so he couldn't let the man leave yet. He raised his hand, sorry to stop you, but we really need to speak about Mystique. Magneto slowly turned towards him, eyes narrowed, and yes, it was Magneto now, not Eric. Justin could feel it, like a pressure in the air, all bearing down on him. Comic villain he might be, with all the foibles attached, but the man had a presence that was impossible to ignore. What about Mystique? He queried mildly, taking a step forward, an aura of imminent violence around him. Eric. Charles said warningly, turning his wheelchair around so he could face his old friend, this is important. Magneto tilted his head slightly, eyeing Charles with a stern gaze even as he kept Justin in his peripheral vision, and you know as well? What is your game here, Charles? There was a definite threat in his voice now. Justin thought Charles was supposed to be good at talking to Magneto. There was a slight vibration in the air, and Justin perhaps was imagining the slight groan of the building, even as he was well aware of the many girders of steel in a building of this size. He hoped he was imagining it. Mystique was caught infiltrating Mr. Hammer's London headquarters, and subsequently displayed concerning behavior when interrogated. Charles explained, raising a hand soothingly, I sent Dr. McCoy to help investigate the matter, and there is definitely something wrong with her. Charles sounded pained the longer he spoke about her, like an old wound was being prodded. Justin didn't overly care, as long as the presence of the old man could prevent Magneto from ripping his London office apart to grab the compromised mutant. Also, what the fuck, Charles? That's the best you can do? Magneto did not look like he quite believed any of what he'd been told, sending a scathing look at Charles. Convenient that she's so mysteriously needed to be examined by your people all of a sudden, Charles. You've never gotten over the fact she chose my side, have you? Justin cut in before this could evolve into the ever-present gay drama between the two men, that ultimately only killed plenty of young mutants and wrecked mutant kind, also the two could continue to play kiss/kill. You are welcome to see her and ascertain yourself what her condition is. I have no intention of holding on to her. Frankly, I have enough to deal with. You can handle fixing her. He offered, surprising the master of magnetism. He obviously hadn't expected Justin to be so eager to get rid of her. Which showed that the man really hadn't been paying much attention to Mystique lately, because Justin really wanted her out. No matter how hot she was or how good the sex was, she was dangerous and a loose cannon, especially now. Magneto nodded slowly. I will see her. He agreed, turning his head slowly back to Charles. We will. He ordered, with narrowed eyes and a sneer on his lips, the sneer only deepening as Charles genuinely nodded his head in agreement, refusing to argue and give in to what Magneto wanted, a fight. Justin tapped the table ahead of him with a knuckle for good luck, before standing up, indicating he had nothing else to say about the meeting. You can contact Fantasia for any particulars. She's heading back to the London office, so she'll handle any questions on Mystique or any necessary handover. Seeing that Magneto and Charles were busy in a stare down, he simply walked out, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Fucking stubborn old men. He thought as he waved for Domino and Fantasia to follow him, leaving the building as quickly as was seemly. Just in case Magneto decided to go apeshit. It wasn't very likely, but Justin just couldn't trust the man. He was self-sabotaging to the extreme. The important part of the meeting had simply been to ensure he wouldn't stand in the way. Charles's cooperation had already been guaranteed after all. That and getting Mystique the fuck away from him, and his company. Whatever was wrong with her wasn't his business. Magneto could deal with it, she was his follower anyway. Eileen, he spoke up as they exited the building, gaining the blonde's attention. I don't care if it's Xavier or Magneto, but get that woman out of my possession. He ordered. They'll be meeting you in London, get custody settled. Eileen grimaced, but nodded reluctantly. Justin didn't envy her the job, but that's why he paid a fortune for her services. He knew they were friends, but he could not have her sitting like a time bomb in his building. If Mystique was going to blow up or something, he'd rather it happen to Magneto or Xavier than himself. Preferably both at the same time. Save him a headache. Overpowered fucking assholes. Why couldn't everyone be nice and reasonable like him? A few hours later, the mayor's office, New York. Justin was in the middle of wrapping the mayor around his finger when they were interrupted by an aide rushing into the office, looking like he'd seen a ghost. What is the meaning of this, Henderson? The mayor snapped, giving Justin an apologetic look. Justin gave the aide an annoyed glance, but didn't think much of it as he leaned back in his chair, barely paying attention as the aide blabbered on towards the increasingly annoyed-looking mayor. Sir, it's Stark. In the whispered conversation between the two, that one sentence was loud enough to get Justin's attention. Justin bolted upright. What was that about Stark? He asked sharply. The man better not have gotten himself killed. He thought, feeling a stirring of something unpleasant in his gut. He wanted the man to see all he'd wrought and feel tiny. To understand he was left forever behind a superior man, yet still be fighting the good fight as Iron Man, ready to sacrifice himself for the world, so that Justin could continue to conquer it. He cannot be dead yet. The aide, absolutely flustered at being spoken to by Justin, fumbled with a TV remote instead of answering, switching the wall-mounted TV onto CNN. Justin's mouth fell open as he stared, not believing his eyes. Due to the injuries and trauma I faced, I've decided that the man who I've trusted to run Stark Industries all this time, would be a better man to run it going forward. Tony Stark said solemnly, standing at a podium surrounded by reporters, Obadiah Stane at his side, one hand on his shoulder. Using his glasses to catalog everything, Justin found, to his uttermost shock, that every facial skin was a match. Injured, sure, but it was all authentically Tony Stark according to his software. Tony Stark stood there, in front of the cameras, slightly pale and bruised, and with a wounded look, continuing to speak about how he had never been able to handle the pressures of being a CEO to begin with. Justin's hands forcibly clenched around armchair, the wood creaking. That is not Tony fucking Stark. He'd never say any of this. He inwardly screamed, eyes glued on the screen. The mayor and his aide both transfixed by the press conference. I know due to concerns about my mental state, the transfer of the reins will not be immediate. I'll need to undergo evaluations, but even so, I want to be the first to congratulate my godfather, and the man who'd really done the work around here to build the company to where it is. Tony stepped back a step, so he could offer his hand to Obadiah Stane, who solemnly and seriously grasped it. I give you the future CEO of Stane Industries, everyone. Tony yelled out, to incessant camera flashes and shouting reporters. Justin narrowed his eyes, almost biting through his lip as he stared with hatred at the screen. That was not Tony Stark. He didn't give a shit what his facial skin had said, obviously it could be fooled. Because Tony Stark did not just give his company to that lumbering ignoramus. His thoughts ran rampant. How does he think he'll get away with this? Is Tony dead? No. Perhaps he's taking the opportunity. It's going to be almost impossible to dislodge him even if Tony comes back. Justin had to face the possibility Tony was dead. He couldn't discard reality for flights of fancy. Obadiah Stane had made a move. Whether Tony was dead or not, it was up to Justin to decide what he would do. Either Tony came back to become Iron Man, or he was dead. Justin fished his phone out of his pocket, fingers almost trembling in rage. Either way, I will not allow that fool to piss on my victory by stealing his company from underneath him. He dialed, snarling into the phone, beginning before it was even picked up, "Get my jet prepped for a flight to California, now. Whatever fool managed to impersonate you, Stark. I'll rip him apart, limb to limb." Only he was allowed to fuck Stark over, the man was his. Author's note. A bit possessive there at the end. I promise Hammer does not have a crush on Tony Stark. He's just very obsessive about shoving his face in the dirt and pulling on his pigtails. Hammer's memories and feelings have basically become so intertwined with the SI due to his drudgery and hated old life that he doesn't want to remember, that he basically is more Hammer than his old self with Hammer memories. This has been pretty clear since the beginning, but figured I'd point it out to those few still wondering. Magneto and Hammer just can't seem to get along. Too much ego in one hemisphere, I think. The app stuff is basically now going into the background until at minimum a year from now story-wise. And unusually for an SI, Hammer decided, Mystique really isn't his problem, so why bother? Dump her off on someone else. Although Fantasia is less likely to stay away from that process. Chapter 14, Taunt is a valuable skill. So not hard to figure out, but HammerTime once again won on Patreon, but so did A Shadow's Requiem, which should be out at the end of weekend, for you all. Lots of cameos in this chapter from known names, things are progressing forward, the end of the new Iron Man 1 will tie up the Wakanda War and some other things when it happens. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc., I make no real money from this and it is entirely a free work from a fan. Don't sue, I is poor. Hope you enjoy. Private jet, American airspace. For once the stupid fancy chair would come in use for something other than listening to people bicker about world issues they then inevitably massively overreacted to, Justin thought, as he made himself comfortable. The privacy feature of the system keeping Domino out of the conversation, not that he overly cared what she heard, at this point she knew more of his secrets than he did almost. With the press of a button, a request to speak with Fury was sent off, and unless he was in the middle of Armageddon, the man would have to hoof it to the secure room used for Security Council business and respond. Did it feel nice to have Nicholas J. Fury as his bitch? Yes. Yes it did. While waiting for Fury, he thought over the situation, now that he had cooled down slightly from his immediate and murderous knee-jerk reaction. How had Obadiah Stane done it? He didn't know, and it frustrated him. Was it an android? Cloning tech? Magic? A mutant? At least, he thought wryly, Mystique was off the suspect list. The last thing he needed was to have Magneto take an interest in multinational corporations. There were just too many possibilities to be able to accurately identify which avenue Stane had taken with the fake, with what little information he had. It rankled him something fierce that he had made the mistake of thinking Obadiah Stane would just wait, like in canon, with all the changes Justin had made to the world. He wasn't pigeonholed into canon everywhere else, stuck trying to make things go the same way, had in fact rejected that premise from the beginning, apart from the Afghanistan kidnapping, so it was on him that he hadn't prepared for Stane making his own moves. He'd failed to anticipate Stane taking a stand, instead of meekly waiting around for information on Tony Stark's circumstances. Seeing that the light for the call was still stuck on hold, he fished his phone out, flicking down the list of contacts to his likely least used contact, pressing the dial button. It's not him. A tired voice answered after a couple of rings. Justin smirked, unseen to the person he was speaking to. Hello to you too, former Colonel Rhodes. He said dryly. There was silence on the line for a moment, before there was a deep sigh. You don't have to call me former Colonel every time we speak, Hammer. Justin wondered how well those kinds of complaints had ever worked on Tony Stark and his habit of nicknaming anything or anyone that was around him long enough, if the good former Colonel thought Justin was easier. Well, the man just ensured he'd never stop. Besides, he took some amusement out of it every time he spoke to the good former Colonel, knowing he'd hired Stark's best friend. Just something about it made him feel so very smug and pleased with himself now, even if he'd initially panicked. Never mind that, former Colonel Rhodes. He said, drawing some pleasure from the pain sigh he drew out of the other man. Explain how you already knew? Other than you haven't fished him out of the desert yet. If the man grabbed Tony Stark and didn't tell him, he'd fire a missile up the bastard's ass so fast. Got a call from back home, Rhodes said, some anger leaking through the exhaustion, irregardless of how impossible it is for Tony to have been saved without anyone being aware until now, the fact he's refusing access to Pepper and Happy and someone else close to him. It's not Tony. Justin hummed in thought, that actually did help somewhat in narrowing down the options. Obviously Tony did not have Tony's knowledge in any way with this confirmation, so he needed to stay away from Pepper, Happy, and Jarvis. So it likely wasn't some sort of magic copy of the man. If they could copy his looks with magic, surely they'd at least be able to make him like Tony mentally as well. That was good, because Justin did not have any magical resources. His eyes narrowed, although just killing the fake wouldn't need too many exotic resources anyway. The holographic display turned on, Fury having reached the council room, the man glaring up at Justin's screen from where he stood. What is it, Hammer? If you hadn't noticed, the world is kind of on fire, and I have a job to do. Considering he had fixed more issues than Fury had, that attitude was just annoying. Justin smiled at him, eyes practically glittering as he held a finger up. One moment, I'm ordering pizza. He said, before hitting the mute button, leaning back in his chair, continuing to speak with Rhodes, even as Fury glared at him impotently, not able to just fluff off someone from the World Security Council. I'm en route to California, I will deal with this situation before Stain can push through the takeover. He promised, not sure yet on the how, other than a hastily dreamt up scenario where he just killed the fake and Stain and then pissed on their graves, but he'd find a way to get it done. The stopping them, not the pissing on the graves part. The other line was silent for a much longer time this time, but eventually Rhodes spoke up, I don't know why, what or how about anything you do, Hammer, but I'll owe you one if you manage it. From the resigned tone of voice, former Colonel Rhodes was well aware Justin would cash in one day. Justin grinned like a shark, always a pleasure talking to you, former Colonel Rhodes. He chirped, hanging up before the man could respond. He steepled his fingers and just sat there, thinking, waiting a few minutes after finishing his phone call before he finally unmuted Fury, speaking up before the aggravated man could, thank you for holding, pizza is serious business, but rest assured, you're always my second or third priority, Fury. It's not necessary to continue to play these games, Hammer. The one-eyed leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. said coolly. Justin chuckled, wagging a finger, a teasing smile on his face, ah. Don't start lying to me now, Director. Playing these kinds of games is exactly what you do to your subordinates. He cocked his head slightly, thinking it over, just with less flair. Fury didn't dignify that with an answer, just standing perfectly still, staring at him, before eventually drawling out, if this is about Stark, stay out of it. He warned clippedly, lone eye narrowing. Justin leaned forward slightly, he'd assumed Fury would be able to tell immediately, but this sounded like the man was actually going to do something. Oh? What exactly do you know, Fury? And why should I stay away? Justin challenged. With Fury it could always be a simple fishing expedition, to find out what Justin knew. Fury gave him a measured look, likely debating how likely it was that Justin would keep annoying him if he refused to share. Justin gave the man a wide grin, steepling his fingers in front of his face, showcasing his absolute intention to be a giant pain in the ass until Fury gave up the details. As a World Security Council member, he had the clearance anyway. And the limited ability to boss Fury around in some aspects. Fury obviously came to the same conclusion, because he reluctantly began to speak. We've always kept a close eye on Tony Stark, therefore we have amongst our ranks, people whose job it is to be experts on the man. One press conference isn't solid data, but enough for them to decry his behavior. Could just be PTSD. Justin let out mildly, playing devil's advocate, because just agreeing with Fury would hardly give him more information. Fury obviously saw exactly what he was doing, but chose to continue on, flatly expounding on the subject, possible, but unlikely to lead to such drastic changes in both personal and professional life as what we've noticed just in a few hours. Fury paused for a moment, seemingly deciding whether to continue to share or not, before continuing, our main avenue of contention isn't one speedy press conference and the denial of access to anyone remotely close to Stark anyway. There is no way to remove Stark from Afghanistan without anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. finding out about it, it's that simple. You sound very sure about that. Justin muttered, thinking on his own team on the ground, and wondering if they could achieve such a result. Fury slashed a hand through the air dismissively, Stain is not that good. We would have heard something. He grimaced slightly, looking reluctant to continue sharing, but going on anyway, and we inserted someone close to Stain not too long ago. He admitted, looking like he'd bitten into something sour. Justin wondered about that, what exactly Stain thought he'd do, if agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. would arrive to begin poking their noses in. Surely the man must have a plan beyond just a takeover of Stark Industries? Who did you send in? He asked, watching Fury's reaction closely. The way the man immediately clammed up completely, removing any tells, did its job for Justin, as in its own way, it was revealing enough. That's just too funny. Honeypot again? I almost feel bad for her. Not as Haley. Hey. He almost purred out, rubbing his hands together, well we've worked together before, kind of. Certainly worked intimately close together. Fury kept his silence, neither confirming or denying who'd been sent to infiltrate Stain's circle. Justin took that as confirmation, and with extremis pulsing through his veins, the woman couldn't even take revenge properly on him anyway, even if she could, leashed to S.H.I.E.L.D. as she was. It will be a treat to see her again. He said cheerfully, carefully watching the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Fury finally replied, his one eye glaring hard at Justin, Hammer, this is an active shield operation now, stay out of it. Then, as if realizing how any kind of order given to a World Security Council member might come back to bite him if Justin disseminated it amongst the members, he took on a more cautious tone, as a World Security Council member, you're not cleared for field operations. Justin's grin widened, sounds like you'll have to provide me with a bodyguard then, because I'm absolutely going to get involved. So either join me, or stand back. Of course an anal retentive manipulator like Fury who couldn't stand not having at least one hand on the wheel, wouldn't let Justin just interfere on his own without any clue what part of their operation he was interfering in anyway. Checkmate, you one-eyed bastard. Justin thought, still smirking at the man, as he awaited the already natural conclusion to this discussion. Fury grit his teeth together, the audio in the connection so good he could hear Fury's leather gloves creaking as he clenched his fists. Agents Coulson and Barton will meet you when you land. He growled out, a very displeased mien on his face. Justin clapped his hands together, wonderful. The other two parts of Team Nod as Haley, you've really pulled out all the stops on this. Kind of suspicious in a way. Stark isn't Iron Man yet, why are they pulling out all the stops right now? Food for thought, perhaps Domino could tease it out of the two agents, when they all met. Of course, once I've prodded the SHIELD agents of their intel, I can just ditch them anyway, let Fury protect me. From afar. Isn't that Hawkeye's thing anyway? Is that all, Hammer? Fury growled out, not able to leave without being dismissed, not with how he was already walking on thin ice with the rest of the council. Pineapple on pizza? For or against? Justin asked casually, having to bite his lip to prevent an honest-to-God giggle breaking out as Fury stared at him in utter disgust, the call breaking as Fury decided to take his chances. Hanging up on him? How rude. Fury's loss. Really, if anything he'd learned over the last 2 years or so held true, it was that taking everything too seriously all the time just degraded performance and reliability, as stress levels skyrocketed. With that in mind, Justin shot off a text to Sunil, please have some interns or something call every pizza place in DC, order 100 large pineapple pizzas for the Triskelion, pay for them, but have them all delivered to one Nicholas J. Fury. Ah, it worked, his murderous rage was already down to a low simmer, being rich enough to fuck with anyone really was a boon. Really, he was being nice enough to pay for S.H.I.E.L.D. to have lunch, so it wasn't even a prank. Domino looked down at her phone, from where she was relaxing on one of the couches, her nose scrunching up. Why is Elena texting me asking if you're okay, boss? Justin smirked, walking over to the bar, pouring himself some scotch, perhaps she doesn't like pineapples. He mused out loud, savoring the sip of expensive scotch, as he enjoyed the time he had before he'd have more work on his hands. Domino looked at him weirdly, I'm not sure what to even say to that. I'm missing something. She muttered, beginning to type a text, presumably back to Elena. No, she does like pineapples, boss. Domino said a minute later. Justin didn't really know why that struck him as funny, but he laughed enough that it freaked out Domino. Which only made him laugh harder. Private Airfield, Lax, California. I can't believe we're actually allowing this. Clint Barton muttered, feeling a little weird holding his bow while wearing a full penguin suit. I am definitely rocking this suit, though, do you think Laura will want a picture? It's the kind of suit that would definitely look better on the floor, if you know what I mean. Coulson, why aren't you answering me? Coulson. Agent Barton, maintain radio silence. Phil Coulson finally answered over the crackling radio, drawing a grin out of Clint, that was definitely they, I'm slightly annoyed but I'm going to give you a chance, tone to this voice. He toggled the radio to reply, when he saw the gate for the private airstrip at Lax moving aside, letting 3 armored SUVs through. Coulson. He warned over the radio, aligning an arrow in case things were about to get interesting. Hammer had already had a pretty high-profile assassination attempt against him, it wouldn't look good if it happened on their watch. Why, exactly, they were even entertaining Hammer, was apparently above his pay grade. Would have been good to know. You know, in case he died here and never knew why? The radio crackled to life again, stand down, Barton, it's Hammer's security. You sure? Clint asked, aligning the perfect shot with one of his specialty arrows, one that would attach an explosive putty to the gas tank, and then voila, no more armored SUV. Could be fake, meant to lure us in. Coulson replied dryly, I'm sure. Their team lead is who I've been talking to for the past 5 minutes. Clint sighed, relaxing his bowstring, not today, darling. He said, patting it gently, before toggling the radio again, hey. Any reason I wasn't made aware of the friendlies? He complained lightly, even as he examined them with a critical eye as they exited the vehicles and began setting up a perimeter, Clint waving to one of them when the man immediately put a scope on him, with his sniper rifle. The guy probably wanted the same perch he'd already taken. There was a moment of silence, before Coulson, even drier than before, replied, you must have missed it somewhere, between your own violations of radio protocols. Yet. So can you make it so they don't shoot me? Clint said, still waving with one hand as even more gun sights turned his way. Seemed Hammer didn't skimp on security, these guys were kitted out to hell and back, and they certainly moved like professionals. Just get down here, Agent Barton. Carlson replied long-sufferingly. If you get shot, at least you can study protocols during your convalescence. Wow, Carlson is really not looking forward to this either, Clint thought, wondering briefly if Carlson knew more about how Hammer knew so much, that he wasn't sharing with Clint. Guess waiting time is over. Clint thought right after, hearing the roar of a jet, as he began to climb down from his perch, the men that were not busy setting a perimeter, never once taking their guns off him. I wonder if I could get away with socking him one in the jaw for Nat? His eyes darkened as he thought about the fact Hammer had known about the family farm, or sock him one for me. As soon as he got down, Carlson was already there, and with how close to Clint he'd decided to stand. He knew how much Clint itched to talk to the bastard, alone. Some other time, Hammer, he promised, watching the descending jet. Justin exited the jet, talking with Domino, who was watching the welcoming crew, exchanging a few hand signals with the security team leader. Remind me to have Vanko cook up a drone or two of remote-controlled armor to bring on the jet. He told her, shielding his eyes with one hand from the sun, as he looked down at the shield contingent, his lips curling slightly at the sight of Hawkeye. I hadn't realized until now just how vulnerable we are in the air, counting on just your power. Domino glanced at him, just my power. She said teasingly, aren't you supposed to be good at talking to women? That wasn't very nice at all. Justin gave her a wry look, taking the last few steps down the stairs and onto the tarmac. You're well aware of what I mean, don't be an annoyance today, please. Domino gave him a mocking salute, before she put her game face on, facing off against the shield agents. The shield contingent tried to step forward, only to face the sudden hum of energy weapons, the security team lead, shaking his head at them. You move when we say you move. He said gruffly, before glancing back at Justin. Justin contemplated leaving them there for a few minutes, but it would essentially only delay himself, so he rolled his eyes and waved them through, pointing at Carlson and Barton, the other shield mooks with them, held back by his security once they stepped through. Hello Mr. Hammer, I'm Agent Carlson and this is Agent Barton, we're from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Carlson said blandly, stepping forward with his hand out for a handshake. Justin shook his head, shaking the man's hand. I believe you're the only one that ever uses that long name, Phil. How are you doing, Clint? He said in a friendly manner, a glint in his eyes. He was still angry, but he could put it to good use, annoying Hawkeye and Agent. It's not like S.H.I.E.L.D. would get to stay around once he was done with Hydra one day. So they were no threat to him, not really. Especially Clint, with his lovely and so easy to reach weaknesses. Speaking of, how is the family? Is the farm doing okay? He asked mockingly, quietly enough only the four of them could hear, just as Clint reached out with his own hand to shake. Clint's expression froze, his hand clasped with Justin's, and just as it looked like he was going to do something stupid, like pull Justin in, to threaten him or something equally moronic, Domino clicked off the safety on one of her guns, the sound loud in the sudden silence between them. That's all she did, standing there, a raised eyebrow on her face, but Clint released Justin's hand, backing off, an annoyed expression on his face. They're fine. He mumbled out, stepping back further, Carlson stepping ahead of him, a pleasant expression on his face that showed just how good of an actor the man was. Because Justin could practically feel the chill from the man's gaze, and yet he didn't show it at all in his expression. We've been tasked to liaise with you and your people, Mr. Hammer, to avoid unnecessary issues. From just how blandly Agent Carlson said that, Justin could tell how annoyed the man was to have Justin poking in on their operation. He wouldn't have to worry, Justin wouldn't entertain them for too long. You seem to be missing someone though. Justin said amusedly, lips quirked into a half grin, where's dear not as Haley it. And your wordplay is cute, Agent, but I massively outrank you, and you're not going to stop me from doing literally anything I want. It would be better to speak about such things in a more secure location. Agent Carlson demurred, we have a serviceable outpo. Justin interrupted him casually, noting that Carlson didn't even blink, while Clint clenched his fists in annoyance or outrage, on behalf of his mentor. I'll text you the address, we're moving out right now. His security team began moving immediately at that order, several of them standing between the shield mooks and Justin still, ensuring they behaved. Domino handed Carlson a phone, as Justin walked off, whistling happily to himself, already crafting text messages through his glasses, sending out orders to his people in Los Angeles. While he was here, there was plenty of business that could be taken care of on the West Coast. Mixing business with pleasure, or was it business with murder? Put your number in, please. Domino said pleasantly, taking the phone back immediately upon Carlson complying, see you in Malibu. She said, winking at them, before she jogged off after Justin. What's in Malibu? She could barely hear Agent Barton ask, as she skipped away. Complications. Carlson said succinctly, raising his phone to his ear, Sir, you're not going to Lee. She laughed to herself as she caught up to Justin, just shaking her head as he gave her a questioning look. Working for a multi-billionaire was just great, the look on people's faces when they realized they couldn't push or talk back. It was just like candy to her. When she entered the armored limousine to the sight of caviar and lobster and Dom Perignon, she had to admit the other perks were pretty fantastic too. And to think, she wasn't even sleeping with him. Cairo, Egypt. Sunil Bakshi looked askance at what one of his underlings called a report, noting down in the margins to have him either demoted or assassinated, whichever was cheaper. A factual report should not consist of copious amounts of mistakes as well as supposition and theories instead of facts. If he wanted guesswork, he would ask for it. Not surprisingly, he had never asked for his less capable underlings to insert their opinions in factual reports. They were always substandard to his own. He'd returned to Cairo to keep looking after their rapid pace expansion in Africa, while his boss was busy with another pet project of his. If there was anything about working for Justin Hammer that actually managed to get under Sunil's skin, it was his propensity for getting flights of fancy and disappearing off on one quest or another, leaving much of the work to Sunil, although at least he had Elena to assist now as well. He watched her idly, as she flitted to and fro, always on a call with someone, greasing the wheels of progress, working tirelessly to achieve the goals their boss had set. It was perhaps because of her obvious loyalty that he hadn't bothered reporting who she was yet. Outing her as a Black Widow would likely, at least in the short term, pull her away from her job, which would further inconvenience Sunil. He'd run extensive background checks on the woman, even managing fingerprints and DNA swabs when she'd passed out on one of their long nights of work. He knew as much as he could know about her. Without talking to her about it, anyway. He was certain that she didn't mean his boss any harm. Domino wouldn't have managed to hire her and slip her through all the checks they had if she was working to kill him. Of course, he'd researched and tested Domino in the days after his discovery, just to ensure she hadn't been compromised somehow. Funnily enough, even the periodic tests the woman still did of his loyalty, the question of, do you know if anyone near Justin Hammer is a Black Widow, never came up. Usually such a question wasn't necessary, but considering how he'd now slept with two of them, perhaps it should be. The more wide question of are you hiding any information that could harm Justin Hammer, apparently didn't quantify his knowledge on Yelena, as harmful, so he passed those tests as well. He'd have to discuss that at some point, make the testing more conclusive. If he wasn't actually loyal, he'd know several ways to fool the testing now. It would be a poor showing of his loyalty if someone else slipped through the cracks. He returned to his work, putting the matter temporarily out of his mind. It really isn't my business, even knowing beforehand won't harm me overly much, not with things as they stand. His lips twitched slightly, and it is very amusing to watch while knowing the background, he thought. One of his phones rang, one with a very peculiar ringtone, to make sure he always answered it with priority. Dr. Cho? Is anything the matter? He asked smoothly, hiding his worry behind a polite facade. Simple politeness and kindness often helped ensure people were in a more relaxed mind frame, making it easier for Sunil to manage them. For such a small thing, it really wasn't much of a sacrifice to continue being polite no matter who he spoke to. His other hand reached his laptop and began bringing up the program for her research bunker, just in case. There couldn't be any chances with this particular project. Project Kilgrave had received the utmost importance from their boss as to containment measures. Including Sunil having the capacity to sanitize the entire facility, and the surrounding area, at the press of a button. Helen Cho sounded downcast as she answered, I have succeeded, and failed. The bright young scientist mumbled. Sunil had taken quite a bit of pleasure out of the burgeoning situation between her cultist-like fanaticism and their boss' reluctance to shoot her down. This entire company was way better than any soap operas. Considering he didn't actually have any free time, he didn't think it unreasonable that he took enjoyment where he could. I'm going to need you to explain that further. In detail. Sunil said mildly. Fingers flying over the keyboard as he brought up all the particulars of the lab, the command to detonate not far from his mind. Dr. Cho took a deep breath, before beginning her explanation. I finally had a breakthrough in the project, and in my eagerness to provide for use Mr. Hammer, I continued forward without the proper safety precautions. I see. That is, you understand, very concerning to me. Sunil said slowly, typing in the command, just waiting for confirmation before he blew a whole block away. Dr. Cho hiccuped slightly, and Sunil took the phone away from his ear and looked at it in askance. Was she crying? I didn't mean to, I succeeded. I managed to craft a vial of material that according to my theories and tests will work on a subject. She mumbled, sounding both elated and dejected at the same time, confusing Sunil. That is good, is it not? He asked, feeling some slight trepidation at bottled mind control being available to anyone, even his boss. No. She wailed, making Sunil wince, as he'd returned the phone to his ear. I overstepped in my excitement, did too much damage. Kilgrav is dying, and I don't have the ability to fix him through this stupid system. Ah, the crux of the matter. Sunil thought it over, realizing that there was no way to get someone in to assist, not with the security precautions they had in place. Likewise, there was nothing they could do to get into the deepest section of the lab to heal Kilgrav, not to mention the fact that if the man was dying, he might need panacea or extremis, something Mr. Hammer would never authorize, especially now that there had already been an overreach. You're certain he is going to perish? He asked, to make sure. Dr. Cho sounded devastated as she replied, yes, he has less than a few hours to live. Secure the vial and your notes, a team will be extracting you post-haste. I will contact Mr. Hammer and advise him of the situation. Sunil ordered, adding, and do not worry, I will stress your valued contribution to Mr. Hammer, one vial is still more than nothing at all out of this project. As he continued to reassure the young scientist as she packed up, he sent orders for 4 of their most trusted security teams to extract the woman, and deliver her to Mr. Hammer. He didn't want any chance of that vial, or the woman, going missing or something on the way. He typed up an email, and sent it to his boss, knowing that with priority ranking, it would flash on his glasses immediately. Not surprisingly, he received a text back as a reply a few minutes later. Blow it once you've secured the vial and show full security team coverage, get her to me ASAP. Sunil smirked, glad to have already preemptively ordered exactly what his boss wanted. A few hours later, he initiated the destruction of the base, forever burying Kilgrav. All in all, feeling quite pleased to have that threat removed from the equation, one vial was dangerous, but much more manageable than mass-produced mind control. Sunil really liked his boss and his job, and saw Justin Hammer's vision as the true hope of humanity. That didn't mean he was blind to his faults. He really wouldn't trust his boss with unlimited mind control. Words could not express how happy he was at how the situation had been resolved. He sent a note of praise for her achievement and warning of Dr. Cho's despondent state to his boss, helping the girl out a bit. As a small thank you. And because it would be amusing to continue to pour fuel on the fire for her frankly hilarious crush. Real-life soap operas. They were just missing the evil twins now. Then he thought about the reveal of the fake Tony Stark, blinking. Hey! Tony Stark's Malibu mansion. The director urges you to reconsider. Agent Carlson said, as they all walked up to the repaired mansion, no sign of the previous damage in its exterior. Justin shook his head at him, a pithy look on his face. I've already called ahead, and it would be frightfully rude to stand up a lady. Also, I am of course perfectly liable to do the exact opposite of anything Nick Fury says. On principle, do consider that for your next bout of pleading and whining. Was he laying it on a bit thick? Yes. Was the humor and constant sniping at the bumbling SHIELD idiots keeping his simmering anger manageable? Also yes. So he saw no reason to stop anytime soon. Clint Barton, a sour look on his face as he followed behind Agent Carlson, spoke up, so all we have to do is tell you that the director does want you to involve another civilian in all this and you'll stop? He asked sarcastically. Justin rang the doorbell, adjusting his tie, ensuring he was presentable, answering Clint without bothering to turn around. Of course not, he scoffed, where did you get a crazy idea like that? From the way Domino suddenly burst into sniggers, Clint likely looked very frustrated right about now. I'm a billionaire, I don't have to make sense. Justin thought mockingly. Gaining a suave smile as the door opened up. Pepper Potts stood in the doorway, glaring at Justin, before her eyes flickered to the SHIELD contingent, some wariness entering her eyes. Dear Miss Potts, not to worry, these are just my government-given flying monkeys, here to fetch me coffee and what have you. He waved a hand negligently at the agents, they really don't matter, pretend they're not even here. I'm getting really tired of this. He heard Clint mutter to Agent Carlson, but there was no reply. Agent Carlson stepping up next to Justin, smiling with a little bit more life in it than when he'd greeted Justin. Hello, Miss Potts, I am Agent Carlson, and this is Agent Barton, we're with the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. She raised an unimpressed eyebrow, her eyes going from Justin to Agent Carlson. Bit of a mouthful, isn't it? She asked, looking pensive. Before Agent Carlson could try and take over this meeting, Justin intervened. They just desperately wanted to spell SHIELD, that's what happens when comic book nerds get into the government. He said dismissively, think of them as a mix of the FBI and the CIA but with severely bloated egos. Now to move away from pointless government wage slaves, I do believe we have a common goal here. I've spoken to former Colonel Rhodes as well, and he's informed me that you are aware of this. Fake. The last was said with a spasm running through his face as he held back the spiteful words he really wanted to say about the situation. Pepper Potts glared at him, her cheeks flushing slightly in anger. That James vouches for your intentions is the only reason I am even entertaining your help, Mr. Hammer. she said coldly, before stepping back, gesturing for them to enter. Before he could get more than a foot in the door, Happy Hogan was suddenly there, gruffly calling out, "No one's coming in armed," giving Justin a level stare that said that the man really wanted Justin to make a big deal about it. Justin just smirked, gesturing to himself, "I'm not armed today, but feel free to feel me up if that is your intention, Mr. Hogan." Inwardly he was slightly annoyed, but could hardly make a scene, considering his people had attacked this exact home and assaulted Pepper. So the fact they were taking basic safety precautions was hardly anything he could complain about. He'd just get some minor petty revenge later. His bubbling feelings of anger and resentment broiling just under the surface, would not allow him to let any disrespect go. He wanted people to pay for screwing up his plans. He'd just take a few chunks more out of Obadiah Stane, that ought to settle it. They were soon all escorted by a wary Happy, into the living area, Jarvis no doubt keeping overwatch and watching their every reaction and gesture for further analysis. Justin walked up to the bar, helping himself, feeling his smirk growing as Happy twitched slightly, and Pepper frowned at him unhappily at the rudeness. He turned around, swirling the liquid in his glass, feeling everyone in the room except Domino, looking at him with great dislike. This he was used to, this he could thrive in. Antagonism was so useful, because when you suddenly acted reasonable, they couldn't help but agree, not wanting to seem unreasonable themselves, and in a way, rewarding him for suddenly being so agreeable. Not that he necessarily planned to be agreeable today. Most people really were nothing but blunt objects, meant to be led around by those more capable. It made him wonder how on earth humanity had actually succeeded to even get to the point of creating someone like him. Oh wait, he literally had to come from another Earth to make this perfect match. He remembered, so maybe the normal humans weren't too much to blame. They were still stupid blunt objects and destined to continue their sheep mentality however. He took a small sip of the amber liquid, enjoying the good quality, his eyes finding Pepper's guarded ones. Now here's a woman that's anything but a blunt object, he thought. Giving her a long once-over, from the beautiful long legs to her perfectly styled hair. There was an uncomfortable feeling in the room for a moment, as everyone but Domino stared at him in various states of anger or distrust, or blandness if you counted Carlson. "So let's get down to business, Fake Tony, what do we know?" Justin asked cheerfully, slowly sipping at the drink as the rest of them found seats. Except Happy Hogan who stood just behind Pepper's seat. He attempted to look menacing, but with Wakandans, super soldiers, and whatnot, a retired boxer just didn't even register as a threat. There was a moment of silence as everyone looked at each other, seeing who would go first, before Agent Carlson took the step, no doubt already aware that Justin would just force the information out sooner rather than later anyway, and it would look better for them to provide it freely. "We were curious about some transactions and moves made by Obadiah Stane since Tony Stark's disappearance, so we inserted an agent into his inner circle." A diplomatic way of saying not as Haley was going to end up killing her fellow agents if they didn't send her for an undercover mission to get away from it all. Justin thought, eyes glinting behind his glasses, as he got a sly look on his face. "Oh? Who's not as Haley banging this time? Really, she should be changing careers, her skills seem kind of one note." He taunted. Agent Carlson gave him a heavy look, as Clint didn't bother hiding the murderous look he sported. Sitting next to him, the agent in question, he stressed, lips thin, has only been in place for 2 weeks, and have not yet gained Stane's full confidence. Pepper broke in, hand briefly touching a Bluetooth device in her ear. "His new secretary, Natalie Dormer, that's your agent?" she asked. "Some quick work there, Jarvis." Justin thought amusedly, hiding his grin behind the glass of alcohol. Agent Carlson looked at Pepper with a hint of surprise, eyes flickering to the Bluetooth device. "Yes," he said reluctantly. "Well, whether she's banging Obadiah Stane or not," Justin gave off a fake shudder, the sly smirk on his face not falling off for even a second. "She must have surely at least seen the fake Tony, if she was within Stane's circle." He queried, "Did she pick up anything about who, or what, he is?" Clint answered, an unamused look on his face as he glared at Justin. "She is not, so back off, Hammer." He growled, twitching slightly as Carlson turned his way, not saying anything, just looking at him. "She hasn't been able to report in regularly." They turtled up after the reveal. He revealed bitterly. Someone still held a grudge. Good. Not one Avenger should get comfortable around him, Justin thought, thinking Hawkeye should be glad he had revealed that he knew about his family only to Natasha, not to all and sundry. Fury should have taken it as a cue to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. harder, but recent events might have put a crimp in any continuation of that. Justin raised a mocking eyebrow at Clint. "So you've got nothing? What a surprise." He took another drink, letting out a pleased sound afterwards, looking utterly relaxed even amongst these nominal enemies. "Domino can get to her and get her report," he offered casually. "We appreciate the offer," Carlson said carefully, giving the mercenary a cautious look, to which she gave him a cheerful wave and a cocky smirk in response. but we'd prefer to keep this operation as clean as possible. In other words, you don't trust me, and you definitely don't want me near Natasha, wonder why? Justin took another sip of his drink, wondering if she'd actually try to kill him, or if she'd gotten over it. As cold as she could be, it was a possibility. Justin shrugged in the end, turning to Pepper, not seeing any need to follow Carlson's guideline. If they got no information back, Domino could get it out. Any information on your side, Miss Potts? I am aware you have tools we lack. He asked with a bit of humor, since he had a literal copy of Jarvis in storage. Pepper bit her lip, her clear dislike of him obviously warring with the fact he was one of the only people who was actually helping. That must really be a one-of-a-kind mindfuck. There were absolutely no signs in Stark Industries' servers, offices, or amongst its staff that Tony had returned to the States, or that he was even alive. She said slowly, her voice almost choked up in anger, her eyes flashing with emotion, as she continued, no Stark Industries plane, vehicle, or account was used to transfer him to America. It's as if he simply appeared one day, no record anywhere of how he got here. Happy put a hand on her shoulder for comfort, and Pepper grasped it with her own. Carlson cleared his throat. There are actually flight plans filed, custom checks filled out, and records of Stark flying into America. Very good forgeries, including a very insistent customs clerk who insists she checked Tony Stark through a private airport, with a temporary passport provided by the U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan. Clint took over, a grim countenance on his face. We checked with our people in Afghanistan, and even the embassy there has a record of the passport in their electronic system, but no one has any memory of actually filing it, or seeing Stark. Someone hacked in and inserted it, and they also did the same in the database of every agency who had a check on the borders. Justin hummed in thought, from the sounds of it, even S.H.I.E.L.D. had gotten these fake files inserted into their system. That was actually slightly impressive, or it was Hydra behind this. If one didn't know Stark, and was just checking the paperwork trail, it would pass muster. He mused out loud, that's why he's gone into seclusion, because whatever way Stain is doing this, the fake can't pass as Tony to anyone who knows him. He eyed Pepper and Happy with a contemplative look. He's not seen either of you, has he? They both shook their heads, unhappy expressions on their faces. We haven't been fired. Pepper said emotionally, not officially anyway, but we've been told to stay out of the office until Tony is more settled. An unhappy snort showed exactly what she thought about that. Justin wondered how Obadiah expected to make this stick. Tony would have to die in some way, he supposed, after the transfer had gone through and had a month or two to settle, so that people would be less suspicious in general. People like S.H.I.E.L.D. would always be suspicious as a matter of course, but perhaps he thought he could buy them off with cheap weapons? He eyed Carlson thoughtfully. Honestly, it could probably work. Certain factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. would probably take the deal, and if Tony was actually dead, Fury himself would likely take the deal for weapons, rather than ruin it all for a dead man. It was a real dichotomy of a situation. In one way it reeked of a desperation play from Obadiah, a fool taking too many chances, too many risks, sloppily. Yet, on the other hand, hacking government agencies, inserting actual paper copies, creating an almost perfect paper trail. Either hypnotizing, replacing, owning, the customs employee that swore that Tony Stark passed through. Those were not the actions of a sloppy man. There's someone else involved, he said, not caring about sharing the information with S.H.I.E.L.D. as long as it assisted in removing the fake. Stain is being hasty, taking risks. Even if it had been the real Tony Stark giving his company away, he'd face too much scrutiny at how quickly this is moving. There's just no way to hand over the reins that quickly in this situation, no matter what mental health evaluation they bribe their way through. If they moved too quick, the government would invalidate it, claiming the fake Tony was mentally incapable. Carlson nodded sharply. He has someone else who's doing the legwork. Trust a spy to cotton on quickly, Justin thought, nodding at Carlson. The government mook is correct. It's likely that however Stain got a convincing enough fake, it came from the actors also providing the trail. He'd changed a lot about the world, but Stain was the same person who'd stupidly left evidence on his work computer in Canon. So he can't have changed too much. He either hired, or was approached by, someone else. Then what do we do? Pepper asked bitingly, her fingers widening as she clenched her hands together harshly in her lap. Can you arrest him with that? Carlson immediately shook his head. We don't actually have any proof that Obadiah Stane has done anything illegal, yet. Justin laughed, drawing eyes to him. Oh, that's funny, arrest him? No, I'm not here to play cops and robbers, he said menacingly. Clint stood up abruptly, face grim. You're not above the law, Hammer, he said coldly. Do not overstep. Carlson sat still, watching him with intense eyes, as if to divine his intentions. Playing by the rules, that's a silly idea, especially coming from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that constantly broke more laws than they protected. Domino chuckled, crossing one leg over her knee. Face wry, isn't he though? She asked teasingly. Even the rich and famous have to follow the law. Pepper told his bodyguard seriously, her eyes flickering to Justin afterwards, even you, Hammer. The distrust in her eyes that went with that statement, told Justin a lot. It appeared his attempts to shift blame towards S.H.I.E.L.D. for the break-in, and Stain for the disappearance of Stark, hadn't worked with the woman. A pity, he'd have liked to give her a job offer. He thought, why not? It will piss Stark off once he's found. He'll make her CEO one day, but he'll always know I offered her that title first. Changing the subject, so your virgin ears don't combust, could I interest you in a CEO position, Miss Potts, my pharmaceutical company perhaps? Or maybe you'd enjoy running the charity wing, Hammer Tech. Justin offered, surprising everyone in the room. Happy Hogan was literally steaming at his audacity, looking like he'd love to go a round or two with him. Punching Iron Man's bodyguard in the face might be an enjoyable pastime actually, he thought, smirking at the man. Pepper tilted her chin up, giving him a look of absolute disgust. Not for anything in the world would I work for you. Justin finished his drink, smacking his lips, not even if I could bring Tony out of Afghanistan, my team is working on it after all, say I give them more of an incentive if you come work for me. He offered, not really serious, but enjoying stirring shit up. You absolute monster. Happy growled, stepping forward, one hand returning to Pepper's shoulder, as the woman suddenly looked indecisive and heartbroken. Justin just grinned, offers there anytime. He said casually, giving a wave to Domino, as he began walking out, there's nothing more I can get out of these people. Hammer, where are you going? Clint said roughly, standing in the way all of a sudden, you can't just go off on your own, especially not with how you hinted at doing something illegal. Justin didn't even stop his stride, Clint suddenly finding himself on the back foot as Domino danced around him, making him stumble back, his face confused as he kept trying to defend himself but kept slipping or stepping down wrong, just in general being very unlucky. Justin stepped past the tiny scuffle, sniffing imperiously, a clumsy man like you, Hawkeye? You're going to stop me? Please. He continued on, Domino following him, only stopping so she could put her guns back in their holsters from the box Happy had put them in by the entrance. Coming here at all had been a mistake, entertaining S.H.I.E.L.D. to soothe his anger, had been a mistake. The knowledge they each had wasn't worthless per se, but also did nothing special for him. He could have found it out himself. No. He'd do this his way. He was big enough now that he didn't need to pussyfoot around a non-entity like Obadiah Stane. What did he have that was special? Nothing. Hours later, Hammer Industries' Los Angeles office. Justin hung up the phone, eyes twitching in annoyance. Obadiah Stane should be jumping over the moon to get a chance to see Justin, the potential windfall for the fool in any kind of business deal or collaboration alone should see to it. So why can't I find the motherfucker? He growled inwardly, having spent over an hour now on just trying to arrange a face-to-face, or failing that, a phone call. With absolutely no success. He was being completely stonewalled, which didn't make sense. Stane would know Justin's low opinion of Stark, there should be no reason to keep him away. It's not like the idiot could possibly know Justin intended to wring him out like a wet towel until there was nothing left. His thoughts were interrupted as he received a priority call. He answered it immediately, this better be good news, Maya, I am not in the mood for any more fuck-ups. Maya Hansen answered back in a measured tone that gave Justin no hint to her feelings, it is good news, I have produced 2 viable subjects. Justin's mind raced as he shed his antipathy, it wasn't Maya he was so angry with anyway, truly. You've managed to mix Extremis and the super soldier formula. He knew they were still working on repeating the actual super soldier formula from scratch, with Dr. Nagel assisting Maya on that project, but she'd also had a secondary project, using Isaiah Bradley's blood to attempt to infuse the Extremis procedure with the super soldier formula. Crucially, it was also a way to attempt to heal Bucky Barnes' mind, because if they could mix Extremis safely with the formula, his brain should get unblended, even if therapy and assistance would still be necessary for a while even if it worked. That is correct, although currently only 2 out of 5 test subjects have survived the process. Maya stated clinically, yet the fact survivors are happening, without any noted mental deficiency, proves we are on the right track. Justin felt a thimble of excitement, knowing he'd be one of the recipients of the finished product, truly becoming superhuman, one of the first steps on actually becoming more powerful, personally, to survive coming threats. Keep me updated, spare no expenses, if you need more test subjects let me know, I'll arrange for it. He ordered, pausing briefly, a smile blossoming onto his face, and Maya. Good work, you're revolutionizing the world all on your own. Thank you sir. Maya replied, with some warmth leaking into her voice. I do have a possible favor to ask, in regards to optimizing the project. Name it, and you'll have it. Justin said immediately, even if it was an insane request, he'd likely fulfill it, Maya's importance was just that big. Sunil had sent me a list of scientists that had been ridiculed or sent to the fringes of society due to their work, I want them, I want to see if I can make their ideas work. Maya explained shortly, there are several on the list, who if their ideas show merit, could greatly improve the end product. Justin nodded thoughtfully, if they were on the fringes of society, or barely accepted as scientists any longer, they should jump at the opportunity to work for him, and be easy enough to disappear if they didn't work out. I'll set it up, it might take a while to get through your list, do you have any top candidates? Maya thought it over for a moment, the line silent, Noah Bernstein first. She decided, he hasn't had success, and is a lowly prison doctor right now, but his ideas if they can be made to work. It would improve the project by leaps and bounds. If Sunil had been involved, it was likely it was from SHIELD or Hydra files that these names had been passed on to Maya, which meant they might actually be useful. Then you shall have him, my dear. Justin promised, making a note of the name and to send a notice for the security division to handle it. He didn't need to have any of his senior people involved in something as simple as disappearing someone for life anymore. It was a job for his security company. They spoke more on the project briefly, before hanging up, Maya not one for pointless pleasantries. It was a boon for him, as she had no other interests than science. It was better than show. Justin winced at the thought, she was on her way, and he still hadn't figured out how to deal with her weird fanaticism. Before he could get back to work on locating Obadiah Stane conclusively, so he could meet the man, or figure out what to do about Helen Cho, his intercom rang. He took a deep breath, pressing down on the button, holding it a tad harshly, yes. He asked, a slight growl to his voice. Sir, there's a Tiberius Stone here to see you, says you had a meeting scheduled, but I can't see anything in the system. Justin wondered what part of him sending the man a request for a meeting, meant to show up unannounced. He just wanted to focus on Stane and the fake for one goddamn moment, was that too much to ask? Sir. His secretary asked hesitantly after the silence stretched out. Justin sighed, rubbing his brow, send him in, just him mind you, if he has any bodyguards they can stay where they are. Not taking any chances, even with Domino here. Considering he was planning to get a meeting with Obadiah Stane so he could beat the truth out of him and possibly kill him if he could get away with it, he was hardly going to allow another billionaire to bring all his people into a meeting with him. Minutes later, the media mogul swaggered into the office, and sank into the chair in front of Justin's desk, an arrogant smirk on his face. Justin, you're finally willing to talk, I've been waiting for your call, pining away. He said mockingly, giving Domino a wink. Justin nodded, letting his anger fall off, putting on a friendlier facade. He couldn't afford to screw this up because of anger issues directed elsewhere. Tiberius, I've simply finally found a price I'm willing to accept for your purchase of Extremis, I would have called sooner if I could. He lied, a friendly grin on his face. Tiberius looked away from Domino, a greedy glint in his eyes, so don't hold me in suspense forever, what is your price? Regeneration was a valuable commodity, especially as Justin wasn't sure at the moment how many years longer he'd live. It wasn't immortality, but for anyone, especially the rich, any years added on was a must-have. Justin knew exactly what he'd use his favor for. His price. You're aware of the mutant issue I assume? He asked, instead of immediately going into negotiations. Tiberius grimaced slightly, almost imperceptibly, of course, and the news of them are non-existent because I'm constantly hampered by government overreach and intelligence agencies. Justin pondered the man in front of him, wondering if that small level of distaste was for mutants or the fact he's not allowed to spin whatever he wants in his media empire due to agencies like SHIELD. For Extremis, I want your entire media empire to continuously follow my will in one subject. He stated, watching the other man intensively. Looking for any sign of irrational hatred, he couldn't trust the man to do this correctly if he turned out to be a mutant hater. He'd still make him do it, but he'd have to have a lot more checks and balances on the content. This was too important to screw up. Justin needed mutants to be on his side in all of this. Not fucking up the world in their constant battles against each other and varied governments. Mutants were an outlier that would make for a much stronger defense of the planet, their varied capabilities impossible to fully prepare for. Mutants are going to be revealed shortly, working for me, taking over the work of UNESCO. I need you to ham up how amazing they are, how they're just like us, just with some abilities, how they're just like Captain America, except natural, not artificial. Justin explained seriously, Tiberius giving no indication on what he feels on the subject, just waving for Justin to continue on. I want coverage showing mutants helping people in disasters, using their powers to heal the land, search and rescue, healing, anything PR-friendly we can do, and work our way up to more monstrous mutants helping people and how appearances can be deceiving once the message has stuck. Justin frowned, thinking it over, if he was missing something. For one, we won't introduce them as mutants, you have the team for it, come up with a more friendly name, workshop it, touch base with me before you air it. Tiberius, who'd said not a word during that entire explanation, leaned back slowly in his chair, a calculating look on his face, you know. You're asking for quite a lot here, Justin. I'll lose money on this, some of my portfolio will definitely lose viewership, I'll lose anchors that have strong opinions. I'm going to need another dose of extremis. Justin scoffed, shaking his head, you can't be serious, Tiberius. So you'll lose a few million, a few anchors you'll replace within a day with someone better, and you expect the best thing below literal immortality, to be given to you twice, for such a small inconvenience. Tiberius grinned, rubbing his chin, well, it does sound like I'll be the linchpin in some kind of plan you've got brewing, Justin, and that sounds like something you'll pay heavily for. Justin chuckled, shaking his head, I can do this without you Tiberius, it is simply a matter of convenience to buy you off beforehand, instead of letting the media go about things naturally. Tiberius seemed to acknowledge he wouldn't get his way completely, his grin slipping a little, fine then, one treatment of extremis for me, for 1 year of positive coverage. Justin raised an unimpressed eyebrow, 10 years minimum, you'll probably live another decade or two just from this treatment, don't try and fuck me, Tiberius, I can withdraw the offer anytime. He might need this a bit more than what he was telling the man, but he wasn't about to get bent over the table either. Tiberius pursed his lips, 5 years max or the deal's off, I can come back when you're desperate, when the mutants are being torn apart in the press, and get a better deal from you. From the serious look in his eyes, he meant it too. Justin's glasses which had been running analysis of his facial expressions and tics concluded likewise. So Justin made a show of thinking it over, before finally accepting, fine, 5 years. He agreed, giving the other man an arch look, don't fuck me on this, we give extremis, and we know how to take it away. You screw us halfway through the deal, we'll ensure you lose it. It wouldn't be as easy as that, but he was sure Maya could whip up some sort of extremis removal virus, not something he wanted to have around considering his own extremis, but a necessary precaution if he was going to be giving supervillains or evil execs the treatment. He was a supervillain himself, he didn't necessarily care if people like the Kingpin murdered people, as long as Justin eventually controlled the world and could defend it from alien threats, what did the lives of some regular people matter in the grand scheme of things? They'd have better lives because of him in the end. It's because heroes were so focused on never sacrificing anything, that they failed so easily. If Justin could stop Thanos and all of the threats to Earth like Dormammu etc., and the cost was killing everyone in New York, well, he'd press that button every time. The heroes. They'd just die together, apparently uncaring of how many would die behind them, as long as they got to keep their ethics intact. Tiberius laughed, an amused smirk on his face, oh, you're a dangerous one, Justin, but don't worry. His face took on an eager expression, I'm not about to fuck up a price this big. He gained a thoughtful look, besides, getting to name mutants has its own appeal, I'd be the first. Meta-humans? Gifted. So we have a deal? Justin asked. 5 years would cover past the New York invasion, after that, he'd likely not need to buy press to continue the positive press coverage. We have a deal. Tiberius said with a dark grin, reaching out with his hand to shake on it. In one 15-minute meeting, Justin had just achieved more for mutant kind than Xavier and Magneto had over their lifetimes. They should have focused on making money. The next day. Boss, you have a call from Hope. Domino called out, holding his cell phone out to him, as he tried to concentrate on his golf swing. He'd decided to take a break, Obadiah Stane and S.H.I.E.L.D. frustrating him, one refusing to be pinned down, the other constantly harassing him for his plans, following him everywhere, and generally being annoying busybodies. For God's sake, Hawkeye was perched in a fucking tree watching him golf, did they seriously not have anything better to do? Like find Stane, or get a report from the elusive Nadas Haley. Giving his swing up as a bust, just having extremis had changed how he swung, his body always in a perfect condition giving just a minuscule difference in the swing, but one that was enough to throw him off and keep hitting bunkers instead of perfect green. Or maybe it was the fact he never had time for golf anymore, he tossed the club away, uncaring about where it landed, grasping the phone from his caddy/bodyguard. To what do I owe the pleasure, Hope? Has your father seen sense in the commercial applications of the particles? Yeah right, he silently scoffed. Hank Pym, the only rich man who seems to detest money. Hope's voice was warm as she replied, Hank isn't going to change his mind anytime soon, I'm afraid. No, I'm calling to help you out with something actually. Justin put the phone between his chin and his shoulder as he began removing his gloves. Oh, I'm always open to help from you, Hope, any kind really, or a dinner, I still owe you one. Hope laughed warmly, the tone of a smile on her voice still as she answered, perhaps a dinner after our meeting. She suggested, and before Justin could admit to his confusion, she continued, one of your employees have for some reason taken it upon themselves to text me with updates of where you'll be, and quite a few shirtless pictures. Hope paused for a moment, before continuing mirthfully, quite a few, actually. But she also let me know you're desperately trying to get in contact with Obadiah Stane, who I just so happen to have a meeting with in San Francisco in 2 days. Justin sent Domino a dirty look, but the burgeoning smile on his face took some effect of it. That would be amazing, Hope, if you allow me to tag along to surprise Stain, I'll owe you one, but I feel it would be remiss to not warn you of the fact he's unlikely to be happy to see me. Considering he intended to destroy Stain and his puppet, it would hardly be a pleasant meeting. Hope snorted, answering dryly, I can tell, but it's only a courtesy meeting to tell him no, you can't get any PIM particles, so I don't particularly care if the meeting goes astray. It's a date then. Justin said, grinning darkly, got you now you bastard. Author's note. When Justin tries to keep his anger down, he really has a tendency to be a snarky asshole, doesn't he? Well, more than usual anyway. He really is Tony's dark mirror in many ways. Also, when you're so rich you have everything already, messing with people is basically the pastime of billionaires everywhere, would explain a lot in real life too. Hey, so Natasha is back next chapter, too bad Justin doesn't currently have Elena with him. Also, will Obadiah Stane survive long enough for Tony to come back and yell at him? Or will he manage to wiggle out of it? You'll only be able to find out next time, on Sunil Bakshi's favorite daytime soap, HammerTime. Here's chapter 15, Face Off. So another win for HammerTime on Patreon, not surprisingly. Off to San Francisco we go. This chapter might set off some reviewers, as throughout the story I've gotten complaints Hammer is too dumb or doesn't win enough on some of the places I post. Apparently world domination in business doesn't count, only fisticuffs. So let's preface this chapter by saying Justin doesn't always win at everything, he shouldn't, because that would be really boring. Also, this chapter features Helen Cho, crazy, Helen Cho. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc., I make no real money from this and it is entirely a free work from a fan. Don't sue, I is poor. Hope you enjoy. San Francisco, California. Justin was looking forward to putting a quick end to this wrinkle in his grand designs, but unfortunately it looked like he'd have to take things slower than he'd like. Which was the story of his life most days. His SHIELD entourage had joined him in San Francisco, Agent Coulson and Agent Barton managing with some effort to remain blandly polite, even as they followed him wherever he went. He somewhat regretted allowing Fury to add this caveat to his interference, but perhaps it would have been twice as painful if he'd just gone ahead and refused Fury, and forced them to be more covert. They made quite the procession as they all trooped into the Buena Vista Cafe at Fisherman's Wharf, in San Francisco. Justin was followed by Domino and several members of his protection detail, with Coulson, Barton, and some strike members following behind and pretending to be a separate group, but so obviously attached to them it was ridiculously pointless. Usual SHIELD doctrine. Be pointlessly obvious. Justin smiled pleasantly at Hope, as he sat down across from her. They'd pointedly picked a two-seater table to avoid anyone deciding they could sit down with them and join the conversation. Yes, Coulson, we mean you. We've made a habit of meeting only for a meal it seems. He said charmingly, giving her an honest smile. Domino took the table next to them, sending a beatific smile at Coulson and Barton, who would have to take a table further away, without being in hearing distance. Barton looked almost tempted to sit down across from Domino, her mien going absolutely mischievous at his pondering. Coulson ended up having to drag him away before he got a chance to embarrass himself any further. Hope watched the little dance with amusement, resting her cheek in the palm of her hand. With the circus you always bring, it limits the places we can go. She teased gently, and since you were late, I already ordered for you. She added, still in the same teasing tone, her green eyes warm. Hope might not have the ethereal beauty of an Emma Frost, or the deadly grace of a Natasha Romanoff, but everything she had was painfully genuine, and more attractive because of it. Justin sighed, lips twitching slightly, it seems to always happen that way, doesn't it? He agreed companionably, before cranking his neck in the direction of the SHIELD agents, although this time I can certainly lay the issue at hand at the feet of my government minders and their incessant whining. Clint especially, Coulson at least was a professional, but Clint seemed intent on being as annoying as possible. And Justin hadn't even gone out of his way to punish him for being an Avenger in the future yet. A waitress appeared with their food, putting a stop to Hope's response. She was a peppy girl, almost bouncing in place, serving Hope first, before laying a plate before him, her wide doe eyes almost shining in awe. This is the smoked salmon eggs Benedict for you, sir, and can I just say I'm a huge, so massively huge, fan. You're literally doing more for the planet than the rest of humanity combined. She said rapidly, in a fast enough cadence he barely caught it all. There might have been a squeal in there too. Justin couldn't help but preen slightly, although he stopped as soon as he saw Hope hide a grin behind her hand, realizing he was literally peacocking to some undergrad part-timer at a cafe. He cleared his throat awkwardly, smiling at the overexcited girl. I appreciate your kind words. He said, mentally wishing she'd go away as Hope continued to laugh at him from behind her hand. He just knew Domino was going to bring this up later. Why was it whenever he was near Hope he always ended up so awkward instead of the smooth debonair man he was otherwise? I'm Probably going to get fired for asking this and bothering you, but can I have your autograph, pretty please? She begged, holding both hands and her notepad to her chest, almost squealing at him. Yes, Justin, can she have your autograph? Hope mocked, laughter in her voice, be kind to your fans now. She is enjoying this way too much. Justin smiled wanly, drawing a pen from his suit pocket that was likely worth more than this locale, and found himself a sheet of paper ripped off the notepad by the rapidly blushing girl. Who do I make it out to? He asked politely, one eyebrow twitching slightly as the girl squealed high enough to draw every eye in the cafe. Well, to be fair, they were already staring ever since Justin walked in, he was kind of a big deal at the moment. That and all the armed men that followed them in, even in America that wasn't so usual in a simple cafe. Bethany. The waitress managed to squeal out, squirming in place, her face red as she tried to act casually, swiping some hair out of her face before she scribbled something on her notepad at a fast pace, her blush increasing. Justin almost wrote down, "Fuck off, Bethany." That autograph might actually be worth more, to be honest. But Hope might not be in such a good mood if he made the silly girl cry, so he settled for a neutral, "It was nice meeting you, undersigned, Justin Hammer." There. He was nice. He filled his quota for the month. He handed the scrap of paper to the girl, Hope and Domino both with shit-eating grins on their faces as they watched the girl squeal yet again, holding the note like it was made out of gold. "Bethany. Stop bothering the customers." A loud voice yelled from the back, the serving girl blushing furiously, as she dropped the note she'd been struggling to write onto the table, while holding Justin's signature to her chest, running away to deal with her boss. Squeaking out a rushed, "Buy a thank you love a it." Before Justin could grab the note she left behind, Hope swiped it, Justin having a feeling about what exactly had been written down, grabbing his utensils instead to focus on his delectable-looking food, hoping Hope would follow suit. Alas, he wasn't that lucky. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s presence was giving him bad luck, he really needed to ditch those losers soon. As soon as he got Stain. Fury couldn't complain after that. Technically a World Security Counselor taking the man in, counted as legal, right? Hope fanned the note across her face, grinning at him, "You're a hot commodity it seems, Justin." She said playfully, not only a phone number, but an address, the girl's measurements and apparently. She looked over the note again, snorting, a gymnast roommate who'd be totally down. She finished, in a ditzy accent, mocking him. "I am fairly famous," he said, refusing to be drawn in further in this whole embarrassing episode, cutting into his smoked salmon dish, grabbing a bite. Hope always manages to find something delicious, he thought, realizing she'd already had several opportunities to end up ordering for him, with him being late to their meetings. Hope snorted again, placing the note down, attending to her own meal, a Dungeness crab omelette, if he identified the meat correctly as she cut it. He kind of wanted to switch meals now. He loved crab. Hope noticed his look, gaining a sly look on her face. "I'll give you a bite of mine if I get one of yours," she said, waving her fork a little in the air. "That's definitely crab." "Jesus Christ, fuck already." Domino muttered from the table next to them, looking skyward, like she was begging for assistance from a higher power. "We're only good friends, Domino," Hope said firmly, as she leant her fork over to Justin who took a bite out of the crab omelette. "Friends? Sure," Domino drawled, rolling her eyes. "I always spoon-feed my friends too. So Hope, have you thought over my offer?" Justin cut in, sending Domino a warning glance, he didn't need his bodyguard ruining the mood. Hope chewed her food slowly, giving herself a few extra seconds to answer, "It has merits," she acknowledged, looking hesitant. "You understand that I'm not comfortable with PIM particles being used for weapons." Justin waved the concern away, "It couldn't be farther from my mind. I'm looking at a limited partnership, solely for the efforts of space travel and for setting up either a moon base, or a space station." Hope's face smoothed out, the relief at the weapons matter being a non-entity removing some stress, but she looked around furtively right after, pulling at a lock of hair. "Should we really be talking about this here?" Justin smirked, "It's no matter, if it gets out, all it means is more pressure on Hank fucking Pym to cough it up, the people and politicians of the world drooling at the idea of a moon base. Good luck keeping it all locked down then, Hank." Even if his stubbornness was actually helping him, he just needed the man to be less stubborn to him, specifically. Hope gave him a dry look, some censure in her tone. "That's still my father, Justin." She let out a huff of air, going back to her breakfast, adding, "Although you are still underestimating his stubbornness if you think a little thing like public opinion is going to make a difference. But you're open to the idea?" Justin asked, having offered a limited partnership between the two of them for this venture, hoping Hank would at least let his daughter do something with the particles, as long as they and their company were the ones still handling it. Hope nodded, reaching for her glass of orange juice. "I could definitely see us working together to get into space," she said, a thrum of excitement working through her, Hope trying, but failing, to hold back a brilliant smile. Space, the final frontier. Justin intoned heavily, smirking with self-satisfaction. This trip was already paying dividends and they hadn't even stomped Obadiah Stane yet. Hope burst out laughing, "You giant nerd." She teased, "Don't tell me you're going to name the first shuttle Enterprise." Justin sniffed, cutting through some more of his smoked salmon, "Of course not. Not enough hammer in that name," he thought, but didn't say. He had a feeling Hope would just tease him more if he revealed that. Or his planned eventual moon base, Hammerdome, name pending. It would be several years, minimum, before Africa was sufficiently built up to support such a venture, however, unless he focused on it above all else. And he had too many things to do to focus solely on that. Hope was still smiling, a knowing look in her eyes, but she switched the subject, cutting Justin a break. "I'll talk to him, I'll find a way to get him to sign off on just the two of us working on this. I'll have to promise to not let you near any PIM particles though," she warned gently. Justin scoffed, "I couldn't care less how they're created, I just need them for the space venture, that's it. For now. PIM particles were literally the way to a post-scarcity society. As long as you're sure, I'll do my best," Hope promised, flashing him a quick smile, before she got a more distasteful mien to her face. "Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Stane. You're going to put me off my breakfast, my darling." Justin joked, but he grabbed a handkerchief and gently dabbed at his lips. "I suppose it would be wise to lay our cards on the table however, especially as Stane cannot have missed my presence in San Francisco." Hope shook her head wryly, "Not when you keep arriving like you're a rock star, with groupies throwing themselves at you." She indicated the note that still lay on the table. Part of Justin was almost tempted to grab it. The girl had been annoying, but very very cute. The knowing smirk on Hope's face stopped him however, he refused on principle to make a fool out of himself like that. Instead he smirked proudly, tilting his chin arrogantly, "When you're as good as I am, everywhere rolls out the red carpet." "Not Stane," Hope pointed out dryly, "and I'm sure he still wants the PIM particles, so someone will show up for the meeting, but seeing this whole circus surrounding you, I don't think he'll show up personally." Justin made sure there were no servers around for the moment, lowering his voice, "I am fairly certain he was intending to kidnap you to begin with, to force the issue with Hank, so really, I'm coming along so that we can take care of it and follow the trail back to him," he admitted. At first he'd been thrilled at the opportunity to add himself on to Hope's meeting with Stane, until he realized how foolish it was to rely on Stane being unaware of his presence, even if he attempted to be sly about it instead of openly arriving in San Francisco. Stane's meeting with Hope happening, while the transfer of the business wasn't finalized and with the uncertainty of Fidani's mental condition, was suspicious. With the PIM particles revealed at the Suez, and Stane being somewhat more than average in intelligence, it was obvious that gaining control of Hope would result in a chance at getting Hank's cooperation, which would catapult Stane into a position equal to, and perhaps even surpassing Hammer's own. The particles were that kind of game changer. Personally, Justin believed it would just bring the old coot out of retirement in an explosive manner, but Stane was obviously not thinking entirely clearly at the moment, chasing his dreams at full speed, hoping to get powerful enough, quickly enough, that he could then escape the consequences. Sort of a limited plan similar to Justin's own, just incredibly rushed and hanging on by a prayer. Someone would nail Stane eventually, if he kept going like this. Not everyone knew about Hank's previous career though, Justin wouldn't without his previous knowledge. Justin just wanted this all done before Stane took control of Stark Industries and changed too much about Iron Man's trajectory. He really didn't want to be stuck financing it himself. "You really think he'd be that bold?" Hope asked, head bent low, whispering back to him furtively, her lips barely moving. Justin nodded, "It's why we'll spring the trap, he's no doubt somewhere nearby, so that he could meet with you after you're captured and explain what he wants, typical villain 101. "And your guests?" she asked quietly, the warmth and playfulness drained out of her with the realization of their upcoming meeting, which somewhat bothered Justin. He liked it better when she was smiling. Justin scoffed lightly at her mention of the agents. "They're insisting everything is fine, despite their agent not reporting in for days. I'm plain ignoring them, feel free to do the same." Hope pursed her lips, glancing over at said agents, who were watching them intently, Agent Barton now openly showing his chagrin. "Seems I'll be the one to owe you one after this," she said finally. Justin took a bite of smoked salmon, shaking his head, "You've bought me food, again, so I'm afraid I still owe you," he insisted. Hope laughed, shaking her head, the small aura of discontent fading, as they just enjoyed breakfast together. Stane would be dealt with tomorrow. Whatever ambush he had planned for Hope, wouldn't be enough for Justin and his team, no matter what reinforcements he could bring in on short notice. Stane couldn't wait either, not now that they were on to him, that Hope knew about him, he'd have to go all in. Or he'd surprise them all, and just show up for the meeting, and call it all off to attempt to seem normal, hoping it would all blow over. Either way, Justin would ensure he came out on top. Cairo, Egypt. Ororo Monroe could hardly believe the kind of speed these things worked at. She'd barely been approached by Charles about this venture, the actual reveal of mutants on a global scale, before she was flown out to Cairo to begin working on the project. The fact Africa itself would be playing a major part in the process was something Ororo could get behind. After so long of being exploited, they'd finally step out on the world stage as something more, equals to one and all. Of course, she hardly thought Hammer wasn't exploiting them, but at least he was doing it in a way that hugely benefited them at the same time. Which drew parallels to how Hammer was doing this mutant venture as well. She was sure he was exploiting them for his own reasons, but the net benefit to all mutants would just be too great to quibble about it. Charles had explained it, and Ororo had drawn some conclusions even Charles hadn't, because Charles, despite everything, had always led a privileged life. He just couldn't see it sometimes, the things Ororo could. Hammer was a grifter, he was helping them, but he'd take the lion's share of the profits and benefits. She had no doubt most of the mutants that she'd be nominally in charge of in UNESCO, would end up loyal to Hammer above everything. At least the uplift of Africa would help the lingering pain of seeing Wakanda destroy themselves so fully. Ororo couldn't even help if she wanted to, they literally had no allies anymore, African countries hating them even more than anyone else. She was brought out of her thoughts, as the blonde Nordic-looking woman who had introduced herself as Hammer's personal assistant, walked over, heels clicking loudly against the hardwood floors. Apologies for the wait, Miss Monroe. There were some issues at customs, and the photographers for your specific set were briefly detained. They are here now, and we're ready to begin. Elena said, only a slight pinch to her features showing her annoyance. Ororo tilted her head curiously, what kind of issue detained them? She wondered out loud, already having a feeling. She did know this country fairly well. Elena gave her a strained smile, some of their portfolio apparently clashed, with some views of the border guards. Her features hardened, as she grasped her clipboard tightly. Hammer Industries made it very clear to them that such a thing shall not happen again, and the Egyptian security services promised that customs agents would be re-educated post-haste. Ororo sighed, rising gracefully from her seated position. She thought it was something like that, not surprising, but it sits ill that Hammer Industries already has such a grasp on Egypt. She had a thought, pausing as she walked behind Elena, the assistant stopping as well, looking back at her with a questioning look. Anything the matter, Miss Monroe? She asked professionally. This photo shoot. Exactly how risque is it? She asked dryly. She was tentatively on board with being the face of mutanthood, but if they had been stopped at customs, certain things were not something she signed up for, no matter how tight the uniform she usually wore was. Elena smirked, seeming to understand exactly where she was coming from. Nothing like that, she said, before she flashed a smile, some wicked amusement in her eyes. The bathing suit catalog, however, to introduce the first complement of UNESCO metahumans, will have you on the cover. Ororo sighed, following the woman to her doom. When she'd signed on to take over UNESCO under Hammer Industries, she'd expected paperwork, courses, training new metahumans, in all manner of things. Not a swimsuit catalog or photo shoots for the coming reveal. It seemed to her, those should take a backseat to the actual work. But they would be running hundreds of ads, everywhere in the world, so she supposed they had a lot of material to go through. Her eyes twitched slightly as she entered the room used for this photo shoot, to see various metahumans in a state of undress, all very attractive of course, as that was the point. She wasn't sheltered, she was well aware how the industry worked. Sex sells, and all that. Sexy metahumans would make it more likely they'd be accepted, she could acknowledge the point, as distasteful as it was. This is how we're saving mutants? She couldn't help but think, however. Charles? This better work. Pentagon, United States of America. Thaddeus Ross drummed his fingers on his desk, eyes intent on the demonstration recording he was watching, his new lofty position rarely giving him the time to be on site anymore. Hammer's demonstration had been the last one he'd attended in person. His lips thinned in distaste as he thought about the man, and his outrageous demands. He'd never thought he'd run into a man more annoying than Tony Stark. But Hammer managed, and his arrogance in believing he was the only one capable of delivering was astounding. Setting impossible prices to force the United States of America into either holding off on the next evolution in warfare, or face bankrupting themselves to get a hold of enough suits, it was not the action of someone with America's best interest in mind. He'd been wrong on one thing though, Ross thought with grim satisfaction, seeing the power armor on the video destroy the targets completely. Hammer wasn't the only one capable of power armor. Not anymore. Ross tossed the tablet onto the desk, leaning back in his leather chair. So, they're not quite the same as what we asked for, are they? He said gruffly. They're not Hammer weapons. Besides, it wouldn't do to give his guest a big head by being too effusive with praise. that had been Hammer's issue. His guest chuckled, not the same as Hammer, you mean? I'm afraid I went for a different manner of weaponry and flight, something I've worked on since long before Hammer displayed his wares. He splayed his hands out, a wild grin on his face, but I give you options, Ross. Drones, or suits, I can do either or both, and for a fraction of the insulting price Hammer gave you. Now how does he even know about that? If there's a leak in my department I'm going to string them up by their bootstraps from the Washington Monument. Ross thought, gritting his teeth. Ross eventually grunted quietly, irritated by Osborne's knowledge, but showing him that he had heard him at least. That said, putting his knowledge aside, drones as an option would greatly reduce complaints about casualties, and also meant that proper soldiers with battle experience would be running them, instead of cocky flyboys in million-dollar suits. I am tentatively interested in the drones. He pointed a finger at the man opposite him, glaring at him. If they work as advertised, one demonstration is hardly enough. They both knew it was bullshit. He wanted them, and he wanted them yesterday. They need to be one step ahead, especially after the Wakanda debacle. Congress was running snap elections soon, but it would still mean a weakened government for quite a while. Ellis, Ross thought, was hardly a wartime president either. Norman Osborn cackled, leaning forward in his chair, rubbing his hands together. I can deliver hundreds of the goblin armor within the month, thousands by the end of the year. Ross grimaced, can we change the name? Goblin is hardly appropriate for the United States Armed Forces. He scoffed, raising his hands, why am I asking? He spoke, almost to himself, before stabbing a finger towards Osborn, we're changing the name, but we'll begin with half a drone complement and half piloted armor, to start with, for testing purposes. He barked, not feeling overly pleased about the ugly green armor and flight devices, compared to Hammer's sleek monstrosities. But he could buy several battalions of Osborn's armors and even skip on the pilot, for the price of one of Hammer's devices. Besides, they could probably paint them or something, make them less ugly. There wasn't even a question about the choice, and with the Pentagon still dealing with personnel shuffles and promotions issues due to their losses, he'd bully the requisition through for the first few hundred examples. By the time Congress was elected, he'd present them with a fait accompli and they'd sign off on the new best thing. No newly elected congressman would shoot down a defense spending bill in this climate. Especially one sponsored and already half written by Ed Munson, the designated survivor and only current congressman. Someone who owed Ross, and therefore was owned by Ross. Wakanda had certainly helped his career go upwards, he'd repay them with hundreds of armors cutting through their people. According to the experts at the Pentagon, it would be months before they had the shield down, plenty of time to get these armors operational. Osborn's eyes flashed, as Ross disparaged the name, but he nodded along, with gritted teeth, understanding who he was working with, and not arrogant enough to snap back, unlike some. Ross smirked, at least there's one billionaire with the sense to do as he's told, he thought, before getting into the nitty-gritty of negotiations, determined to squeeze as many of these goblin armors out of the man as possible. They'd have to power them with hammer tech through arc reactors, so unfortunately he couldn't completely avoid the hammer connection, as much as it galled to send more money his way, with how the arrogant fool attempted to screw with him. Osborn had just been missing that one component, power, for years. So he already had everything necessary ready for production. How ironic, Ross thought, that Hammer would provide the one thing that would allow him to completely skip past Hammer's power armor, for his own more dependable supplier. Take your 10 billion and shove it up your arse, Hammer, he thought, shaking Norman Osborn's hand. I've made the better deal, with the better man. Lunchtime, Hammer Industries San Francisco office. The breakfast with Hope had gone about as well as Justin could have hoped for. For all that he was pushing for PIM particles for himself, for limited projects, he had no intention of allowing it to become widespread yet. He didn't yet hold dominion of the planet. There could be no post-scarcity society until after he was in charge of everything. He refused to allow humanity's uplift to push him to the side. PIM particles were a universal cheat, the building block to everything moving ahead. And that could only be allowed once he controlled it. With Hope and him in a joint venture for space, the PIM particles would begin to be put to use, slowly, and under his and Hope's control, benefiting only them, until he could control the entire process in the distant future. A moon base didn't look too crazy when one rocket alone could bring up enough supplies to build a city. He only needed to further build up infrastructure in Africa first, because trusting NASA to not have any SHIELD room members wasn't something he was going to do. He needed it all to be under his domain, his control. There could be no chances for subversion of any space assets. What would be the point in defense satellites or a big honkin' space gun on the moon, if some bastard could turn it back on them? He'd done the right thing in trying to lure Hope in, even if it was a shame she insisted on keeping things platonic. Partners wasn't something he really did, but he'd make an exception for this. The PIM particles were that important. And if he kept Hope happy, and dazzled her with the possibility of going into space, certainly did that, then half the battle was already won. Now if only some of the other women in my life were as easy to get along with. He thought, apprehensively. Dr. Helen Cho was making her way through security at this very moment, Domino taking no chances, putting her and the men that escorted her, through stringent protocols, to ensure there wasn't any possible avenue for trickery or betrayal. If Cho was right, and she had the means for mind control, permanent mind control, at least according to her theory about its effects, due to the concentrated liquid she'd managed to create, there could be no chances taken. There could be no risk that Cho was under Kilgrave's influence somehow. Which was also why they'd ensured she wouldn't reach him anywhere near the 12-hour window his power usually worked under. Although Cho was fairly certain the concentrated essence had no time limit. She would be going through a decontamination chamber before seeing him, her clothing destroyed, there would be no chances that she'd have any means of spreading any chemical concoctions onto him. His San Francisco branch consisted mostly of labs with attached offices, so had the available rooms and procedures already in place. The vial had already been secured, and transferred to the most secure vault he had on the West Coast. A nuke wouldn't be enough to even make the vault take notice, so it should be fairly safe there, until he figured out what exactly he could use it for. As he waited for Cho to finish decontamination procedures, his thoughts turned to the innocuous vial of Kilgrave juice. There were so many options really, world leaders, villains, heroes, even business rivals. But he already could control world leaders without much effort, discounting Asia and the Mandarin's control. Villains and heroes. He doubted he'd need it for them, it was a one-time resource after all. Except for again, the Mandarin, there really weren't any real threats right now. Magneto was at the very least leaning towards neutral for now, taking the biggest immediate threat out of the picture. And with the soon-to-be rechristened mutants about to come over to his side in droves, Magneto's threat rating would only drop. No. Controlling heroes or villains was hardly worth it. As for business rivals, he already was mowing down the competition just fine without needing something like mind control. It would be a waste. Justin typed away at his keyboard, a report he'd received a few days back coming into relevance again. He'd tasked Sunil with possible geniuses that could set up his own AI. He'd originally wanted Samuel Stearns for the project, knowing that even if he wasn't a genius programmer, once he'd become the leader, his brain enhanced by the Hulk's blood, he could become one quick enough. His genius could easily be able to pick up new subjects. And his morals would perhaps be loose enough to be bought easily. Although trust would be hard. Except, lately, when he'd been going over his plans for the near future, he'd come to the realization that Ross wasn't chasing Banner across the world, he was much too busy for that. And with the super weapons now popping up, Banner wasn't even a priority anyway. The odds of the situation in regards to Stearns going down in even remotely the same way, was frighteningly low. So he'd had to start looking at backup options. Getting Sunil to put together a small list of people who could possibly transform Tony Stark's work into something completely loyal to Justin. Here's the list. If one can call something with so few names, a list. Leo Fitz. Unlikely to be worth the effort, a genius from reports, but in the SHIELD Academy, which always brought up the possibility he was Hydra. Even if he wasn't, it didn't exactly make him more trustworthy. Holden Radcliffe, somewhat more promising perhaps, he was working at GT Agrochemical, and was currently, affording to Sunil, in hot water with the company for his obsession with transhumanism. Which again, didn't make him trustworthy, as a transhumanist might be exactly the kind of person to let Skynet loose to transcend humanity or some nonsense. Last name on the list was a mutant, Cypher. His power was the ability to easily understand any language, including programming languages, and he was also very technically skilled. If anyone could parse through Jarvis, and change his code to something more suitable to Justin's taste, it was likely Cypher. Of course, he was one of Xavier's, which could present a problem. AI. So much hinged on Justin having that kind of assistance, especially for surveillance and eventually space defenses. His thoughts ruminated on the vial. None of the three options were someone he'd just trust with crafting his AI, there was always a chance they'd build a backdoor, or betray him. Of all the options in the world, was this the best one? A truly loyal programmer and genius to work on AI, to continue to upgrade, maintain, and work with the AI intelligence itself. If he mind-controlled someone like Cypher, how would he hide it from Xavier? His thoughts were interrupted before he could make a decision, the door opening, a fidgety Cho entering wearing only a hospital-style gown. He winced slightly at the almost slavish look of adoration that took over her face, even as the slim woman hesitated at the frame of the door. "Come in, Helen, my apologies for the rough treatment, but we had to be sure," Justin said, getting up and walking around his desk, meeting her halfway with an easy smile. The poor woman had even faced a cavity search, the least he could do was treat her kindly at this point. Sunil's warning of how she was blaming herself had changed his initial approach too. He'd initially intended to chastise her slightly for acting foolishly, but if she was already heartbroken for failing him, that kind of approach could backfire. He'd need a more gentle approach, not the big bad boss, but the friendly caring one. She was too valuable an asset to push away. Helen stopped just an arm's length away, lowering her head slightly, eyes on the floor. I failed, you should have treated me worse. She whispered out softly, barely audible, an aura of dejection around her. Justin winced. He was usually not half bad with people, but he really had no idea how to deal with Cho. He was lost for words for a moment, wondering if he should offer comfort, or something more neutral, when he noticed the woman begin to sniffle slightly. For fuck's sake! Justin stepped forward and hugged her, Helen letting out a gasp in shock and not so hidden awe at the action. He patted her on the back, feeling awkward. There, it was a long-shot project anyway, and you managed to get something out of it. It's really not a failure. But you gave me a job and I couldn't do it. Helen said, staring up at him with wide-open eyes, searching for admonishment, her cheeks beginning to redden. You did do it, you produced a vial, which is honestly more than I expected out of the project. Justin admitted, having hoped for more, but expected nothing. It was a long-shot project to begin with. I failed you, you who've done so much for humanity already. For me, you've cured disease. And I let you down. Helen said insistently, hands grasping around his tie as she stared intently up at him, eyes burning with belief and passion. That's one way to look at it, Justin thought with bemusement. He'd marketed it, sure, bankrolled it, but Helen had more to do with perfecting Panacea than Justin did. Not that he was averse to the idea of taking the credit, his name was on it as well, just. What was she after, exactly? Stroking his ego like that. You haven't failed. He reiterated, taking a step back, releasing her, her hands slipping off his tie as he did, and I have plenty more work for you. Maya will get much further in her current projects if she had you by her side again. With current successes of the soldier serum/extremis mix being on the low end, Helen's expertise in genetics might speed up the viability to where it could be used far sooner than projected. Only the fact Kilgrave had priority to be figured out or eliminated, had previously prevented Helen's involvement. Justin hadn't wanted to risk just keeping Kilgrave on ice. He hadn't read too many comics back in the day, but he'd read enough that something like that sounded exactly like how you got fucked. So Kilgrave's death really wasn't a failure in any meaning of the word. He'd also ensured Sunil checked and ensured nothing of the body remained. There would be no miraculous resurrections. Helen sank to her knees, grasping his hand and nuzzling it. What the fuck? I must be punished, sir. She said seriously, fanaticism shining out of her eyes. I failed you, I can't continue on to another project without a punishment for my deficit. Maybe leaving her completely isolated for so long had been a bad idea. Justin thought, staring down at the woman who was rubbing her cheek against his hand. Shouldn't punishment be my choice? He asked, dryly, trying to remain normal, despite of her odd behavior. What kind of reading material did she have access to in her isolation? This is not the crazy woman that went into the facility. But it's not Kilgrave crazy either. I think. She was definitely crazier though. Helen nodded rapidly. You're right, of course, sir, I was presumptuous. She smiled dopily, staring up at him, her cheeks cherry red now. Please punish me for having ideas above my station. Before Justin could even begin to address that, Helen untied the knot for her gown at the neck, the material falling to the floor, pooling at her knees, which somewhat delayed his thought process. Justin should be dealing with the crazy fanatic kneeling naked in his office right now. He should perhaps be thinking about the gorgeous naked woman in other manners as well, but instead his thoughts are stuck on one thing, as he points at a spot on her body. When did you have the chance to get a tattoo? And why is it my name? He asked incredulously. The reports on her fanaticism growing, had if anything been underreported. Helen preened slightly. Do you like it, sir? She cooed, running a hand over it. I programmed one of the robot arms in the lab to do it on one of my off days. She said proudly. Justin reached for his phone, nodding at the crazy genius with a genial smile. Domino. I need an adult. He said over the line, not even joking. It's pretty. He told Helen with a strained voice, the woman beaming up at him, still stroking the tattoo. Which was very alluring. His name was marked on her, that. He hadn't realized that was something that he'd like. A lot. He just. How do you even deal with this version of Cho? He'd punted her away after mistakenly causing her to fixate on him, figuring the distance would solve the issue for him. But she'd gotten 10 times worse. And he couldn't alienate her, he needed her expertise still. Would need her for so much, the X-gene research, the extremis/super concoction, alien dissection and discovery when they got to that point. Domino soon arrived, poking her head in the door, snorting slightly as she spotted the naked, and still kneeling, Dr. Cho. What did you need, boss? Forgot a condom. She snarked, thankfully not able to see the tattoo from where she stood. Justin sent her a death glare, sending a text message over his glasses, gesturing slightly at Helen. Fix her. The short message he sent said. Not something he wanted to vocalize in case it made the scientist crazier. Domino checked her phone, and this time the snort was much louder. You fucked her into this, so fuck her out of it. I'm no therapist. She said, and then, she walked away. He paid her a mountain of gold and she walked away. Leaving him with this beautiful, slavishly loyal, kinky woman. Crazy, yes, but you're fired. Justin shouted after her, because still, he was the boss and she'd abandoned him. His eyes turned back to the woman who was still patiently waiting on her knees for Justin to punish her. He undid his tie, sighing, fuck it. What's the worst that could happen? He'd been on a bit of a forced dry spell because of how busy he'd been anyway. And Helen was certainly willing enough. One spanking coming up to start with. It's not like she could get any worse, right? Right? The next day, San Francisco. They were in the armored limousine heading to the offices where Obadiah Stane had arranged to meet with Hope, with said woman sitting in between Justin and Domino, dressed in sensible but fashionable business attire, matching Justin with the dark blue coloring. They were already almost there, the locale not too far from Justin's offices, the ride mostly spent in silence so far, as Justin gave Domino the evil eye from time to time. So, did I miss something? Hope asked bemusedly, looking in between Justin and Domino. The second was as easygoing as usual, and just laughed at the question, while the first kept glaring at the second. Nothing. Justin said, trying not to think of how he'd compounded on the issue of sleeping with employees, by doing it again, and again. And again. Helen's enthusiasm had grown with leaps and bounds. Really, he didn't learn, he blamed Domino for it, his eyes turning towards her in a glare again. Someone who is supposed to keep me from making bad decisions, decided to abandon their duty yesterday. He growled out. Hope raised an eyebrow, looking at the still mirthful Domino, before returning an unimpressed gaze on Justin. You're an adult, Justin, why didn't you keep yourself from doing something stupid? She asked, sounding exasperated. Justin really didn't want to tell Hope exactly what he'd been doing. So he switched the subject, dropping his annoyance at Domino, for now. So, Stane is almost certainly going to come after us, but we've already planned for it, so you'll have no need to worry, Hope. You'll be safe throughout this meeting. Justin had taken several steps to ensure it. Hope patted him on the hand. I'll just ask Domino later. She said with a small smirk, before she tossed her hair over one shoulder, leaning back, seemingly utterly relaxed about their upcoming encounter. I've seen the New York Aftermath, and the Suez. I have no doubt about you and your team's capabilities, Justin. Dia, she likes us, boss. Domino said, hand to her heart, Hope just rolling her eyes at the bodyguard. He really needed to do something about the two of them becoming friends. Domino knew a lot of dirt. Justin couldn't help but chuckle along for now, however, putting Cho out of his mind for later. Fanaticism could be cured surely, cult members were cured, so Cho could be fixed eventually. It wasn't as much of a problem as the other issues he was juggling. Just let me take the lead, he told Hope. Our government stooges won't be able to hassle you afterwards if you were just following in my wake. Hope gave him a measured look. What are you going to do that would have agents potentially hassling me? Murder the shit out of Stane and his puppet. Oh, nothing illegal really, just taking Stane and his clone or whatever it is, somewhere private for a chat. We're pulling up, boss. Domino said, suddenly serious. Shield is already on site, waiting for us. She tapped her ear, where the communication from their security team was fed straight to Domino. Justin rolled his eyes. Of course they are, they wouldn't want to be seen like they're following behind us, like good little puppies. Justin knew he already had snipers monitoring the building, a fast response force with helicopters in case he needed backup, the heavily armed team following him, and a trump card for just in case. Stane wouldn't be able to outambush him. Nothing he could bring to bear would beat Extremis and Domino either. They got out of the armored limousine, just in time to see the glass doors opening. Natasha Romanoff, or as she was known currently, Natalie Dormer, walking out, holding a clipboard, walking past the SHIELD agents like they didn't even exist, walking up instead to Justin and Hope. Mr. Stane is still willing to meet with you, Miss Van Dyne, despite this rudeness with your arrival. She said smoothly, her eyes flickering to Justin without even a hint of the rage she probably felt inside, and of course, he's delighted at your surprising inclusion, Mr. Hammer. Stane and I go way back, sweetheart. Justin said with a grin, eyeing Natas Haley in a way that earned him an elbow to the gut from Hope. Natalie smiled politely, ignoring the byplay. Mr. Stane requested that no more than 4 bodyguards in total may enter the premises. Her eyes swept the heavily armed regiment of Hammer Security's soldiers. We feel that it's being very generous considering the unexpected addition to today's meeting. Before anyone could respond, Agent Cowlson stepped up. Myself and Barton here are Miss Van Dyne's bodyguards. He stated firmly, the thin line of his lips demanding that no one argued the point. Hope simply looked towards Justin, who made a show of thinking it over, just to mess with the SHIELD agents, before shrugging and pointing at Domino. I just need her, so I guess we're only taking 3. He said to Nada's Haley. She gave him a perfect customer service smile. Then please follow me. She murmured, turning abruptly and walking rapidly towards the building, owned by a shell company, that was owned by another shell company and so on, to the extent Justin had no idea who actually owned it. Albeit it seemed fairly obvious it would be Stain. Domino flashed a couple of hand signals, and the security team began moving rapidly, to take up positions around the building, ready to breach if necessary, or to provide cover if they had to exit rapidly. Worst case, they could blow the building. Justin and Hope would survive, and Domino would trip herself out of trouble somehow. They entered through the glass doors, Domino by his side, and Barton by Hope's, while Coulson walked alongside their host, totally not sharing secret messages or codes through blinking or something. It was odd that she hadn't contacted them at all, but was so freely allowed to come get them like this. Had she really had no way of slipping away for even a single report? Justin watched her suspiciously, because if Tony Stark could be replaced, why not Nada's Haley? And it wasn't just so he could watch her delightful rump as she walked in high heels either. That was simply a bonus. Do you have to ogle every woman you see? Hope murmured lowly to him as they walked through an empty lobby, a perfect ambush spot, the upper floors having balconies from where one could pin down anyone on the bottom floor, the inside open all the way up to the top floor, in the style of a mall. Justin nodded briefly, as he kept his eyes peeled for the expected ambush. Of course, it would be the height of rudeness for me not to appreciate beautiful women such as yourself, Hope. He replied, on autopilot. His glasses investigated his surroundings for any signs, switching to heat vision. Ah! There it is. Justin coughed lightly. I believe we will be waiting in here for our host. He told Nada's Haley, drawing glances from everyone else. You want to wait in the kill box? Clint said in disbelief, shaking his head. Aren't you supposed to be a genius? Nada's Haley looked back at him, her face placid, but her back ramrod straight with tension. Is there something the matter, Mr. Hammer? She asked, demurely. Domino already had 2 guns out, sweeping their surroundings warily, immediately trusting in her boss to have a reason for his insanity. Your firing has been revoked, he told her mentally, for that show of support. His glasses already showed where his trump card was waiting and ready if necessary. He didn't intend to risk Hope's life. Even if it would be difficult to remove her with conventional means, since she received the extremist treatment after the Suez. He lazily raised his hand, pointing forward to the entrance they were heading for. 8 people in that small room ahead. I think I prefer this big open space. Depending on what they were packing, in that small space even extremists would only help so much if they all let loose with nowhere to dodge. Nada's Haley gave him a long glance, before she shared a look with Coulson, obviously realizing the jig was up either way. She reached out a hand to Clint, who immediately gave her a gun, as she tied her hair into a ponytail one-handed. You always ruin everything, don't you, Hammer? She said caustically. Couldn't even play along for 1 goddamn minute. Justin grinned, winking at her. It is part of my charm, Nada's Haley. 1 part out of many that you enjoyed, over and over again. Can I shoot him? He regenerates now, it won't even do any harm. She asked Coulson coldly, checking over her gun, making sure it was set for the coming confrontation. Coulson glanced over at Domino, before dryly replying, if I thought we wouldn't end up with a ricochet to the groin, I'd allow it. He looked ahead. What can you tell us? He asked soberly, Clint stepping away from Hope to give Natasha a slight jab to the shoulder, a smile on his face. Justin stepped next to Hope, Domino coming over as well, the divide between the 2 groups very clear. They're moving, they've seen that we've stopped. He mumbled to Domino, one hand on Hope's arm, just stick close, Hope, you're in no danger here. She smirked, patting his hand, don't worry, Justin, this is actually exciting in a way, and I can take care of myself. She seemed very confident of that, making Justin wonder. Before the SHIELD agents could fully familiarize themselves with Nada Haley's report, the doors opened, and Obadiah Stane walked out, followed by several masked men and women. They were fully covered, so there wasn't any hint as to who they were. Justin was shocked that Stane was actually on site, even if it made it easier for him. That said, his eyes narrowed as he noticed one heat signature hadn't come out, and was moving to an upper floor instead, utilizing another exit back there presumably. Who's to say this is even Stane? It could also be a doppelganger. Stane, if that is who it was, smiled and splayed out his arms in a welcoming manner. Mr. Hammer and Miss Van Dyne, precisely the people I wanted to meet. You haven't made it especially easy to find you. Justin pointed out, eyeing the masked men and women, his glasses not able to tell much with how covered they were, couldn't exactly pull off facial recognition like that. Stane grinned toothily, it was all to get you here, today, my boy. He said exultantly, gesturing to their surroundings, the people who can change this world, all in the same place. He lowered his head, staring sorrowfully at Nodis Haley, that said, traitors and agents aren't invited, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave us be, to charter in a new world. Justin tapped Domino on one wrist, gaining her attention and looking upwards, mouthing one, at her, to let her know they had someone moving on the upper floors, while Stain was busy monologuing at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Domino nodded, keeping an eye out for a possible second ambush. I'm afraid we can't do that, Mr. Stain, and despite your entourage, this building is surrounded, you'd do yourself a favor if you simply cooperated at this point. Agent Cowlson said succinctly, both Nodis Haley and Clint pointing handguns at the businessmen. Shouldn't we do something? Hope whispered into Justin's ear. He shook his head, speaking barely audibly, let S.H.I.E.L.D. take the first hit. It would allow Justin to see exactly what Stain was capable of after all. I already know you're not Obadiah Stane. Nodis Haley cut in suddenly, her gun fixed on the man who stopped speaking, giving her a wounded look, you're the same man that impersonated Tony Stark. Justin's focus shifted away from the men behind him, and the still-moving heat signature that was moving to a position just above them. This was the man he wanted to rip apart. This was the bastard who needed to die for messing with Justin's plans. For daring to try and prevent Tony Stark from having the resources to be Iron Man. Stain sighed, shaking his head, we let you know that much, my dear. He said in a suddenly Russian accent. I spotted you the second you entered our service, people in my profession do keep an eye on people in your profession, you know. He eyed them dispassionately, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are an impediment. He said, as if to no one. From one second to the next, one of the men behind Stain teleported behind the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, shooting them, Cowlson and Barton both slumping down, immediately unconscious, even as Nodis Haley danced away, bringing her gun up to fire at the teleporter, who simply dodged, disappearing from sight. Domino was tense, giving Justin a questioning look, but he slowly shook his head at her. Even with the reveal that the people facing them had abilities, he still felt secure enough. They'd find out more information without the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the way, and Fury couldn't even complain, because Justin had taken them everywhere with them. It was not his fault they were too weak to do anything. Fury should have sent better people. Before Nodis Haley could fire again, one of the other ability users crashed into her, managing to hold her still long enough for the teleporter to nail her with the same stun gun he'd been using. Nodis Haley slumping unconscious, while in the process of trying to scissor her legs around the head of the man holding her. Slut, Justin thought uncharitably, already finding another man, after betraying F. Stain. We appreciate your cooperation. Stain said to Justin and Hope, smiling smarmily. Where's the actual Obadiah Stane? Justin asked coldly, if that snake manages to wiggle out of this by claiming he was also impersonated. Justin wasn't the kind of villain who blew up the moon or took a city hostage or anything, but he might start if Obadiah Stane walked away scot-free from all of this. Stain shrugged, oh, who knows, it's really not any of your business anyway, is it? He said with an easy grin, still speaking with a Russian accent. Domino, shoot out his kneecap. Justin ordered, squeezing Hope's hand to reassure her, especially now that he was going to be a little more serious than he usually was around her. Then again, she had been at the Suez Canal. She was hardly a shrinking violet. The men and women protecting the doppelganger moved, but were unable to prevent the shot, as Domino fired a shot that ricocheted of a metal pipe, and despite the doppelganger literally being picked up and moved across the room by the teleporter, still managed to shoot out his left kneecap, causing the man to collapse to the floor in a shrill scream of pain and rage. The masked men and women all turned to face Justin, silently. I asked a question. Justin said mildly, glaring threateningly at them. Dimitri, cease your whimpering, it's only a knee. An amused voice said from right above them. Justin stiffened, looking up, he'd forgotten about the last man. He immediately cursed upon seeing him, recognizing him, both from their meeting, and Emma's warning. Which was not good for the current situation. Sebastian Shaw. The grinning man looked down on them, how do you like my hellions, Hammer? He asked, gesturing to the silent and covered up men and women, who he now could guess were all mutants. Before he could answer, the man leading the Hellfire Club switched his gaze, but I would be remiss to not speak to the honored guest, Miss Van Dyne, first. The sleazy tone of his voice, and the covetous gaze, made Justin want to rip the man apart for daring to assault Hope with either. Hope sniffed imperiously, this is not even the best kidnapping attempt this month. She snarked, making Justin feel oddly proud, even if it was really bad timing for it. Shaw was dangerous. But then again. So was he. Sebastian laughed, his large hands easily crushing the steel balcony railing he was holding onto, before he jumped down, easily landing in front of them, the floor shattering around him, his hellions quickly surrounding him in formation. You have spunk, that's good, it will do a lot while you work under me, girl. He said approvingly. That's not happening, Shaw. Justin said, thoughts whirling with the revelation Shaw was involved with Stain and the fake Tony Gambit. And from what Emma had said, he would never allow Shaw to lay his hands on Hope, no matter what. Justin was a different breed of villain from the monster standing in front of him. Shaw gave him a considering look, rubbing his chin. You know, I'm sure when you met the delectable Miss Frost, she would have mentioned the position that's open, just waiting for you. He pointed at Hope, grinning wildly. Just give me the woman, and you can join me as a fellow king, together we can rule this world. He offered, holding the other hand out towards him, palm open. Justin laughed harshly, uncaring how some of the Hellions bristled at the action. I am already at the top of the world. He said callously, don't kid yourself, Shaw, you'd invite me even if I ripped every single one of your pathetic Hellions apart, because you need me on board, not outside your influence. The Hellfire Club could hardly proclaim themselves superior as long as the biggest businessman in the world stayed apart, could it? Shaw grinned darkly. Perhaps, or maybe you are wrong, and would one woman really be worth all that? He made a sweeping gesture. Any woman in the world could be yours, I just ask for that one. Worth it? Not usually, not for most anyone else, but when she comes with Pym particles, she'd be worth a hell of a lot more. Justin thought, plus, she's my friend, or whatever we are. Justin gave off his own dark grin, itching to kill everyone in here for the trouble of this situation, and for looking at Hope like a piece of meat. I have a counter-offer, walk away, leave me the doppel, and I won't kill every one of your little minions, and you. Especially you. Emma's info on him that she'd shared, made it unlikely he could easily destroy Shaw today. He hadn't been prepared for him, but his minions, he was fairly certain he had the firepower for. Shaw really had an annoyingly strong power. Shaw threw his head back, roaring in laughter, even as Dimitri, the doppelganger still looking like Obadiah Stane, held his knee and whimpered, looking fearful, likely wondering if the offer would be accepted. You have a set on you, Hammer. Shaw said appreciatively, but I'm taking the woman. The hell you are. Hope spat, stop talking about me like I'm some possession. Take her. He ordered casually, waving his minions on. Vanko. Justin said, his glasses transmitting it, setting off his trump card. No one knew he'd brought Vanko out to San Francisco. Except Domino. He was the surprise no enemy wanted. The wall on the second floor on the east side of the building disintegrated, dust falling down, the Hellion stopping as Shaw raised his hand in a fist, eyes wary for the first time. Vanko, in full whiplash regalia, arc reactors glaringly bright, hovered above them. Want full power? I think not. But maybe try, it will be good for research, not I think, so good for you, but at least no worry paying for coffin, day. Vanko's voice blared over the speakers, weapons all aiming at the Hellions. Like I was saying, Hope isn't going anywhere, and you need me, a lot more than I need you. Justin said, having been prepared for an ambush, but not exactly prepared for this mindfuck. Where was Obadiah Stane? If Shaw was intimidated by the armor that could eradicate Wakandan warships, he didn't show it, laughing again, staring up at Whiplash. Oh, Hammer, you'll fit right in. He said, no hard feelings, eh. He added, tilting his head towards Hope, you won this round. I want him. Justin insisted, pointing at Dimitri, whose seconds later disappeared as the teleporting Hellion took him and ran. Justin's gaze whipped back to Shaw, enraged, that's the fucker I wanted to rip apart, you absolute ass. Bring him back. He demanded. Shaw shook his head, Dimitri is useful, if a bit pathetic, and if I allowed you to kill him, I'd have to execute another asset on top of this asset, and you don't have anything to offer me for that, unless you've changed your mind about Miss Van Dyne. Justin clenched his fists, rage threatening to spill over. Fine. He spat. We leave it as it is. I can always go after Stane himself. Shaw nodded amicably, seemingly not bothered at all about having failed at his goal. Pleasure doing business, Hammer, I'll see you soon. Not if I see you first, asshole. Afghanistan, Gulmarah region. James Rhodes glanced at the video feed the drone was giving them, feeling a spark of hope for the first time in a long time. That's a lot of Stark tech for a compound of terrorists. He commented, looking over Brock Rumlow's shoulder. Rumlow grunted in amusement, you boys have been doing a terrible job letting some cave people get access to honest-to-God missiles. His fingers flying over the keyboard, as he operated the drone that had detached from his armor earlier that night. James looked at the silent armor standing just a few feet away, feeling a small stab of jealousy at the thought of flight in such armor instead of a jet. The Vulture, unlike the heavy blocky armor of the Scorpion, was a sleek masterpiece that looked like it belonged in the sky, not here in the sand with the rest of them. Stop drooling, former Colonel Rhodes. Rumlow said, lips pulling back in a taunting grin, even as he continued to operate the drone. This again. All right, you can stop it with that, okay? He said, crossing his arms, his eyes focusing on the screen as the drone zoomed in. The cave system appeared heavily guarded, almost like they had something or someone important in there. And I am, like you're so eager to point out, a former colonel, so don't bitch at me for any lost missiles. Inwardly he was frowning, because this, coupled with whatever was going on with the doppelganger in America, was leading to some very pointed questions for Obadiah Stane. Just what Tony needed, someone close to him turning out to be an asshole, just like his dad, except worse. Frank Castle walked up, with 2 mugs of coffee, nodding at James as he offered a mug. James returned the nod, getting along much better with the other man, despite him being a ground pounder. He was much less of an ass for starters. Rumlow laughed quietly, even as the drone switched sights to get a good look at the entire hidden compound, switching to other sites like infrared. Can't stop, former Colonel Rhodes. Hammer Industries sent out a company-wide email declaring that anyone who runs into you needs to address you properly. James pinched the bridge of his nose, glancing over at Frank, who nodded silently, corroborating the story. Just fantastic. He grumbled, that reminds me way too much of Tony too. The two of them might actually be best friends if they weren't both giant assholes at the core. Think this is the place? He asked Rumlow, as while he technically was in command of this little Hammer venture, Brock and Frank weren't people he could order around unless they let him. This wasn't the military, not anymore. They had 2 very large and deadly reasons why James walked carefully around them. Not to mention a line directly to Hammer, who was financing this whole venture, leaving James with no options to really argue. Rumlow laughed, with an eager undertone to it as he stared at the screen almost hungrily. Oh, I'm willing to bet on it. He said, slowly moving the drone back out, before there was any chance someone might notice it and ruin everything. Frank grunted in agreement, James eyeing him for long enough that the withdrawn man spoke up. No good reason for that much stuff just laying around, unless it's for Stark. He offered his opinion. James agreed with him, but was almost scared to actually hope. It had been so long, he sometimes laid awake at night fearing for the worst, that all he'd find was bones, or even worse, never finding anything at all, never knowing. If he's in that cave, we need to go in full bore, shock and awe, and penetrate deep enough they don't have time to kill him. Brock said, laying out his ideal plan. Frank shook his head, a grimace on his face. You just want to be flashy, don't be stupid, we have to get people in there before we start blowing shit up, or you're just begging for a hostage situation. You're too much of a pussy, Frank. Rumlow teased, a wicked grin on his face. And you're a battle-hungry glory hound. Frank returned gruffly. They both turned to James, who thanked God, that they were actually looking like they were going to let him plan this. Because this was Tony's life they were talking about, potentially. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. He said, taking a small page out of Tony's book, because sometimes audacity got you places. Tony sat quietly, watching Yinsen sleep, his own restlessness preventing any chance at the same for him. They still had some way to go before they finished their only shot at getting out of here. He was pretty sure the terrorists knew he wasn't building their Jericho missile, but they didn't seem to care. Something which worried him at the same time as it filled him with relief. Because if he could just finish it before they decided to care, they could get out of here. He took a deep breath, wincing at the pain, one hand hovering above his chest. Pain was getting real friendly with him now, almost his best buddy really, they just spent all the time together, a necessity really. Their captors actually had pain medication, but Tony couldn't afford to have any shaking hands or dizzy thoughts right now, they were living on the edge as it was. Although with the kind of shit he'd tried in his life, he'd probably not even notice the pain medication. Still, best to not take any chances. He sighed quietly, rubbing his face, this all had really put things in perspective. His company was responsible for this kind of shit, blowing up American soldiers, arming terrorists. Selling weapons had never much mattered before, but now that he'd experienced being on the other end, he could honestly say that he was wasting his genius on this. Finding ways to kill more people? Everyone was already doing that. He could do so much better. Could do something different than dear old dad. Yinsen let out a whimper, and Tony almost got up, but sank back at the last moment. He was hardly someone who could comfort anyone else. He didn't even know where to start, for all that Yinsen had been the catalyst to his own resurrection. Had kicked Tony back into gear instead of leaving him lamenting on the unfairness of life. Whatever I manage to do, you'll get to see your family again, Yinsen. He thought, determinedly. There was suddenly a lot of noise, men screaming as they ran down the tunnel, Tony getting up, heart thundering as he shook Yinsen awake. This can't be a good sign, he thought, eyes flickering to the suit of armor, half finished. Yinsen slowly rose out of his cot, face paling as he became immediately awake upon the sound of shouting and the locks of their cell being jostled. What's going on, Stark? He asked, putting his glasses on. Tony shook his head, unsure of the reason for the sudden commotion. I don't speak terrorist. He quipped, lacking literally anything else he could do other than attempt bravado. I can't go back to torture again, I barely managed the first time. Let me keep my mouth shut, for once. He prayed, not sure to who, because if there was a god, he had a shit sense of humor. Being blown up by your own missile belonged in a comic book, not the real world. Yinsen came to stand beside him, head subserviently low. As the door began to open, I can hear them shouting about strangers at the gate. Visitors. He whispered to Tony. Tony sagged slightly, keeping his eyes low as Raza entered their cell. Visitors could not be good news for him. Look at me, Tony Stark. Raza growled, planting a gun under his chin, forcing his head up. Only due to this, did Tony catch the drone that slowly entered the cell and flew up to the ceiling silently, oddly bird-like in appearance with green scales that almost looked like feathers. They had a glint to them he'd only seen once before. It couldn't be. Look at me. Raza shouted, spittle flying into Tony's face, drawing Tony's attention back to the maniac terrorist leader. All right, I'm looking. You look lovely today. Are you on a new skincare routine? Tony snarked, immediately regretting it. Raza had shown him many times how much he appreciated back talk. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see Yinsen close his eyes and mutter prayers under his breath. Oh, come on, I am not that bad. Why, Tony Stark, are there people here offering $100 million for you? Raza asked harshly, for once ignoring the snark, and getting straight to the point. Tony's eyes widened. Wow, 100 mil. Gotta say. I feel like that's a bit low, you know, I mean I never imagined myself being sold, but if I had to put a price on it. 500 mil, minimum. The gun was shoved hard up his chin, pushing Tony up on his tippy toes, Raza growling fiercely at him, fire in his eyes. Alright, I don't know, is it my godfather maybe? Big bald man with a beard. Tony tried, having no clue honestly about who would just walk into a terrorist compound. Obi can't be that dumb. Can he? He wondered. Raza scoffed, they're here to pay for your execution, not to release you. Tony thought about the drone above them, and had a feeling Raza and these visitors had different ideas. Although claiming to be here to see him dead was almost smart, get on the terrorist's side and all that, except for the whole part where Raza might actually kill him. Tony would have words with whoever organized this rescue if it actually worked. Raza removed his gun from Tony, as he patted him on the cheek. Perhaps if you don't deliver soon, I will sell your death, He took a step away, barking something that Tony didn't need a translator to figure out what it meant, kill the visitors. As soon as no weapons were pointed at Tony, the drone above them fired. Yinsen cried out in fear, dancing on the spot as Raza and the men with him, all fell, dead immediately from headshots. What's going on? Yinsen cried out. Tony slowly smiled, as he stared up at the honestly beautiful piece of tech. Is that fucking vibranium? Gimme. I believe we're being rescued. He said, trying to keep his emotions back. The suit of armor had been a long shot, a shot that maybe they'd get it finished before they were horribly killed. He'd half believed he was going to die any day now. The drone zeroed in on Tony, a voice speaking out of it. I'd suggest taking cover behind something. Your bodyguard and savior is about to make a dynamic entry. Tony grabbed Yinsen, and dragged him behind their workbench, grabbing his cot with him to add another layer between them and the entrance. They could both hear screaming in Arabic, gunfire, and explosions in the distance. One man with an assault rifle ran into the cell, screaming, the drone dropping him immediately, the man falling down the stairs, a hole right in the middle of his forehead. Just as Tony began to relax, something big smashed through the doors, sending them careening across the floor, dust and debris falling from the ceiling of the cave. Tony Stark. An electronic voice said through the dust cloud, you are safe, the Scorpion will defend this area until the hostiles have been cleared. Tony laughed, hugging Yinsen, who was blinking stupidly behind his glasses, seemingly not able to believe they'd been rescued. The laughter cut off, as the dust cleared, and they both saw their rescuer. It was a large scorpion, the tail swaying in the air behind it, as the power armor, and it couldn't be anything else, covered the entrance, a multitude of weapons arrayed against the hole that used to hold the entrance doors, including a massive rotary cannon over one shoulder, that spun as it turned towards the entrance, panic screaming indicating terrorists who had changed their mind about running this way. Say the line. The voice from the drone said eagerly. No. The scorpion said, swatting at the drone with its tail, the drone easily evading. Come on, you have to say it. When else are you going to get a chance? The voice insisted, even as Tony took in every angle, every piece of this beautiful beast in front of him, freezing suddenly as he took in just exactly what was powering this monster in front of him. The scorpion sighed, the sagging of shoulders visible even in the armor, the drone letting out a whoop of excitement, laughing, even as gunfire continued outside. Tony ignored that, gaping in shock at the arc reactor he could see slotted into the armor in front of him, more than one, in fact. What the hell? He spluttered, stabbing a finger forward to point at it, one hand grasping the one in his chest. What? How? The scorpion loomed over him, somehow managing to pull off looking embarrassed, as it spoke through its external speakers, Tony Stark, it's... He sighed heavily, hammer time. What the fuck does that even mean? For fuck's sake, Frank, you said it wrong, now we look lame. Die in a fire Rumlow. Tony slowly sat back down, head spinning, someone please explain what the fuck is going on. He managed to get out, Yinsen patting him gently on one shoulder. This is just a dream, right? I finally succumbed to the fever. Yeah, that's it. Author's note. No, Justin, that's not how therapy works. Everything always goes a little too perfect in many SI stories. Here, other people have agency too. Even if it's still basically Justin winning, just not all the time at everything. Definitely not with women, for all the screwing he does. Afghanistan is one facet of this situation, where Hammer began by forcing the military back from searching for Tony. Then just offering a reward to look good, then sent Rhodes to run a private effort to locate Stark because he got Rhodes basically fired. Then sent his team to assist him to ensure Stark lived. A normal SI would probably just have done one thing for the whole situation and have everything go perfectly. This ain't that kind of SI. As for Osborn, he basically already had the goblin shit ready, he just couldn't properly power it to make it work reliably enough for production. So he could jump straight into it now that Hammer started selling batteries. Hammer of course did not know this. It's not part of his plan to have power armor around for military use yet. For those following other stories of mine, Panacea's Remedy 1 as well on Patreon and will be up Monday morning. Chapter 16, The Tony Stark Interlude. Here we are, a whole chapter from Tony's view, hopefully I didn't mess it up too badly. It's hard to write Justin and then switch to Tony's viewpoint because they're somewhat similar in tone sometimes, with the snark and arrogant attitude. Struggled whole chapter on if I made them too similar or too dissimilar. So it is what it is, the cat is out of the bag now either way, from now on Justin has his lovely rival out and about and disrupting things. Probably a lot of his inner circle are going to question, so you wanted this guy free, why? He's fucking making everything more difficult for us. Fun times ahead, enjoy this Tony interlude. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, The Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc., I make no real money from this and it is entirely a free work from a fan. Don't sue, I is poor. Hope you enjoy. Afghanistan, Bagram Air Base. Tony felt an uncomfortable itch in his everywhere, as they drove through the gates of Bagram Air Base. Not because of any of his no doubt myriad of health issues right now. Afghanistan somewhat lacked in the room service department, understandably, plus you know. All the torture. God, he could kill for a drink right now. He thought, straining his neck to try and peer ahead at the truck holding what he wanted to see. His literal vision had come to life in front of him, his cobbled together arc reactor and desperate attempt at power armor, already eclipsed by someone else, as seen in his saviors. And they wouldn't let him touch it. The worst kind of cock tease ever, and it was driving him mad. Okay, so he was slightly malnourished, suffering from a little metal poisoning possibly, and had a battery in his chest to keep him alive, but that had never stopped him from tinkering before. He was Tony Stark, you couldn't just wave vibranium and power armor in front of him and then say hands off, it broke all the statutes of the Geneva Convention, he was pretty sure. Tones, come on, are you still pouting? Rhodey asked tiredly, with a hint of exasperated fondness. Tony slowly turned his head around to fix him with a look. I am in no way pouting, do you see a little girl here? He raised a finger quickly, speaking over Rhodey's quick grin, don't answer that. Before continuing on, I am a man, the man, in fact, Sugarplum and Men Brood. He gestured expansively with one arm. Secondly, you're not allowed to get snarky with me, for at least a year, because what? Yinsen, who was sharing the Humvee with them, and looked perpetually surprised to be alive, gingerly spoke up, watching him concernedly, I don't think, under the circumstances, that it would be good for your health to get worked up right now, not until you've seen a doctor. Tony rolled his eyes, you're a doctor aren't you? And you've seen me plenty. He said glibly, hiding the abject terror he felt at the thought of letting some army docs dig around his chest. He wasn't letting anyone play with his life. Not anymore. Yinsen played with his glasses somewhat self-consciously, I didn't exactly have access to anything to treat you properly with, Mr. Stark. Tony shook his head, feeling somewhat annoyed with the good doc, because even with all the help he'd given in saving him, he'd also told Rhodey everything, which was so not cool. Rhodey was enough of a mama bear without knowing about that. So he was tortured a little. Lot. It didn't mean he needed to be suffering from constant man hugs. He stabbed a finger towards the doctor he owed his life to. It's Tony from now on doc, limited time deal only for those who save my life, also you're hired, the salary is whatever you want, job title is whatever you want. He paused, trying to think of anything else, but eventually shrugged, smirking at the shocked-looking man, "So now you have to be nice to me." Rhodey clapped the man on the shoulder, looking sympathetic. "I wouldn't argue too hard, he usually gets what he wants, but forget about the nice thing, keep telling him what he needs to hear, it's good for him." He glanced at Tony, with quirked lips. He could use a doctor he actually listens to, for his many bad habits. Rude. "I only have like 5 bad habits, tops. I'm starting to see that." Yinsen sighed, taking off his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose. Tony squawked, offended, "Hey! My bad habits are part of my charm." He insisted, feeling the Humvee slow to a stop, immediately peeking out to see if he could get another sight of the vulture and scorpion armors. "Fucking vibranium! Someone is going to get an earful from hiding all that sweet stuff from me. Only enough for a frisbee, my ass." He thought, hands twitching, as the plans and blueprints that were practically burned into his mind at this point, itched to be made into reality. Some 2+ months in a cave in Afghanistan had not had nearly enough mental stimulation for his tastes. "It's part of your something," Rhodey muttered, giving the still somewhat shell-shocked doctor another clap on the shoulder. "Let's go, doc, you should get a proper checkup as well as Tony," he said pensively. Tony immediately zeroed in on Rhodey's face with laser focus, eyes narrowing. "Honey bear, what are you hiding? You've been off this entire trip." He tilted his head slightly. "I mean, other than the 2 giant power armors, the fact you're not in uniform, or the fact we're not actually outside the base medical facilities." Tony had been around enough of them to know the layout, and this didn't fit. Rhodey grimaced, settling back into his seat, releasing the car door he'd been about to open. "Yet. There's been some changes all around, Tones." He rubbed his head tiredly. "I can't even begin to get to them all right now, but as for the most immediate concern, we're parked outside the only panacea clinic in Afghanistan." Yinsen perked up. "Panacea? The cure for all illnesses?" he queried, peering out at the clinic, which, built on a military base as it was, looked indistinguishable from any other building on base. Tony scoffed, annoyed that his best friend was refusing to come clean about everything right away. His lips thinned as he pondered if he somehow thought Tony was fragile right now. "Bit of a pretentious name for a clinic then," he said mockingly. "And since when did the military start contracting out medical care? Congress has something against cute military nurses now. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. They seem busier trying to get into people's sex lives than worrying about starving kids or the crap education system." Tony thought darkly, having had plenty of experience with the idiocy of politicians. Education, one of the only national concerns he actually somewhat gave a crap about. MIT needed less idiots. Rhodey visibly winced, hesitating. Tony could literally see his friend parsing through what to reveal and what to hold back, his hands clenching slightly as he felt a flash of bitterness. "He doesn't trust me enough. Maybe he thinks I talked, gave away secrets under torture, that I was weak. Congress was completely destroyed in a terrorist attack shortly after your disappearance. Only the designated survivor lived. They haven't decided anything since," Rhodey said, avoiding his gaze, his voice heavy with anger and pain. Tony couldn't blame him, as he leaned back in his seat in complete shock, one shaking hand reaching up to rub along his jaw, as his mind whirled with this new information. "Connected to me? No. This is something different, worse than 9/11's. Who? How? Let's get you checked over," Rhodey said abruptly, opening the door on his side of the Humvee. "You too, doc," he said seriously, before ducking out, avoiding the issue. "Hey! You can't just leave it like that," Tony shouted, scrambling to get out of the Humvee and after his bestie, his mind drawing a blank again as he stepped outside, seeing the Vulture and Scorpion armors up close in the open truck parked ahead of them, Frank and Brock, the pilots, hanging around outside watching him. It took Yinsen softly speaking with him to muster his will to enter the clinic. The last thing he needed right now was someone poking around his chest, and still he craned his neck back to watch the 2 beauties as he was ushered inside. Screw Congress, what had they ever done for him anyway? He wanted to know more about who created those. Unfortunately, his attention was soon diverted somewhere else, as he gaped at the interior of the so-called Panacea Clinic. Rhodey stopped dead, ahead of him, sighing and muttering so low Tony almost didn't catch it. Of course he would. The area inside was nothing like any military base or clinic Tony had ever seen, all earthy colors and comfort, instead of white and sterile. There was an honest-to-God fountain in the middle of the lobby, giving the room a relaxed atmosphere that didn't fit at all with what it was supposed to be, or its location in the middle of a military base. Of course, none of that drew the attention as much as the full wall-covering portrait of Justin fucking Hammer, arms spread out welcomingly, text underneath declaring that, "All are welcome, Justin Hammer will cure all your ills." Tony wanted to gag. He'd only been gone a little over 2 months. How on earth had Hammer gotten his claws into the military to the point they allowed this scam? Surely Congress all going the way of the dodo wasn't enough for everyone to lose all common sense? Tony stepped up next to Rhodey. "Tell me you're joking, honest to God buddy, tell me you are." he said with a grimace, staring at the portrait. I'll admit, it's one hell of a prank. You got me. We all laughed and vomited in disgust. But you know, I have a heart condition now, you shouldn't scare me like this. Rhodey visibly hesitated again, and it was beginning to really set Tony off. He wasn't some wounded animal that needed careful handling. He was Tony fucking Stark. Don't bullshit me, Rhodey. He warned, some honest anger bleeding into his tone. His best friend rubbed his face wearily. I'm sorry Tones, I'm just trying to not lay too much at your feet right now, you've literally just been rescued from captivity. Tony shook his head stubbornly. You know me, platypus, when have I ever been comfortable with being kept in the dark and fed shit? Give it to me straight, I can take it. He raised his chin arrogantly, challengingly, daring Rhodey to try and turn him down. Rhodey nodded seriously, still looking uncomfortable, but finally acknowledging Tony was a big boy apparently, because he began talking. The Panacea clinics came from a new miracle drug that Justin Hammer introduced to the world just after you disappeared. Rhodey began explaining, Yinsen stepping closer, his interest clear. It's a drug and genetic treatment through something called a cradle, capable of curing everything from cancer to Alzheimer's. He said quietly, chuckling a little as both Yinsen and Tony, as scientists looked at him with skepticism. He raised his hands. Look, it's all been proven beyond any doubt that it works, clinics are popping up worldwide, countries are fighting over who gets more access sooner. This miracle drug can even, at the highest setting, regenerate lost limbs. At the continued skeptical looks, he added, Tones. I've seen it happen in real time, at this base. It's real. This makes doctors obsolete. Yinsen muttered, with tears in his eyes. Tony raised a hand to maybe comfort the man, but aborted the motion halfway through, as the doctor smiled through his tears. This is the greatest discovery in mankind's history. He exulted, disease has been vanquished. Tony felt uncomfortable at going that far. Justin Hammer was a joke, as average a man as could be, nothing special. Certainly not like this. Tell me you're joking, Rhodey. He asked weakly, his eyes drawn to the larger-than-life portrait of Justin Hammer, and his self-satisfied smirk. He's not joking. Came the rumbling voice of Brock Rumlow, who Tony hadn't even noticed had followed them in. He was leaning casually against the wall next to the entrance, arms crossed as he raised an amused eyebrow, staring him down. Who do you think paid for saving your ass, for all of this? He asked, gesturing to everything. Tony slowly looked towards Rhodey, because that was just bullshit, right? Justin Hammer could not have been the one who organized all this, he did not have some kick-ass power armor, he did not create miniature arc reactors before Tony did. Not added on to already creating an honest god-fucking panacea. Honey bear. He managed to choke out as a query. Rhodey grabbed his arm, his conflicted expression telling him everything. Tony hadn't even noticed he'd been swaying as he grabbed onto Rhodey's arm with both hands. What happened? He implored desperately, because this was just wrong, wrong, wrong. The world couldn't change that much. Suddenly Yinsen was there, gently extracting him from Rhodey, leading him to an armchair, crouching down to be eye level to Tony as he sank into a chair, his mind overwhelmed with the impossibilities. Tony. Look at me, pay attention to my voice, breathe with me, in and out, yes, just like that, keep going, just in and out. You're doing well, just keep doing that. Yinsen kept speaking soothingly, helping Tony breathe, as his panic started to abate. I'm all right. Tony said eventually, taking a big gulp of a breath, his unfocused eyes going sharply back into focus as he forced himself back. Jesus, I just had what? A panic attack? In front of everyone. Rhodey. He's never going to leave me alone now. We're ready for you. Tony slowly got up, he needed to find out what had changed, needed to know. He could start with this cradle, seeing it in action. There wasn't anything mechanical on this planet he couldn't figure out. If Justin Hammer managed to do it, Tony could. Hours later, private jet en route to America. Tony sat in the darkness, watching the sleeping forms of Yinsen and Rhodey, both men apparently able to fall to exhaustion, unlike Tony. He couldn't sleep, not with how active his mind was. How could anyone sleep with so many thoughts? So many ideas, designs, plans? His mind was always working on something, which made sleep somewhat of an impossibility at times. And that was before he could add the life and times of Shah Afghanistan to his nightmares to make sleeping a further impossibility. He winced as he took too deep of a breath, the arc reactor in his chest pushed heavily on his lungs the deeper of a breath he took, the pain was already something he was used to. Panacea was not an option for him as of yet as they'd found out, as the clinic wasn't staffed with surgeons or experts on how the treatment could work in his case, just nurse practitioners with basic knowledge. Trust Hammer to go cheap, he thought darkly. Knowing he was perhaps not being fair to the man, but something was definitely rotten in the state of Denmark. The timing of it all was just too suspicious. With the shrapnel in his chest, he'd instead been put to the side, not able to receive the miracle treatment. Instead he was watching intently as Yinsen received the treatment, healing him of all the ills his body had suffered due to the terrorists' treatment of him. The cradle was an interesting piece of technology, able to craft genetic material without as much as a hiccup. Even without the panacea drug, the cradle alone could probably deal with most genetic issues in the human genome. Tony couldn't precisely tell everything about it without getting under the hood, so to speak. But he believed he could improve on the process, not that there was much point, not with panacea added in, allowing for full regeneration and repair down to the cellular level. He had his suspicions there, because he'd seen something similar, once. Just for plant matter. The process was similar, and he had a feeling Justin Hammer had branched out quite a lot to get this result. Which made him feel somewhat better about the whole thing. Not that he necessarily hated Hammer or anything, he was too far beneath him to gain such attention. He just knew what kind of person Hammer was, and with his mind, and not to brag, really, but his superior mind, he couldn't take being so wrong about someone. But if Hammer had just hired geniuses to do everything for him and just paid them, then it at least made some sense, fit into Tony's worldview a little better. Because Justin Hammer creating a cure for all diseases? Please. He scoffed, as he savored a glass of scotch, Rhodey having failed in completely removing every bottle of alcohol on the plane. Tony had too many hiding spots on his private jet for this exact reason. Well, he thought, not perhaps this exact reason, but close enough. He took another sip, eyeing the two sleeping beauties again, somewhat amused despite everything. The two of them had been dead set on staying awake and looking after him, and yet they'd conked out less than 2 hours after takeoff. The fact Rhodey had gotten rid of any phones, laptops or tablets however, didn't bode well, Tony thought. He was annoyed at his best friend for trying to coddle him, and also somewhat afraid to know what exactly he was hiding. The death of Congress was enough on its own, and add Hammer both curing the world of disease, one clinic at a time, and having a power-armored team at his disposal, all major changes happening since 2 months ago. It made him weary at the prospect of finding out what else had happened. Especially as Rhodey had refused to elaborate on who exactly struck at American soil so completely and successfully. Tony felt his resolve to eliminate weapons production weakening at just the thought of how to navigate these new circumstances. America would be out for blood, and anyone saying otherwise, anyone trying to get out for military contracts, would be crucified. It was a conundrum, one his active mind couldn't work on, because Rhodey had limited the amount of information he could get. Rhodey knew how Tony's mind worked. Knew how he'd go mad sitting around not able to do anything. And yet he'd chosen this path, chosen this as the better way. It honestly set all the warning bells ringing in Tony's head. Afghanistan had been hell, an experience that changed him for life. He glanced at Yinsen pensively, the man responsible for saving Tony, and giving him a new lease on life, showing him that he could be more than he was, that he should be more than he was. Another man that was also hiding something from him. The offer to have his family picked up, the immigration process expedited, had been fluffed off by the man. For someone who'd been so dead set on joining his family, he didn't seem very keen on the prospect of getting Tony's assistance to bring them over. Honestly, it had taken way too much convincing just to get the man to come to the States with them, even more to bully him into working for Tony. He finished his glass, reaching for the half-empty bottle of scotch, letting go off his ponderings on Yinsen for now. The important thing was that his new friend was safe, and would be joining him. It meant Tony had someone he could trust to look after the whole situation with the arc reactor in his chest. He wasn't going to trust Hammer with it, no matter what miracles they could perform. He'd find his own way. It would probably take him a few days, but he'd reverse engineer the whole thing as soon as he got his hands on a sample. Then Yinsen could perform the surgery and it would all be done and over with. He shuddered slightly, imagining the thought of anyone digging in his chest again, putting his glass down violently, trying not to retch just thinking about it. Ugh, I really need a computer. This is going to be a long flight. Hours later, 1 hour out from California. Rhodey's alarm had gone off a while ago, waking both his platypus and Yinsen up. Tony himself only succeeded in getting perhaps 30 minutes of, sleeping, during the entire time. His eyes had been closed. That counted, right? Obviously it was finally time for some truths, as Rhodey came to sit in front of him, after refreshing himself in the bathroom. Once again, Tony felt a slight bit of resentment at his friend, even as it made him feel guilty. He'd saved him, but he was also driving him mad, keeping him out of the loop like this, teasing changes but refusing to let him get his hands on all the information himself so he could parse it properly. Tones. There's some things you have to know about before we land. Rhodey said heavily, resting his elbows on his knees as he met Tony's eyes. Yinsen had politely taken a seat further away and was pretending he couldn't hear every word. You're damn right there are. Tony said darkly, his eyes flashing with annoyance. I could have found it all out myself if you hadn't decided to go all Mr. Nanny on me and child-proofed my jet. He could at least have left the stripper flight attendants. Rhodey glanced at the empty Scotch bottle, raising an eyebrow. Tony scoffed, waving that aside. Oh, please, like you didn't know I'd have a stash somewhere. I'd hoped I found all of them. Rhodey said dryly, I'm sorry Tones. He said more somberly, I was exhausted, and I didn't want you to be alone when you found out everything. Tony felt his anger ebb away, as he really looked at his longtime friend, the stubble on his chin that was so unlike his friend he'd almost called him an imposter when he'd first seen him, the weary posture, the bags under his eyes. He felt shame and guilt fill him again. He's been looking for me this entire time, and I'm throwing a tantrum because he wouldn't give me the Wi-Fi for one night. He thought with chagrin. You're forgiven. Tony said magnanimously, not wanting to show how bad he felt. Are you sure you're rested enough? He made sure to ask, fretting slightly now that he'd paid attention enough to realize the condition his friend was in. We can wait until we land. Rhodey smiled softly, chuckling. Never change, Tony. He said, before he pursed his lips, seemingly bracing himself. Well, better start from the beginning, really. He muttered. Really? I usually start with the ending, the climax. Tony snarked, smirking. Rhodey gave him a deadpan state. I'm not even going to go there. A slight cough from the side brought their attention to Yinsen, who looked much healthier, wearing an actual suit and having gone through the panacea treatment. The doctor looked away from them. We will be landing soon. He reminded them softly, still pretending he wasn't listening in. Yet, listen to the doctor's orders, no more interruptions honey bear. Tony said with a teasing smirk, savoring the fond eye roll he received back. Yet, whatever you say Tony. He said, letting out a huff, before growing serious again, you probably already figured it out, but I'm. Rhodey looked pained as he let out another huff, shaking his head, I'm no longer in the military. He finally admitted. Tony had figured as much just from context, but he still felt a spike of anger. His career had been his platypus dream, his life. Because of me, right? He asked, adding that consequence to the pile of lives he'd fucked up. Rhodey gave him a stern look. No. And never think that again. I chose to resign. He snapped out, reaching out to squeeze Tony's knee. I chose this. You do not get to take credit. Tony grimaced, looking away, but that only brought his eyes to Yinsen, another man he owed everything to, so he brought his eyes back to his best friend. And why did you resign? If not for me. He argued, although he didn't put any heat in it. Rhodey actually chuckled at that. Well, for one they did order me to stop searching for you, but mostly, it had nothing to do with your sorry ass, Tones. Really? He asked skeptically. Note to self, find out who his superior officer was, and destroy his career. Rhodey nodded firmly. The final straw was when they assigned me as the military liaison to Hammer Industries. Tony openly gaped at him. They gave my honey bear to Hammer. He protested, eyes narrowing in anger. That's not cool, you're my military liaison, I have receipts and everything, they can't just give my things away every time I go for a stroll. Rhodey practically had a property of Tony Stark tattoo on him, he was not interchangeable. I feel the love. Rhodey said dryly. In the end it worked out, I know you don't like it, but Hammer paid for this entire retrieval mission, and we couldn't have gotten you out so quickly without the assistance of his team. Tony was still fuming at the temerity of assigning his best friend to his. Well, not rival, he wasn't good enough for that, feuding acquaintance? Good enough, how dare they assign his best friend to his feuding acquaintance? I owe him. Rhodey said simply, distracting Tony from his plotting to gain revenge on the entire Afghanistan command. Without him it wouldn't have been possible. He hesitated briefly, that said. You should know, Pepper and Jarvis believe he knew you'd be taken. Tony froze for a moment, before swiveling his head towards Rhodey, from where he'd been glaring at the interior wall of the jet, imagining horrible things for the generals of Afghanistan's command structure. Say what? He asked flatly. I haven't been part of those discussions, I've been busy searching for you, but they seem pretty certain he knew, and were pretty certain he was behind it, until recent events. Rhodey admitted. Tony admitted that rescuing him didn't exactly scream villainous intent, no matter his feelings on Hammer being a weak, two-bit copy of himself. What's their evidence? He asked. Hammer literally took over the business world immediately after you disappeared, starting with working arc reactors, clean energy for the world and energy weapons for the military and police services, plus the panacea announcement on top of it. Rhodey said, shaking his head, it hasn't stopped there, the construction industry, insurance industry, tech, and communication, he's everywhere. Rhodey, if you're about to tell me the whole world is using Hammer phones after I've been gone 2 months, I'm going to jump out of this plane. Tony said flatly. That is beyond ridiculous. 2 months. I've been gone for 2 months. How did he do all this? Like a strike of lightning, it hit all at once, the weird moves for some 2 odd years that Jarvis was keeping an eye on for me. He was preparing. Rhodey scratched his chin. All right, Tones, I won't tell you. He said, not looking at him. Rhodey, show me your phone. Tony demanded. I refuse to believe this. Tony. We have more things to talk about. Rhodey deflected, a bead of sweat on his forehead. Phone. Now. Tony demanded, making a grabby motion with one hand. I don't have it on me right now. Rhodey lied. Tony's eyes narrowed, even as Rhodey's widened. Tones. He cried out, as Tony jumped across the narrow divide between them, trying to get into his friend's pockets. Just give me the phone, you, Ham, right? Tony exclaimed, having quickly come to the realization that 2 months of subsiding on gruel, did not a wrestler make. Not compared to the military best friend he was attempting to wrestle into submission. Children. Yinsen coughed, fiddling with his glasses, as both of them froze, having once again forgotten they weren't completely alone. Tony got off his friend, sitting back down, clearing his throat. Well, this isn't over, but it can wait, you were saying. He said, used to just completely shooting past any embarrassing moments, that was literally the story of his life. Rhodey smoothed out his suit, giving Tony an exasperated look. Look, I know this is all hard to take, but you can see why it's a bit suspicious, almost like he waited for you to be out of the game to bring all this to bear. He must have had it ready before 2 months ago. Tony snorted, waving a hand dismissively. That's exactly what he did. I was keeping an eye on him, and he's been buying up land and factories, server farms, and office buildings, all over the world, practically bankrupting himself over the last 2 years. His lips thinned as he thought over the timeline, and chastised himself for refusing to take Hammer seriously. He'd shot himself in the foot there. He was making everything ready for his big reveal, he knew. He forced out through gritted teeth. It's the only thing that makes sense, if he cracked the arc reactor somehow, and this miracle cure of his. There's no way he wasn't sitting on them for a while. Tony knew energy weapons were possible. Hell, he'd drawn blueprints of some, they just hadn't been really viable due to the power requirements, something a functioning high-power arc reactor might be able to fix. Which neatly proved a timeline, because without a working arc reactor, how would Hammer have working energy weapons ready to sell? One had to come before the other. So the sneaky bastard had been sitting on it this entire time, waiting for Tony to disappear, so he could introduce it without Tony able to immediately suss out how he did it and compete and eclipse him. He's not responsible for my abduction. Tony said to himself, drawing Rhodey's attention. You sure? I mean, it's weird he saved you himself. It would have been better for him if you died. Rhodey said, uncomfortably, it's why I have a hard time believing he's behind it all. There really wasn't a good way to say, because he would have just killed you. Tony nodded slowly. If he was responsible, he wouldn't have been preparing for 2 years for this exact thing. He could have kicked it off whenever he was ready, and he must have had arc reactor tech ready at least long before 2 months ago. He felt his conclusion was right. Based on the knowledge he had currently, he'd know better once he was home with Jarvis. He's not responsible, but somehow he knew. Rhodey sighed. Well, Pepper and Happy will be, well, happy, that I'm wrong. He said self-deprecatingly. Tony frowned minutely. Why were they so sure anyway? Pepper usually defended the loser whenever I went too hard at him. He rolled his eyes at that. Pepper always defended the lost causes. It was endearing in a way, but wasted on Hammer. He wasn't misunderstood, he was a smug asshole. Right after you went missing, a team of professionals broke into the mansion and knocked out Pepper and Jarvis both. Once Jarvis rebooted, he found that his server farms had been knocked over as well, and a copy of him had been made. There were some indications it could have been S.H.I.E.L.D., but that might just be a red herring. Jarvis is almost positive it was Hammer behind the attack. Rhodey explained, giving Tony a sympathetic look. Don't worry, they're both okay. He assured him. There was only silence for a moment. He did what? Los Angeles. Tony couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he stepped out of the plane, tasting real Californian air again, but most of all, spotting Pepper and Happy at the bottom of the stairwell, on the runway, which eased his heart a bit. Especially after what Rhodey had told him. Somehow they'd managed to keep the media away, because he couldn't spot a single camera, something which allowed him to let loose a truly honest smile as he walked up to his employees/friends. I'm back. He said, spreading his arms out, 100% authentic Tony Stark. His mind turned to the arc reactor thrumming in his chest, more or less. He added, his smile lessening somewhat. Mr. Stark. Pepper said, losing the rest of the words, her eyes a little misty. Tony smirked, tears for your long-lost boss. Pepper shook her head, an amused smile playing at her lips. I would just hate having to go work for Justin Hammer. Tony stumbled slightly, stabbing a finger at her. Hey! You can do better, Miss Potts, don't settle. He ordered, inwardly shuddering at the idea of Pepper working for Hammer of all people. Happy, I should fire you for not greeting me with a cheeseburger. Tony said as a greeting to his old friend and bodyguard. Rhodey walking up behind him just as Happy replied, laughter in his voice. Got a whole bag of them in the car with your name on it, boss. You're rehired and you get a raise. Tony told him seriously, ducking into the car, soon followed by Pepper, as Rhodey walked around to take the front passenger seat. Pep, I need you to make sure our people take care of someone, a Dr. Yinsen, he's still going to be stuck at the airport for a few, dealing with customs and immigration, send our lawyers to make it all go smoothly, okay, and then get him to my place. Tony ordered, as he got comfortable, immediately finding the bag full of greasy cheesy goodness and opening it up. Pepper tapped away at her phone, watching him with a worried frown. Should you really be eating that, isn't it a bit much? She fretted, before switching gears, the end of his order registering properly. Your house? Are you sure? Tony knew why she asked. The amount of people that actually were allowed inside his home, not counting one-night stands, were frighteningly small, but Yinsen had earned that right. He's the only reason I'm alive. He said seriously, before taking a huge bite of a double cheeseburger, and practically melting into the seat. Nothing beats some American grease for the ticker. He thought, as he suppressed a moan of delight. He didn't care if it was likely going to backfire later, it was worth it. Pepper bit her lip, giving him a soft teary-eyed look, before she returned to her phone, and Tony knew without a doubt that Yinsen would not be held up at customs for long. In a battle between a government agency and Pepper Potts? It wasn't even a fair fight. He was glad she had no political ambitions, she'd be a terrifying president. Obi couldn't make it. He asked in between bites, savoring the taste after 2+ months of gruel and other more nasty things to eat. The car swerved slightly all of a sudden, as Happy cursed, glaring at Rhodey, Pepper falling into Tony, extracting herself with a quick apology. Thankfully, Tony had raised the bag of cheeseburgers over his head, so no harm was done. What the hell? You didn't tell him? Happy yelled at Rhodey, having corrected his driving from his momentary distraction. Tony could see Rhodey rub his face in the front mirror. There was a little bit too much to explain on the flight over, I figured it could wait until he got home. His platypus defended himself. Tony raised an eyebrow, munching on his first cheeseburger still, taking his time to properly enjoy it. What's going on? It can't be any worse than Hammer going megacorp on everyone and curing everything, can it? I still can't believe that shit even happened. 2 months. I was gone for 2 months. That's almost Planet of the Apes level shit. Glances were exchanged between everyone else in the car, and Tony's heart sank, as he lowered his cheeseburger. What is it? He asked flatly. Obi didn't die, did he? Okay. So a few days ago, Tony Stark held a press conference, declaring that he was giving away Stark Industries to Obadiah Stane and it was going to be rebranded into Stane Industries. Pepper began explaining in a tremulous voice, and Tony raised a hand to stop her immediately, confused. Because what? Start making sense, I'm Tony Stark, and I sure as hell wasn't holding any pressers in a cave. He bit out, feeling faint again. Stane Industries. Obi? Pepper hesitated, looking to the front of the car, where the two men resolutely looked straight forward, abandoning her. Tony could tell by the slight twitch in her cheek, that the two of them would pay for that at a later time. Soon enough, Pepper composed herself and began again. Not that any of it really solved his confusion. All of us were locked out of whatever was going on, with no access to what we know now was a fake you, nor any access to Obadiah. Pepper wrung her hands as she continued, looking stressed. I think Jarvis will be able to give you details better than us, but it all culminated in an operation with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Justin Hammer, from which we found out that a doppelganger had played you, and Stane for at least that meeting. The company transfer was immediately cancelled by the courts. Hammer again. Why the hell was Justin Hammer involved in saving my company? Tony asked, just begging someone, anyone to make any sense. And for the love of God, could any story, begin with something other than the words, and then Justin Hammer? He has an in with S.H.I.E.L.D., or at least something where they can't just tell him to buzz off. It was pretty clear when they came to fix things. Happy provided grouchily, adding, Hammer also offered Pepper a job as a CEO, and eyed her up like she was a fresh catch at the fish market. You need to watch out for that guy, boss. Tony's hackles instantly rose. He tried to recruit you? He asked Pepper, his dislike of Hammer shooting into the stratosphere. Wait, he was hitting on you. He growled out, squashing the bag of cheeseburgers in his grip. Pepper shot Happy a warning look, pushing some of her hair behind her ears as she turned to Tony. Nothing I haven't had to deal with before, and I obviously turned down his offer. As for his motivation, he seemed to want to stop Obadiah from taking your company. Tony really didn't like that he apparently owed Hammer even more, but there were also so many things wrong with everything that happened that he didn't even know where to begin. Obi was impersonated too, right? So he's in the clear. Rhodey scoffed, but didn't add anything. In fact, he'd been suspiciously quiet during all of this business about Hammer. Tony stared at the front seat with a frown on his face. He really didn't like how Rhodey and Hammer had some sort of connection right now. No one said anything, so Tony pressed on. What happened to Obi? He insisted. His godfather wouldn't betray him, so this doppelganger business was obviously behind the issues. He's under arrest right now, while they investigate his claim that he was impersonated. Happy said unhappily. Boss, we can't be sure he was. He showed up at the press conference when the doppelshield told us about was there as you. Tony shook his head, a tiny kernel of doubt in his mind, but it made him feel so guilty even thinking of it, that he crushed it ruthlessly. Obi would never betray me like that, and if there was someone able to look exactly like me, they could do it to Obi too. It could be just Justin Hammer behind it all. Pepper offered suddenly. Oh, come on, he saved Tony, he saved his company and exposed the doppelganger. Rhodey protested. Pepper narrowed her eyes. Jarvis is almost certain that Hammer was behind the attack on the Malibu mansion. She pointed out. Rhodey sagged in the seat slightly. Maybe. He said reluctantly, it still doesn't change the fact that he's done more good than bad. If. He stressed, it was even him, and not just some of his people trying to impress him and acting on their own. Tony just wanted the world to make some goddamn sense. He'd been kidnapped into a cave in Afghanistan, not the goddamn Twilight Zone. Doppelgangers, spy agencies, Justin Hammer, it all just was too much bullshit. Stop. He told everyone sharply, no one mentions Hammer or anything about him for the entire trip home, all right. Everyone fell silent, watching Tony in a manner which brought his frustration levels even higher. I'm not damaged goods, you don't need to stare at me like I'm going to explode or fall apart. He munched on his half-finished cheeseburger as he sullenly glared out the window. Obi was in fucking jail, apparently, his business was almost stolen from under him, Congress was blown up, World War III almost happened, this is the shittiest rescue story of all time, he thought. His eye twitched as a billboard with Justin Hammer's face on it appeared at the side of the road, selling phone plans and H-phones. It didn't get better, as just down the road was another billboard, this time proselytizing the benefits of getting Hammer insurance services to gain access to cheaper treatments of panacea in case of injury. He tossed the bag of cheeseburgers to the floor in frustration as they drove by several more billboards, and an honest-to-God full-sized wall mural of Hammer in a white pristine outfit, holding out a glowing vial in one hand. I'm going to be sick. He muttered, and it had nothing to do with the greasy cheeseburger. Malibu, California. He was eventually filled in on much of the rest of the information on the almost takeover for the rest of the trip, once he got over his frustrations and interacted with his people again, not apologizing, but lowering his antagonistic attitude. They'd lived through this, he had just gotten it all dumped on him at once, he could handle it. He got out of the car, his eyes only for the house, his house. His home. Jarvis. The bots. For a time he'd thought he'd never see any of them again. Wondered how they'd do without him, having faith in Jarvis, but worried about how alone they'd be. Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Koo. An agent of some kind stepped up from where they'd been waiting outside his home in a black pedo wagon. Tony walked right past him, giving absolutely no care for any of the alphabet agencies. He couldn't help but grin as the door swung open on its own as he neared it, hurrying his steps as he burst into the house, looking around, instantly able to spot changes from the repair work from the attack, but not caring about any of it. Jarvis. He breathed out. Sir. Welcome home. Tony smiled, feeling a lot of the stress that had accumulated, slipping off for the moment, just closing his eyes and basking in it. He was home. I'm home. He said softly, knowing Jarvis would pick up on it. Leaving a lot unsaid, but basking in the feeling. Hours later, he was in his workshop, his bots never more than 5 feet away as they kept an eye on him, worried he'd disappear if they moved too far away. He couldn't exactly blame them. Jarvis, we have a lot to go through, lots of information to parse, but first. There's some things I have to take care of. Tony muttered, pushing himself closer to his computer system, his swivel chair almost not making it due to Butterfingers getting in the way. I'm fine, you klutz, get out of the way. He said, rolling his eyes. I assume item number 1 is not going to be your health, sir. His AI drawled sarcastically. Tony smirked, shaking his head. Jarvis had joined Pepper in the Who Can Push Harder for Medical Help game. So far Pepper was still in the lead by a mile though. I've got a project here, for a suit, I want it off SI servers, let's keep it to just you and I, buddy. He said, distractedly, already drawing up plans in his mind. Your own version of Hammer's suits, sir? Jarvis asked, seeing what he was doing in real time and analyzing its conclusion. Tony twitched irritably, lifting a finger to point at one of the cameras dotting his workshop. It is not a copy. He said sternly, Jarvis, note it down, This project is not my version, or a copy. It's 100% mine, okay, mine, buddy. Jarvis made a note with those exact words pop up on his computer's interface, putting a pin in it so it would be prominently displayed. Smart ass. Tony muttered, lips twitching. I would be remiss in not pointing out that the public might see things differently, sir. Considering you are using the same arc reactor technology, and the same general principles of the Hammer armors, particularly the one known as Whiplash. Jarvis cautioned him. Tony waved it away, they'll see which one is better. He said confidently. Not wanting to get into the perception of things. Being called a version of Hammer's armored team made him want to crush something. And he would look into just how exactly Hammer had managed it all. Later. If you say so, sir. Jarvis intoned dryly, what else, sir? Tony got an intense look in his eyes. We're going to be working all night here, buddy. Start a file on SI research and development servers, bring up everything we have on armored vehicles, body armor, search and rescue drones, radar systems, anything that can't be used as a weapon but is used by the military. Several files popped up immediately, Jarvis working as diligently as always. May I ask what your intent is, sir? Tony cracked his knuckles. The world won't let me get rid of my weapons right now, I can see that, it would be too difficult. So. I'll replace those military contracts with defensive tech, the best of the best, so that when my contracts run out, I can give them this instead. Are we leaving the weapons industry then, sir? Jarvis asked, sounding gentle. Tony saw the flash of fire, the blood on the window, heard the explosions surrounding him, he pushed it away, a bad taste in his mouth, answering Jarvis, I saw my weapons used to murder my people and almost myself, Jarvis. It ends. It ends. 2 days later, Malibu. Obi. They let you out. Tony said with a grin, stepping forward to hug his godfather. He had looked, at the insistence of his inner circle, and neither he nor Jarvis could find any evidence Obadiah had done anything wrong. To Tony's great relief. Obadiah Stane laughed, pulling Tony in, they always were going to, and by God am I glad to see you safe, my boy. He pushed Tony away slightly, holding him by the shoulders, looking him over critically, you're a bit thin, good thing I brought pizza. But did you bring anything for you? Tony quipped, mouth watering as he realized he hadn't eaten for the past 30 hours or so, he'd been too busy working. Typical, you've been working already I take it. Tony shrugged, a bit, got to take it to Hammer for showing me up. Obi grinned, a glint of something in his eyes, that's good. Knew I could count on you, Tony. He didn't stay long, having just come to show he was free and alive, and to deliver pizza. Tony ate, and then returned to work, feeling a little bit lighter, knowing his godfather had his back and could take care of the company while they tinkered. It was good to have people to rely on. Los Angeles, Wildlife Preservation Gala, a week later. Tony normally hated these things and tried to avoid them as much as possible, no matter how much Obi insisted he needed to be seen rubbing elbows to assure the public that he was the charitable sort. Like anyone here gives a crap about charity, I probably give more than all of them combined. And for better things than wildlife preservation. He wasn't here to rub elbows, if anything he was fighting off the urge to run out of the building, wanting to avoid all the fake well-wishers and vultures that would attempt to descend on him. But Jarvis had clocked that Hammer would be here tonight, and that gave Tony an opportunity to get his own measure of the confusing man. If he was behind the attack on Jarvis and Pepper, there would be consequences. That said. At the same time, he'd also saved his life. Even if he would have totally managed to escape on his own given a little more time. Tony, unlike his normal behavior, slunk around the corners of the room, avoiding the limelight as much as he could, not having a taste for it tonight. As he walked around, keeping an eye out, his mind turned to more pleasant things. Hammer might have a head start on him, but he was hardly going to lay down and take it. So he couldn't divest the company from weapons manufacturing. Yet. He'd have to ensure they became profitable enough that he'd be able to in the future. That his offerings would be enough that he could weather the storm with the military's support. He'd already spent an afternoon lazily drawing up some products that would compete with Hammer. His lips twitched into a pleased vicious grin, or blow him out of the water. He might not have a suit ready yet, but he'd taken one look at the exoskeleton suits Hammer was selling to the military and logistics departments of every major company, and drawn up something more effective, attractive, and capable. It might cost a little bit more, but quality would eventually beat out Hammer's cheaper toys. People still counted on Stark Industries for the real quality. It would take a little bit of time to really switch production around into matching Hammer in tech for the communication and tech industry. Tony had barely had to work at it to create some cool gadgets, home security systems, dumbed-down AI capable of handling all of people's home electronics on voice command, cleaning robots, and the like. The piddly stuff. Easy. Could have done it in his sleep, really. Once he got done with this gala and sussing out Hammer, he'd go home and spend some time on the suit, and whip out a better phone and tablet to boot. Genius as he was, he begrudgingly acknowledged that Hammer had an almost insurmountable lead in the communications sector, due to owning everything from the hardware, to the software, to the phone company itself. Stark phones would be better, and he was thinking of adding holographic interfaces to really wow people. Set them apart from cheap Hammer junk. But he knew the expense would make it hard to ever completely unseat Hammer in that sector, especially as Hammer could offer the entire trifecta from software developer, to hardware to telecom provider. And he didn't have the time and money to actually go ahead and build up from the ground up into the entire communication sector. Not without cutting out parts of everything else he was going to be doing. He'd build the better phones, tablets, watches, a good idea he wished he'd had before the jerk Hammer, and gadgets, and he'd take enough of a chunk of the market that Hammer could never rest easy, and it would bring enough money for him to eventually divest of weapons once the climate eased a little. His eyes narrowed in distaste as he thought about what he knew of Hammer's plans, what could be divined through Jarvis and his own genius. The things that were publicly available about his moves in Africa. Like hell he was going to let that man beat him to space. He could have the telecom industry, the insurance industry and other such boring industries, Tony would take space. It had taken him literal days to make something better in everything Hammer had done so far except Panacea, Power Armor and Arc Reactor Tech. Give me another few weeks, he thought, finally spying Hammer, hanging around on a second-floor balcony alcove, hiding from the press of people down below, the coward. He started making his way towards the stairs. Another few weeks, and I'll match and then exceed you there as well. He was briefly waylaid as an absolutely drop-dead gorgeous redhead stumbled into him, apologizing in a breathless voice, her hand on his chest tantalizingly, before she slipped away. Tony regretted having to let her go, but loved watching her walk away. She was an absolute beauty, but Hammer was a pain in the ass to pin down, and he needed to get this done now. His thoughts returned to the business, and his impending rivalry. Business-wise, he would be fighting from a heavy disadvantage that would be hard to make up. But quality-wise? He'd be beating Hammer on all cylinders soon enough. He'd be behind on quantity and diversification for a long while. But even if Hammer sold more, Tony would sell better. He casually navigated through the slightly lessened crowds on the second floor, nodding at people, but not allowing himself to get dragged into conversation, swiftly moving on whenever it looked like someone would attempt to waylay him. Although he spotted the redhead again briefly, having to remind himself he had no time for detours. Later, babe. He thought. He twitched in annoyance and slightly begrudging amusement, as he finally made his way to where Hammer was, to find that he was sitting down at a table, waiting for him, a bottle of Tony's favorite whiskey on the table, with 2 glasses set out. The prick had seen him coming then. Unusually, there were no bodyguards around, which Tony knew Hammer went nowhere without, after the failed assassination attempt by Wakanda. And that had been a kick in the nuts to read about. He thought sourly, only marginally caring about the moronic assassination attempt by the Hidden Nation, as he wasn't assholish enough to want a building of people to die, but his main annoyance lay with an entire nation of vibranium, and that he, Tony, had none. Yet. The fact Justin Hammer obviously did have such access, just burned harder. Justin. You've moved up in the world. Tony said clippily, sitting down, but not touching the bottle. If he's behind the kidnapping or in cahoots with the real culprit. Can't trust anything he gives me. Justin seemed irritated by something, as he leaned back in his chair, giving him an appraising look. Anthony, you look well, considering. He waved vaguely towards his own chest area, making Tony stiffen up. Yes, well when you're a genius, even a cave can't hold you back. Tony said, holding his tongue to keep from snarking out, not that you'd know about either of those. He was here both to begrudgingly thank the man, and to feel his pulse, figure out how he ticked. Because obviously, his previous assessment of the man had been incredibly wrong. Before we go any further, he began, wanting to get it out of the way, I want to. He swallowed deeply, trying not to grimace. Thank you. For looking out for my best friend, for continuing the search for me. Thank you. God, that was more uncomfortable than the time I woke up to find that both women I'd taken to my bed, weren't technically women, Tony thought. To his annoyance, his heartfelt thanks only seemed to further annoy Hammer, who furrowed his brows, a finger lightly tapping at his glasses as he squinted at Tony. Well. You're welcome, Anthony. He said seemingly off-kilter, still giving Tony that odd uncomfortable look. I wasn't about to let former Colonel Rhodes continue digging through the desert on his own. Tony's lips twitched, as he was forced to hold back a smile, remembering the mini-rant his honey bear had gone on in regards to Hammer Industries' policy on how to address the former colonel. In this matter, he completely agreed with Hammer's actions. As long as it didn't get to be too much. Only he could annoy Rhodey on a consistent basis. And he wasn't overly fond of his best friend defending the man at times. I appreciate it, Justin. He said magnanimously, feeling a bit better about this whole thing with how uncomfortable Hammer looked, quickly catching on to the fact that the nicer he was, the more baffled his adversary appeared. Kill them with kindness, hey? I missed quite a lot during my little vacation, panacea, clean energy, telecom revolution, and so much more. Tony said idly, tapping a few fingers on the table to mimic Hammer, you've done a great job, I couldn't have done it better myself. Well. A little lie never hurt anyone. Hammer's eyebrow twitched, as his lips thinned almost imperceptibly, what are you playing at, Stark? He snapped out. Tony affected an innocent look, it probably didn't completely work, as he couldn't even remember the last time he qualified as innocent. What's wrong, Justin? Never learned how to take a compliment. Hammer looked wary, and anxious, if all that fiddling with his glasses was any sign, muttering something under his breath, before he spoke up snidely. Considering your doppelganger, a Tony Stark going around complimenting people is a bad sign. Tony had to give him the point on that one, even as he smirked fabulously at his wary acquaintance, just imagine, 2 Tony Starks. He said jokingly, waggling his eyebrows tellingly, the female population of the world have no idea what they've missed out on. Quite. Hammer said shortly, eyes flashing with annoyance. Would it make you feel better if I called you Justine? Tony said, enjoying himself, who had any idea that being nice to Hammer would piss the other man off like this? So many opportunities missed. Don't be ridiculous, Anthony. Hammer snapped, slamming a fist down on the table, drawing eyes from all those around them. Tony just grinned, leaning back further in his chair, almost lounging in it, feeling at ease for the first time in a long while. This he could do all day. I'm not being ridiculous, Justin, in fact, if anything I'm being downright decent. He put his chin in his hand, affecting a concerned look, and how does that make you feel? Good thing he hadn't brought Pepper along, she would have pulled him back ages ago. As it was, he got to sit and enjoy as Hammer ground his teeth so hard it was audible, while attempting to keep a respectful mien, due to all the randoms that were totally not watching for every little tidbit of gossip they might be able to grasp. Say what you came to say, and stop playing games with me, Stark. Hammer bit out, and to Tony's surprise, one of his bodyguards, the Black Femme Fatale, arrived from nowhere and began politely, but unerringly, usher their audience away. He hadn't even seen a message being sent, and he knew she hadn't been up here. Tony narrowed his eyes on Hammer's glasses, paying full attention for the first time tonight, noting the thicker than normal frames, hiding wires. A transmitter? High-quality lenses, more like screens. Oh, that's clever. You haven't been selling those, why not? He asked, nodding towards Hammer's face. Everything he'd read up on the last few months of the actions of the man in front of him, showed someone willing to sell their mother for spare change, except he'd ensure he walked away with $1 million, having talked some rube into believing his mother was America's next top model instead. So why not the glasses? Hammer gave him a dirty look, apparently pondering over whether to answer for a moment, or just to give his bodyguard more time to shove away the last protesting blue bloods. The world isn't ready for every Joe Blow having facial recognition and similar tech at their fingertips, or eyelashes as it were, everywhere they go. Hammer said, seemingly reluctant to share even that, I intend to make Earth break out of its cocoon and erupt as a beautiful butterfly, wielding all the weapons, but people aren't ready for all of it right away. Tony scoffed lightly, beautiful analogy, almost brought me to tears. He mocked, a sly smirk on his face, but you introduced energy weapons, power armor, clean energy, and panacea. So fancier glasses are an odd line to stop it. Damn, I still feel pissed off every time I list all the bullshit he's pulled off, he thought irritably, not letting it show on his face. Also, introducing better weapons is just going to add to the destruction that's already happening globally, it's not the right way to push forward. Hammer raised a disbelieving eyebrow, is the former premier weapons manufacturer of the world telling me that weapons are bad? Did you lose your nerve in Afghanistan, Anthony? Tony internally cursed, he hadn't meant to even mention anything about weapons, Hammer's comment had just twigged a nerve on the issue he was still struggling with. He also couldn't help but notice Hammer didn't seem very surprised. Hammer leaned in over the table, an arrogant look to his face, did Stark Industries stop weapons development and sales? I believe I would have heard of something like that. Well, Anthony. Okay, now you're just starting to piss me off, Justine. He thought uncharitably. Of course Hammer would strike the minute he saw an opening, but Tony shouldn't have given him that in the first place. Just keep playing nice, he hates it. You're right of course, I shouldn't have brought it up, my apologies, Justin. Tony said, having to work hard to keep from grinning as Hammer literally reared back in aggravation as Tony apologized again, instead of feeding the man's wish for a fight. Can't exactly blame him for weapons sales while I'm forced to keep doing the same. He thought glumly, letting none of it show. Right, I've thanked him, and this game is losing its shine, time to end this. He stood up, offering Hammer a jaunty little wave as he began walking off, without as much as a by your leave, adding over his shoulder, I like the glasses, Stark Industries will have a dumbed-down consumer version out next week. Hammer didn't answer him, and Tony could feel his glare on his back as he walked away. They were still business rivals at the end of the day, and Hammer might be somewhat right about facial recognition being a bit much for everyday masses, but there was no reason to sell fully tricked-out glasses in the first place. Tony knew consumers. And they were to a man, too dumb to handle anything that complicated. He'd whip something easy up in an afternoon and send it to his research and development team to stress test and then put it into production. He still wasn't 100% sure if Hammer had attacked his home or not, if he'd been behind violating Jarvis. He'd give the man some leeway for the moment, for all that he'd done to help Tony, to help the world. He wasn't a complete asshole. But if he found enough proof, well, people that messed with Tony Stark always ended up regretting it. As he entered the passenger seat of his new Ferrari, a purchase he'd made on a whim that morning, he mulled over Hammer's attitude. He hadn't seen the man in a while, but he'd seemed unusually irritated by his presence, lending some credence to Hammer having a hand in messing with his stuff. He was still sure Hammer had known somehow about his kidnapping, something he would one day find an answer for. But right now, Pepper had been right, the man was untouchable. Happy pulled out into the street, having refused to allow Tony to drive himself to and from the gala. Tony placed a call to Jarvis, his mind whirling with ideas. Sir. Hey Jarvis buddy, how soon do you think we can whip up a phone tripped up to the nines and so full of awesomeness that it will make Hammers look like a children's toy? He queried, playing with the phone in his hands, a frankly inferior product now. Jarvis' dry voice came out of the speaker only seconds later, knowing you sir, no matter what date I give, you shall simply say tomorrow. Tony thought about it, a grin spreading across his face, tomorrow it is then. He agreed. Hammer might be personally untouchable right now, but his business was not. Justin had watched Stark leave, seething in anger at how that encounter had gone. This just wasn't how it was done. Stark was his nemesis, his rival. The one measuring stick Justin had, to prove to himself and everyone else that he was better. He couldn't just. He almost spluttered in rage. He couldn't just be nice now. That was not how this worked. Justin wanted his Tony Stark back, so he could properly rub his face in his inherent superiority. He twitched as he got a message flashing on his glasses. Picking his phone up and calling Sunil. We need a customer-friendly version of my glasses produced yesterday, before Tony fucking Stark does it. Fucking Stark. Literally telling him he was going to make them, that's just not how it's done. His people had found no sign the Mandarin was involved in Afghanistan, so he had jumped the gun on the rescue it seemed, to his own detriment. Should have just left him there another month. Author's note. As mentioned before, Tony is a genius that Hammer can't compete with in that manner, but in business, Justin has an edge, both due to ruthlessness and frankly time management. Tony gets lost in science. Too often to completely run his company in the same manner Hammer does. Tony acknowledged it in this chapter, that it's too much work to completely match Hammer in some sectors, and frankly too boring for him to compete in such drab things as insurance companies. Justin really hasn't tactically made a smart move in even letting Tony live, but it's one of his obsession points. Obi isn't off scot-free, but the chameleon gave him a lot of plausible deniability here. With this chapter I'm less than 10k away from 1 million words, since July 2023. Not too shabby for 10 months at? With Konoha's waking nightmare updating and hitting that mark this coming Monday, it means from July to May I got this shit done. Chapter 17, Migraines and Women, Possible Correlation? So as a warning, Tony Stark is a bona fide genius, not a miracle worker. He's not going to catch up to Hammer for a while yet, and definitely not in everything. I am not a business expert, this is all just made up for fun, but I still try to apply some minor amounts of logic to it. That said, I still believe genius or not, you still need time, staff, resources, so Tony will have to catch up for a bit. Remember, this is still a story about Justin Hammer. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, The Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. I make no real money from this and it is entirely a free work from a fan. Don't sue, I is poor. Hope you enjoy. New York, Hammer Industries Black Site. DNA extraction complete. Cho exclaimed happily, giving him a cheeky grin. Justin zipped up his fly, shaking his head, I'm fairly certain that's not the scientific way to successfully extract a DNA sample. He pointed out, wryly. Cho shook her head, striding over to a sample fridge, capping the vial full of science. And then placing it in the fridge. Who's the scientist here? She quipped, looking back over her shoulder with a coy little smile playing at her lips, I say it's a fully common sense extraction method. Justin wasn't going to argue too hard, he'd been expecting a blood draw or a cheek swab, and received something much different. Are you sure you don't need a more conventional sample? He asked, to make sure. He didn't want to have to come back, he could only take Cho in small doses. Cho puffed her cheeks out. You gave me plenty to work with, not to worry, and at least you're less stressed now, right? You look dead on your feet. Her face took on a look of slight concern as she gave him a once-over. I could. She started slowly, a glint of something else in her eyes. Justin held his hands up. No thank you, I'm perfectly fine. He looked towards the cradle that dominated Cho's lab, meandering towards it, hoping to derail any further Cho science by asking, and you're positive you can create vibranium tissues and muscles? Cho nodded, an excited smile on her face as she walked over, stroking the top of her cradle with one hand fondly. My baby can handle anything, it won't be a problem, the hard part will be incorporating your DNA in a way that doesn't weaken the structure or destabilize it. You're certain you need my DNA for it to work? Justin asked again, slightly nervous to give Cho free access to it. Cho shrugged, most of it. She said, her eyes wide and innocent, which he knew to be a dirty lie. With Extremis, the vibranium won't bind to you without your DNA within it, Extremis would handle it as an invasion or disease otherwise. Justin nodded, feeling like he had to just trust that things would work out. The idea of adding vibranium subdermal armor or muscles and tissue to Extremis and the super soldier serum had popped into his head when he'd basked at the cache of vibranium they had from Chloe, so he'd immediately sought out Cho, remembering the cradle had built vision in a future that would never happen. It better never fucking happen. Well, I have that meeting with Dr. Hansen. Justin said awkwardly, Cho the one person he just wasn't sure how to behave around. Except apparently for certain things, because he had no damn self-control, he thought, annoyed at himself. Cho immediately ran around the cradle and hugged Justin, her hands slipping down to grab at his ass as she pushed the limits of the hug. Okay, I'll talk to you later, Helen. He said quickly, extracting himself and leaving the lab at a fast clip, trying to make it seem like he wasn't running away. In the lab, Helen Cho clapped her hands together eagerly, an unholy glint in her eyes. Yay! She called out excitedly, staring intently at the sample she'd gotten. She could do so much with this. Having escaped Cho's lab, he soon found himself at the new cell holding the Winter Soldier, Maya Hansen standing outside it, waiting for him. Justin peered through the reinforced glass, pleased to note that Bucky Barnes wasn't quite as robotic as last time he'd been by. He was sitting comfortably in an armchair reading a well-worn book, Lord of the Rings, if he wasn't mistaken. Instead of a barren cell, he had a writing desk, a bookshelf filled with literature, and a radio. Quite a turnaround, considering they hadn't completed the Extremis and Super Soldier Serum amalgamation yet. Quite more than he'd expected, really. I disagreed with moving him to a more comfortable location, with less restrictions, but I stand corrected, Dr. Hansen. He acknowledged, sending her a fleeting and approving smile. Knowing the woman didn't care at all for the niceties, he didn't bother with effusive praise. She was fully married to science at this point. If only Cho could take some notes. He thought. There were still many hurdles to cross of course in the conversion of the man, but the rapid progress seen already, was a good sign for his plans for the man. Maya Hansen finished what she was doing, slipping the tablet into the crook of her elbow, stepping closer to the glass. I can't take all the credit. She said matter-of-factly, pointing out several emitters in the ceiling. With your hiring spree, we snapped up a young blowhard called Beck, who had some intriguing ideas that he lacked funding and technological know-how to implement. Of course if there was anything Hammer Industries had a lot of now, it was money and technological know-how, so they were a perfect fit then. Justin glanced at the matte black emitters. They were simple-looking small discs, implanted in the ceiling. Where have I heard the name Beck before? He thought, before focusing on the now. If you're telling me you've built a holodeck, I am afraid I'm severely underpaying you. He told Dr. Hansen dryly. Boys and Star Trek. She muttered, shaking her head, her lips in a thin severe line. This is not a so-called holodeck, sir. It is a holographic illusion emitter. Sounds like a holodeck to me. Justin thought, keeping it to himself, having a busy enough schedule without wasting time annoying one of his top scientists. And this is how you've managed to come so far in the treatment? He questioned, already thinking of the benefits of holographic tech for training his security division. Dr. Hansen shook her head. This is fairly new, as the Vankos were too busy to assist, we've only been using it for several days at most. She frowned minutely. It is coarse and unfinished and hardly lifelike as of yet, but the subject seems to respond well so far, so it is helping. Justin raised an incredulous eyebrow. You've gone from the Terminator to that. He gestured to the solemn man sitting quietly and reading, no sign of a military posture. Although there were clear signs of tension in his face and the set of his shoulders. All of it in a few days, and you call it coarse and unfinished. Dr. Hansen gave him an exasperated look like he was particularly thick. Justin was not used to that, anymore. Do you not read any of my reports, sir? She asked sharply. The therapy team we've spent a fortune on has slowly worked to get the subject at least comfortable, and got him to this stage, even if they've failed to ensure the subject is willing to cooperate with testing. She finished in a grumble, looking displeased. Justin didn't exactly always have time to go through the minutiae of every email he received, but it was a lost cause to explain that to the good doctor, so he moved on. Testing is no overly important yet, not without the solution anyway, we need the carrot, not the stick. He reminded her. Testing is always important. She stressed, looking annoyed, before she let out a huff, gesturing towards the cell. As you've requested, he's available for a discussion. I trust you can handle the display, sir. She asked somewhat tartly. Justin gave her a dry look. I do have an engineering degree. She sniffed. I never assume anything. Justin shook his head, a wry smile appearing on his face. It was almost refreshing to speak with someone who really didn't give a damn what he'd achieved, as long as he kept the science funding coming. Hansen made to leave, uninterested in the human angle of the experiment. Justin stopped her with a raised hand. One last question on his mind. How is it going with Dr. Cho? He queried hesitantly. Her expertise is doing wonders to the super soldier project. We'd probably be done already if she'd been here making herself useful from the start, instead of in a hole wasting her time. Dr. Hansen informed him archly, a small grimace on her face as she continued. As for her mental state, you need to either unfuck her, or fuck her more, whichever method sets her straight again. She chided, definite disapproval in her voice. She'd be twice the scientist if she didn't spend so much time mooning over you. Justin sighed, and let her go, watching her walk off, already tapping away at her tablet again with a concentrated look on her face. He could only take so much of Dr. Hansen, despite the quaintness of her attitude. As for Cho, if she was doing good work, he'd just leave it be as it was. His focus turned instead onto the Winter Soldier, as he stepped closer to the controls, turning the opaque glass clear, even as the speakers were turned on. Mr. Barnes, I'm glad to see you in a better state. I'm Justin Hammer, the man responsible for your rescue. Justin said easily, a charming smile on his face, as Bucky stayed in his position, glancing his way from behind a curtain of hair, with a spark of intelligence visible despite the dullness of his eyes. What do you want? Bucky asked quietly, placing his book down carefully, after placing a bookmark between the pages. To give you your life back, and to help save the world. Justin said simply. There was no need to get overly complicated in this first meeting, it would just overload him. Being who he was, with his likely high level of suspicion to any offer he could make, it would just lead him in a circle of trying to find the trap behind Justin's words if he tried. So he wouldn't, not yet. Save the world, I've heard it before. Bucky said without interest, his expression flat. Justin nodded slowly, no doubt you have, and I wouldn't expect you to believe me quite yet. Rest assured that even if you should refuse to assist at the end of your rehabilitation, I will let you go free with no strings attached. Well, it's not going to come to that, Justin thought, studying the broken man in front of him. Therapy was slowly working, but the trigger words would still be there. Their method might not even work, in which case the man would never be free. Sure. Bucky said, not even bothering to show his disbelief, just blandly staring at Justin. Justin sighed, pulling a chair forward, settling down for the long haul. Gods, this will be annoying. The world is missing Steve Rogers. The beating heart of America, its patriotic soul. He would have wanted someone to pick up his mantle. Because fuck Steve Rogers. Hours later, New York. What's next, Elena? Justin asked, massaging his forehead wearily, fruitlessly fighting a migraine. And remind me next time we're in New York to get a damn helicopter, this traffic is ridiculous. They were in one of his armored limousines, cruising through rush hour New York traffic. Whatever he had next, they might arrive a day late at this rate. After the whole Stark thing, he'd flown Elena back from Cairo, the workload was too large to handle without his personal assistant. Of course it would mean Sunil's workload would be larger, but quite frankly, Justin could live with that. The meeting with New York's mayor over the plans for the new head office, and then your 3 p.m. with Wilson Fisk. Elena answered promptly, handing him several pills and a bottle of water, staring at him sternly until he took the medication. Justin dry swallowed it, waving away the bottle of water, leaning his head back. The pills were useless anyway, something Elena should know, but he didn't waste his time arguing the point. He was still annoyed that extremists apparently allowed headaches and migraines, but not the medication to relieve it. Cancel the meeting with the mayor, he's our bitch at this point anyway, he doesn't need me there to hold his hand. Justin ordered quietly, feeling the shift in the leather seats as Elena moved away from him, to make the phone call without exacerbating his migraine. Another unintended consequence of his success had led to the plans for Hammer Industries headquarters to go ahead, years ahead of schedule. Hence the meetings and correspondence with the mayor and city council, as well as the governor and a myriad of other officials who had no business being involved but still were. With outstretched hands awaiting a bribe. So business as usual. He couldn't wait for the invasion and buy land cheap in the aftermath as he'd planned before all of this set off. Quite frankly, he'd been more successful in his efforts than even his wildest dreams could have foreseen, and he needed his new headquarters yesterday. He couldn't wait 4 years, he needed to strike while the iron was hot. And of course reinforce the fuck out of the building, because alien invasion. He was keeping a close eye on Stark too, long-distance cameras watching his Malibu mansion like a hawk, his people in Afghanistan keeping an eye on Gulmarah. He was waiting for the reveal of Iron Man, because it would give him some openings. Tony had been arrogant in mouthing off to him about his superiority. Justin had a much stronger grasp on the media than the Playboy could even imagine. Once Tony stepped a foot out of line, Justin would bury him in bad press and busy work, chaining him to his board of directors, and slowing down his planned expansion. He grimaced as his migraine intensified, all mental, his doctors had insisted. Justin blamed Stark for giving him more work, even if he himself was partly to blame for getting him out early. He needed the damn man and his genius, but he was so damn annoying. Granted, the migraine could also be from his recently upgraded implants. After weeks of working on it, the implants in his skull meant to stop mental intrusions and control, had finally been successfully upgraded by Yvonne. They no longer melted brains. A definite upgrade. With extremist Justin had been able to handle that inconvenience, but now he didn't need to, the implant viable for anyone. That, of course, had led to everyone in his circle being given time for the procedure to get one, except Eileen who'd taken a leave of absence to deal with the Mystique situation. The entirety of the management structure of Hammer Industries and his security division were on the waitlist to receive the same implants, upper management already halfway through the process. Emma Frost and the like would not be able to fuck with him anymore. Also suck at Xavier. Of course, Justin had taken it a step further, hooking his glasses into the implant, allowing him to send messages, craft emails and use the facial recognition software and everything else, with his mind, instead of having to train the software to react to certain eye movements. Elena now had a similar pair of glasses on her face, albeit in a slimmer more attractive look, really setting off the hot secretary kink of his. When she looked at him seriously with the glasses slightly down, just brrrr, Hammer-like. Thanks to the fact the glasses were so useful, the joke was spreading around Hammer Industries that he was infecting people around him, as several of the highest levels of management were sporting glasses now, due to the convenience of being able to answer emails with their mind. Stark blabbering about getting a set of glasses out for the public so soon, ha. Justin was already allocating factory space for the new product line, nowhere near as useful as his own, of course. But for the regular person, being able to use simple things like GPS, texts and emails through their glasses would be novel enough to sell, even if it took actually reading the manual to figure out how to use them properly and train the software to follow their specific eye movements. Surely at least part of the general public would be intelligent enough to figure it out. Stark was used to being the biggest dick on the block. Justin had fallen slightly into that during their meeting, knowing the man's skills, but once he'd calmed down, he'd realized the man really couldn't deliver what he'd promised. Not yet. That didn't make the man any less annoying however. Already a video was trending online of Stark answering a question about the H-phones while leaving a board meeting, because of course reporters would play into the whole rivalry thing. Hammer phones? I guess I can understand people buying inferior products when I wasn't available to show them the real stuff. Stark Industries is going to release a whole new line of electronics guaranteed to make hammers look like toy phones making animal noises. Justin had been worried for a bit, until common sense and logic had set in. Stark was miles away from being able to actually deliver on such a promise. He had the capabilities to create something superior, but not the capacity or supply chain to just sweep the market like that. All his factories were already producing other products, retooling and retraining wasn't the job of days, no matter how effective his AI was. It just wasn't possible to go from nothing to market in such a short time. And if he switched off one of his current factories he'd risk being unable to deliver his already existing product lines to the military. So the man needed new factory space, new staff. Good luck finding those easily. Justin was hiring so many people half of them didn't even have jobs, he just shuffled them off to Africa to help until he had an actual position for them. And that was still with his absolutely stringent background checks, or he'd have millions of new hires just spending time making roads in Africa while waiting for their real positions to be created. At worst, Justin had a few months before he had to worry about Stark beginning to compete, and realistically, a year minimum. And he intended to ensure he was not in a worst-case scenario. Stark and his genius was something he needed for the world, but it didn't mean Hammer would allow himself to lose to the man. He already had plans in the work to limit the man's options. While absolutely hammering Stark for overpromising, continuing the narrative of how untrustworthy he was through his media contacts. It helped that Tiberius Stone disliked Stark and was happily on board for further tarnishing his reputation. Elena sat back down next to him, her phone call done, she gently tugged on him, and Justin let himself fall into her lap with a tired sigh. She must have been very quiet in her call, he hadn't even noticed. Or he was that distracted. Just rest, sir. I'll take care of everything until your meeting. she said soothingly, running a hand through his hair, long nails raking against his scalp, settling some of his stress. Having been doing consistent 18-hour days for so long now, it didn't take long for Justin to fall asleep to the soft humming and singing of his personal assistant. His last thoughts, why is she singing in Russian? It's beautiful. Then sleep took him. New York, Fisk International. Slightly refreshed, Justin walked into Fisk International like he owned it, flanked by Domino and Elena. They were immediately met by an odious little man, who showed them to a private elevator, meant to take them to the top floor of Fisk Tower. Thankfully, the weasel-looking man didn't join them for the trip. Hammer got serious Grima Wormtongue vibes from the guy. What did I miss while I was dead to the world? Justin asked, straightening out his cuffs, giving a quick polish to his cufflinks, knowing his people were smart enough not to reveal anything sensitive in someone else's building. If Justin recorded sound and video in every one of his elevators, the damn kingpin surely wasn't so lax as to follow privacy rules. Elena sighed dramatically, Tony Stark is in the news again, I'm afraid. With the way her lips were twitching he knew this would be good. Justin gestured for her to go on, already smirking in anticipation as the elevator climbed past the halfway point. He's been constantly locked in board meetings and the press keeps camping outside, waiting for a soundbite, and today, they managed to ask Stark about the arc reactor. Elena said, eyes glittering with malicious satisfaction. Justin took in a deep breath, savoring it, please tell me he was his usual belligerent self. Domino chuckled, if his previous statement went gold, this one went platinum, boss. Slightly wrong terminology, but good to know, Justin thought, rubbing his hands together in gleeful anticipation. How bad was it? Elena smirked, looking inordinately pleased to be able to deliver good news. He got annoyed at the consistent questions and said he could have cracked it any time, reminding them of his genius, then dismissively said the world wasn't ready before. Oh, Tony. This isn't the old world anymore. The elevator reached the top, just as Justin closed his eyes and just savored it. Tony Stark was still the man that would cockily tell Congress to suck it, it seemed. He didn't realize he wasn't the media darling anymore, it had been a mistake of his inner circle to not keep him back. Although he acknowledged how impossible that likely was. Pepper Potts was a miracle worker, but no one was that good. This wasn't something that would hurt his bottom line, it wouldn't harm his business, not really, not yet. But it would set the narrative in stone, without Justin needing to do anything. Tony Stark does not care about you. Justin calmed out Engineer Stark. But in logistics, media, planning, and management, he was going to crush him. He could already feel his migraine completely dissipating, the tiny niggling pain that still existed after his nap abating, his earlier stress about Stark's announcements lessened by his new gaffe. Really, the man was going to make this easy for Justin, if he didn't wake up to the new reality and began acting like he needed to win people over. With Justin curing people from Alzheimer's and every deadly disease around, Stark couldn't afford to come off as the aloof genius unconcerned about the common man. Mostly because Justin would continue to hammer him on it, just following up his continuing press campaign from before. His PR team's assertion that Tony Stark could have always done clean energy, but didn't care to help the average Joe, or the poorer countries, fit better than ever now, it was something which definitely paid off with this one careless comment from Tony. He stepped out of the elevator, into a perfect killbox, right before the Kingpin's penthouse office. His glasses immediately identified the 12 guards and their armaments, plus the hidden weapons emplacement behind the mahogany wood panels. He eyed the security team, gesturing for Domino and Elena to join them, don't steal all their hearts now, girls. He quipped, strutting through the door that was quickly opened for him by a butler. Justin's glasses flashed, as facial recognition got a hit, as he glanced at the butler on his way through. A serial killer as a butler. The Kingpin did have a sense of humor, it appeared. Although he doubted the butler was ever around for the more legal meetings, he was fairly well known in New York after all. Justin, welcome to the beating heart of my empire. The larger-than-life man said, clad in his usual white suit as he fixed himself a drink. He asked casually, holding the crystal decanter in one meaty hand. Justin strode forward, a polite smile on his face, hiding his distaste. Wilson, it's been too long, unfortunately I still have plenty of business to conduct afterwards, so no drink for me I'm afraid. Wilson Fisk made an agreeing noise, grabbing his drink and making his way over to the large windows overlooking New York, gesturing for Justin to join him. Justin held back a twitch at the temerity of this lowly criminal and stepped up to the window, hands behind his back as he coolly observed the New York skyline, already picturing his new headquarters rising far above this piddly little tower. A shame about Osborn beating you to the punch, I would have expected the military to be begging for you to be their supplier. Fisk murmured lowly, thoughtfully, taking a sip of his whiskey. Justin met the dangerously intelligent eyes of the kingpin of crime, quirking his lips, speaking up in an almost mocking drawl, Norman can have his day in the sun, we both know he'll mess it up dramatically, the man's not well after all, and then I'll swoop in as the savior, again. Fisk raised an eyebrow, face nonplussed. Oh, not worried about the competition? I hear Frost Industries are advancing power armor on their own too. France and Great Britain have already placed orders. Justin hadn't heard that, which annoyed him, as he gave the Kingpin a searching look. What are you after with this conversation, Fisk? He wondered. The fact everyone was scrambling for inferior power armor annoyed him, because he didn't want a profligation of the armors yet. At least he'd still hold the advantage, as only his armors could actually use actual arc reactors. Not that anyone but him and Stark could miniaturize the things so far anyway. Of course Stark would be able to use them as well, but so far he hadn't debuted yet. At least with the inferior works, they all depended on his batteries, so if any countries started misusing the armors against his interests, well, he'd quash that easily enough. Quality will win out in the end, there is no comparison to my armors, Justin said eventually, after a pregnant pause. Fisk nodded, sloshing around the liquid in his glass, staring out at New York. It is indeed, he muttered, and if someone were to inquire what it would cost to get one of these armors for their most loyal subordinate? He inquired softly. Justin shrugged lightly. I suppose it entirely depends on if I would find an endeavor like that worth it. It was unlikely he'd end up following through on that, but if the Kingpin could offer enough of an incentive. One knockoff armor with low power wouldn't be much of a threat to him, and would allow the Kingpin to continue to project his power across New York. At least until the city became Justin's city, once his headquarters was up, and the invasion defeated. In Justin's city, there would be no need for a Kingpin. Fisk smiled, greed shining through briefly in his eyes, before he controlled himself. Indeed, well, let's talk partnership then. You've come to me for a reason, Justin. Justin nodded, pleased with the greed in the other man. His want for armors would make this deal much easier to push through, without him ever having to follow up on continuing the partnership later. You expressed an interest in extremis in Bern. I have decided what I want in exchange, he said with an easygoing smile. Fisk gave him a measured look, likely recognizing he was in a limited bargaining position due to bringing up power armor before this discussion. And what can Fisk Industries do for you, Justin? He asked mildly. Tony Stark will be massively ramping up his company profile. I want you to take no contracts with Stark Industries or its subsidiaries for 1 year, stopping any you have going currently. Justin said, a feeling not far off from an orgasm running through his body at the flex of his own business and reputational power. It was a heady feeling, controlling fates all over the country, sometimes the world, like this. It was no wonder supervillains went a bit kooky at times. Fisk mulled it over, eyeing Justin shrewdly. You're asking for something that will cost me a fortune, he rumbled, despite knowing his bargaining position was weak. Fisk International was a logistical company that, although it did do work in shipping and international trade, it was mostly known for having a controlling interest in the transportation business in North America. If you saw a truck transporting something, odds were it belonged to Fisk, either directly or through one of his many logistics subsidiaries. Justin had done the calculations. If Fisk refused to deal with Stark, C's current business would see over a 30% drop in productivity until Stark found a way to replace the supply chain issues with other companies that did not have the reach and support that Fisk Industries had. As for any expansion, good luck with that. No one knew quite how much Fisk really controlled, as he hid behind several companies and subsidiaries through shell companies and tax havens, although Justin had come up with the number 70% give or take a few, by extrapolation and examining what he could find. The fact he controlled the Teamster Union as well, added to his complete dominance in the sector. Not that most people knew that second fact. This is why Stark would never beat him, because he didn't have the cojones to deal like this. 1 year of slightly lower income isn't going to break you, Fisk, Justin said dismissively, adding a slight carrot to make the deal go down easier. The man looked like he liked to eat after all. My own company has the need for more trucks, so I'll happily pick up some of the contracts to keep you steady. It's still not enough. You're asking me to break contracts. It will impact my reputation, cost me millions in litigation, Fisk said coldly, appearing to be completely against the idea. Justin knew better. He scoffed, turning back to the view, speaking as if unconcerned for the reception of the words. We both know your real reputation, Fisk. Don't act like this is that much of an impediment, like you can't bribe or threaten judges to tie everything up or dismiss it outright. Justin smirked slightly, glancing back at the Kingpin, and we both know you can use your subsidiaries to take the brunt of the reputation loss, so no personal loss for yourself. Your main company will be insulated from the consequences, so don't try and play the player. We both know you'll agree to this. Fisk seethed and didn't respond for a minute, the big man taking a steadying breath as his hands clenched. Justin knew no one talked to Fisk like this, no one that lived long anyway. Justin luxuriated in the feeling of watching the Kingpin have to just take it, because he wanted what Justin had to give. And because for once, the Kingpin wasn't the biggest shark in the room, and he knew it. The big man finished his drink in one big gulp, turning to Justin, his body language calm once again. You aren't entirely wrong, but you're still asking for me to put considerable expenses onto my companies, at the very least put the power armor on the table. He entreated. Justin laughed, cold and amused, like hell, take what I'm giving and swallow it, you fetus. He stepped away from the window. If regeneration and decades more of life isn't good enough for you, perhaps you'll find someone else to do business with you. He said, moving to leave. He got 10 feet before Fisk growled under his breath, wait. Justin turned, a questioning eyebrow raised, yes. Fisk stepped away from the window, no power armor, we'll leave that open for the future, I am open to your idea, but need something more to sweeten the deal. Justin scoffed, not open to giving away anything more to what was basically a simple monster, with some extra pocket change, is that so? I believe my offer is practically charity as it is, giving pseudo-immortality for the price of less business for you for a year and a bit of tarnish on. He searched for the words for a moment, a sardonic look on his face, your no doubt virgin-like reputation. This is not how business is done, Justin. Fisk said warningly, his bass tone almost echoing around the office, giving a perception of strength. Justin had transcended normal business practices now. The likes of Shaw was a threat, so was Emma, so was Stark, and Osborne even in some small way, but Fisk? What was he going to do? Send Bullseye after him again? That worked out so well the first time. Like hell he would give anything extra for the man who tried to kill him, even if ineptly. He would use the Kingpin, and then one day in the future, he would end him. Because he was well aware that if it weren't for the Kingpin needing, what Justin had on offer, he'd still be trying to kill him. Fisk was small-minded, too wedded to the idea of New York, too stuck in his mobster ways to truly thrive internationally like Justin was. Justin brushed some imaginary dust off his cuffs, making to step away again, I hold all the cards, I decide how business is done, Wilson. He said, walking away. As he'd thought. He didn't get within 5 feet of the door before the Kingpin capitulated. Extremis and the potential for power armor above and beyond what the military would have, was too strong of a lure. Justin knew people. Another avenue where he'd beat Tony Stark. Where he'd already beaten him, in his humble opinion. New York, later that evening. Hammer. Where's revenge, hey? Yvonne shouted the second Justin walked into the room. My revenge. Considering the spread of vodka bottles, Yvonne had been busy for a while. Justin grimaced as he stepped around the mess, somewhat glad to see that the elder Vanko wasn't present. Trust Ivan Vanko to create a super vodka to get around the fact Extremis made it impossible to get drunk. With Extremis, drinking alcohol was entirely for flavor now, and well. Ivan was hardly chugging vodka bottles on the regular because he liked the flavor, was he? Ivan. I believe I told you that revenge wouldn't be something as simple as death. Justin admonished his top scientist. Between Vanko and Cho. Why couldn't people be less complicated? Was it too much to ask for well-adjusted worker bees? Ivan blinked heavily, trying to pour vodka into his mouth moving, as he poured the bottle 2 feet to the left of his mouth, the liquid hitting the floor, soaking into the mess of takeout containers. Jesus Christ, when they emailed me about the issue, I hadn't expected this. Stark is enemy, need to pay, you said. Vanko slurred, trying to point at him, but missing by a mile. He'll pay, he's already being humiliated in the media, and we're miles ahead of him, you'll still get that Nobel Prize, you, the creator of ARC technology, not Stark. Justin pointed out, not sure how much of a point there was to it, Vanko was obviously absolutely shit-faced, and likely wouldn't remember a word that was said. Ivan scrambled over the mess, the accumulation of filth gathered only over the 2 days he'd stayed here, waiting for Justin to come to New York and meet him, he exclaimed happily as he found a large needle, with a glowing liquid inside. Before Justin could do more than open his mouth to protest, Ivan inserted it into a vein. You better not be on drugs, Ivan. Justin blustered, not sure what to do. Ivan groaned, settling down onto the bed, his eyes clearing up, is quick fix to much drinking. He muttered, holding his head in his hands, greasy hair hanging down like a curtain, his tattoos very visible against pale skin. Justin pinched the bridge of his nose, you invented super alcohol and immediate sobriety. He questioned, before he had a thought, frowning at the now empty syringe. Can you make it less glowy, and work for normal alcohol? Seeing the potential for a new product. But not while it glowed like radioactive waste. People might be slightly hesitant to inject that, even when shit-faced. Ivan groaned again, still get hangover. He complained, and Justin let it be, there wasn't much point in instant sobriety if you couldn't skip the hangover. Perhaps as a tool for soldiers or his security, in case they'd been drinking, as a way to get sober quickly. It was unlikely for it to be very useful as it was for the public market, yet. He'd have to see if he could get Maya and Helen to look at it, improve it. But they wasn't why he was here, so he stepped closer to Ivan, stepping over a pizza box that had been haphazardly thrown onto the floor. So, Ivan, I've been told you're displeased. He asked softly, not wanting to make the hangover worse. Ivan glared at him from under his curtain of hair. Why Tony Stark not suffer more? He demanded. Justin frowned. The man has shrapnel in his chest constantly moving to his heart, and an arc reactor shoved into his chest cavity to keep it from killing him. He must be in constant pain. He pointed out, hoping Ivan wasn't going to be problematic about this. He still couldn't have Tony die on him, not even for Ivan. And he really didn't want to lose his golden goose. Ivan tilted his head, mulling that over. Good start. He decided, still looking angry, the mullish look not leaving him. Not enough, he not realize yet, how him and his father, ruin lives. What do you want, Ivan? I'm not killing Tony Stark. Justin said firmly, arms crossed. And frankly this behavior is beneath you. You're the man that pioneered arc technology, power armor and a dozen other inventions, not to mention your assistance on the Cradle and Extremis. Tony Stark is an afterthought. Ivan slowly grinned, grunting out his approval of his accomplishments being listed. Those are good, but still not the crying of Stark's women, still not broken sad man paying for sins. He finished gutturally, a vicious sneer breaking out on his face, replacing the grin. Justin reiterated his question, what do you want, Ivan? Because he needed to solve this, his main man had been spending 2 days being utterly pathetic instead of doing his job. And his job literally revolutionized the world. Justin couldn't afford to have Vanko switch off, the entirety of Earth depended on men like him. Ivan looked up suddenly, his bloodshot eyes deadly serious. Get me meeting with Stark. I tell him myself. Fuck. Alright, I'll see what I can do, but it might take a bit, buddy, okay? It's not exactly easy to meet the man right now, especially with any request from me. Justin said, giving himself some time to figure this out. Damn his people for being actual people. Why did they have to have wants and needs that were so damn complicated? What was wrong with money? It used to be that people just wanted a boatload of money. His people though. They wanted complicated shit. Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark in a room together. That's only going to end well, he thought glumly. A week later, Andrews joined Air Force Base. See, I take you to nice restaurants, great little places with amazing food. And where do you take me when we both have the chance to hang out? An Air Force hangar. Hope teased him, nudging him in the ribs as they walked into the hangar. Are you absolutely sure you're supposed to be a player? Her grin was warm, and she didn't seem to be actually upset, curious if anything, so Justin let the teasing flow over him. I'm sure you'll be suitably impressed in short order. He said with a mysterious smile, gesturing to the grouping of people that were standing further in. Within which there was a very recognizable person, with a very recognizable security detail around him. Justin. Hope hissed, looking flustered, that's the President of the United States of America. Justin smiled proudly, walking forward with some swagger, patting Hope's hand as held onto her arm. It's not a big deal, I asked him to be here and meet you is all. He said casually. Hope put a hand to her hair, hissing out of the side of her mouth, her voice slightly squeaky, Justin. I can't meet the President of the United States of America. I didn't wash my hair today. Your hair smells amazing, and so do you. Justin assured her, feeling a little bit put out, the emphasis on the title, the slight panic, why did she never act like that for him? It was just Ellis, no one important. Hope's cheeks tinged pink, as she grasped his hand, nails digging into his skin. Justin, you can't say something like that. She almost wailed, not when I'm about to meet the President of the United States of America. Even as she continued to panic slightly, she sported a small pleased smile though. Stop saying it like that. Justin chided her, wondering if his plan was about to backfire on him. She might be too shocked to listen properly. Ellis. Justin said with a slight nod, as they got close to the man, his Secret Service protection just a few feet away. Hope immediately slapped his arm, turning to Ellis right after with a horrified look on her face. I'm so sorry Mr. President, he's not house-trained yet. She rushed out. Excuse me? Justin thought, deeply offended. President Ellis smiled affably, shaking Hope's hand. Not to worry, Miss Van Dyne, I'm well used to Justin by now. The way he said it, despite his smile, did not indicate that it was a pleasant connotation. This is not going quite as planned. Justin thought, beginning to feel quite annoyed, sending Ellis a warning look. And there is Colonel Rhodes. The President said with a pleased smile, welcome to our little mysterious get-together, Colonel. He said, rubbing his hands together. Justin immediately grasped Hope's hand again, now that the President had let it go. Hope staring curiously at former Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes walked up, escorted by a member of the Secret Service, looking wary at spotting Justin in the gathering. It's an honor, Mr. President. He said strongly, before grimacing minutely, I am no longer in the military however, so I can't answer to Colonel. It looked physically painful, Justin observed, for the man to not only admit that, but to be forced to correct the commander-in-chief. Well, that's part of what we are here to correct. Ellis said, switching to a more serious mien. I have an offer, for both you, Colonel Rhodes, and you, Miss Van Dyne, in regards to serving your country. Rhodes immediately straightened up even further, somehow, while Hope looked politely confused, but not quite willing to ask the president what he was smoking, to lump her in with an obvious career soldier. Justin had set this entire thing up, using the president to lend gravitas to the occasion and to convince the two of them of his desires. Of course Ellis would get what he wanted through it as well, just not as much as Justin would. First of all, irregardless of what you may choose here today, your rank and career has been reinstated by request from a very important person to national interests. Ellis said dryly, everyone turning towards Justin, who waved at Rhodes, a coy grin on his face. I assume you accept as much? Obviously your previous position as the liaison to Stark Industries is yours if you desire it as well. Ellis offered, hands behind his back as he regarded Rhodes. Justin hadn't added that second part that was the president adding his own spin, but considering Justin had access to all the juicy intel as part of the World Security Council, he knew that Stark had already managed to run off 2 new liaisons, this week. So in the end, it was a sensible option. Rhodes looked like he'd lost his voice for a moment, before he snapped a picture-perfect salute, yes sir. He said with conviction. Good. Boys, unveil Hammer's gift, please. Ellis said, waving to his security detail, who immediately moved to the side of the hangar, where something was hidden by a large hanging tarp. The tarp was dropped, unveiling something that drew gasps from both Hope and Rhodes, and got the president's eyes glittering with glee. I give you the war machine. Justin said grandly, stepping in and taking over. Not quite identical to what would have been, since Vanko engineered it, but the look was similar enough. It will be on loan to the U.S. Air Force under the stipulation that its pilot is Colonel James Rhodes, and some other small conditions. Rhodes was looking at him like he was crazy. Define conditions, he said quickly, eyes roaming across the suit of armor, before his eyes widened as he obviously came to a realization. Shit, Tony is going to kill me. He moaned out, before he realized the company he was in and immediately apologized, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Ellis scoffed, son, I've heard a lot worse than that before in the Senate, nothing to worry about. As for the conditions. Justin piped in again, practically skipping forward, the president can explain that, it's where you come in as well, Hope, dear. Ellis nodded, as Justin came up to stand next to him, the United States of America, has hired Hammer Industries to provide private security through a superhero team to protect us from threats like Wakanda's super soldiers, Magneto, or worse dangers, that cannot easily be deterred by conventional forces. Like from a comic book? Hope asked skeptically. Superheroes, really? The men all wisely decided not to clarify things with the woman, because some things were just sacred. War Machine will be available to you on the condition that you're available for this team in case of global or national threats. Justin said, a shit-eating grin on his face as he peered smugly at Rhodes. You do owe me a favor, Rhodes. Of course he'd be used by the military for the most part, Justin could hardly trust him for most missions, but it was just delicious to steal Tony's best friend for the real threats, which was why he had entreated Ellis to make the offer. Rhodes was a die-hard patriot, he couldn't, say no to this. Rhodes seemed to be thinking hard, looking conflicted, so they left him alone for the moment. Justin and the president both turned towards Hope, both men rearing back slightly at the very cross look on her face, her arms crossed under her bust as she tapped a foot impatiently on the cement. It seemed she'd realized something, and whatever it was she was none too pleased about it. And me? Is there a reason all this had been decided without even asking me if I wanted to be dragged into it? Hope said coolly, her eyes flashing as she glared at Justin, apparently you know about that. Have you been spying on me? And you didn't bother talking about it once. Justin started to feel like he might have made some slight miscalculations. I wanted it to be a surprise. He said, stepping back slightly, using the President of the United States as a shield. The Secret Service did not look impressed with him. Hope snorted, shaking her head, before looking at Ellis, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I assume my misguided friend has deigned to share things about me. Ellis hesitated for a moment, before a practiced politician's smile slid into his face, about you wielding the wasp suit? He did inform me, quite recently in fact. He argued quite strenuously that you were perfect for this hero team. Justin nodded quickly, you're absolutely perfect, Hope. He said, hoping to score back some brownie points. Hope pointed at him, you, shut it. She hissed out, I'm still mad at you. Ellis looked between them, seemingly amused at Justin's situation. Should I take that as a no, Miss Van Dyne? He queried. Hope shook her head, her ponytail swishing through the air, no, Mr. President, but I'd like to know more about how this works before I sign on the dotted line, so to speak. Ellis looked at Justin, who didn't want to speak up and draw Hope's ire again, not when this whole plan was to manage to recruit her and Rhodes, mostly her. Ellis chuckled, looking more amused by the second. Of course I'll lay it out for you, Miss Van Dyne, and you as well, Colonel Rhodes. He gestured to the War Machine armor. You'll be joining the team already consisting of Whiplash, Vulture, and the Scorpion, with one more name pending, depending on evaluations. He glanced at Hammer, who silently shook his head, before continuing, you'll be officially sanctioned by the United States government to act within our borders as you see fit on matters of national or global security, and we'll quickly achieve the same with NATO, I'm sure, making it legal for you to intervene there as well. He paused, looking worn all of a sudden. With the state of the UN and everything going on across the world, I do not know how many other counties would be willing to allow your team through its borders, so we'll have to see about that. Is that legal, Mr. President? Hope wanted to know. Ellis smirked briefly. I'll make it legal. He promised, before chuckling, I'm sorry I had to, but not to worry, Miss Van Dyne, all the legalities have been taken care of, at least for our country. What's the name of the team? Colonel Rhodes asked warily, which still indicated his tacit acceptance. President Ellis looked slightly pained, as it is a private team hired by the United States government, naming rights belong to the man running and paying for the upkeep of the team. Hope and Rhodes both stared hard at Justin. The team name is Hammer, isn't it? The team name is Hammer, isn't it? They both said at the same time, both sounding absolutely done. Justin smiled excitedly, you're saying it wrong, it's HAMMER. He corrected them, thrilled that his ploy worked in getting Hope on board. She was playing hard to get, but he could tell she would sign up. Before he got Ellis involved, he'd doubted his chances, precisely why he got him involved. It was hard to say no to the president asking you to do a solid for the country after all. Some people were silly like that, thinking that a man deserved loyalty just because he managed to hoodwink more mouth breathers into voting for him. Hope looked at him through narrowed eyes. Any chance you had of getting this? She gestured to herself, just died an agonizing death. She promised severely. Justin grimaced. She'll grow to like the name, he thought optimistically. A day later, White House, Washington, D.C. Your benefactors speak highly of you, but I'm unsure what exactly it is you're hoping to achieve here. President Ellis told his guest, in the Oval Office. Frankly, it was nice to deal with people without being almost summoned, like it was with Justin Hammer. He needed the man's money to get re-elected, or at least needed it, because if he pissed him off and got him to back the other side, he'd lose. After the sideshow at Andrews, it was nice to get to feel properly presidential again, with his guest showing all proper levels of respect. The man having had several senators of both parties vouch for him to boot, not something Ellis saw often anymore in the increasingly partisan world of politics. He was practically a lock for one of the Congress seats as well, an oddity for an independent in a race to replace hundreds of congressmen. Bolivar Trask smiled grimly, only the salvation of mankind, Mr. President. Malibu, California. Tony threw the remote down in disgust, having turned off the TV beforehand, to save himself from the absolute lunacy that was the press. Obi, sitting across from him and smoking a cigar, shook his head slowly, taking the cigar out of his mouth, pointing it at Tony. I warned you, Tony. It's a brave new world, the kind of shit you could get away with before, just doesn't work any longer. He gestured to the turned-off TV, you can't say whatever you want anymore and expect it will wash off due to your genius, there's another one on the board and he's more popular than you. Tony gave him an annoyed look. So you've said, repeatedly. He drawled sarcastically before he frowned, his mind drawn to the reporter, feeling annoyed at the man for asking him in the first place, and at himself, for his flippant devil-may-care answer. In his defense, the public used to love that exact attitude. Hell, his PR team used to play it up, because it sold. The devil-may-care playboy with a genius no one could match, people loved that shit. It had been over a week and the media was still playing it over and over again, different talking heads ripping him for being elitist. Since when was that a bad thing? He wondered. Pepper piped in, face severe as she crunched numbers, having followed the damage on every network, with Hammer providing clean energy and panacea, sometimes at cost even, his reputation is through the roof, and people are comparing the two of you. It's not coming off well so far. She said with a wince, drawing a dark look from Tony. Stop bringing up Hammer. He was 10 times the man that phony ever was, even if he begrudgingly admitted the man at least knew how to hire good people and take advantage of them. He'd been fighting with the board for over a week now, pushing his improvements, struggling to get them all through. Clean energy was one where he'd failed time and time again, even Obi had refused, claiming the timing wasn't there yet. He didn't care, arc reactor tech was his, even if he hadn't commercialized it, because he hadn't figured out how to make it useful yet before his vacation time in the desert. But he'd begrudgingly had to acknowledge it was too hard a battle to wage right now. Hammer had advantages that were just hard to beat at the moment to enter the energy sector. He'd hoovered up all the talent for one, Tony not able to compete when his comprehensive health plan, the best in America, was suddenly worth less than jack shit compared to free panacea for Hammer Industries employees. Not to mention the absolute bullshit political support Hammer had across the world. How the hell he'd managed Tony couldn't understand. Probably illegal shit. He thought darkly. Tony wasn't a damn criminal, but he'd admit crime definitely seemed to pay off in this case. And Justin Hammer was definitely slimy enough to be doing some backroom deals. He could build arc reactors no problem, Jarvis had already analyzed Justinium, and he could easily synthesize the same. But he had neither the personnel to run it, nor the money to undercut Hammer, who in Africa was literally losing money selling contracts to build arc reactors as a charity case to the poorer countries. He didn't have the infrastructure either, to begin synthesizing the new element to the level Hammer was. Let alone the problems that came from the douche no doubt patenting it. Artificial products not found in nature could be held solely to the patent owner even down to the manufacturing process after all. So Tony had been forced to agree with his godfather. Pick a battle you can win: space, consumer electronics, robotics. If he spent all his time on clean energy, he'd just fall further behind everywhere else. He'd have to make do with arc reactors for his own factories. And use Justinium under royalties or something, he'd put the lawyers on it. With Hammer's health plan and good, insane, PR, Tony couldn't even hire enough people trained to do the jobs he needed done. Everyone wanted into Hammer Industries, they'd lost 15% of their own workforce for just that, while Tony was gone. Which in a way was a good kick in the pants, as he'd been forced to come up with a solution for the future and studied plans with Jarvis to invest heavily into robotics. If he couldn't have the staff, he'd build his own staff, with the benefit of not having to pay them or worry about healthcare, and he'd let Jarvis run his factories down to the last man, ensuring quality control. He was beginning to play around with a second AI, he might need it if he was going full in on robotics. Sadly, that all was likely at least a year or two away before it was reality for even a few factories, let alone all of them. Plus, it wouldn't be a great PR look either, he knew. Having to think about those kinds of things now. He had severely underestimated how much Obi had been doing over the years to make things work after he'd come up with a brilliant idea, never having involved himself much in the process involved after creating something. The world's changed too much in 2 months. He didn't whine, just complained, like a man. He didn't usually have to worry about the logistics, it took care of itself. Except now he'd been hit in the face with the fact that Obi was the one who usually took care of it, and even he had limits. Like scrounging up factories, offices, and staff, for an expansion in several sectors all at once. While trying to get out of selling weapons. The board was throwing a hissy of epic proportions, hence why Tony had been forced to actually go to board meetings. Every day. This new world was lame and annoying. His suit was taking longer than expected due to all the interruptions and meetings he was forced to attend. If he could replace his board with robots as well, it would certainly make for a smoother process. We need to get a better PR team. He acknowledged distastefully, pretending he didn't see the knowing look between Obi and Pepper. He wasn't a complete man-child. We have a PR team, I believe their last email to you mentioned don't speak to the press without it being a pre-scheduled interview, sound familiar? Pepper asked, doing air quotes as she brought up the issue, voice dry. Tony looked at her, pursing his lips. Isn't it your job to handle my email? He said, making a disapproving sound. Way to fall down on the job, Pep. It is my job, just like it was my job when I told you that exact sentence over a week ago, before your board meeting, reminding you. She replied, managing to sound ever drier than previously. Obi coughed, drawing their attention, as he put his cigar out in the crystal ashtray on the table. Tony, I've hired you a PR coach, they're going to be with you for a month. Don't go anywhere in public without your coach, we can't handle more bad press, not with how good Hammer looks comparatively. Tony really was getting tired of the H word, so he immediately pivoted to something else. Is she hot? I bet she's hot, you got to work in PR. He spoke out of the side of his mouth at Pepper, who grimaced. Obi answered instead, looking serious, what kind of fool do you take me for, Tony? It's not a woman, for God's sake, not with your impulse control, please control yourself for 5 minutes. We can't keep taking beatings, there's only so many times we can take account before the bell rings. Tony thought that was a little bit unfair. He'd already provided a dozen defensive upgrades that would sell with the military, plus a new phone, watch and tablet configuration to enter the consumer electronics market with style. It wasn't like he was being lazy. Hell, he wasn't even sleeping, so they couldn't say he wasn't working. Although he'd had to start taking naps lately, due to allowing Yinsen into the workshop to help with the suit, and the man was annoyingly pedantic about stupid things like eating, showering and sleeping. Tony was going to get PTSD on his PTSD because of his disapproving stares. The man had saved his life, so he felt he owed him a lot of leeway, but now he was ridiculously acting like his damn nanny or something. And of course that traitor Jarvis was completely supporting him in his quest. Tony had never needed sleep before, he didn't need it now, didn't have time for it. He had hundreds of inventions to bring into the light, to show Hammer what was what. Let him have his slices of the pie, but Tony would go down in history as the real innovator. And he could do it totally guilt-free, since Hammer had started it all and completely thrown the world into insanity. It wasn't Tony's fault now if a tech race caused further instability, he didn't start it. Tony. Obi said, drawing his attention again, as he'd drifted off, studying Pepper, who was tucking her hair behind her ears self-consciously, in a way that looked just perfect. What? He asked, defensively. You don't do the business side, you're the ideas guy, I get it. Why don't you leave it all with me, huh? You sit in the lab and knock out more about this robotics thing, and some knickknacks. Tony was immediately offended. Knickknacks. As if. It's all the best new thing. And I'll deal with all the business and PR side of things, okay? Tony sighed, the many hours of no sleep pressing in on him. He eyed the worried-looking Pepper idly, wondering what he was even doing wasting time, when Obi was making perfect sense. Sure, Obi, you handle all the business stuff, I'll wow you with what I can whip up. He said, an easy grin on his face that hid the stress and nightmares crawling under his skin. He'd get over it soon enough, he was fine now. Fine. Obi can handle it. He's right, I'm more of the ideas guy anyway. He thought, mind already turning to the necessary fixes needed to implement a fully robotic production line for all of his factories. Before he could completely disappear into his mind, his eyes caught on to Obi's phone as he checked on something, cheek twitching in annoyance. Wait. What phone is that, my trusted and respected godfather who would never betray me? He drawled out. Obi choked on his spit, almost fumbling the phone. What? He exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Tony. Your phone, what is it? He asked again with narrowed eyes. Obi looked relieved for some reason, as he slipped the phone into his pocket, not answering Tony. Well, I got to go smooth things with the board, Tony. Listen to your PR coach, alright, they'll be good for you. Obi. The phone, a competitor. It's not really until we've put one out, Tony, and it's the best one on the market right now, its security is top-notch. Traitor. Author's note. Tony Stark can't just jump into the pool and match what Justin Hammer spent 2 years preparing for. Logistics doesn't work that way. He needs factory space, trained people, money, support from the board, PR, 1,000 little things that don't happen in a week. The other difference is simple. Tony Stark doesn't play the game as ruthlessly. The hearing in Iron Man 2 would never happen to Justin, because he'd either A, ensure it could never happen in the first place, or B, bribe/ruin/kill anyone that he needed to bury it first so it still doesn't happen. Justin in a single meeting, while offering something very desirable, sure, still managed to hamstring Tony from one conversation with Fisk. Surely that arrogance won't backfire either, right? Because he is willing to play that game, and Tony doesn't even think in that way. Now Stain on the other hand. Now before people begin to freak out, no, this doesn't mean Tony Stark sucks now, it means he needs time. Of course, in certain things like space, Tony isn't far behind. Repulsor tech actually puts him ahead of the ball game. Chapter 18, Wakanda Forever, Nevermore. For those interested in voting for which story gets priority or early access, I have a Patreon. Warning for some slight heavy stuff in this chapter. People die, and other people mourn, and shit goes down. Also warning, politics here aren't real, purely made up for the story, don't read into it. It's made up. I'm not American. I have no horse in that race, so no one go too crazy now. Even Justin has a heart it seems, or at least a conscience. And he still excels in making enemies for himself. Which will surely not bite him in the ass down the road. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. May 4th, New York, the Hilton. I can't believe they scheduled congressional elections on May the 4th. Justin muttered, watching on the news as the first predicted ending polls were being discussed. As he didn't have a proper headquarters in New York, he was once again forced to settle for the top penthouse suite at one of New York's hotels. His business was thrumming along at full speed and with great effect. Sunil's work in Cairo combined with the influx of working people, was greatly speeding up the more simple projects like building up the road network across the continent. He'd already begun with efforts to reclaim the desert. For once, it was not Vanco's designs that assisted with the process. He'd taken some of what he'd seen of Vanco's work, and applied it to large vehicles like trucks and excavation vehicles, making them into drones, using arc reactors instead of engines to give that extra oomph, with tracks instead of wheels, also saving an absolute fortune in gas expenses. They were removing a ridiculous amount of sand, and since sand was used in the process to make silica, further moving it onto silica wafers used for microchips. He was even making this process into a business. Everyone needed microchips after all. Of course, there was a reason people didn't use Saharan sand and its resources for silica wafers. In a word, it was too dirty. Compared to the sand from beaches, there were more contaminants like iron amongst the particles, that made them unsuitable for both fine and industrial glass, and for silica wafers. It was also eroded by wind instead of water, which created other issues, like making the grains of sands too smooth. It also lacked the necessary quartz component ideal for silicon for similar reasons. Justin simply went the extra expensive step of creating factories that processed the sand, before distributing the sifted and treated particles to factories around it, who'd make industrial strength glass from it. He had other factories concerned with making wafers for microchips, mixing in some of the ingredients necessary for the process with the sand, and crafting the sand necessary for the silicon conversion. All mostly automated, even if so far only a third of the facilities were even built, the sand extraction moving at snail pace until the factories were built up properly. Prohibitively expensive to do in the African desert or anywhere else really, unless the entire sand gathering workforce was basically arc-powered drones, meaning no gas costs, no human cost, except for the staff overlooking the process and the maintenance and cleaning staff ensuring the trucks kept running after a day in the desert. Same with the automation in the factories, overlooked by a computer and maintenance team, severely limiting costs after the initial outlay. No one else could realistically afford to do this in conventional manners, but he could and had the means, so it was getting done, slowly. So he was cleaning out the desert one truck at a time, making room for an eventual takeover process of the cleared areas via forestation or habitation, while also making a bundle on turning that sand into money via glass and silica wafers. The press was absolutely loving him for his environmental work. But then they always loved him now. Something he'd used to tie a lot of potential Congress members to his interests. Normally, he'd be all for ushering in more of the old guard, as they were easily bought. The problem of course was that they were easily bought. He had no use for men and women who'd take his gift and turn around and vote against his interests a few months later after finding some nice gifts from someone else. Whores should stay bought. So he had both openly, and more covertly, been pushing for some young guns to enter the race. Harder to control, but bustling with the wish for change, and nothing spoke of change at the moment like Justin Hammer and Hammer Industries. All of which neatly ensured they'd protect his interests from whatever remains of the old traditional members that managed to get in. There would always be some, the South wouldn't vote for anything else. They were predictable to the extreme, hence why no politician bothered to ever say anything new down there, just shouting about immigrants over and over again. There was a reason Justin preferred to stay away from there. He couldn't stand willful ignorance. Domino chortled, juggling some citrus fruits in apparent boredom, must make you feel good with so many of your young political protégés signing off with, "May the force be with you," before going to the polls. She teased. She had been laughing at him all morning, because every time he heard that idiocy, he twitched. Justin twitched irritably, again. It was moronic, they need to appeal to the older crowd, not enough younger people vote, they already have that locked in just by age and good looks. He grumbled, annoyed as always when catching people at incompetence. At least when it was people nominally on his side, catching enemies at incompetence was, as always, delicious. A Republican supermajority in Congress is going to make things interesting. Sunil spoke up dryly over conference call, the time difference made no difference, he was always on duty. Justin had a few prospects now for people to fix his AI deficiency, and Sunil was hunting them down, he should get the man another dozen assistants or something. Blame the fears from Wakandan stupidity on that. Justin said, not necessarily opposed in theory, warhawks were good for business after all. Especially the weapons business. The problem lay in the fact that sometimes they literally picked their hill to die on, and would refuse to be moved no matter if the apocalypse was forthcoming, which didn't make them reliable. Not fully. Again, see the South. A younger Congress would hopefully somewhat alleviate that, allowing Justin to sway them his way without being obvious about it. Republicans loved the war industry and big business. To a certain extent. Justin would have to keep it that way. Or Ellis would be using a lot of vetoes. If only Tony Stark could start making some sense, then this last month or two would have been almost perfect. He had been out of his cave for 2 months now, a month earlier than he was supposed to be, sure, but still, he had the time to get going already. So why was the asshole not flying around in his suit yet? Stark Industries was busy trying to expand, while dealing with the logistics problem he'd created. Neither of which should take Tony away from his suit this long, isn't that what he had Jarvis, Stain, and Pepper for? Why hadn't he gone to Gulmara? It was still a terrorist-plagued hellhole. Didn't Yinsen care? Why weren't they doing anything? It was frustrating the hell out of Justin. They were only a few months away from Thor and Iron Man 2, and Tony still wasn't Iron Man, not that there even was a Stark Expo this time around. Stark Industries for some reason didn't think they'd be very impressive with recent events, or so he assumed. No more thinking on Tony, or I'll never get anything done. He decided, turning back to the present. What's the progress in Cairo like, Sunil? He asked, idly watching as the news continued to predict a landslide Republican victory due to Democrats being perceived as weak on the military and war efforts. Mostly helped along by some serious gaffes by various black liberals trying to lessen the hate on for Wakanda, political suicide to anyone with a brain, yet they'd still stood to their principles. It would cost them now, for the first time in Justin's memory, people weren't voting exclusively in their normal lockdown affiliations, like their dad before them and grandfather before that, etc. Sunil sounded almost cheerful, as he responded, going splendidly, sir. Miss Monroe is a delight to work with, her efficiency and charisma is moving UNESCO into the hearts and minds of everyone here, and by far, the meta-human approval rating is ticking higher by the minute. Hearts and minds and probably cocks, Justin thought amused, Storm wasn't hard to look at, and a whole generation of Africans were likely in love. Keep giving her a long leash, I don't really care what she and her team is doing as long as it's good PR. He ordered. He hardly needed to micromanage Storm, she believed this was Mutant's one chance to come out as something benevolent, she wouldn't risk fucking with Hammer Industries at this point in time. Neither was she the type, most of Xavier's people too good for their own good, and not at all likely to backstab an ally. As far as UNESCO went, it was all his down to the core now. Unsurprisingly, the funding and effort to rebuild UN operations and staff was almost non-existent, as every major power focused on the vibranium gold rush. At this point, Justin doubted the United Nations would even return to its former state at all. And the state of our operations in Africa? He queried next, keeping his mind busy and getting a feel for how things were progressing. Red tape is practically non-existent as the leaders of each respective country are doing everything in their power to accommodate us at the moment. Sunil said confidently, our operations are only slowed down by the lack of infrastructure in some of the countries we are operating in, as soon as we get them up to snuff, projections have us 2 months ahead of schedule. Justin chuckled, pleased with the news. For all the miracles we've created, from clean energy to panacea, large infrastructure projects finishing ahead of time, might be the biggest of them all. Elena walked in just then, a frown on her pretty face. Sir, your request for Fantasia to return was denied. She reported. Justin turned his head slowly towards her. Excuse me. He said, not sure if he heard that correctly. She sent back a short reply stating that she was going to finish out her entire leave of absence. We also received a message from Magneto. Elena said, Domino sitting up straighter, a frown on her face now as well. Fantasia was a workaholic, either the Mystique issue was more complex than they had ever imagined, or something weird was going on. Justin was willing to bet on weird. It was always weird. Justin rubbed his brow, always has to be something, he lamented. Well, what is his message? Elena pursed her lips, anger flashing in her eyes. Denied. She said, that is it. Of course, very informative. Justin muttered, wondering if it was even worth pursuing right now. He had so many irons in the fire as it was, if Fantasia was in trouble, could he even get her out? Can't expect them to be loyal if I am not. He thought with disquiet, she's been steadfast for over 2 years. He glanced at Domino who looked unusually non-cheerful for her. There's also the problem of losing others' loyalty as well if I hesitate. Elena, Sunil, start poring over all the information we have on the Brotherhood and their whereabouts, I'll talk to Xavier. He made a noise of disgust, and asked him for a favor. Justin said, annoyed at the interruption to a simple day watching America's future change almost irrevocably. Sunil, start equipping our security with the plastic weaponry. Just in case, and someone notify Vanko. The man had some anti-Magneto ideas he'd been tinkering with. Perhaps it was time to start deploying them. Just then, his glasses beeped, signifying the one and only secret communication avenue he had that would loudly announce itself like that so he'd not miss it, one that was important and very late, and he groaned, when it rains it pours. I need to get to my jet, it's the closest safe spot for contacting the World Security Council. Because the message he got was from Killmonger, his little snake in the grass was finally ready to destroy Wakanda's main shield generator. He felt like slapping himself in the face. God, now I even sound like I'm in a Star Wars movie. Blowing up shield generators, ugh. Now people, now. He snapped out, Elena jumping slightly as she got to work. Ugh, Killmonger finally. Took you long enough. He glared at Domino who leaned back onto the couch, a leg over her knee. Don't you have work to do? He sniped. She smirked mischievously, I do, my job is watching your cute little butt, so I guess I'm doing great, watching you right now, in fact. She said irreverently, gesturing to her own eyes with 2 fingers and then to him, smirking the entire time. Justin definitely needed Fantasia back, his people were getting way too cheeky with him. 3 hours later, Hammer Industries private jet. Justin hated waiting. On anything. He was fine with others waiting on him, as was only proper, but waiting on the other Security Council members was literally torturous. They were the ones who had hassled him for weeks, wanting updates on Killmonger's process, updates he didn't have, because he was deep undercover and reporting in daily or weekly was retarded. Something the Oversight Council of an intelligence agency should have known. And now he had the update they'd been waiting for. And they were making him wait. Finally, minutes later, the last member's hologram appears, Gideon Malik, the prick. Does this mean you finally have something useful, Hammer? He immediately asked, not even bothering with the niceties. Justin raised a mocking eyebrow, as opposed to the eminently useful information you've given, Malik. None, in case that wasn't obvious, you odious toad. He'd already known Malik's name from Pierce, but the rest had finally broken down and shared identities in some futile effort of getting some team cohesiveness between council members. Or because they noticed his people had been sniffing around and figured they'd get it out of the way. He knew which theory he subscribed to. Alexander Pierce, attending the meeting for the first time in weeks, raised his hands in a calming motion. Now, let's not get away from the matter at hand. You've called this meeting, Justin, do you have anything to share? Don't call me Justin. He wanted to say, but Hydra was still a somewhat useful friend, even if they didn't know he knew as much as he did. They were obviously angling to recruit him though, which hell no. My operative has the ability to end the shield, today. He's only waiting for my order. Justin said smugly, a touch of arrogance to his posture. These other jokers held some minor power, but they'd failed in as much as scratching Wakanda, so as usual it came down to Justin's superior planning. That's very useful information, can we afford to wait? They, totally not a Mandarin spy, Asian counselor asked softly. He could be discovered any day, and we'd lose our only reliable way to end this farce of a war. Setting things off too early has its disadvantages too, the British counselor interjected. The major nations have still not come to an agreement on the distribution of vibranium. If the shield falls, it will be a free-for-all, an utter mess that risks setting off World War III. Again. The Indian counselor said, with clear disgust in his voice, can we risk it? Esteemed counselors, do you believe there's any chance of an agreement between the major nations in the near future? Pierce asked politely, his gaze almost jovial. Justin scoffed loudly, drawing attention. We speak of that like the people in this room does not influence those decisions. It's not as simple as that. Malik said, voice dripping with distaste. No one in this room controls what Russia or China might do. A funny thing to say with the Asian Hemisphere's counselor right there, but in essence the truth, he's not the one with control. Justin smiled sardonically, we might not control them, but we know exactly how they'll act, and it won't make a difference if it's now or 6 months from now. He gave them a piercing gaze, except now, we have the means, who knows about the future? Your man can deliver. The Indian counselor asked quietly. Of course. What a pointless question, why else would Justin even have called this meeting for? If we're moving immediately, I'll contact NATO to put all the pieces in place. The British counselor said, with a deep sigh following her statement. Gideon Malik looked displeased, as he acknowledged the apparent will of the council. I'll speak to Ross, if anyone can get the US forces hopping, it's him. From the immediate grimace that appeared on his face, Ross had worked his usual charms it seemed. Pierce smiled grimly. Shield is already on the ground and will of course be notified to stand ready. Ready to loot, no doubt, Justin thought, finding it amusing that there was literally no difference between Hydra and Shield in this matter. What kind of time frame will we have? The Asian counselor asked Justin bluntly. Justin hesitated momentarily, wondering if he should push for more time, or just get this over with. Eventually his busy schedule convinced him the sooner the better. The armies are all already there, right? So tonight, let's not risk my operative or his sabotage being discovered. Armies don't move that quickly. One of the so far silent counselors broke in with. They'll have to today, gentlemen and lady. Pierce said firmly, we all better get working. He glanced at Justin, give us a few hours, then we'll work on what time we'll set it all off, we want to have our asses covered on this one. Needless to say, the whole world would be watching. Wakanda's defeat was one of the most significant world-encompassing issues since World War II. Justin logged off, feeling that it had been all too easy, not something he was used to with the council. It discomforted him. Usually it was like pulling teeth, so the fact they all so easily folded. Was he making the right choice in moving immediately? Wakanda, Royal Palace, living quarters. T'Challa sighed despondently as he made his way through the corridors, heading towards his parents' living area. Normally the Royal Palace brought him a sense of pride and contentment, but now all he felt was dread as he traversed the halls. It felt too much like the beginnings of a catacomb to him, his surroundings more and more equating to a prison or graveyard than a loved home. The finery, the weaves of the tribes of his people, the artifacts and art adorning the walls, the vibranium in the walls practically thrumming with recognition of its chosen people, it all felt limp, fake, today. The Americans were in the middle of replacing those their warriors had killed in their government, and all of them were running on what measure of Wakandan blood they'd promised the public. He could see no way forward, his project barely enough to save those closest to him. Even his last pathetic gasp of hope was more of a failure than anything. It was admitting loss, admitting that he could do nothing for Wakanda, for its people. Those who'd all suffer while he and his made their escape. He felt more and more like a coward, as he'd been called plenty as of late. What else could you call a prince who was abandoning his people, his heritage, saving only the few? His sister, his parents, Nakia. Yet, he could not foresee another path, and he refused to let Shuri suffer for their mistakes. His steps slowed down as he realized he'd not yet run into a single guard. This far into the living quarters the dorm mileage should have been plentiful. Breaking out into a sprint, he rushed towards his parents' living quarters, his heart beating wildly as he suddenly ran past an eviscerated guard, tossed aside like garbage, the pathway bloody and filled with the stench of the recently deceased. No, no, no! He screamed internally as he ran past two more fatalities, both women heavily burned and unrecognizable. He broke through his father's door, splintering wood across the room, as he skidded to a stop, his heart breaking at the sight before him. No! Father, Mother, why? He cried out in anguish, tears running down his face as he charged at Killmonger, who was holding his dead father up, a burning hand inserted in his chest, his mother lying dead on the floor, a handprint burned into her face. The smell of burning flesh suffused the room. Killmonger cocked his head to the side, a teasing tilt to his lips. Hey, cuz, you missed the party, he said flippantly, tossing the former king of Wakanda at T'Challa in a sudden show of strength. T'Challa interrupted his rush, catching his father's body, sliding to a stop as he laid it down gently on the ground. His eyes were burning with hate, even as tears continued to run down his cheeks. They were your family. He accepted you when I would not. He screamed, trying to understand. His parents were dead. T'Challa had not stopped Killmonger in time. He had failed. Again. Bast. Why not me? Why let the failure continue on? Killmonger smirked, seemingly at perfect ease as he spoke up. Yet, in retrospect, not the smartest choice your dear old dad made, hey. I'm going to kill you. T'Challa growled, closing his father's eyes, praying that he'd find some measure of peace with the ancestors. Cutting off the head of his killer seemed a good start for that. Killmonger tsked, tossing something in the air, a metallic device of some kind. You know, I'll almost miss all of this, he said, pressing down on the device. Except, nah. He chuckled. T'Challa moved to rush him, when the entire palace shook in an almighty explosion. His face paled, as he stared at the cockily grinning murderer. What did you do? He roared out, his heart thundering as he could hear screaming outside the palace, an all-encompassing cry from the people. His eyes grew wide in disbelief as he looked out one of the windows, seeing the receding shield that had covered Wakanda, kept it safe. That's why I haven't heard any shells for the past few minutes. He realized. The enemy had stopped their artillery, they knew. Killmonger chuckled, tossing the detonator over his shoulder carelessly, still seemingly utterly relaxed. Just blew your shield to kingdom come, cuz. His grin turned vicious. There's so many people that want your head, I think I'll leave you alive to face justice. What do you say, king? I will kill you. T'Challa hissed out lowly, eyes almost glowing, as all he could see was red. Shield is confirmed down. Justin asked, eyes intent on the screen as he typed in commands. It's confirmed, everyone's moving in, it's going to be a clusterfuck worse than anything the Cold War ever threw at us, you mind? I'm kind of busy. Fury drawled sarcastically, before turning off the communications channel without waiting for confirmation. Justin chuckled, Fury, so full of charm. He finished what he was doing, finger hovering over the enter key. Flashback. So Eric Stevens? How was he? Justin asked Domino casually. Domino, lounging on the couch, stretched languidly like a cat, a smirk on her face. Amazing, a veritable gift to women, wouldn't mind a rerun or 20. She quipped. Justin rolled his eyes. I didn't ask about how he was in bed, Domino, what's your feeling about him? Giving her a vacation was well earned, but it didn't mean he wanted to know what fucking Killmonger got up to in bed. Domino gave him a doubtful look. Why are you asking me? You already know. Justin smirked, nodding. I'm fairly certain yes, but getting a second opinion from someone I trust doesn't hurt. Domino looked slightly flattered, as she sat up straight on the couch, her expression more thoughtful. He's very clever, and impossibly smooth, definitely not a follower, for all that he was masquerading as a soldier. Justin thought that fit his picture of the man perfectly. Can he be trusted? He asked, despite already knowing the answer. Domino snorted. He can be trusted to always look for an angle, sure. She said with surety. Justin hummed thoughtfully. I suppose it's a good thing I took precautions. The poor man thought Hansen had given him a perfected extremis, instead he'd gotten a version that slowly eroded. By this point, his regeneration wouldn't be more than an ability to heal cuts. Perfect for the implant in his head to take care of business if needed. Justin eyed the program that held the only detonator to a man's brain, sliding his fingers over the keys. Soon enough, Killmonger, he thought softly in his mind. Too bad you're so untrustworthy, you could have been something. Flashback end. He pressed the enter key, sending the signal across the world to Wakanda. Sorry Eric, but some gifts shouldn't be taken at face value. They can be poisoned. Wakanda. Before T'Challa could strike, Killmonger stumbled suddenly, raising a hand to his face, eyes shocked, as blood began pouring out of every orifice. His eyes met T'Challa's, agony and anger visible for only a second. Hammer. He managed to croak out in pure disbelief, getting out those last words, taking a step forward, before he seemed to lose control of his body, falling face first to the ground. It was anticlimactic, and not at all satisfying to T'Challa, not enough to gain revenge on the traitor. T'Challa hesitated before the body, unsure what was happening, and then suddenly Killmonger's head exploded like a melon that had taken a sledgehammer to it, blood and viscera showering him as he stared at the inexplicable moment, shocked and angry. It finally clicked in his mind, through the haze of grief and anger. Killmonger had been a disposable agent, completely unaware it seemed, someone had killed him from afar once the shield went down, even this outsider Wakandan was simply used by their enemies. Used and disposed of like trash. Hammer. It all came back to Hammer. He was the reason for all of this. He sent Killmonger. He killed his country, his parents. And now, he even stole T'Challa's revenge. Hammer. He growled, sending one last glance at his parents, wishing he could do more, before he ran, heading for his sister. They needed to leave. Now. Across the borders, NATO, SHIELD, and various forces from neighboring African countries rushed in, ready to establish their own slice of the pie, and push out any latecomers. It was a race, and therefore the forces pushed harder and further than what would be wise in traditional combat doctrines. Of the Wakandans that got in the way. No one had any time for them. San Francisco, PIM Technologies. Dad, what's the big rush? Hope asked, with a hint of exasperation as she entered his office, having received no less than 5 phone calls and 3 emails to ensure she arrived. He'd been more insufferable than ever lately. Hope would have thought that his genius being acknowledged across the world would have pleased him, but it only made him crankier. They'd had to upgrade security tenfold due to the heightened threat profile, as everyone in the world realized the efficacy of PIM particles. Realized exactly what could be done with it. She knew her father slept in his new and improved Ant-Man suit nowadays, ensuring anyone trying to come for him would have a bad day. She didn't go quite that far, but she regularly wore the wasp suit under her clothes when out and about. And of course there was the whole Justin Hammer thing, and the superhero thing. Her dad had not been a fan of either of those developments. She'd been so focused on her dad, sitting behind his desk with a pleased smile like the cat that got the canary, that she totally missed the other person in the room until he spoke up. Then again, she generally tried to miss his presence while going around the building too. Hope, nice to see you again, radiant as always. Darren Cross said, a big grin on his face. He looked about as pleased as her dad did, except his grin was significantly dumber. Darren. What a surprise. Hope said, controlling her expression, turning towards her dad. Dad. Mind explaining what's got you in such a good mood? And why is your sleazy fanboy in here? The only good thing about Darren Cross was that he'd normally spend all his time in the lab or sucking up to the board, so Hope didn't have to see him too much. What her father saw in that man she didn't know. He reminded her of a weasel, his smile at times too wide and too fake. He was also very obviously into her. And saw her rejection as a cute game they were playing. Major skyscraper-sized red flags right there. Of course her dad disagreed, sometimes she wondered what on earth her mom could have ever seen in him. Hope, I've solved all our issues. Hank said smugly, gesturing to Darren, show her Darren. Darren turned around and grabbed a helmet that had been behind him on the table. Hope turned to her dad aghast, you didn't. Darren chuckled, fastening the Ant-Man helmet onto his head, obviously wearing the suit under his clothes. No need to sound so surprised Hope, my lovely, I'm practically family. With practiced ease, like he's been doing this for a while, he initialized the PIM particles in the suit, and shrunk down. Hope turned stormy eyes on her dad again, not able to understand how he could sit there and look proud, after making such a fundamentally stupid decision. You gave Darren Cross the Ant-Man suit. She paused for a moment as Darren reappeared, at least he still had the old bulky type, not like Hope's where her helmet simply flowed on, due to her father's innovations in nanotech. God, how could he ever think this was a good idea? She thought with disgust. Even if he didn't give him nanotech, he's literally handed PIM particles to this idiot, when he refused for so long to give even a tiny amount to Justin. Wait. How long have you had this? She asked Darren suspiciously, narrowing her eyes. A few months, why? Darren said, looking a bit put out that Hope wasn't more impressed, rubbing his arm like he was a child sent to the principal, feeling guilty but not knowing for what. Foolish man, like she'd be impressed by a suit and power she'd seen her dad use frequently. That's just yuck, definitely not dating material, no matter how much he flashed cow eyes her way. Hope turned to her father again, angry, practically spitting out, "What? You made me beg for a year." Only the fact their threat profile had massively increased had led to him allowing her to have the wasp suit, to wear it underneath her clothes everywhere she went to protect herself from potential kidnapping threats or worse. If that hadn't happened, she'd still be begging him for it. And Darren Cross got it in a few months. Hank blanched, the pleased smile falling off his lips. "It isn't like that, Hope." He hurriedly tried to defend himself. "I gave it to him to protect you." Hope straightened, a furious expression on her face. "I can protect myself, Dad. And you what? Got me a superpowered bodyguard without even informing me." Sadly, she wasn't even surprised. This was very on brand for the great Hank Pym. She was angry though, very angry. "Did you not think for even a second that I should have a say in this?" Darren was looking very uncomfortable now, and like he was wondering if he could shrink down again without being noticed. He also looked pathetically hurt, like Hope had crushed his dreams by not falling in love the moment she saw him in a matching suit. "Men!" Hank blustered a little, squirming in his seat, before as usual, stomping past all her thoughts and feelings to be Hank Pym about it. "Never mind that, Hope. You've been running around with that nutjob Hammer, and now you are going to be part of some sort of superhero team. You didn't consult me on that, did you?" he said triumphantly. Hope squashed the wish to throw something at him. She was better than that. "Who I spend time with is none of your business, Dad. And the president asked me to join, and I have this suit for a reason. I couldn't say no to helping." Hank rose up, hands flat on the desk as his neck turned a furious red. "You have that suit because I gave it to you." He spat out, eyes flashing behind his glasses. "It's for your protection, not so you can go seek danger." Hope couldn't believe what she was hearing, or she could. She just hadn't thought he'd be so pig-headedly obstinate with her. "So you should decide who I spend time with, what I wear, whether I change my career, whether I choose to serve my country," she said dangerously quietly. "Yes," Hank yelled, before he seemed to realize what he was saying. "Wait, you know I don't mean it like that, Hope," he said looking stricken. Hope held her head high. "You made your meaning pretty clear, Mr. Pym. Am I allowed to leave?" she asked coldly, bitterly. She was after all just an employee at Pym Technologies, and he was her boss and CEO. "I think everyone should just take a deep breath. I've done a lot of yoga and it's helped balance my chakras. I think you two could use some of that as well," Darren said with an easy grin, the fakeness practically exuding from him to Hope's eyes. Hope ignored him completely. She was not even going to entertain the idea of this fool following her around as her bodyguard. And good luck getting Justin Hammer to accept him to the team. She was sure she could easily convince him to see it her way. Her lips quirked just the tiniest bit, thinking Justin would probably go quite a bit further than just denying him a place if she told him her thoughts on the man. It felt nice to know someone had your back to such an extent. She eyed her boss angrily, unlike some people. She thought. "I have work to do, may I be excused, sir?" she asked again, standing ramrod straight as she watched Hank Pym slump in his seat. "We'll talk later. You'll understand, Hope," he said wearily. Hope really doubted that. But she took the tacit agreement to leave, and walked out as soon as she could. Screw work, she was getting absolutely shit-faced. On the company credit card. She might as well buy a round or 10 for everyone on the block as well. Because fuck Hank Pym. Madripoor, Violet Eye Brothel, same time. Norman Osborn usually wouldn't be caught dead in a place like this. So savage and uncouth. The entire first floor seemed more like a debauched nightclub more than anything, cages hanging from the ceiling, women, men, boys and girls swaying to the music in various states of altered minds, prices displayed openly. Life was cheap, not anything new to Norman. Art was displayed in abundance, by a loose definition of the word, as the paintings invariably depicted people in flagranti, hardly worthy of the Louvre. Well, slap the right signature on the bottom, and it would get in, he supposed. He even employed a skilled forger just for the purpose of ruining the enjoyment of their art collections from his rivals. He'd even hired the man from a place just like this in Madripoor, where everything and everyone was for sale. The bar, the seating area and other various props and decorations were a mix of chrome and violet neon lights with splashes of graffiti here and there. Modern trash, he couldn't help but think of it. The masses of apes that made up the lower class always found new ways to debase themselves. It did have its charms though, he thought, as he brushed past several women only wearing glitter and bejeweled bits, serving drinks to the men and women who frequented the Violet Eye. Criminals and businessmen, not so different from each other after all. And at least he didn't stand out too much in his finely tailored suit, the clientele being a mix of people such as he, down to filthy gangsters with gang tattoos proudly displayed. A woman that was entirely colored in violet and purple skin with glowing pink eyes stepped up to him, her nails several inches long and appearing to be razor-sharp with an almost metallic sheen, her toothy smile showcased equally razor-sharp teeth. He was briefly interested in if the effect was due to the woman actually tattooing her entire body and filing her teeth, implanting the nails and such and wearing contact lenses, or if she was some kind of mutant. One took effort and commitment he could appreciate, the other he didn't care for. His eyes took in her entirely nude body, a voice somewhere cackling madly as he wondered if she'd bleed red, or purple. He wasn't mad, it was the world that was insane. Norman seemed to be the only sane man left, the only one willing to make the hard choices. Monsieur Osborne, you're expected, I'm Madame de Sordre, welcome to my Violet Eye. She said coolly, in an obviously French accent. So obvious that he was almost positive it was all fake. Norman raised an incredulous eyebrow at the knowledge she was the owner, however, his bodyguards shuffling slightly in surprise behind him. The owner parading around like this was a shock, even though Norman had expected nothing but filth and damnation in this hellhole. That said, for someone with a small measure of power, to debase themselves before clients and employees like this, he just couldn't understand these people. These weaklings. Madame de Sordre gave him a sardonic smirk, her eyes narrowing in cruel delight. Ah, the great Norman Osborne is tongue-tied, yes. She gestured with a toned muscled arm, her bust bouncing along with the action mesmerizingly, the woman showing no shame whatsoever. The Violet Eye holds the desires of the world, which desire is it that you seek? Norman hated her for a brief moment, crush that slut. His ears ringing as his countenance darkened, as he took a step forward into Madame de Sordre's personal space. You can't possibly fathom my desires, he growled out almost bestially. You already know what I'm here for, don't play games with me. His lips twisted into a snarl, as he almost spat at the woman. Before his bodyguards could even react, two nails sharper and deadlier than most knives rested against his jugular, Madame de Sordre studying him carefully, tapping his vein. It's been some time since you've been in Madripoor, Monsieur Osborne. She mused out loud. His useless bodyguards raised their hands over their heads, as every man, woman and child in the place somehow found themselves with a weapon in hand. Inevitably pointing it at them, more arriving on the balconies overlooking the first floor, turrets sliding out of the walls next to the entrance, whirring as they found them within their sights. This was some achievement, as many of the employees were absolutely naked and hadn't had quick access to a weapon. He did find it quite amusing that the turrets were Oscorp branded too. How big your cock is outside in the other world doesn't matter here. She said wickedly, one of her fangs scratching up her lip, her long tongue idly licking up the blood, as she met his eyes. Madripoor stands for Madripoor only, you cannot come in here and try to push me around in my house. Norman cackled, eyes wild and alive as he pushed forward against the deadly weapons masquerading as nails that were held against his throat, Madame de Sordre swiftly moving her hand back, a flicker of something uncertain appearing in her eyes. Are you mad, Osborne? That would have killed you. She said bluntly. Norman pushed forward yet another step, Madame de Sordre having the choice to kill him, or to step back from him in front of everyone. Norman just knew somehow, something insistent singing in his veins, that he'd win this confrontation no matter what. Is it mad? I see you backing up, little rabbit. He said viciously, a mad grin on his face as the proprietor of the Violet Eye stepped away from him fully, eyeing him warily. She had lost. She was not as willing to kill someone of his stature as she'd postured. He glorified in her hate-filled gaze. His dominance assured, just like that little voice in the back of his mind whispered. Kill the rest of them. She spat out, acting like an angry toddler, lashing out. Gunfire briefly erupting after her words and managing to paint the mostly violet building red. Norman quite liked it. It was an improvement. Not as nice as green, but red had its own charm. His men had been caught completely unprepared, having visibly kept hands away from their weapons in the face of overwhelming firepower. The flashes of bullets fired from all directions and the screams they elicited as they mowed down his men like wheat, made Norman feel alive in a way he hadn't in over a decade, something within him stirring in lust. He eyed the dead and dying bodyguards impassively, hiding his arousal over the scene. Having seen Madame de Sordre back down before him once already, he wasn't worried. And he'd just hire some of this rabble for when he needed to leave. You've saved me the bother of paying them for services rendered, I suppose your little club does have its uses. He grumbled, sneering at her, now take me to my meeting, you were hired to facilitate this were you not? Madame de Sordre twitched irritably, clean this filth up. She snapped to her people, fingers twitching as she slit the throat of a boy walking past her with a tray of long-necked drinks, get out of my way. She snarled, walking away towards a doorway in the back, guarded by several armed men with military-quality weaponry. Norman looked down at the rapidly spreading pool of blood from the collapsed server boy, laughing quietly to himself. Now the woman was somewhat attractive to him. He followed her lackadaisically, in no particular rush now, because he knew it would annoy the woman, now that her little power play had so miserably failed. He was led through 2 corridors, before Madame de Sordre stopped by a large door, again guarded by burly military-grade style types. "He's in there," she said shortly, crossing her arms under her bust, giving him a hateful stare. Norman simply chuckled at her, patting her on the cheek, not even caring about the 3 cuts he received to his hand as she slapped it away. They were only skin deep anyway, she'd held back. "Scaredy cat. Everything is for sale, you said. Don't go anywhere, consider yourself bought for the evening," he ordered cruelly, delighting in the absolute loathing she directed his way. He knew her type now, the kind of criminal that would sell even their grandmother with a smile, in parts, piecing her out herself. She'd hate him for every moment, but she'd take his money. He couldn't care less about the sex, but putting her in her place. Oh yes, it would be worth the no doubt exorbitant fee. He entered, plastering on a regular smile. "Ulysses Claude, you're a hard man to get a hold of nowadays." Claude, dressed in some kind of ridiculous fake military outfit with so many medals on it that it could sink a ship, grinned widely, leaning back against a violet and circuitous couch. "Well, if it isn't Norman Osborn, how'd ya manage to sucker the military into buying your crap ahead of my mate Justin, hey?" Norman had known the man was annoying, but to open with that, he was beginning to think his sources had undersold it. "Superior abilities and product," Norman said, feeling a spike of anger at the assertion that his superior products were inferior to Hammer. "I was under the impression you had accepted this meeting with the intent to do business." He didn't bother to sit down, having some serious doubts on the cleanliness of any private room in this locale. Claude grinned happily. "Maybe I just wanted to have you fly all the way over here, all worked up for nothing, eh?" Before letting loose a loud guffaw, slapping his knee in an absurd showing of some kind of slapstick humor, while Norman twitched and stood there, growing increasingly angrier. "This cretin isn't taking me seriously. You may have come across a bit of luck with current world events, Claude, but I would not be taking this so humorously," Norman warned, not letting his anger and disgust show on his face. "Trailer trash weapons dealer, you're nothing but refuse swimming with sharks, Claude." Claude stopped laughing, leaning forward slightly, one hand stroking his beard, his fingers each adorned by a gaudy ring. "Like in everything else, Osborn, you're beneath Justin Hammer, even in the threats department." He chuckled, tapping his knuckles against the low wooden table in front of him. "My mate had this look in his eyes like he wanted to dissect me at times, really had me over the barrel once too, but he needed me too much to ever pull the trigger." His eyes glinted with malice and greed as he smacked his lips loudly, blowing Norman a kiss. "Just like you're here 'cause you need me, eh?" What patience Norman still held, snapped, and between one moment and the next, he was holding Claude up in the air, a manic grin on his face as Claude kicked fruitlessly against him, his eyes wide. "Well then, Claude, there's the difference between Hammer and me," he cackled, his grin spreading wider, encompassing his entire jaw, his eyes almost popping out of his face as he held Claude up in the air without a hint of effort. "I have a hair trigger. Sometimes I don't even realize I've pulled the trigger until there's a big mess everywhere." As he cackled, he thought he could hear more cackling from everywhere around him, only making him want to do it more, even as Claude was turning blue, slapping his arm, trying desperately to tap out. "You know more about Wakanda than you're saying. I want that info. I want to know where the juiciest pieces are, so that when the shield falls, I'll get the best slice of the pie, and you will tell me, won't you?" He lowered the man's face, so that they were eye to eye, enjoying the panic he saw in the other man's eyes as his air was beginning to run out. "What say you, Claude? Who's scarier now?" he hissed out, seeing his own approving and grinning face in the reflection of Claude's eyes. "Hammer Industries private jet, with Elena." As Justin was making himself comfortable in the chair of secrecy, as she liked to call it, Elena settled down on the couch, laptop on her knees as she thought over things. Maybe it was odd for a spy and assassin to enjoy being a personal assistant, but she honestly had never felt more powerful than she felt now. Instead of guns, knives, and wire, she wielded the pen, phone, and laptop. And she held in her hands more power than some leaders of developed countries. The amount of trust and power Justin gave to his inner circle, once you got in, was mind-boggling. It was no wonder Sunil had abandoned Hydra immediately. The right hand of Hammer could practically decide which country lived or died. How many Hydra goons could say the same? Sunil had been found out immediately, however. While Elena was still keeping a big secret. And every day she wondered if they all knew, and just kept quiet, trusted her anyway. Or if she was going to be put in the deepest hole on earth once she came clean. She didn't think Justin would do that, because she'd proved her loyalty over and over again, but it would still amount to a betrayal of trust, and she felt a pang inside her at the idea of Justin no longer trusting her. Which made it all the harder to come clean and tell him who she really was and why she was initially sent here. She still sent falsified reports back from time to time, pretending she was still doing her job, that she was still a good little Black Widow. Luckily enough she hadn't received any other orders than to keep close and gather information. Not that she sent back true information anyway. If the order came down to kill, she'd have to come clean immediately, before more Black Widows arrived, this time to take her out, for refusing orders. After Wakanda is taken down, things will calm down, I'll tell him then. She decided, glancing over at the chair, privacy screens already up and limiting her view of Justin. She bit her lip, her sister would so make fun of her for developing feelings for a target if she heard about it. She snorted amusedly, then again, Nat had her own run-in with Justin, as she'd found out. She'd refused to watch the whole video on principle, because sister. But she was very amused at how completely played her sister had been, the feared Black Widow trademark fooled completely and dancing to the tune of Justin's skilled fingers. She blushed slightly, and the fact he outmaneuvered one of the best spies in the world is totally attractive too. She was still slightly pissed because on one hand, he'd embarrassed her sister. On the other, it was funny, and gave her some much-needed ammunition against her big sister. Who's the best widow now, Natasha? She tapped her lip with a finger, frowning in thought, it will make Christmas dinners slightly awkward though I suppose. She glanced at Justin again, I was totally better than her too, right? Is it okay to ask? Or is that creepy? She could literally feel her cheeks flaming up, so she dropped that line of thought, and focused on her laptop. They had over 100 meta-humans who'd applied, they all needed comprehensive psych profiles and background checks done before they could trust their application to be genuine. Sunil was busy with the revitalization of Africa, so it came to her to arrange everything. Her eyes narrowed as she came upon a name she knew from her Black Widow days. A mutant that definitely could not be trusted, one who had assisted Dreykov before. And for this kind of scum, she was perfectly comfortable using mutant instead of meta-human. It was a conundrum however. If Dreykov knew somehow that she had any say on these applications, her turning them down would signal that she was no longer mind-controlled, while her not having reported that she had that much power, would signal it as well. But if she said yes, she'd be inviting a snake into the company to do damage, someone she knew to be a sociopath. Denied, she clicked, putting a red flag on the application to ensure there was no doubt about the unviability of his application. She'd made her bed, and once Justin accepted her apologies for keeping it secret for so long, she'd deliver him an army of sexy Black Widow secretaries to do his bidding. Hammer Industries private jet, with Justin. Justin was still in the World Security Council chair, eyes closed as he listened to the communication as S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to organize and heard the over a dozen different militaries that were rushing into Wakanda at top speed. They took losses of course, as the Wakandan super soldiers had been close to the border, and suicidically threw themselves at the foreign invaders in a vain attempt to slow them down. Except they weren't facing stationary artillery targets now, sneaking around in the night and hit-and-run tactics. Facing a mobile highly trained and flexible attacking force, the Wakandan super soldiers found themselves flanked and pinned in short order, taking dozens of men down with them for each one, but all being brought down. All faithfully reported over channels, S.H.I.E.L.D. sorting through it all, allowing Justin to take it all in, keeping an eye on Fury through it all, half believing the spy of spies would pull something. His eyes opened as someone screamed over the channel, launch detected. Complete silence descending for but a millisecond, before everyone began hustling. Where goddammit? Fury's voice came over the line as Justin grabbed the chair tightly with his hands, no, not fucking again. He thought, stop playing with nukes you fucking morons. Satellites detected it. African East Coast, outside Somalia. It's the Iliad. The operator's voice yelled out, sounding defeated. Motherfucker, get everyone out. Every damn man and woman with a goddamn radio, cell phone, or loud voice get a hold of them and get those men out. Fury roared, the channels exploding with chatter. NATO had just entered the country, the Americans and Africans both already rushed in way ahead of them, albeit from different vectors, both now far enough inside a quick retreat was likely impossible in time. Justin closed his eyes, feeling sick. There were not enough assets for taking down a ballistic missile in eastern Africa. The American aircraft carriers were in the Mediterranean, and wouldn't be able to respond in time. The Iliad had popped up too close to Wakanda. He could still hope that Wakanda had a missile defense. "Man, you advanced bastards, missile defense is nothing, tell me you've got it," he thought. He had no idea if a nuclear strike would affect the vibranium, but if Wakanda was wiped off the map, it was going to be a prelude to a lot of world issues as every nation began to prepare for escalation, watching each other anxiously. Wondering if one of them was truly behind it all in an attempt to stop the others. Time ticked down, the cacophony of noise ignored by Justin as he waited. He had changed the world. If Wakanda was wiped out in nuclear fire, it was he that had done it. Wakandan response in the air. Someone spoke over the noise in the channel to say, everyone else quieting down, birds approaching, they won't make it in time, missiles launching from all over Wakanda, they're giving it everything they've got. Silence, utter silence, as everyone waited. Missile destroyed. Was finally reported. Across the world, a sigh of relief was let loose amongst the intelligence and military community. Justin's was likely the biggest. Our report in from the US Embassy in Moscow, the Russians have told them they've lost contact with one of their nuclear submarines, want us to know any action isn't from them. A shaky-sounding operator spoke over the channel. The palpable relief present just seconds ago, disappeared in a rush of fear and paranoia. How long ago? Fury barked, sounding disturbed, speaking up after a moment of sheer disbelief, one shared by Justin as he listened in. Because you have got to be kidding me right now? 30 minutes, sir. Took their sweet time. Fury cursed, last known location. The coast of Saudi Arabia. Which is not that far away from Wakanda. Justin thought, gnawing on a nail, who the fuck is doing this? And why the fuck do the Russians have a sub there in the first place? China has reached out, they've also lost contact with one of their nuclear submarines, 31 minutes ago. Another operator said quietly, but everyone heard, the Chinese called the American ambassador and they've just passed it along to us up the chain. What? Fury asked flatly. Sir. Justin from the Pentagon, they lost contact with USS Kentucky and USS Nebraska, 15 minutes ago. Came the cry from yet another operator. Justin felt real fear, this just couldn't be happening. In the comics and movies no one just went and stole nuclear weapons. It wasn't done. Launch detected. 2 launches detected off the west coast of Africa. Launch detected off the coast of Saudi Arabia. The chatter died down, NATO and US forces were already scrambling jets, a last-ditch attempt to shoot down the ballistic missiles heading for Wakanda. No one believed Wakanda had the defenses capable of stopping this after that last gasp salvo, the forces already inside Wakandan soil, would not make it out on time. All they could do was sit and wait. Bearing silent witness. Wakanda. T'Challa loaded the last of the people he could afford to take on board sends one last one, feeling melancholy, and a deep sense of anger. He'd recognized the activation of their last gasp missile defense, something that would only be happening if the Westerners were planning on bombing them into oblivion. He only needed the last person to board, and they would at least save something from Wakanda. Okoye, it's time. He said, watching the woman standing by the flight platform, staring into the distance, towards the mountains. No, my place is in Wakanda, I was born here. Okoye turned to him, her eyes wet, but her face full of determination, and I'll die here, taking as many of these monsters down with me as I can. Okoye. Please, I need you on board. T'Challa begged, not wanting to lose another person close to him. She smiled softly at him, you do not need me, my king. She stepped up to him, hands on his shoulders as she leaned her forehead against his, you are everything a Wakandan should be, go, save what you can. Wakanda forever. T'Challa said sadly, looking around, taking one last look at it all, Wakanda, Okoye, his home. Wakanda forever. Okoye snapped out, crossing her arms across her chest. T'Challa stepped on board, the ship he'd had his people work on day and night taking off into the air. Okoye looked at it until it disappeared completely into the sky. She was ready to die, to fight these Westerners, to kill. She'd show them the swan song of Wakanda, and they'd sing songs of their last defense for eternity. She was tossed off her feet suddenly, as a sound unlike anything she'd ever heard erupted all around her, the noise alone tossing her. From her prone position, she could see the mushroom cloud, and the ever-closing devouring trail of smoke, fire, and debris heading her way, ruining everything in its path. Cowards! She shouted as nuclear fire wiped everything away. Wakanda's last song never sung. Time ticked by, even Fury not barking orders as they waited for the results, hopelessly praying for a miracle. Even Justin had nothing this time. Anything short of Magneto vacationing in Wakanda right now would fail to have any significant effect. One broken voice came over the channel, 1 bogey down. 3 hits. Justin disconnected, feeling sick. Wakanda just took 3 nuclear strikes. 3. He'd changed something. Something for the worse. Someone out there had done everything in their power to wipe out Wakanda. And they'd succeeded. High above Wakanda, in orbit. T'Challa couldn't believe it. Not in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that their enemies would go that far. The shield was down, they were practically defenseless, their other defenses gradually having been decommissioned over the years as the reliability of their shield and anonymity, led to it being considered a waste of funds to maintain. With the help of Wakanda's best scientists, he'd succeeded in transforming the corpses of several of their warships, into one larger ship to transport as many of his people as he could cram in over the last few months. Originally intended for his parents, Shuri and Nakia, to escape the murderous Westerners who'd no doubt kill them all for being associated with Wakanda's ruling family. It was now holding over 3 dozen other Wakandans. Shuri stood by his side, staring down at the sight of Wakanda's death, her lip wobbling as she tried to be brave. Tried not to cry. To show herself as a proud Wakandan warrior, like Okoi. Okoi. Robbed of your last stand. T'Challa laid a hand on Shuri's head, speaking softly, his voice hoarse from all the screaming and crying he'd done so far. Cry, Shuri, let it out, there is no shame here, cry for our people, our land, for our family, our friends. No warrior has dry eyes today, sister. His own were red, tears streaking down his face, even as his heart burned with ever-burning hatred. They would traverse space, their experimental ship hopefully enough to get them to somewhere habitable. Then, someday, even if he had to wait until he was ancient, they would pay. All of them. Justin Hammer. New York, Hilton Hotel, next day. Justin wanted to tear his hair out, as he tossed his phone onto the couch, holding back a scream of frustration. The president's hands were tied up right now, he couldn't do anything no matter what Justin threatened. The World Security Council's moronic assertion that Magneto was behind this all, was going to screw up everything he was doing. If anything, the addition of several nuclear subs going out of contact at the same time, and launching their payload against Wakanda, pointed away from Magneto. He was one powerful bastard, but controlling the Iliad and several submarines from opposite ends of the continent at the same time, might be too much even for him. And he hated that comic book shenanigans forced him to have to add the might, onto there. Because he possibly was that powerful. Magneto would have to respond if the world shoveled this crap onto his shoulders. Which would only worsen the situation. Which was why he was doing everything in his power to get the leaders of the world to reject any overreaction to the Council's moronic assertion. At least it can't get any worse than it is right now. He muttered, the intelligence agencies and government brass had no intention of publicly calling out Magneto at this time. Which gave him time to work something out. The situation was still manageable, if not at an ideal state. He really hoped the vibranium mines were fine, or the world governments were going to throw even more of a hissy fit. The fact Wakanda was practically wiped out, wasn't very high on anyone's concern, only the consequences thereof. At least amongst the powerful in the world. Justin wondered briefly who would actually want to wipe them out, or limit access to vibranium. Surely even the Mandarin or any other villain would want the miracle metal around. Africa was already bracing itself for what may come their way as wines picked up, and he couldn't imagine who'd risk so much, risk total nuclear war for this. Only the fact that all the major nations involved had actually communicated beforehand had kept things steady, none of the major powers adding to the horror show by adding their own fire. The Iliad and the submarines had all apparently been sunk, their purpose spent. He'd have to look into it as a matter of course, but first he needed to clean up this whole situation, before it boiled over into his meta-humans project. As crass as it was to say, even as sick as he felt over it all, life moved on, and he couldn't stop. He knew he'd have nightmares from this. Probably would have already if he'd at all managed to sleep since. Wordlessly Elena gestured to the TV, drawing his attention, so Justin stomped over, and raised the volume. It was a live press conference on CNN. Some newly elected congressmen he had never heard of, the names tended to blend together when several hundred of them were being elected at the same time. He felt he should have remembered this name however, because how often was a little person elected to Congress? He looked a little like Peter Dinklage if he squinted, and he wondered why Elena wanted him to watch some rookie congressman shoot his mouth. On the screen, the tiny severe figure of Bolivar Trask was seen, name shown on the screen, microphones shoved into his face as he held a fiery speech, eyes almost feverish. This is absolute proof that Hammer's whitewashing of these mutants is absolutely ridiculous. Magneto is the #1 suspect for this heinous attack, a mutant capable of controlling several nuclear missiles at a time with the ease you and me have carrying a bag of groceries to the car. How the fuck does he have that information? The President of the United fucking States didn't know Magneto was a suspect until I fucking told him what the Security Council believed and tried to get him on my side of things. Justin immediately resolved to put this Trask midget high up on his to-do list. The reporters all shouted out questions, eager for more of the controversy that would erupt from the words of the newly elected congressman. Trask ignored them all, staring deeply into the camera, speaking to the American people in living rooms across America. Make no mistake, mutants are not our friends, they are here, amongst us, hiding, waiting to strike. They're able to kill us at a glance, read and steal our minds, make us into vegetables, or in the case of the real monsters, like Magneto, capable of annihilating civilization. Trask said chillingly, his absolute surety in what he was saying resonating through the airwaves. Pay some mutants to do charity in Africa if you wish. Justin Hammer, try and change their names to something more PR-friendly, it will avail you nothing. Trask's voice rose in a crescendo as he continued, they will turn on you, they will turn on us all, because they're not like us, and they are capable of completely wiping humanity off the face of the earth. We can no longer let it be, not after last night's display. The earth itself and all of humanity counts on us to act now. Justin stared at the TV screen, a complicated expression on his face. Shit. He said succinctly. Author's note. Justin, I very clever, stop Killmonger from stabbing in back. T'Challa, Hammer. I will go to the ends of the solar system to mount your head on a pike. Oops. Oh well, shit happens, you can't change the world without breaking a couple countries, I guess. Yelena has been a Black Widow for a long time, so her views aren't exactly the same as a normal person. Seduction is a matter of fact thing, so she's slightly pissed, but mostly amused at the whole not as Haley failed seduction and its consequences. Again, I don't know business and politics nor claim to do so, take everything in this chapter and ongoing ones as made up because it sounds okay, not gospel or real world stuff. Also, you didn't really think the mutant issue was going to go smoothly now? Chapter 19, Revelations. So the last chapter was somewhat controversial to some, depending on the site. Hopefully now that the Wakanda arc is finished, we can just let that go and concentrate on complaining about this chapter instead. Shit happens, as normally. And we get to see quite a lot of people that reviewers have wondered about over the events of previous chapters. Guess Iron Man wouldn't have been the first hero of the modern age in this world now, hey? This chapter has a lewd on questionable questing, decided not to post it everywhere, both because of rules, and majority aren't reading this for the lewds anyway. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Undisclosed location, Midwest. Justin frowned as he saw the caller ID. Alright, I have to take this, keep it down for a minute. He cautioned, waiting for his people to follow through on his request, before he hit answer. Fury, this better not be another call for me to fix your problems because you failed to do your job. He spat out caustically. He was in no mood for any more games from S.H.I.E.L.D. With everything he was already doing, they should pick up some of the slack. Like say for example, they could try to not lose several nuclear submarines within 30 minutes. Surely someone at S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra had the job to solely keep an eye on that shit. Or they could have overridden military bureaucracy and stopped them from skimping on air defense around Wakanda, because the super soldiers kept sneaking out and destroying it. The vibranium would have been enough of a get that even if the US Army lost every single land-to-air battery they held, they'd still come out on top financially by a landslide. Now, they faced a slog. Whoever had taken over the Iliad and those subs, had not only fired the nuclear missiles, but had somehow made them dirtier, compounding the issue. Modern nukes would kill everyone in the vicinity and smash through the infrastructure, but the radiation wouldn't be the post-apocalyptic nightmare that such a thought incited. Except whatever force managed to sneak this through under the noses of everyone, from Justin, to S.H.I.E.L.D., to the governments, to even the fucking Mandarin, had of course somehow managed to make them dirty bombs. So naturally Justin suspected magic had a hand in it. Taking over nuclear submarines that quickly and efficiently was one thing. Somehow having the launch codes or getting them from the few people that did, was theoretically possible, with the right people or resources. Hell, give him some planning time and he could do it, easy. Managing in less than 30 minutes, to turn those nukes into dirty ones, and still launch them on time, all underwater, without anyone aware of anything going on, was literally impossible. Unless magic was involved. Hammer, Bolivar Trask, where is he? Fury said promptly, not even bothering to pay lip service to the idea he was going to entertain Justin's comments. Justin sighed, leaning back against the wall, cell phone to his ear, as he overlooked the tableau in front of him. Last I heard, he was in Washington, creating a vast amount of headaches for me. Why? There was silence on the other line for several moments. Don't play games with me, Hammer, do you have him? Fury asked snappishly. He pulled the rails off your mutant hugging endeavors and the day after, he goes missing, it's not hard to figure out. His voice hardened, snapping out like steel jaws as he growled out, he was in protective custody of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Where are my agents, Hammer? Justin chuckled dryly, eyes flashing with satisfaction, as he overlooked the metal chair bolted to the floor, the insensate and bloody Bolivar Trask tied to it. One little politician has hardly stopped the movement, Fury, although I find it interesting that this task has fallen to you. A rookie congressman more important to S.H.I.E.L.D. than someone capable of nuking not only Wakanda, but thousands of US servicemen. He didn't bother to mention the agents. They were probably Hydra anyway, not a great loss. The fact of the matter was clear. Fury was on his way out. Not even Justin could help that now. The recent intelligence failures were of an epic proportion that no amount of favors or wishes could scrub away. Fury was only still the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. because the World Security Council couldn't agree on a successor. This time Justin wasn't inclined to help him out, the failure was just too damn big, and it would cost him too much just to ensure Fury was around to fuck up more. It had only been a day and a half, give or take a few hours. They'd probably have him out by the weekend for the purpose to be seen doing something to the member nations who financed S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's preferred successors, Coulson and Hill, were out of the running due to their connection to the man. Which all made it that much odder that the man was focusing on Trask of all people. Did I hit a nerve, former director? Justin said with only a hint of mocking in his tone, when no answer was immediately forthcoming. Only through plenty of practice over the last 2 years, did he manage to keep his anger in check, hiding it through a thin veneer of disdain and mockery. He couldn't help but feel Wakanda was somewhat of a personal failure of his. Even as he knew that for all of his power, he still had no idea who was responsible. He did blame Fury, because these kinds of things were his job. And he wasted his time following him and Stark around, and now apparently Trask. Personal projects that dealt with his pride, instead of what was best for the world, in Justin's opinion. As long as I still have my post, I will do my job, Hammer. You may be on the council, but it doesn't put you above the law. Fury said slowly, with the same kind of calm forcefulness he was known for. He was a lot better than Justin at hiding his anger, Justin thought with some amusement. Doesn't it though? He answered back, just messing with him at this point. Hammer. This isn't the stage to start playing at being a comedian, you're still not Tony Stark. Fury shot back, the other man doing him the favor of not hiding his distaste. Not going to go into a rage at a comparison, Fury, you've lost your touch, why not send Nadas Haley again? Seems to be your go-to. Justin thought, before replying, whatever you say, former Director Fury. I am still way too busy to bother with the tiny congressman, whatever that is about. Justin lied easily, moving away from the wall, stepping up to the tied-up and gagged man. If you need any references for your next job, don't call. And without further ado, he hung up. Was that wise? Sir. Elena asked politely, tied to the structure of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is your subordinate, loose, he is possibly an enemy. Justin scoffed, putting his phone away, he was always going to be an enemy. Fury is the type to execute Jesus Christ himself, because he'd upend the status quo too much if he came back. I've only gotten started, he was always going to be a pain in my ass. At the level Justin was operating at now, Fury wasn't much of a threat, especially with less resources, for all that it would make him harder to find. And before he became one, he'd be taken care of. If anything had been made clear lately, it was the fact that he couldn't keep leaving enemies at his back, no matter how small. It would be time to clean house, while solidifying his hold on the world. Elena straightened, a hard look coming to her eyes. Want me to ensure he is taken care of? She asked, sounding almost eager. If she was a puppy he could imagine a tail wagging right now, just begging for him to let her off the leash. Justin eyed her thoughtfully, nothing for now. He murmured, watching her go back to Trask, a harsh slap resounding in the empty warehouse, as she woke Trask up the expedient way, to continue their discussion. He was beginning to wonder. She'd been supernaturally skilled in switching from a sales rep position to his personal assistant. And he'd given her a lot of leeway for her breadth of knowledge. Too much leeway really, trusting in Domino's powers to an extent that might have been excessive. Something to look out for in the future. Being an extremely skilled interrogator and a torture expert stretched everything beyond belief in regards to Elena. Advocating for, and almost sounding like she was volunteering, for the task of assassinating the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was just. He had to face the possibility he'd hired a Black Widow or an equivalent. Someone who'd gotten past Domino's screening, and had been slavishly loyal, which just made him scratch his head at the whole situation. He sighed, ignoring Trask's screams as he once again attempted to avoid revealing his backers. The man desperately wanted to lose his other testicle, it seemed. It was possible he simply didn't know, but they'd find out. He really hoped the prairie oyster Elena fried and then sat down to eat in front of Trask had all been a psychological ploy, and that she hadn't actually. He shuddered, walking over to where Domino stood. Her power is always the extra ingredient involved in making everything go as planned. She'd been able to tell Elena exactly where to do damage for the best effect. Or the luckiest set of circumstances to get him to talk. He lowered his voice, as he came to stand next to her. Your power. It's not seeing a threat from Elena? He asked, sliding his eyes to his personal assistant, admiring her backside even as she put some force into her cheerful interrogation. The crack of a bone heard soon after, followed by an inhuman screech. Domino shook her head, not even a little. As far as I can tell she has no bad intentions at all, probably how she slipped through. She grimaced slightly. Sorry boss. She allowed, looking slightly guilty. Justin shook his head. You're not omnipotent. If she has no ill will, there was nothing you could sniff out. He tilted his head slightly in Elena's direction, as she sadistically broke Bolivar Trask down in front of them. Neither of them flinched at the screaming and begging. You noticed it too then? He murmured. Domino gave him a dry look, her face slightly green. Hard not to notice after all this. I don't care how competitive the sales business is, this isn't part of their training. That whole thing with eating a bull's ball in front of him after cutting his off. Justin let out a breath of relief, so it was a bull's testicle after all. Thank God. Although that's a pretty small bull then, all things considered. Domino glanced at him, her grimace deepening. I don't know, but that's what I'm telling myself. Please don't ruin it. They stood in silence, contemplating where and how Elena had even had access to a bull or butcher around here. Before both of them dropped it and moved on. For their sanity if nothing else. Justin really had a type it seemed. Scary/crazy women. You want me to? Domino asked reluctantly, fingering one of her guns, her eyes on Elena. Justin shook his head. I'll deal with it. Tonight. Keep available just in case. Right. Domino said, looking very unenthusiastic. Justin could understand the feeling, he'd be very upset if he was forced to put Elena down. He had hope. She didn't twinge Domino's power. So she hopefully had a good reason for being here. And she wasn't spying on him, because she'd had access to an incredible amount of illegal dealings of his, and none of it was getting out. And the legal dealings were almost worse, with how much she knew about the inner workings of his empire. He watched her work, sighing internally. At least her being so angry and hateful with Trask for him inconveniencing me, angry enough to blow her cover, was a good sign. In the end, Trask broke. Because the truth was, no matter how some movies may portray it at times about standing up against torture, everyone breaks in the end. Unfortunately, Trask was backed anonymously for the most part, with funds, assistance, and favors. As well, those anonymous supporters fed him help from various politicians, those were not anonymous thankfully. Justin would now own several senators, a few more newly elected congressmen, including the newly elected speaker, and the director of the CIA. So Trask hadn't been entirely useless. Not that the CIA director would be entirely useful, as like Fury, he'd probably be a casualty of recent events. However, he might know more about Trask's backers. There came a time in someone's life when you just knew you were a supervillain, Justin thought. Arranging the eventual kidnapping of the director of the CIA, for when he became the former director, was one such time. Odds were he had a little more information than Trask did. Pity he had no more information on the Friends of Humanity. He grumbled to Elena and Domino, as they watched Trask recover slightly under the effect of panacea. They couldn't have him die quite yet. He seemed pretty sure they were a spontaneous group created by his rallying cry. Elena pointed out, rolling her eyes, uncaring about the flecks of blood in her hair. If anything, she seemed supernaturally relaxed, an ease to her body that wasn't there before, like she'd slipped into a better fitting skin. Domino smirked, yes, all spontaneously popping up all over America within a day, truly a miracle worker he is. She played along mockingly, making fun of the man, who for all his obvious intelligence, was an absolute ignoramus. That press conference, calling attention to him, when Justin hadn't even known who he was. A completely moronic move, for all the headaches it created. What they are, is a huge pain in my ass. Justin said, eyeing Trask with distaste, almost wanting to go give him a few licks himself. You can't use PR to change the minds of hillbilly idiots, they're too busy fucking their cousins to watch the news. Domino let out a snort, visibly amused, say it how you really feel, boss. Justin just snorted, refusing to say anything more on the matter. He'd of course immediately financed a huge media push to fire back at all the stupidity that spilled out due to Trask's words. Unfortunately, he didn't yet control the internet or social media, so it spread everywhere anyway. Fortunately, it seemed only those already racist, seemed to be picking up on it, everyone else willing to give the benefit of doubt to Hammer Industries and the government. Thanks to his efforts in Africa, the entire leadership, even the tyrants, had loudly and vehemently denied Trask's point of view, expounding on how much metahumans were doing for their countries. Considering Africa was the site of 3 nuclear strikes attributed to Magneto, their denial of such, struck a chord with those more intelligent than the unwashed masses. Magneto had yet to respond. Justin really hoped he could talk sense into the man. He'd already talked to Xavier, who'd admitted Magneto had completely gone to ground, fallen out of touch. So no help would be forthcoming from the X-Men, who were turtling up and trying to avoid getting into any situation that could inflame the PR war. Justin couldn't say he was surprised, at all. Heroes were only ever useful once they hit the endgame, when everything was on fire and someone needed to fight to the death for liberty and justice and all that crock. Stopping the catastrophe? That was not hero work. Domino, call Magneto's people, tell them we want Fantasia back now, and we're willing to offer them a sweetener. He eyed Trask, about to sentence him to a very messy end. Part of him wanted to dose the man with the mind control serum, set him to programming his AI, finally get that off the ground. But even mind controlled, he wasn't sure he could trust any man who'd been involved in the kind of things he'd revealed during his interrogation. A deal with Magneto would serve better, he'd get Eileen back, so he could figure out what the fuck was going on there, and Magneto might be satisfied with Trask as an offering, and not end up doing something foolish. Besides, Sunil had been contacted in Cairo by a metahuman named Forge that had applied for Hammer Industries due to wanting access to their resources. Especially vibranium. He might make for a good stand-in to assist with the AI, Justin had not yet had the time to investigate or speak with the man himself. What with recent events? Elena frowned, looking at him curiously. You don't want me to? She asked, before looking between him and Domino, her brow furrowed. Justin shook his head. Domino's luck might push this thing through, she'll head this one up. He lied, because he didn't have any better explanation for why he'd delegate this away from his personal assistant. Elena seemed to accept that explanation, nodding her head thoughtfully. Justin would need to confront her soon. Just then, once again, his phone rang. Considering how few people could actually reach him directly like this, he likely couldn't just ignore it. He pulled his phone out, noting the caller ID, and again, he could hardly refuse to answer. Well, he could, but that would be an entirely different kind of hassle. Ellis. He said shortly, not at all happy about the fact Trask had seen the president, and Ellis hadn't informed him about his crazy ideas. It was the one thing the tiny man had said throughout his entire interrogation that had actually discomfited Justin. The Sentinel Project. Ellis had flat out refused to support such a thing through his office, but it didn't mean someone else wasn't supporting it. And again, he hadn't told Justin. Trask wasn't a leader in this whole venture. He was the patsy. Someone competent enough he could possibly do it, someone that would take the fall, if it was discovered. Justin had a feeling that Trask wasn't really supposed to hold that press conference, for all his bluster that it was part of a master plan. Justin, we're going to have to move up the announcement. Ellis said swiftly, not bothering to pussyfoot around. It was at least a good part of their business relationship, neither man held any illusions about the other, and could just skip past the tedious pleasantries. Justin grimaced, not at all pleased by further bad news. By how much? He isn't ready yet. He'd also need to work out something with Pierce, before he took that step. Or he'd have Hydra assassins up to his eyebrows. With whatever the hell was nuking people, Hydra was a necessary evil at the moment. They were more cooperative than S.H.I.E.L.D. for one. Although that might end up meaning the same thing, with Fury gone shortly. End of the month, at the latest. Ellis said, sounding stressed, we need to be seen to be doing something. Your team will give the public the idea that they're protected. Justin's team already did exist. People knew about them. But there was a vast difference between that, and a team nominally under the government, with the lead figure they had, if they could get it to work. It was a beacon of hope. Again, if it worked. I'll see what I can do, but you owe me again, Ellis. He said, never hesitant to extract something out of the man, even for something he was going to do anyway, just not so early. I want you to push the EU, threaten to sink trade deals if my patents don't get internationally recognized as is. Ellis hesitated, but Justin knew he'd have no choice in the end. That was the problem when you sold out, you couldn't ever stop selling out. I can't do anything about China, you know how they are with this stuff. He warned, wavering. Justin knew all too well. The Chinese were the most resistant to his companies so far. Even though they did accept his arc reactors, for now. Likely only due to not wanting to fall behind the rest of the world while they tried to crack the process. The EU was refusing to allow his patents to work in the same way as Ellis had pushed through in the States. Because Justin didn't actually reveal the process in his application, because no one was afraid to raid the patent office of any country, so it was hilariously ridiculous to actually hand over any specs. He was already pushing in through Britain, bypassing a lot of EU regulations in a way to force them to accept it, or face Britain leaving if they were punished for going against the whole. He'd add the US economy to that pressure if it was what it took. As for China, he'd have to negotiate with the Mandarin. Something which he was not looking forward to. Leave China to me, just push Brussels, get them to accept, add the trade deals of the United States of America to the pressure they're already facing of me pulling panacea clinics out in protest, and they'll fold. Justin said snappishly, before sighing, pinching the bridge of his nose, sorry, Ellis, recent events have not allowed a decent amount of sleep. As much as he owned the man, plenty of people were capable of fucking you over out of spite, even if it sunk them. He didn't need to aggravate an already tenuous relationship. Because what president enjoyed knowing they only got to sit in their office because Justin allowed it? I know the feeling. Ellis replied dryly, before letting out a deep sigh, I'll work on the Europeans, but Justin, we need to get this done by the end of the month. End of the month it is. Justin replied, mentally rearranging a lot of plans. People would have utopia within a decade or two, if they'd just shut up and get out of his way. I have to go, I'll talk to you later. Ellis said, Justin murmuring a goodbye, before hanging up, leaning his head back. Fuck. He swore with feeling. Just what he needed. When it rains it pours. Domino offered supportingly, bumping his shoulders slightly, you've got this boss, no problem. No one's going to get in your way. Elena agreed, the look in her eyes seemed to suggest she'd happily remove such obstacles. Thank you for your support. He replied dryly, before he nodded at Trask, get him set up for transport. He had several calls to make, he needed that perfected extremist/super soldier blend yesterday. A quick email to Sunil sent through his mind connection to his glasses, ensured he'd divert Frank and Brock to their new assignment as well, they needed to move up the schedule. He opened his phone, dialing the number he needed, waiting impatiently as he watched Domino and Elena sedate and secure Trask. What? Maya Hansen replied harshly, sounding extremely annoyed to be interrupted. Dr. Hansen, we need him ready by the end of the month. Justin said, already internally wincing. Is this a practical joke, Mr. Hammer? It's not a very funny one. She replied immediately, her voice acidic. Timetable has moved up. He said, uncaring about her attitude, he was pretty annoyed with it as well, even if he could see Ellis' point. The people needed their bread and circuses to get over the fact someone could apparently wipe out New York or Washington whenever they damned pleased. The fact they'd chosen not to, didn't mean they couldn't. The whole world was painfully aware of that open threat. Especially as no one knew who the hell was threatening them. As it was, every nuclear submarine in the world was effectively grounded. Not that they could really tell if that was being followed through with to the full extent. There are limits to my abilities. Hansen hissed over the line, sounding as angry as he'd ever heard her. You have cracked the super soldier serum, correct? Justin talked over her protests. The benefits of being the boss, was that he could request the impossible whenever he damn well pleased. Although the blend between the two serums wasn't there yet, having Isaiah Bradley as a test subject, with the likes of Nigel, Hansen and Cho working at it, had provided some results. Yes, you know that already. Hansen replied tersely, practically emoting over the phone, why are you wasting my time? Justin had a time limit now to get things to turn out ideal, and to make an omelette. You had to crack some eggs, use the discretionary funds, get some homeless people, make them super, then harvest them until you get the mix right. He paused, thinking it over, might as well use up Bradley as well, we have no need for him. The testing was slow going as they didn't have a large amount of super soldiers to pump full of extremists, so they had to test small samples in a lab, perfecting the process step by step. With a few hundred people, they could just blow them up until they found something that worked. Not exactly proper science, but who cared, if it worked. He'd sacrifice thousands if he could get it to work faster. Hansen made a pleased noise, that might give us enough data to succeed. She acknowledged, she hesitated briefly, before powering on, what about Dr. Cho? What about her? Justin asked warily. What has she done now? He was well aware that she was behind the Hammer cult slowly growing online. At least that part of her craziness was at least somewhat amusing. He could get behind people worshipping him. Hansen sighed, you've kept her apart from the more excessive methods so far. Do I sequester her in her lab? Justin thought it over, weighing the pros and cons. Let her see it all. If she is as crazy loyal as she claims, she won't bat an eye. If she isn't, well, at least I'll know. Would be a pity to lose her though. I'm counting on you, Maya. He finished with, knowing he was putting a lot of pressure on her team with this. They could do this without Bucky if necessary. But it wouldn't have the same effect. As you always are, Mr. Hammer. She answered dryly. That's probably fair, he thought, hanging up. New York, Hilton Hotel. Later that evening, as they gathered in his temporary office to discuss the day's events, Justin decided it was time to address the elephant in the room. Just to be on the safe side, of course, he had Domino standing next to him where he sat by his desk. As an added precaution, she had a tranquilizer gun with the extremist nullifier formula loaded. It was one of the best kept secrets in the company, as Justin didn't want there to be any chance anyone could nullify him. The formula only existed in Hansen's head, and in one notebook, that Justin had protected harsher than the mind control serum. Hansen would only produce a vial of the nullification serum on his personal face-to-face request. Never by call, email, or other means. Domino was the only person that even knew about it otherwise, because she was the best means of delivery. Elena, he began, his tone neutral yet firm, I need to talk to you. She looked up from her tablet, her expression unreadable. Of course, sir. What is it? Justin leaned forward, his gaze steady, even as he wondered. I've noticed some inconsistencies in your background and behavior. I need to know who you really are and what your intentions are. Who is the woman I let closer than almost anyone else? Who are you? Elena's mask slipped for a moment, surprise flickering across her features before she quickly regained her composure. I am completely loyal to you and your cause, sir. My past may be complicated, but I am here to serve you, never doubt that. Justin raised an eyebrow. Complicated how? Elena hesitated briefly, her gaze flickering away for a moment before she met his eyes again. I've had my share of difficult experiences, but I've put that behind me. I'm fully committed to your vision for Hammer Industries and the world. Her insistent tone seemed sincere, but she was also prevaricating. Justin studied her carefully, weighing her words. He couldn't deny the effectiveness of her skills, but he couldn't ignore his gut feeling either, and he wanted a clear and direct answer, now. Look, Elena, he said finally, leaning back in his chair, I appreciate your dedication, but I need transparency from everyone on my team, now's the time to come clean. Unsaid was the threat of what would happen if she lied. Elena smiled ruefully, would you believe me if I told you I was planning on telling you soon anyway? Domino rolled her eyes, easy to say now, Elena. She spoke the words Justin was thinking. She cocked her head, a sad smile on her face, I was a Black Widow, I'm well aware that I risked discovery the second I began my interrogation of Trask. She admitted, I guess I just wanted to come clean, but couldn't find the words. A poor excuse for not coming clean immediately. Justin said, with a measure of disappointment in his voice, why did you infiltrate my business, widow? Elena winced, looking almost physically hurt at the new moniker. I guess I was afraid. She admitted, shrinking in on herself slightly, her pretty eyes more expressive than ever before, I found my time here amazing, and I didn't want to lose Yoet, I didn't want to lose my position. She slowly put her hands in her lap, ensuring they were visible the entire time. I was sent here to spy on you, while in a mind-controlled state, the panacea treatment cured me, and I chose to stay and help, while sending falsified reports back. Mind control? Justin asked sharply, because if someone other than him had access to that, it was not a good thing. Elena nodded seriously, his name is Dreykov, and he is in charge of the Red Room, a facility that trains Black Widows, and acts as mission control for a little over 100 of my sisters. Justin blanched, looking horrified, there's over 100 Black Widows. Then his mind caught on to the major issue with that, above the already real problem, there's 100 mind-controlled Black Widows. Elena looked down into her lap, I was trying to think of a way to deliver them to you, to make them your hidden dagger in the dark. She looked up, unshed tears in her eyes, I promise I'm loyal. She swore. Justin ran a hand through his hair, this was more than he was bargaining for. He'd thought he was dealing with one Black Widow. A defunct program that had a couple survivors running around. Not a fully operational superwomen initiative. Are they hot? Domino asked casually, leaning back against the wall behind Justin. Domino. Justin groaned, putting his face in his hands. Elena quirked a small grin, her face lighting up. Very, they're flexible too, very eager to please. She looks way too excited about revealing that. You too. Justin said without heat. Domino shrugged, lightly slapping him over the back of his head, ignoring his look, I say it like it is boss, you're 10 times more likely to do this if they're hot, don't even deny it. We're not getting into anything about a Black Widow army right now, we're focusing on the here and now. Justin said, his gaze finding Elena's, his lips pursed, I've spent the day going through everything you've done since you started. I can't find a single thing to say you've been working against me. I haven't. She swore, her facial expression pleading for him to believe her. I'm inclined to believe you. But I can't just trust you, you've hidden this from me, what else might you have hidden? Justin said, watching her carefully. Elena looked hopeful at even the chance of redemption, my real name is Yelena Belova, and Natasha is my sister. She nodded her head as Justin gaped openly at her, yes, that Natasha, we were raised together. Justin couldn't quite wrap his mind around it, so he focused on the lesser thing in that clusterfuck of a reveal, your name is Yelena and you chose Elena as your cover name. Domino was smirking, hiding a snort behind her hand, even as Yelena looked rueful again, I was mind-controlled back then, my handler chose my alias. She defended herself with, Sure, sure. Domino teased, her smile turning more genuine at the way Yelena lit up, eyes almost sparkling as she realized Domino was going to treat her the same way. Justin realized he should probably punish her, or something. But with the circumstances laid out, and his investigation finding absolutely nothing wrong, it was hard to blame her too badly. Plus she was apparently his access key to a Black Widow army, so he couldn't alienate her. In the end the decision was easy. He honestly liked her too much to go at her too hard. She'd been a loyal servant this entire time, and he wasn't a hero with their black and white views. He could understand why she wouldn't rock the boat by immediately revealing her status when she was hired and cured. He could understand why she would hesitate. He didn't like it. It meant he'd need to keep an eye on her irregardless, to ensure this hadn't all been a ploy as well. But he had a feeling she was being honest. Or maybe that was just his dick talking. Because again, he really liked Yelena in about every way that mattered. He sighed, giving her a half smile, you're forgiven, Yelena, I can understand your reasoning, but this is not forgotten. He warned. Yelena smiled brilliantly, even as she barely held back a sob of relief, and before Justin or Domino could react, she literally tossed herself forward, sliding over his desk like an Olympic athlete jumping hurdles, landing in his lap, straddling him, her soft full lips finding his as she thanked him enthusiastically for his forgiveness. Your security clearance will have to be downgraded for a bit. Justin managed to breathe out. Yelena said, before locking lips with him again, so he lost his trail of thoughts. When he was able to get air again, he continued, also no vacation this year, you've been bad and shouldn't be rewarded. Very bad. She mumbled, before her arms locked around his head as she went back to kissing him, her tongue sliding in between his lips. Domino. I forgot what I was saying. Justin complained in a husky voice as Yelena let him go yet again, her own breath coming in quick gasps, her lips slightly swollen. I figured it was some variation of take off your clothes and get ready for a spanking. Domino replied dryly. I have a paddle if you need one. She offered. Both him and Yelena stared at her, Justin managing to get out the question, why on earth do you carry around a paddle? Domino's smirk was entirely too pleased, even as her eyes twinkled, I do work for you. Figured I'd need it one day. Justin just sighed, I'm surrounded by incorrigible women. They both snorted simultaneously. You love it, boss. You'd be bored otherwise, Dusa Moya. He probably would be. Yelena ground down on him, can I beg for forgiveness now? She said with a spark of mischief and heat in her eyes. Justin suddenly remembered another reason why he needed to keep Yelena around. Next day, New York black site. Bucky frowned as the routine was broken up, the locks of his cell cycling, voices talking outside, new voices. Silently he prepared himself for the chance of violence, wondering if Hydra had finally found him. Except he couldn't fathom why they would want to enter his cell, instead of utilizing the speaker system to put him under control again. Two men walked in as soon as the locks disengaged, Bucky immediately clocked them as military, special forces in all likelihood, with the way they moved and the way they assessed him, as he was them. The taller one smirked, giving a small wave, hey, Bucky right? I'm Brock Rumlow, my silent shadow here is Frank Castle, don't worry if he doesn't talk much. He put a hand next to his mouth, he's shy. He stage whispered. The aforementioned Frank had a look on his face that Bucky remembered from the war. A lot of people that had never dealt with Steve before got that look on their face. Polite disbelief, or a just overall done look, like they didn't want to be part of the conversation any longer. It was hard to argue with Steve, as many had found out. Maybe this Brock fella was the same kind of unstoppable force? He had mixed feelings on getting some of his memories back, because most of them just weren't very good. Even the ones with Steve, still had the war. At least he knew they were his. He wasn't sure he wanted the memories of what he'd done for all these years to fully come to the fore. Just putting it out there, if at any time you feel the need to punch Brock, I won't say anything to anyone. Frank said in a deadpan voice, his face expressionless. He's a super soldier, what the hell, man? Brock complained, but it lacked any heat, Bucky noted. Best friend types, he guessed, eyeing them both, not sure why they were here. You heal. Frank replied back, before sitting down in one of the chairs that had been added to his cell that morning. At least Bucky had a reason for why now. But not the entire reason why, so he went ahead and asked. Why? Brock also sat down, making himself comfortable, while Frank looked like he was at parade rest, only sitting. Why what? He asked, an easy grin on his face. Which turned to a grimace as Frank punched him on the shoulder. Bucky was getting some real flashbacks to the Howling Commandos due to these guys. Let me talk. Frank said harshly, punching Brock in the shoulder again. He turned to Bucky, his expression softening slightly, I'll level with you, because if I was in your situation, I wouldn't want any bullshit. He said frankly. Our boss wants you on the team, and figured we could at least get to know each other, all military types that we are. Bucky frowned, not sure what he felt about Justin Hammer and his team either. It seemed more like Steve's thing. But then he'd said that without Steve, things were getting bad. But Bucky couldn't be Steve, not before. Definitely not now. Not after. Absolutely no pressure from us, don't worry about it either way. Frank continued, you can just think of us as some comrades sharing war stories, alright. Brock leaned forward eagerly, hands on his knees, so, I'll share my embarrassing CO stories if you share yours. He said with a wide grin. Frank scoffed, crossing his bulky arms, cocking his head Brock's way, I'll tell you embarrassing stories about him, trust me, there's enough of them. Bucky eyed the two men wearing military fatigues, they weren't scientists, who he had to admit was draining his last nerve. So why not? Not like he had anything to lose really. This one time, me and Steve had snuck into Commander Phillips' office. The Pentagon. Justin slowly walked through the Pentagon, his steps purposeful despite the chaos around him. The once pristine corridors were still a maze of scaffolding in places, with workers scrambling to repair the damage left by the terrorist attack months ago. The air was thick with the scent of dust and concrete, punctuated by the sound of hammers and power tools echoing off the walls. What a security nightmare, Justin thought, glad to not have to deal with construction workers doing their business a step away from where some of the most far-reaching decisions in America are made. Figures that they would still be repairing things. The government did always take its sweet time with simple things, overcomplicating something so simple as fixing walls. As he made his way through the bustling corridors, Justin couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at recent events and his part in it. The Pentagon, the symbol of American military might, had been violated, and the scars of the attack were still visible. It was a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the world that he couldn't always predict, and the constant threat of terrorism that loomed over every nation. Or more importantly, over him. In a world where a meta-human could suddenly do anything from rain down asteroids on you to mind control you, the threat was very real at all times, and ultimately, as they'd found out in Wakanda, almost impossible to fully predict. His escort was a group of stern-faced military security personnel that led him through the maze of construction, their movements efficient and precise. Despite the chaos and dust surrounding them, they maintained a vigilant watch, their eyes scanning for any signs of trouble. The fact it was necessary inside the Pentagon said something about how the world had changed. Justin couldn't help but feel a sense of irony as he passed by some of the still damaged sections of the building. How had they not repaired this all yet? Here he was, a man who had profited from the chaos and destruction brought on by war, called on no doubt, to provide the solution. More chaos and destruction. As humans, we are if nothing else, utterly predictable when facing a threat, he thought. Yelena and Domino both trailing him, Justin not willing to let Yelena out of his sight for now. They still had a lot to talk about, despite the revelations. This meeting was coming at an inopportune time for him if only for that reason, especially as Ross had the nerve to summon him. Him? Like he was one of his military lackeys. Ross was definitely getting too big for his britches lately. Justin would have to take care of that too. As they reached the conference room, it was for that reason, amongst some others, that he insisted Yelena and Domino join him inside, instead of taking up spots outside the door. It took several minutes, and a phone call to Ross himself. Ridiculous, the man was right in there. But eventually it was sorted. Justin allowed inside with his escorts, almost freezing immediately upon entering, because of the tableau he saw. The Pentagon conference room was spacious and imposing, with a long table dominating the center of the room. The walls were lined with screens displaying real-time data and maps, while the lighting was dim, adding to the serious atmosphere of the place. At the head of the table sat Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, the head cantankerous ass himself, his expression stern and unyielding as usual. His military uniform was impeccably pressed, and his posture radiated authority. To his right sat Norman Osborn, the CEO of Oscorp, not the man Justin wanted to see today, or ever. Osborn's eyes gleamed with a dangerous intensity, and his fingers drummed impatiently on the table. The seating arrangement with Norman next to Ross was a deliberate snub. Justin could feel it in his bones. Ross was still sore over Justin's refusal to supply him with endless power armors. Opposite Osborn was the only man Justin could possibly want to see, even less than Norman Osborn. It was Tony Stark in the flesh, and Justin darkly noted that he had Pepper with him, wondering if he had to argue for the addition. Norman, not surprisingly, had no additional members inside. He wasn't exactly well loved, even by his own. Quite frankly, reading between the lines on some of the reports that crossed Justin's inbox, he could amend that too, especially by his own. Tony lounged casually in his chair, of course, Pepper seated behind him. A smirk was playing on his lips as he surveyed the room with a mixture of amusement and boredom. Eyes only flickering Justin's way briefly. Justin wanted to pick him up and shake him. Why aren't you Iron Man yet, you prick? Justin walked forward, and took his seat, Yelena and Domino coming to stand behind him. His expression was composed, but his mind was racing with thoughts and calculations. He took in the sight before him, his gaze lingering on each of the men seated at the table. This is unexpected, he thought, wondering what Ross thought he could achieve with this disaster in the making. Well, Tony drawled, his eyes glinting mischievously as he addressed Justin. Look who decided to grace us with his presence. Late as always, I see. Look who's talking. Justin shot Tony a pointed look, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Better late than never, Stark. At least I have better things to do than attend these tedious meetings. Unlike you. Tony's eyes hardened briefly, but Pepper put a hand on his shoulder, stopping any response. Ross cleared his throat, his gaze flickering between the three men before him. Let's cut to the chase, he said gruffly. We have a situation on our hands, and we need to address it immediately. Osborn leaned forward, his voice tinged with a hint of the broiling madness beneath it. Justin wondered how long they had left before he had to be put down, pondering a preemptive strike even as he listened to Norman spew out his frustrations. Those nuclear submarines were just the beginning, he declared ominously. We're dealing with forces beyond our comprehension, and if we don't act swiftly, the consequences will be catastrophic. Tony rolled his eyes theatrically. Oh, spare us the melodrama, Osborn, he said dismissively. We've faced threats before, and we always come out on top. Besides, I have a plenty of new stuff to unveil that will blow your mind. But no new weapons, right? Justin got his own shot in, sneering at Tony. I'm sure a new perfected blow dryer will come as great comfort to our servicemen. He mocked. This fool was not taking the threat seriously. Nuclear detonations are not a joke. His eyes narrowed, as he stared down Tony Stark, wondering what exactly was going on with the man. Had Yinsen's survival changed that much? Almost enough to tempt a man to fix that issue. It seemed murder was on his mind quite often in the last 48 hours, perhaps he was developing a habit? Enough, Ross barked, silencing the room with his authoritative tone, or perhaps mostly achieved though the fact no one in this room was interested in dragging this out too long. We need to focus on solutions, not bickering. Osborn, what do you have for me? Norman straightened, a sly smirk blooming onto his face. I have quite a few drones already made, they can be useful. He said confidently. With the radioactive fallout, you need my drones to get he coughed suddenly, your vibranium, out of the ground. Ross nodded approvingly, while Tony and Justin exchanged skeptical glances. For once on the same page, no one could trust Norman Osborn to that extent. But deep down, they all knew that Norman was right about the method at least, sending humans into Wakanda right now would be costlier. Tony piped in, and for once Justin let him. If he had to pick who got vibranium squirreled away between the two of them, it wasn't even a choice. Tony, for all his foibles, was not an active threat to the planet. Stark Industries are in the middle of investing heavily into robotics, drones wouldn't be a problem. He said dismissively, waving a hand contemptuously towards Norman, and you could trust us to deliver the vibranium, all of it, to where it is supposed to go. Are you suggesting something, Stark? Norman growled out, eyes twitching rapidly. I'm outright stating. Tony said smugly, you're like the knockoff's knockoff. He nodded at Justin, who barely withheld a grimace. Get on our level before you try to sit at the big boys' table. Justin hated doing it. He really did. But he interjected himself into the argument. On Tony's side. I have some great success in drone vehicles. He admitted, almost dragging it out. If Stark Industries could supply the workforce, Hammer Industries could supply the drone excavators and trucks to transport the fruit of their labor. Tony looked almost as stricken as Justin, as he mulled that over. In the end, it was obvious however, with him glancing at Norman's enraged face to solidify his decision. And just like that, just like Justin had decided, Tony decided on the lesser evil. Right, cooperation, that's always been my motto. He forced out between gritted teeth. He might have been more believable if not for the absolutely shocked look on Pepper's face behind him. You pitiful creatures. Norman began, before Ross stopped him, raising a hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. It's decided then, Stark Industries will provide the robotic workforce to extract something out of the soil, and Hammer Industries will provide the heavy lifting and transportation aspect. Ross declared, momentarily pissing Norman Osborn off so much they could literally see veins popping on the man. And Oscorp will supervise it all. He finished, grinning viciously at the two titans of industry. Norman's protests died down at the same time as the others rose. If you think I'll let that hack oversee a single damn. Tony rose up, voice raised. At the same time, Justin slammed his fist on the table, eyes flashing, in no way will anything of mine be even touched by that. Enough. Ross shouted, face red, if either of you find something wrong with this offer, I am not opposed to ensuring Oscorp gets the entirety of the contract. Justin grimaced, sharing a look with Tony. They couldn't let Oscorp of all places get their mitts on the vibranium mines. Luckily the Americans weren't the only player in the game, a lot of people wanted their slice of the pie, and not many companies had the ability to deliver like they could. Even if they lost, America, NATO, Russia, and China, amongst others, were all owed their own slice of the pie, and Hammer Industries was well placed to offer their services. Tony spoke up, not at all cowed by Ross trying to shout them down. Yeah, no, I think I'll stick with Hammer on this one. He said flippantly, I can't believe I said that. He added in a low mutter, that was still audible enough for everyone in the room. Pepper was already a pale woman, this confluence of events was making her as white as a ghost, as she stared at the back of Tony's head, like she had no idea what she was seeing. I control who gets the contract. Ross said, giving Tony a look of distaste, one he mirrored as he turned to Justin, you can get with the program, or I'll simply offer it to Oscorp alone. That's not how contracts get done, even in the military, Ross. Justin accused acerbically, you'll never push it through. Is that a no, Hammer? Ross said, unperturbed by his resistance. Justin was getting really tired of these moronic roadblocks that were popping up everywhere. And there was no way, come hell or high water, that he'd allow Norman fucking Osborn to mine Wakanda. Fuck you, Ross. He said, Tony bursting out in a loud guffaw at the action, actually applauding him. Justin tapped into the conference call device in the middle of the table, mentally dialing the number. Every day he loved his glasses and implants more. He couldn't wait to see if this Forge was really the mechanical genius he claimed to be. Transhumanism would be an eventual possibility. Before Ross could let loose a tirade, a tired, recognizable voice came over the conference call. Yes, what is it now, Ross? Before Ross could get a word in, Justin smoothly slid in. You snooze you lose, Ross. Mr. President, I'm here with Tony Stark, Norman Osborn and General Ross. I'm just confirming with you that General Ross has the authority to give sole access to mining and transporting vibranium in Wakanda to Oscorp, cutting out Stark and Hammer Industries. The smile he gave Ross could only be called viciously smug, with a dash of condescending sneer. It was like the man had completely forgotten just how much clout Justin currently held. Ross. The president said, sounding absolutely done. There was just a deep weariness to it that spoke of long hours and an abundance of idiots. Yes, Mr. President. Ross said, unable to refute Justin, because in essence he had done exactly what Justin had laid out. Justin took the absolute death glare he was receiving from Ross, as a job well done. Refresh my memory, when did the Joint Chiefs give you permission to be sole arbiter of this? Ellis asked, sounding almost politely curious. Ross continued to glare nastily at Justin, and at Tony who was still grinning widely. You see, I was streamlining the process, Mr. President. The Joint Chiefs are very busy right now. Ross said deferentially. Not that busy. Ellis shot back immediately, you're overstepping your remit, Ross. This matter is out of your hands. What was it you were offering, Mr. Hammer? I was offering a joint venture with Stark Industries to supply all the necessary robotics and vehicles to perform the task, without endangering the lives of human operators. Justin said smoothly, shooting a look at Tony. Tony rolled his eyes, but joined in, an absolutely shit-eating grin on his face as he stared at Ross's reddening face the entire time. That's right, Mr. President. To add to that, I don't see why I couldn't whip up something to help with the radiation a bit too. I'm clever like that. All delivered casually. Ellis' voice was very dry as he replied back, we are aware Mr. Stark. There was a small period of silence, before Ellis spoke again. Ross, can Oscorp deliver both the manpower and transportation and I'm guessing excavation? At Justin's muttered acknowledgement, he continued, as well as a potential radiation treatment. Ross and Osborn both sat there, faces flushed as they could not deliver something like that, and they knew it. And while lying to customers, clients, or contractors was no big deal, it became another when you were speaking with the president. With a brand spanking new Congress, and the whole world practically a step away from war. Ellis was likely the most powerful president in the last 50 years at the moment. Not someone you tried to pull the wool over in a situation like this. From the silence I take that as a no. Ellis said with some recrimination in his voice. Mr. Hammer, if you and Mr. Stark can forward me the plan I will ensure it is sent to the Joint Chiefs. Mr. President. Norman broke his silence to protest, that is not a fair bidding process. Justin thought that was a funny thing to say, considering he had obviously conspired with Ross to take the whole cake for himself. They were both moving up on the list of people that needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later. You will of course be allowed to forward your own bid, Mr. Osborn. Ellis reassured the man. Which did nothing to soothe his, nor Ross' frustration. Because obviously the Stark Industries and Hammer Industries team-up was going to be picked. It was a no-brainer if there ever was one. The meeting fizzled out soon thereafter, Ross and Osborn both leaving, throwing different levels of hissy fits. Justin eyed Tony across the table, a mien of distaste on his face. I suppose. We better come up with a proposal, since the president is waiting on it. He said reluctantly. Since they'd just pulled it out of their ass when Ross dropped the surprise bomb on them, they needed literally everything. Pepper stood up, sighing, I'll make sure we get coffee. She announced. Yelena watched her suspiciously, I'll come with you, ensure the coffee is all right. She told Pepper, making clear in no uncertain terms, that she wasn't going to let her out of her sight. Domino chuckled, sliding into Ross' chair, propping her feet up on the table, and I'm going to play Angry Birds. She announced, drawing a laugh out of Tony. You have good people at least, no idea how they stand you though. He told Justin, stroking his facial hair like a cartoon villain. Justin gave him an irritated glance, they compared me to you, and found themselves relieved to avoid all the sexual harassment. He snarked. Domino literally broke down laughing at that, completely ignoring the death glare Justin sent her. What did he say that was so funny? This was going to be a pain. As painful as it was, Justin and Tony were both very intelligent, and it didn't take long to arrange something. Considering Justin had just begun playing around with drone vehicles, they'd have to switch some things around to be able to push out some for the first wave of Wakandan exploration. As soon as they were far away enough from the Pentagon, Justin placed a call to Sunil. Yes, sir. He answered promptly. Justin thought back to Osborne, and how he'd almost finagled himself sole purveyorship of vibranium on the American side. He'd still probably find himself in with one of the other countries, through bribery if nothing else. But the fact he was worming his way into the military as far as he was a concern. Osborne, the contingency plans, set them in motion. He ordered, well aware that Fury if no one else, would immediately clock it as his action. It would take a few days, but Norman Osborne would find himself facing difficulties soon enough. And hopefully they'd even manage to snare the man himself. The world was on fire, everyone was looking outwards. S.H.I.E.L.D. was dealing with a succession crisis. It was the perfect time for some old-fashioned corporate sabotage. He had been keeping a close eye on Oscorp, his people marking the assets they could, some supplied by Justin himself. It wouldn't make him overly popular with the people marked, but denying assets to Osborne was worth the temporary headache. Besides, he could offer them a better deal anyway. You should have just stayed in your lane, Osborne, he thought. Tony is a rival. You're just a minor distraction at best. A few days later, New York. Dr. Kurt Connors frowned as he walked out into the Oscorp parking lot. Where is everyone? He hadn't been staying that late? Had he? Gwen, did I accidentally keep you after hours? He asked his intern, Gwen Stacy. She eyed the empty parking lot as well, biting her lip. No, Dr. Connors, if anything you finished early today. She fished her phone out of her pocket, brow furrowed as she flicked through it, her expression clearing up soon after. There was an interdepartmental memo sent out an hour ago, telling everyone to go home early, with full pay. She looked up at him. Is that normal? She asked hesitantly. Dr. Connors' frown deepened. No, it is not. Norman thinks things like sick days are an invention by the lazy to avoid work. I can't remember anyone leaving early for the entire time I've worked at Oscorp. Gwen opened her mouth, no doubt to ask another question, when they were interrupted by a blast inside Oscorp, throwing them off their feet, glass raining down around them. Gwen, are you all right? Kurt called out, crawling over to the young girl, his eyes flickering up to the giant hole in the side of the building. Osborne's secret lab. Why would it? I'm all right, Dr. Connors. Gwen said, letting out a cough. What is that smell? His eyes widened as a canister rolled by him, emitting a gas of some sort. Gwen already losing consciousness as he desperately grabbed for her, slowly growing weaker, another canister rolling by. Before he lost the battle, he saw several men in tactical gear approaching. Target acquired. The girl. Witness, take her as well. Then it all went black. On the other side of New York, Otto Octavius was sitting down for dinner with his wife. He'd spent his last dime to ensure they could get a reservation at the restaurant that he knew she'd been dying to go to. Personally, he couldn't really care for the food, his mind was elsewhere, his research almost at the point where he could build a prototype. But he made an effort to live in the moment, for Rosie. He was drawn out of his introspection when the couple at the table next to them suddenly slumped over. What? He muttered, his mind racing as he noticed another diner suddenly collapsing. Rosie. Don't eat another bite. He yelled, standing up and swiping their plates off the table, the noise drawing no notice due to the rest of the diners slowly beginning to drop off. Otto panicked as he saw Rosie begin to list in her seat, her eyes already closing. Rosie. He grabbed her by the shoulders, giving her a shake. Wake up. He felt a slight grogginess now, but he powered through it, now glad he hadn't bothered eating more than what was needed to show Rosie he was here and engaging. You should have just eaten the food, Tubby. A muffled voice said from behind, before he felt a syringe stabbed into him. Rosie. He roared, trying to sweep the man away, his arms sluggish and uncooperative. The muffled voice sighed audibly. She's fine, you'll see her again after your nap, settle down. Otto continued his attempt to fight, but his vision was going blurry. Oh, he was on his knees. Why was he on his knees? He couldn't remember. He was so tired. So tired. Darkness. Max Dillon had no idea where he was exactly, except further down in the crapper than ever. His life had taken a surprise turn for the worse, something he hadn't thought possible. He thought he'd died when he'd ended up in a vat of electric eels, but instead, he'd ended up wrapped up like a mummy, tied down and poked by Oscorp scientists. Those bastards had found him before he could understand what was happening to him, and had taken him. He scowled darkly. Norman Osborne himself had come down from his ivory tower to experiment on him, poking and prodding him, insulting him all the while. Max was pretty pissed that getting superpowers actually had his life get even worse than it was before. A test subject, instead of a hero, like Spider-Man. He'd only recently shown up, but he was a real-life hero, saving people all over New York without asking for anything in return. If only Spider-Man knew he existed, he'd save him, and they could be best buddies, a real super team and everything. He blinked as he heard a cut-off scream outside whatever blank room he was in now. Not that he could do anything but blink anyway, he was completely wrapped up, and isolated from anything even remotely electrical. He was pretty sure he must be in like the sub basement of Oscorp or something, because he'd never seen the place before, even the experimentation had taken place higher up, but there had been some sort of explosion, and he'd been brought down here. All the while his tormentors kept bitching about how everyone else got to go home, but they didn't because they weren't on the official roster. Weird thing to whine about for inhumane monsters, Max had thought. With a loud thud, the door to his confinement hit the floor, masked men in military gear walking in. Max was too confused to be afraid. What is going on? Max Dillon. Do you want to be a hero? The lead soldier asked. Yes. Come with us, and you'll be adored by the entire country. He promised. Well. It sure as shit beats being locked in the basement. Norman cackled, even as he saw Oscorp's damage. He'd underestimated his enemies. He didn't know for sure if it was Stark or Hammer yet. But whoever it was, struck immediately. He'd thought Hammer too cowardly to dare strike at him, and Stark too egocentric to even think of it. Perhaps it was both? Their unusual cooperation had struck him as directly meant to keep him down. Stark's comment still burned in his veins. He'd show him a knockoff. They wouldn't reach the heights he'd climbed to, he thought, as he continued to cackle, floating above his building on his glider, wearing the armor for the first time. The green and purple goblin suit felt like it belonged on him. He felt whole. He had a contract with the US military for drones and armor already, some damage to his building would hardly even slow him down. It was a pitiful attempt to push him down. He'd get his vibranium, if not through the US, then through the sources he'd squeezed out of Chloe. This was a minor setback if anything. His hand lowered to his belt, idly playing with one of his goblin bombs, name still being workshopped. It would look nicer with some more fire / it's my building. Fire though. Think of all the pretty explosions / maybe Stark's buildings. Yes, / yes. See him laugh at me when I / we burn everything of his down / Hammer too. Hey. You know you need a license and all kinds of permits before you redecorate to this extent, right? A voice called out. The Green Goblin tilted his head, watching the red and blue spandex-clad fool that had climbed up his building. Spider-Boy? He asked, flying a little closer, caressing one of his bombs. The vigilante's shoulders slumped slightly. It's Spider-Man. Not Spider-Boy. Why can't people get that part right? Why are you bothering me, pest? Green Goblin growled, taking one of his bombs off his belt, his building, his responsibility to do pest control. Spider-Man straightened up in his crouch, the odd white eyes of the costume narrowing. What did you do with the people in this building? He cackled, juggling the bomb in his hands. Oh, a hero has arrived. To save Oscorp, He couldn't help but break out in wild unrestrained laughter. How funny. No one needs to get hurt. I don't know why you're doing this, but we can talk it out. Spider-Man said carefully. The Green Goblin let out another cackle, tossing the bomb over, having primed it, Spider-Man having no problem webbing it and slinging it into the air, where it exploded brilliantly, bathing them in the greenish light. Fetch doggy, fetch. He laughed, pulling up his entire complement of bombs, letting them drop from his fingers, falling down towards the ground. Spider-Man immediately jumped down after them. Oh, such a good boy, yes you are Spider-Man. Him first / Stark first. Author's note. Yelena is revealed, apologies to those that expected a tearful scream fest about betrayals etc. etc. That's just not Justin, nor Yelena. Justin can understand her, even if he'll now be keeping a closer eye and not let her in as much until he's over the issue. So mutant issue is still an issue, but Hammer running into problems doesn't in any way mean he'd be defeated so easily, it just means he has to pivot and focus a little more on the threats around him that he'd left on the back burner a little. In no way is this the end of Osborn, but it does make him less of an immediate competitor for Justin for a while on the science and business side. While creating a somewhat different problem. Oh, hey, random Spider-Man sighting. Tony and Justin team up for a bit. To both of their obvious delight. By the next chapter Emma Frost should be back, I'm sure that will be fun. Chapter 20, Meet and Greet Gone Wild. So a bunch of things happen in this one, some are just set up, and doesn't mean they'll be immediately an issue. Justin is getting his house in order, while finding that most people's houses are not so much, and their problems keep becoming his problems. Who knew potentially ruling the world eventually from behind the scenes, would mean so much work and so many problems. Anyway, I've been a bit bad for describing locations, so I tried to do it a bit more, but went a bit overboard. Bear with it for the chapter, it's because the 2 locations in the chapter are going to be used often in the future, so they are fully described here. I need to practice restraint though. God, I'm bad at pacing, all my stories are super slow. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Cairo, Egypt. A lot had changed in Cairo, even over the course of a few months. The benefits of possessing awesome economical power, and owning your own construction company, coupled with everyone in power tripping over themselves to make him happy, which ensured things ran smoothly. Here in Africa at least. So far. He'd bought a full 4 city blocks of Cairo, solely for his own purposes, for his burgeoning African business empire. While it held some labs and such, it was majorly intended to be the nerve center of all business operations in this area of the world. Domino had jokingly termed it the Bakshi Center when she heard. With the compound in Cairo sprawling across 4 entire city blocks, they had plenty of room to ensure it evolved to Justin's standards. Despite being only half completed, it dominated the skyline with its immense, unfinished structures already. The compound combined cutting-edge security measures with an Egyptian aesthetic, blending modern technology with ancient motifs, Justin refusing to change the world while sitting in a square concrete box. He was going to do it looking good, damn it. There was also the added benefit of the local population being less belligerent against the outsiders when they didn't appear entirely foreign. While MetaHumans was getting support from everyone in power in Africa, superstitions ran deep within certain segments of the populace. Justin knew they were keeping quiet right now, due to his efforts, but he wasn't foolish enough to believe that would last forever. Human stupidity was a bet that was always safe to go all in on. The perimeter of the compound was encased in high sandstone walls adorned with intricate hieroglyphics and reliefs depicting scenes of pharaohs and gods, giving the compound an air of timeless authority, like it had been there all along. Granted, it was a sandstone finish, because they had much harder materials for a good defensive wall. Atop, and throughout these walls, were advanced security features, motion detectors, infrared cameras, and electrified fencing to make a few, all discreetly integrated to preserve the compound's aesthetic appeal. Justin did not skimp on defenses simply because of aesthetics, he simply paid that much more to ensure it was integrated in a pleasing way while losing none of its effectiveness. The entrance to the compound was protected by a massive, vibranium-reinforced gate, flanked by imposing statues of Egyptian gods that hid the most advanced scanning tech in existence, able to both scan vehicles and all their passengers even through steel, and relay it to the guards well before the vehicle/people could even think of entering the compound. Guard towers covered every angle to ensure the walls were not breached or bypassed, styled to resemble ancient watchtowers but equipped with modern surveillance equipment and armed guards, providing a constant watch over the surrounding area. The guard towers also each guarded a hidden anti-air battery, available to take care of flying threats that their drone capabilities couldn't handle on their own. With how much he was spending on this compound, it better be nearly damn unassailable. This included extremely expensive non-metal weaponry and anti-air defenses to protect it from the one man capable of tearing it apart in seconds, each one worth more than 20 of its simple metal ones. Inside the compound, unfinished structures hinted at his grandiose plans for the area, sprawling courtyards, lush gardens, and large, colonnaded buildings echoing the grandeur of ancient temples. This was the temple to Justin Hammer. Not that he called it that. It would be distasteful. Now if other people chose to. Well, that's a wholly separate matter. Despite the incomplete construction, the defenses were all operational and formidable. Automated turrets and drone patrols ensured any threat would be swiftly neutralized, while underground bunkers and reinforced shelters provided additional layers of protection, since the people he'd have working here were not the kind he'd want to lose. The fusion of high-tech security and traditional Egyptian design created a unique compound-cum-fortress, blending his futuristic vision with the region's rich historical legacy. He was quite proud of it, especially for how quickly it was beginning to go up. The defenses all done, even if the office buildings would likely take several months to finish, the added aesthetics slowing down the process there as it would be more complicated. As their armored limousine took them inside the compound, Domino peered outside, before poking her head back in, an amused smile on her face. "I'm surprised, no statues of yourself." Yelena hid a smile behind her hand, as Justin huffed, "How egocentric do you think I am?" He asked her. Besides, polling showed that people have an aversion to rich people building statues of themselves, he thought with annoyance. Domino's eyes narrowed playfully as she stared him down. "I don't think you want me to answer that question." Justin let it go, focusing on all the meetings he had ahead of him. With how busy his life was, it was easier to simply have people come to him in one or two central locations. New York was one, and Cairo was the other. Soon enough they arrive at the only finished building, his own, the place where he'd do business and hold meetings with both his people, and those he wanted to woo. As they escape the blistering sun striding into the interior of his personal office building for a few meetings, the contrast between the ongoing construction and the lavishly finished sections becomes apparent. The main entrance hall puts on a display to mark his superiority to those entering. Polished marble floors are inlaid with gold and lapis lazuli, reflecting the light from ornate chandeliers designed to resemble ancient oil lamps. The walls are adorned with vibrant murals depicting scenes from Egyptian mythology, blending seamlessly with state-of-the-art digital screens hidden behind retractable panels. The idea was that each office building would showcase different African countries and their history, with his own the most Egyptian of course. Of course, even here, there are turrets hidden behind the walls, and Confa-M sprayers in the ceiling. Justin would take no chances with security. All of it designed by Eileen, who better be back soon, or Justin would have to take steps further ones than the ones he already had, where he'd preemptively armed his people for a possible conflict with Magneto. Moving through the hall, they passed through an imposing set of double doors, each hand-carved to showcase the Egyptian pantheon, into a spacious atrium. This area, fully completed, has a high ceiling supported by massive columns, that mimic the style of Karnak Temple, the famous temple ruin where it's believed creation began in Egyptian myths. Between the columns, modern glass and steel elements have been artfully integrated, providing a sleek, contemporary look that would wow visitors. Justin hadn't been here since it was finished, and couldn't help a smug smile as he looked around, Yelena and Domino seemingly thrown by the sight. He did give Domino a fierce look however, when she muttered under her breath about cultural appropriation. This was Egypt, making it all Egyptian looking was just following local customs. The main meeting room itself was empty as they entered, it was a blend of luxury and functionality. A long dark table sat at the center of the room, surrounded by high-backed chairs. The room was illuminated by soft, ambient lighting, with spotlights highlighting various artifacts displayed in glass cases along the walls, priceless relics that added an air of culture to the more modern room. Justin, through Sunil, had hired Black Cat to appropriate some artifacts from the British Museum so that he'd have something pretty to display in his office. It could hardly even be called stealing, since they were back in Egypt now after all, where they belonged. He put her on a retainer afterwards, having her infiltrate his businesses and operations when time permitted, the legal ones anyway, so she could detect security flaws that they could then fix. Cutting-edge technology was of course subtly embedded throughout the room. He wanted some culture and aesthetics, but he wasn't a savage. The table was equipped with holographic projectors and built-in touch screens, allowing for presentations and seamless communication with his global contacts. A large hidden screen could descend from the ceiling for more traditional video conferences as well. Or be used for villainous speeches if he ever felt the need to broadcast such. Despite the high-tech flair, the room retained its Egyptian flavor. Justin gleefully rubbed his hands together, knowing that anyone brought to him here would have already lost half the battle, awed by his power. As Justin settled, tenting his hands as a villain should in their evil boardroom, Domino walked around and examined the artifacts, pointedly not looking at him. Yelena stood by the door, her expression attentive, just waiting for the order. Justin smirked, "Bring me Forge," he ordered, heady with anticipation. It only took a few minutes to fetch him, the man having been waiting for this meeting, having personally traveled to the compound for the express purpose of gaining access to Hammer Industries' resources. Standing at just over 6 feet tall, he had a robust and muscular build, a testament to his military training and rugged lifestyle, Justin thought, studying him just as intensely as Forge studied him back. His Native American heritage shone through in his face, especially in his eyes. A thin scar ran down his left cheek, the only noticeable blemish that Justin could see. Forge's right hand was a sophisticated cybernetic prosthesis of his own design, Justin knew, having done his research on the man after he showed up out of nowhere. This arm was both a tool and a weapon, capable of transforming into various gadgets and interfaces, showcasing his mechanical ingenuity, the reason Justin wanted him. The fact he carefully watched both Domino and Yelena, not leaving his back to either of them, also showed a careful and clever man, to Justin's delight. Not careful enough, as he'd entered into the belly of the beast, but he appreciated the little things. Justin stood to greet Forge, smiling charmingly. "Forge, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard a lot about your talents." Forge nodded slowly, taking a seat at the table, making sure Yelena and Domino stayed in his sight. "I'm sure you have," he said simply. "Let's skip the pleasantries and talk about why I'm here. You have resources I need, and I have skills you can't find anywhere else." How refreshingly blunt. If only all meta-humans were so easy, just laying their cards on the table as such, it would have solved many issues. Justin's smile widened, but there was a flicker of something else in his eyes, his glasses sending messages to Yelena, whose own implant and glasses soundlessly received it. "Absolutely. Your expertise could take Hammer Industries to the next level," he said genially enough, sitting back down, leaning back in his chair. "We're prepared to offer you top-tier equipment, unrestricted access to our labs, and a team of elite engineers at your disposal." He had plenty more of course, but one never started a negotiation with the best offer. Besides, he was still teetering around the decision whether to completely bind Forge to him, or just hire him. There were pros and cons for both angles. He needed more information. Forge leaned back, seemingly more relaxed now that an offer was on the table, his expression calculating. "That's a good start, but I'm not cheap. I want a substantial salary, a double-digit percentage of any profits from my innovations, and guaranteed autonomy in my work. No micromanaging. Let's start it, no way in hell. Justin thought fiercely. Everything else was fine-ish, but guaranteed autonomy? Over his dead body. Justin nodded slowly, making a show of thinking things over. We can arrange most of that easily enough. He admitted, gesturing to the opulence around them, money is literally no problem, your contributions would be invaluable to us, but guaranteed autonomy? You know we can't do that. Forge scowled, crossing his arms, I'm not a follower, I build what I feel like, create what I want, I'm offering you to take advantage of that and monetize it, but it's my choice in the end. Justin pursed his lips, tapping the table with his fingers, could you craft an AI? Especially if we already had a base copy for you to work on. He threw out there, his gaze almost hungry. Yelena moved to get Forge a drink, his eyes not leaving her as she prepared it, and delivered it to him, placing it on the table in front of him. Forge narrowed his eyes, at Justin, keeping an eye on Yelena out of the corner of his eyes. Yet. It wouldn't be easy, but I could do it, switch the code around to something of my own, it would take time though. Proving he wasn't a fool, he immediately followed up with, but I want that autonomy, that's a fair trade, I do this one thing you want, and I get my deal how I want it. Justin pretended to think it over. In reality, Forge had sealed his fate the second he admitted he was capable of the task. The fact he was a genius capable of helping ease the load on Vanko, even eclipse him, was a delicious bonus. Deal. Justin said, grinning widely, standing up and offering his hand to Forge. Forge flashed a brilliant grin, a tension in his shoulders easing up, standing up to reciprocate. That's when Yelena struck, inserting the needle in his neck, administering the mind control serum, Forge relaxing his guard in the moment of apparent victory. Her and Justin had been in silent communication throughout the short meeting, preparing for this eventuality, the final decision made when he admitted to being able to craft their AI. Forge smacked Yelena with his prosthetic arm, sending the Black Widow flying into the wall, something audibly breaking, but she quickly regenerated the damage, the snap somehow louder being fixed than when breaking. Before any more damage could be done, Forge stopped, arms falling loose at his sides, his expression vacant. Justin stepped in front of him, grasping his chin, making him look at him with those vacant eyes. Your only loyalty is to Justin Hammer, me. You will otherwise act as you normally would, except for the wishes of me, Justin Hammer, which will remain foremost in your mind. You are incapable of betrayal, of working against me, of sabotaging me. He leaned in closer, whispering into his ear, where even Domino and Yelena couldn't hear, anytime you hear the words, I Justin Hammer command you, you will enter this state again, so your orders can be updated. Justin had thought about this, ever since Cho provided him with one dose of this miracle serum, full mind control. He could only use it once, but Forge was likely the best choice he'd ever find. A genius who could help him match Stark, and because of their resources and head start, possibly beat him, and the final puzzle piece to having an ever-present AI running the world for him. Or at least his business and spyware. For now. Forge seemed to come out of his fugue state, blinking rapidly. What were we talking about, sir? He asked, looking sheepish. Justin clapped him on the shoulder, a triumphant grin on his face. You were just explaining how you were going to change the code for the AI we have, making it fully loyal to me, and unrecognizable to its original. He suggested. Oh, yeah. Right. Forge said, still shaking off the fugue, before his eyes sharpened noticeably and he started speaking rapidly, and enthusiastically on the subject. Before they could get into it too much, Yelena touched her glasses briefly, looking his way. Aurora Monroe has just entered the building. She reported. Justin raised an eyebrow in surprise, last he heard she was in Gambia. Whatever for? He asked, having a sneaking feeling. Him. Yelena said dryly, Domino chuckling, shaking her head at the fact Storm was just minutes late. Justin watched Forge slyly, well. Let Storm come give her pitch, you are happy with Hammer Industries aren't you, Forge? He asked mildly. Forge looked offended, crossing his arms, frowning already at the door Storm would arrive through, it's where I belong. He said simply. Justin allowed Domino to take Forge aside, to begin drilling him on company safety procedures and his new personal safety procedures. Forge was literally right now more valuable to him than all the vibranium in the hellhole that used to be Wakanda. He'd never just skip out for a Starbucks again, Justin would not allow any chances that his new golden goose would die before he could start laying golden eggs. He'd used his only mind control serum on the man, it was an investment he hoped would pay off tenfold. Soon enough, there was a knock on the door, and Yelena let Storm in. Justin really didn't think anyone could ever truly complain about his proclivities in this world, not when all the women looked like that. Aurora Monroe was literally the definition of a Nubian goddess. Aurora's skin was a deep and rich brown, completely flawless and radiant, her curves were both subtle and striking, with a narrow waist that accentuated her hourglass figure. Her eyes were somehow her best feature, a mesmerizing, piercing blue, filled with intelligence, as she took the room in with a glance. Her hair was a dramatic contrast to her dark skin, pure white and flowing down her back in thick, luxurious waves. It framed her face perfectly and added to her ethereal and almost mystical appearance. All in all, Justin had to stop himself from staring and making a fool out of himself. She had a presence to her that pictures did not adequately display. The kind that not only said I'm the most beautiful in here, but the most powerful as well. No wonder the campaign with her as the lead was working so well. Mr. Hammer. She murmured, lips curled into a pleased smile, even as her eyes remained slightly cautious. Miss Monroe, a pleasure to have you with us, you've been doing excellent work across Africa. Justin said, not even having to exaggerate. Storm smiled, a little more honest now, a warm curl to her lips. It's hard work, but rewarding. Just these last few days, 15 metahumans have come forward to join with UNESCO to help others. Justin smiled, pleased with the numbers. The more he could get under his umbrella, whether for volunteering or actual work, the better. After all, if everyone worked for him, there would be no conflict, would there? Storm's eyes met Forge's briefly, before meeting Domino's. Domino. She said politely. Thunder tits. Domino replied, a shit-eating grin on her face. At Storm's stormy expression, Justin knew there was a story there, but not one that was perhaps needed at the moment. How can we help you, Miss Monroe? He asked genially instead, sending Domino a warning look. His erstwhile bodyguard grinned at him, but didn't speak up, just waggling her eyebrows at Storm. Storm-eyed Forge, lips pursing as the metahuman stared back at her unflinchingly. Charles have wanted to recruit Forge for a while now. When I heard he was in Egypt I figured I'd speak with him, but I see you've already beaten me to the punch. She sounded rueful, but not too broken up about it. Good, he still held a good reputation with Xavier's lot. He'd hate to lose it over being better at recruitment. Forge spoke up at that point, face utterly serious. No one can offer me the resources that Hammer Industries can. He said plainly, giving a logical reasoning for his choice. Storm nodded, a kind smile blooming on her face. I agree, but I had to try. She turned to Justin, bowing her head just a tilt, and I appreciate that you allowed me to interrupt your meeting, Mr. Hammer. Her lips quirked into a wry grin. It was about time I met my boss, too. Justin waved her apology away. Think nothing of it, Miss Monroe. I'm thrilled to finally get to meet you as well. Your actions in Africa already speaks volumes of your character. Was he laying it on a bit thick? Perhaps, but it was Storm. He certainly wasn't going to piss her off, or ruin any chance of her continued work under his aegis. Storm smiled brilliantly, and Justin had to clear his throat, looking away from the radiance. I am afraid I have other meetings, however, as much as I loathe cutting this short. He enjoyed meeting her, despite continuing to find that he enjoyed it too much when these occasions happened. Women who could break him in half were apparently one of his things. But he also currently had several people he'd had kidnapped in this compound, so he'd prefer if she left post-haste. Of course. Storm said warmly, eyes briefly finding Domino's, the two women staring at each other for a moment, something unsaid passing between them. I will leave you to it, Mr. Hammer. She nodded once at Forge. Forge, should you ever change your mind, reach out to me at any time. And then she was gone. Yelena looked at Domino, intense curiosity burning in her eyes. What was that all about? Domino grinned savagely. Personal business. She said, leaving it at that. Justin really wanted to know, but he had several meetings to deal with, so he let it be. Yelena, take Forge to Sunil. For now, he'll help him get settled in. Domino, let's go deal with our kidnapping victims, shall we? 25 minutes later. Justin stood by the observation window, glaring at the unconscious person within the room, as if by will alone he could make her go away. He would be having some strong words with his people, because kidnapping Gwen Stacy had not been part of the plan. Nowhere on the list did her name appear. Although it neatly explained which Spider-Man he was dealing with, he supposed. Because although she wasn't a perfect dead ringer for Emma Stone, she was close enough. Just a massive pain in his ass, because he'd purposely kept away from the whole Spider-Man thing, never even looking up Peter Parker. Spider-Man was the one hero he could actually respect, one willing to sacrifice everything for anyone else, no matter which one he was. He wasn't a Captain America who'd willingly give up the world, his friends, his family, for a taste of his old life over his new one, or sacrificing everything and everyone for his best friend, without any compunctions on if he should. Nor was he a Tony Stark, who helped only himself, until he began the journey to become a hero, but even then kept his skills to himself, doing nothing for the world despite how much good he could have done. Peter Parker, or Spider-Man, honestly fought for others no matter the situation. He didn't put conditions on his help. And no matter what sacrifices the Avengers did in certain places at the end, they had many conditions in place in how they'd help, not even willing to work together half the time. Therefore Justin had completely stayed out of his way, no matter which version it was, he didn't want to interfere. And now, he'd stolen Spider-Man's girlfriend/friend/crush, whatever they were. Just what I needed. He'd had everyone brought to Cairo, because he didn't want to keep them in New York, too close to Oscorp and whatever Osborn's response might be. You could never really tell with a crazy person. And since he had to meet Forge anyway, it was easier to keep things to one location. Which now gave him the problem of what to do with Gwen Stacy. He rubbed his forehead, annoyed with the situation and at himself. Keep her sedated, drop her back off in New York, make sure the cops find her. He ordered the silent captain of this particular snatch team. One who wisely kept his mouth shut and just nodded to show he had understood the order. As long as she's found healthy, with no ties to me, Spider-Man won't be a pain up my ass. He thought. With Norman seen fighting Spider-Man in New York, the hero in tights had his own problems anyway. Justin shook his head as he walked away from the room. He'd hoped to get Osborn with the attack on Oscorp where they'd hit his lab, robbing it, before blowing it up, but he'd been off playing in his new suit it seemed. Unfortunate, but Osborn would continue to be a thorn in his side for a bit. Their attack in no way devastated the man, although stealing his greatest scientific minds and the rare gem of Max Dillon, was honestly worth more than his entire stock in Justin's opinion. Even if only he knew for sure that the Green Goblin was Norman Osborn, just the fact he was donning the suit, meant he would spiral towards the end. It was inevitable. Justin just needed to ensure Osborn didn't burn him, on the way down. 20 minutes later. Justin had figured it would be harder than this. Where do I sign? Dr. Kurt Connors said abruptly, interrupting Justin's carefully planned out speech to sway him on board. Excuse me. Justin said, a little put out. Dr. Connors looked at him like he had rocks for brains. You're inviting me to work with Dr. Hansen, Cho, and McCoy, on revolutionizing genetic work. He said slowly, repeating the words, where do I sign? Justin gestured with one hand. You're not upset about the whole kidnapping situation. Justin knew scientists were married to their work in many cases, but he'd expected some irritation at the very least. Dr. Connors hadn't been irritated, but he was beginning to look it now, frowning deeply. As long as Miss Stacy is released back, I don't see any issues. He sighed, clapping his hands together. Having purchased the highest level of panacea to heal his lost limb as soon as it was available, Justin knew. It's going to be annoying to waste time buying new clothes and toiletries, but this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I'll just leave the contract with you then, and I hope you realize that until Oscorp has given up on you, there can be no contact with your previous affiliations and friends. Justin explained, pushing the comprehensive contract forward. One that really should be read over by a team of lawyers. Dr. Connors ripped through the papers, signing and initializing, not reading a single word. When do I get to meet Dr. Hansen? He asked, straightening his tie. Can I start working right now? Justin nodded slowly, rising from his seat. I will get someone to show you the way. He promised, leaving the room. He shouldn't be upset that it was that easy, but it was just. He'd planned a whole speech and everything, laying out all the benefits of working with Hammer Industries, the threat of Osborn's growing insanity. Fucking scientists. He muttered as he moved on to the next one, glasses flashing as he sent a message to one of Dr. Hansen's handlers to come fetch Dr. Connors. He needed them, the world needed them. But there was something wrong with all of their brains. From Vanko to Cho to Connors. Maya was the most normal out of them all, and that said something. Because she barely saw humans as anything but a model to improve on, having few compunctions about the cost. Entering the next room, he put on a practiced suave smile. Dr. Octavius. He greeted the corpulent man, pleased to have gotten to him before he went ridiculous. Otto Octavius glared at him, and Justin felt the world slotting back into place. We're wasting time here, Hammer, just give me the damn contract, and put me face to face with Vanko. The arc reactor and my project have many similarities I can't wait to study. Dr. Octavius stabbed a finger his way, expression severe. I'm not happy about how you recruited me, but Rosie is fine, so I'll allow it, this time. If you hurry up and get me in the same room as Ivan Vanko. Or maybe not. Aren't any of you upset about being snatched away from Oscorp? He grumbled, fishing another set of contract papers out of his briefcase and laying them on the table. Dr. Octavius scoffed, rolling his eyes at him. Have you met Norman? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you have. He said, lips curling into distaste. He funded me, so I stayed, but I can't say I've ever met another human being who actually liked the man, including his son. As far as I'm concerned, I've traded up. Justin preened slightly. Well, yes, we are a much better choice for advancing humanity. Annoyed at how this was going he might be, if only for some personal reasons, all that time wasted on the speech, but he did like how they so easily saw his superiority. Dr. Octavius snorted, you're all right, a decent engineer I suppose, but I was talking about Hansen, Cho, and Vanko. Justin twitched, biting back a retort. Even with his name on the creation of the arc reactor, the cradle, and panacea, he still got no credit in the scientific community. They all assumed Hansen, Vanko, and Cho were behind it all, the three of them a shoo-in for Nobel Prizes. They were right. Of course. But it didn't make it any less annoying. Dr. Octavius made an attempt to read the papers, perhaps more legally aware than Dr. Connors. Yet he began to become jittery, face twitching with annoyance by the second page. By the fourth, he simply cursed, grabbing the pen, and signed, tossing the papers down on the table. There, I signed, can I get to work now? Just inside, I'll send someone for you and your lovely wife. He acknowledged, stepping out of the room to find Sunil waiting for him. Do not say I told you so. He warned, walking away, Sunil falling in step with him. I will fire you. Sunil raised an eyebrow, a tiny smirk curling his lips. I don't think you could survive without me, sir. He said, some amusement leaking through in his tone. Ugh, that gives me such Pepper Potts vibes, to think after all this I can remember such an insignificant part of a movie. I know my social security number. He muttered, I'm not Tony Stark. Sunil coughed gently, looking amused. I am sure you do, sir. Justin just pinched the bridge of his nose, letting a huff of air out, letting go off the ridiculousness of the last half hour. Anything noteworthy, Sunil? I still have to deal with Max Dillon. Ah, yes, Miss Frost has requested some of your time. Apparently you're expected back in New York. Sunil said quietly, handing over his ever-trusty tablet, showcasing the request from Emma Frost. She's not one for pleasantries, is she? Justin said, reading the short terse email. I just spent weeks in New York, the timing is just awful. He complained, handing the tablet back to Sunil. Want me to craft a rejection? Going for direct, subtle, apologetic? Sunil immediately asked, tapping away at something the moment he got his tablet back. Justin grimaced, not really all that impressed with Emma Frost, certainly not as a supposed ally, but the reason she was reaching out made it important that he actually showed up. Can't miss my own inauguration after all. 2 hours and 20 minutes later. Justin's smile was strained, as he politely nodded along, as Max Dillon slowly read out his entire contract, asking questions at almost every other sentence, refusing a lawyer to go through the most salient points with him. Justin could have left it all to an underling, but Electro was too powerful and too useful of a piece on the board to risk alienating. I'm going to be a superhero? A real-life superhero? On a team? An American super team? Max exclaimed, a wondrous smile on his face as he looked up at Justin, having finally gotten to that part of his specific contract. Justin's smile became a tad bit more genuine at the honest enthusiasm in his voice. That's right, you'll be a crucial member of the H.A.MME.R team, protecting America and the world. Max's smile became slightly brittle, as he shuffled awkwardly in his seat, looking down at the papers, before glancing up again, and the team name. Is that set in stone? Justin would not yell. Yelling at potential supervillains able to cook your organs was not a smart move, no matter how harmlessly geeky they appear at the moment. Yes. The president has already okayed it. He grit out, lips frozen in a plastic smile. Max considered that, before tilting his head slightly, a sheepish expression on his face, like okayed it. Or man, like. That sounds okay, okayed it. The team name stays. Justin said abruptly, masterfully controlling his expression. Smiling widely, the team name stays. We just need a name for you, to add you to the roster. After you sign. He pointedly glanced down at the contract that still remained unsigned. Max smirked, looking very self-satisfied as he splayed his arms out. Captain Electric. No. Justin outright refused him. He wanted him on the team, and it sure beat having him be a problem, running around and getting into the hands of Hydra or Shaw. But he refused to allow him to call himself Captain Electric. Electro. He offered, because the classic was just plain and simply optimal. Mr. Electro. Max countered, sticking his hair back, a smug countenance on his face. Electro. The amazing Electro. Max tried, looking like he was going to insist, crossing his arms, setting his jaw in a stubborn way. Just inside, smile still locked in place, Electro. He countered again, and before Max could protest, and you get to design your own action figure. He added as a sweetener. Max pumped his fist. Yes, Kung Fu grip. He exclaimed, his mouth wide open in awe. Is that a yes? Justin asked, twitching slightly at the idea of a man whose main power was shooting people with electricity, needing a Kung Fu grip at all. Yeah, it's cool, I can dig Electro, and like, can my action figure have a shield, like Captain America? He replied rapidly, putting his hands into a praying pose. No. And let's just sign the contract then, and we'll get you right in with the PR department for your action figure. Justin said, gesturing to the papers again. Patiently. Very patiently. All right. Max said, grabbing the pen, before pausing, can you explain this part here though? Let me call my assistant. Justin said pleasantly, deciding electrical powers were overrated, Sunil could deal with it. Several hours later, several frustrating meetings with politicians later. Teach me how to fight. Justin said, brimming with frustration, from his last couple of meetings. Yelena and Domino glanced at each other, both showing open surprise at the question. Are you okay, sir? Yelena asked, eyes roaming across his body as if to spot something anomalous. Justin cracked his knuckles, eyebrows twitching, I just really need to punch something in the face. Domino snorted, looking very amused, cocking her hip as she rested a hand on it, hate to break it to you, but this, she used her other hand to gesture to herself and Yelena. Won't help with that frustration. I need to learn to fight properly anyway. Justin said, sending her a dangerous glare that she ignored completely. Yelena hesitated, her lips twitching in a way that told Justin she wanted to laugh, but knew it wasn't a wise idea. Sir. Justin. She amended, I can train you, but it will be months, if not more before you would be able to punch me in the face. Everyone is a pain in my ass today. Justin said darkly, just teach me how to fight, so I can work off my frustrations. Yelena got a gleam in her eyes, her lips curling into a Cheshire grin. There's other ways to work off frustrations. She purred, stalking her way forward enticingly. Down girl. Domino said with a chuckle, eyes serious, despite the humor in her voice as she knocked Yelena off balance with a shove to her shoulder, gaining a dirty glare in return. He's finally open to some actual training, you can get nasty any old day, let's strike while the iron is hot. Justin suddenly wasn't so sure about this, as both women appraised him seriously. 2 hours later, his face hitting the mat yet again, nose crunching even with the mat supposedly protecting him, he didn't exactly come to regret his choices, mostly. He needed to be more able, just in case, or why else even bother with things like vibranium muscles and super soldier serums. Regeneration only helped so much if he couldn't fight back or run from someone intent on picking him apart. But asking a Black Widow and someone whose powers ensured she was impossible to hit unless she let him, to fight him. Even as just training, with one of them teaching him as he fought the other, it was a painful lesson. Being manhandled by Domino and Yelena, who were both just in minuscule shorts and tank tops, was not too bad though, all things considered. His nose reset, and he spit out some blood, getting back up again. The fact he could heal from practically anything, meant they had no reason to hold back, training him the sink or swim way, forcing him to adapt quicker. His face hit the floor, stars momentarily circling him as he wondered what semi-truck hit him. No raises for a year. He decided, hitting your boss without consequences is raise enough. If you don't get back up in 3 seconds, I'm going to show you what I do to male enemy combatants that leave themselves completely open on the ground like that. Domino called out sweetly, with pure evil hiding behind that sweet exterior. Justin got back up. If there was anything he could say he had, it was the burning will to always move forward. As he bit the ground again, he acknowledged that it was a lot easier to practice in fields that didn't break his nose, or jaw though. He just imagined he'd one day get to punch Tony Stark in the face, and got back up again. No pain, no gain. Justin staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his split lip that had already healed over. The determination in his eyes burned brighter than before, but he was really starting to realize the enormity of what he'd asked. Yelena circled him, her steps light and predatory, while Domino stood back, arms crossed, analyzing his every move. It doesn't help that my eyes keep being drawn to watching other things than their feet and hands, he thought with frustration, knowing Domino purposefully was crossing her arms just to prove that point, as he took a hit from Yelena due his momentary distraction. You're getting slower, Yelena taunted with a cool smirk on her face, darting in with a series of feints that Justin barely managed to deflect. And he had a feeling she let him. He attempted a counterattack, throwing a right hook that Yelena easily dodged, using his momentum to flip him over her shoulder. The impact with the mat was jarring, but Justin rolled to his feet, fueled by sheer grit and spite. Domino chuckled, a warm teasing grin on her face, at least he's persistent. She stepped forward, taking her turn. Let's see if you can handle a bit of unpredictability. She said, laughter already on her lips. Justin knew that any official martial arts training or anything wasn't even in the cards yet, they were teaching him how to fall, dodge, the reflexes and muscle memory to get away, or counterattack, not actually fighting, not yet. The basics, not kung fu moves. Yet it still smarted to be so obviously outclassed. And Domino. Domino just fucking cheated. She moved with a fluid grace that made it impossible to predict her attacks as she rushed him. One moment she was to his left, the next she was behind him, her fist connecting with his kidney. Justin grunted in pain, twisting to strike back, remembering to keep his feet planted solid, only to find empty air, she was already gone, striking from another angle. Justin taking another strike, helped by him somehow unluckily stumbling, losing his footing, despite standing perfectly still. He was almost expecting to see a banana peel or something when he looked down. Domino was bullshit enough for it. Focus, Justin, Yelena called out. You're telegraphing your moves, and keep your feet in mind. Unfair, my footing was fine until her bullshittery, he thought, but gritted his teeth and positioned himself appropriately. Breathing deeply, Justin tried to calm his racing mind. He recalled the techniques they had shown him: balance, breathing, keeping his guard up. He tightened his stance, focusing on defense rather than attack. When Domino lunged again, he managed to deflect her blow and counter with a jab that almost grazed her shoulder, except his foot slipped underneath him in that exact moment. Either way, she'd moved slower and more carefully than she usually did too, or he wouldn't have gotten that close. But it was some progress, because at least he did the right movements this time. Better, Domino admitted, a flicker of genuine enjoyment in her eyes. But you still have a long way to go. She teased. They went back and forth for another few moments, before Justin attempted a counterattack again, and Domino pulled a move right out of the Black Widow playbook, Yelena even laughingly calling out, "That's a Natasha special." As she did. Justin felt the world tilt as Domino's legs scissored around his neck and pulled him down to the mat, her lithe, powerful muscles locking him in place. He struggled to break her grip, the mat beneath him a blurry haze as he fought to stay conscious. Her scent, something light and floral, even with the sweat, filled his senses, momentarily distracting him from the pain of her grip. Domino's movements were fluid and relentless when she fought, a testament to her training and skill. As she tightened her hold, Justin felt the warmth of her skin against his, the slickness of sweat making it hard to find purchase, his muscles straining as he attempted to pry her legs apart, but she was like iron, her focus unwavering. He could have really used the super soldier serum right about now. Pay attention, Justin, Domino murmured, her voice a mix of amusement and command. You're getting distracted. And there was definitely a light teasing tone there, Justin thought. Yelena snickering in the background added to the tableau as well, the Black Widow finding the sight amusing apparently. He gritted his teeth, trying to ignore the way the light caught the sheen of sweat on her chocolate skin, highlighting the contours of her muscles. The heat from their bodies mingled, creating a heady atmosphere that made it hard to think straight, or that might just be his rampant libido talking. He needed to focus on the fight, not the proximity of her body or the way her strong legs felt around his neck. Summoning his strength, Justin twisted his body, trying to shift his weight and break free. He managed to get a grip on her ankle, pulling with all his might. Domino grunted, momentarily loosening her hold, and he took the opportunity to roll them both, reversing their positions slightly. Now on top, Justin tried to press his advantage, pinning her shoulders to the mat, but his hands slipped off her slick skin, hitting the mat instead, leaving him completely open. She responded with a swift move, wrapping her legs around his waist and using the momentum to flip him over again. He landed hard, the air rushing out of his lungs, but he quickly wrapped his arms around her torso, pulling her close to neutralize her movements. She was too slick and quick for him to ever stop, plus her luck would continuously fuck him over, only by grappling hold of her and holding her still could he have a chance at eking out even a slight draw for a few moments. Their bodies were pressed together, the friction of the fight making his heart race. He could feel every muscle in her body tensing, every shift as she tried to gain the upper hand, and he'd never experienced something like it. For a moment, their eyes locked, and he saw a glimmer of respect mixed with something more playful. "Not bad," she whispered, her lips dangerously close to his ear. "But you're still too slow." With a sudden burst of strength, she twisted free, using her legs to propel herself over his head and landing gracefully behind him as he tried to get up to defend himself. Before he could react, she had him in another chokehold, her legs clamping down around his waist, her arm snaking around his throat. The pressure was intense, and Justin knew he had only seconds before he'd have to tap out. But instead of panicking, he focused on the fundamentals they had drilled into him. He shifted his weight as hard as he could, using his elbow to try and jab into her side, to cause her to loosen her grip just enough for him to slip free. Of course, as he tried to pull that off, shifting himself hard, the movement somehow only succeeded in getting Domino's foot to his balls, making him tap out immediately, as he groaned in pain. They both rose to their feet afterwards, Justin breathing deeply even as Extremis took care of any issues. Justin knew he was far from her equal, but continued lessons might make him at least passable. He doubted he'd have the time to actually equal her, ever. As they circled each other again, he couldn't help but notice the way her skin glowed with perspiration, the determined gleam in her eyes as they enjoyed the bout. "Ready for more?" Domino asked, a taunting challenge in her voice, her lips curled into an honest smile. Justin nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Always," he said, although he was pretty close to wanting to call it quits. As they grappled, he felt a newfound respect for Domino, not just as a fighter, but as a teacher. She was relentless, but fair, pushing him to be the best he could be. And even as her legs once again wrapped around his neck, pulling him into another painful submission, he couldn't help but think that this was exactly where he needed to be. Of course other thoughts intruded, but he rose above them. Really? He barely thought about it. They resumed their positions shortly thereafter. This time Yelena rejoined the fray while Domino critiqued, something Yelena had failed at, being too busy laughing at him as Domino dominated him. The two women worked together to press him harder, one to fight, one to call out and refocus Justin on the fundamentals when he slipped. Justin felt like a punching bag, absorbing hit after hit, but with every fall, he rose again, more determined. Without a healing factor, it would have been impossible, but he might as well get some use for the thing. Hours passed again, as Justin pushed, having a body which could take it, yet still his body screamed for mercy in the end, or perhaps it was his mind, overwhelmed by the amount of ass-kicking he was on the receiving end of, a sort of grim satisfaction settling in his chest, his earlier frustrations forgotten. Enough! He called out, sweaty and tired, as he sat on the mat, once again having taken a toss. Domino approached, offering him a hand, a warm grin on her face. You're a glutton for punishment, I'll give you that. Justin took her hand, pulling himself up. As some people I know have continued to tell me, I can't always count on backup. Yelena smirked, walking forward and tossing him a towel. You've got potential, if you work on it. But don't think this was anything more than the basics. Real fighting is an art, and you're just learning to hold the brush. How poetic. He drawled, getting a blush from his personal secretary/assassin. Yelena, still blushing, got a devious look on her face, bumping shoulders with Domino. Poetry was watching the two of you roll around, all slick and breathing hard. She said, heavy with the innuendo. Justin paused, unable to stop himself from one again giving Domino's sweat-slicked body another glance, the tank top and shorts practically painted on her body at this point. Poetry was a word for it. Justin had a lot of better ones though. Domino laughed, rolling her shoulders, still not sleeping with you. She said tongue-in-cheek to Justin, having noticed his looks at the very least. But I enjoyed that. She admitted, stretching her arms out. As they walked out of the training room, Justin couldn't help but feel a strange camaraderie with the two women. They had pushed him to his limits and beyond, they were his employees, and something else perhaps in Yelena's case, but this somehow made him feel closer to them. Maybe they were all animals deep inside after all, and only throwing hands allowed for insight into one another. Either way, he'd continue the training sessions, time permitting. No pain, no gain. And he was ready to endure whatever it took. After the grueling training session, Yelena and Domino took a breather together in the locker room, having seen Justin off to go bother Sunil for a bit. Inside their building, Justin was safe enough that for once, Domino didn't feel the need to be a constant shadow. Yelena nudged Domino with her elbow, a teasing grin on her face as Domino wiped her face with a towel. You know, you looked really good out there today, all sweaty and intense. Domino didn't buy that airy tilt to her voice for a second, she was up to something. Now that she knew she was raised a widow, a lot about her made more sense. Domino rolled her eyes at her, smirking. Oh, please. You just like seeing me work hard. After so long mostly sitting around with no action, the amount of work she did compared to the others, was an oft remarked upon thing. Domino didn't mind, it was more fun to laugh at them while they complained after all. Especially whenever she brought up that she made more money than them. Well, except possibly Sunil, who Justin kept giving raises to whenever he happened to think the man was doing too much work. So all the time. Maybe just a little. Yelena said with a wink, taking off the hair tie binding her hair together, shaking it loose, letting out a relaxing huff. But seriously, you should do it more often. It's a good look on you, you looked like you were really enjoying yourself. The small appreciative look the lithe Russian spy sent her, spoke for itself. She should have never stuck around for their little play date, Yelena had been on the prowl since. Domino laughed easily, shaking her head, a small smile on her face, finding it all cute more than annoying in the end. You're impossible, or is that incorrigible? She gave Yelena a curious searching look. You're really taking your job too seriously if you're trying to be his wingwoman now, you realize. Funny too, considering her reactions to a certain Miss Van Dyne. Yelena had an impish smile on her face as she handed Domino a water bottle. You know, he's not half bad. She suggested. Domino rolled her eyes again, a smirk tugging at her lips. Ringing endorsement there, not half bad. She mocked lightly. I don't mix business with pleasure anyway. She said as if to finish the discussion. Maybe it's time you reconsider that policy, DOM. Yelena suggested, her tone light but with a hint of seriousness. Justin's got potential. Not talking about fighting, but... You know, as a person. Domino raised an eyebrow, giving her an appraising look. DOM. She asked lightly. Yelena shrugged, a faint hint of pink to her cheeks, just trying to connect. She defended herself, sounding embarrassed. How adorable. Domino smirked, laying an arm around her shoulder, pulling her into a half-hug, uncaring of the sweat. I like it, Lena. She said, reciprocating the gesture. Yelena ducked her head slightly, a pleased smile on her lips. Domino raised her head skyward, sighing, giving Yelena a squeeze. I'm not interested in complicating things, Lena. She admitted, knowing she needed to really put it home. Yelena folded her arms, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You're always so focused on keeping things simple, Domino. Life isn't simple, you know. Sometimes, it's messy and complicated, and that's what makes it interesting. Domino shook her head, smiling. Spare me the philosophy lecture, I can see what you're doing, little Black Widow. She said, bumping her slightly, wordlessly telling her she wasn't going to get snared in her web. I'm fine with how things are. She stretched, letting out a pleased moan as something in her back popped. Besides, a good workout and a fight can be just as good as sex sometimes. 2 days later, New York. One would think you didn't trust me, Justin. Emma Frost said frostily, leaning back with forced casualness in the white leather seats of her armored limousine. Justin, accompanied by both Domino and Yelena, smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Perish the thought. He responded dryly, making a show of looking around the expansive limousine. The president didn't have a granddaughter for you to mind control into kissing your feet today. Emma Frost raised an immaculate eyebrow, lips curling slightly. I've found that powerful men make for better grovelers, perfect for kissing my feet. And you wonder why I don't trust you? Justin chuckled hollowly, his face stony as he sized her up, glasses recording her every facial tic. Emma tilted her head ever so slightly, in what could perhaps generously be called a nod of acquiescence. People at our level cannot trust completely. She said simply. Where we are going, you'll need to extend a slight bit of trust, however. The Hellfire Club. Justin muttered with distaste. Pshaw. Emma pursed her lips, one fingertip lightly tapping the jewelry around her wrist, a screen sliding down from the roof of the limousine, 2 profiles given equal billing. Sebastian Shaw, and Selene. Justin peered at the cold aloof woman who apparently held as much power as Shaw. For someone that has been under the sway of the Hellfire Club for a long time, you certainly don't know much. He said, noting how Selene mostly had question marks surrounding her. Emma nodded coolly, according to what she says, and Shaw backs up, she's an immortal sorceress. She shrugged slightly, I have not been able to find much information on her, but utilizing renowned historians I have confirmed that a woman with her general appearance has popped up throughout history, generally in regards to catastrophe. Just what we need. Where is the Ancient One? This is her job, isn't it? Justin thought with some acrimony, dealing with magic was out of his comfort zone. Justin knew enough about Emma Frost at this point to not discount what she was saying either. She would not be a woman likely to hold to the belief Selene was an immortal sorceress without at least a good idea about it. Nothing from the Peekaboo Express? He asked, gesturing to his forehead with 2 fingers. So Shaw might not even be the biggest threat here. He would need to dig further into this Selene, perhaps Xavier would know something, surely someone he mind-raped knew about magic? He really didn't want to have to go and track down the Ancient One's email address. Emma's eyes flashed, even as her expression remained placid, do not call it that. She requested forcefully, before sighing, most higher members of the Hellfire Club have mental protection, Selene more than most. She admitted. Must be very frustrating for you. He said slyly. And for you. We share common enemies, if I could access their minds, it would be both our victories. She reminded him, pointedly. Maybe Shaw, I certainly wouldn't mind taking him down a peg. Justin countered blithely, I have no reason to tangle with this Selene. Emma smiled, and there lay a dark promise in it as she looked at Justin. Oh. You'll see. She gestured to the picture of Shaw, his mutant ability is dangerous. It allows him to absorb kinetic energy and convert it into raw strength and durability. She looked at him seriously, her fists clenching, her only sign of her hatred. This power makes him nearly invincible in combat, each blow he takes only makes him stronger, he's also got mental defenses I can't breach, and a group of mutants called the Hellions to protect him and do his bidding. Emma looked at his visage on the screen, eyes narrowed, he can seem laid back, but do not doubt for a second. Her eyes found his, he is one of the most dangerous men in the world. With those ominous words, they soon arrived at the Hellfire Club, New York chapter. Justin could have probably gotten in even back in the day, maybe not as a king, but as a member? There was no doubt about that. The Hellfire Club catered to the richest of the rich, primarily, but you could get in if you were useful enough, or had the right pull. Justin had been focused on building his weapons company up and hadn't paid attention to the social scene until he was already set up, at which point he'd taken over the memories and body. So there had never been a chance to join in on the decadence, he'd been too busy. Technically speaking, he shouldn't be bringing Domino and Yelena inside. If everyone brought all their bodyguards, the building would be stuffed with them. That said, they wanted him as the White King. So he'd just ignore that little rule, and dare anyone to do anything about it. For all they knew, only Domino was a bodyguard, Yelena's reveal having a secondary beneficial outcome, in that she could now sub in as a bodyguard as well, not having to hide from him that she'd be secretly armed anymore. She had access to much better weaponry. They'd see a personal assistant or secret lover, and not realize he had a Black Widow at his back. Justin strode into the Hellfire Club alongside Emma Frost like he owned it, his senses immediately assaulted by the opulence and decadence that surrounded him, and that was saying something considering who he was. The club, the haven for the world's elite businessmen and power brokers, exuded an air of indulgence and unrestrained luxury and debauchery. Every vice was available on tap, and here, nothing was illegal. If you could pay, whether in favors or money, anything you wanted was available. The entrance hall was adorned with dark aged mahogany that was likely older than the country itself and rich velvet drapes, lit by the warm glow of crystal chandeliers. The scent of expensive cigars mingled with the faint aroma of rare perfumes, creating an intoxicating and really just obnoxious atmosphere. Justin's eyes were briefly drawn to the finely dressed attendees, who moved with the confidence of people who believed they were above the law. Much like he did, as he walked further, the crowds parting like chaff before a shark. The various scantily clad servants doing their best to attract attention, as they were practically bred to, according to his research. Well, mostly Emma's, but she'd shared it, so it was also his. As he followed Emma deeper into the club, Domino and Yelena never far from his side, Justin observed the spread of decadent offerings. Ridiculously costly and time-intensive buffets of exotic foods were displayed, and vintage wine that could not even be found in the outside world was available to all comers. In one corner, a group of men engaged in high-stakes gambling, their favorite actresses' leashes and lives, the apparent bids. The obvious sight of human lives changing hands, amidst the shuffle of cards, adding to the picture of hedonism. Justin was the first to admit he was a bastard through and through, but this pointless hedonism and ruination for nothing but boredom, made him seethe. The people in this room alone could have solved world hunger. Instead they were chortling about how the newest Hollywood starlet would have to suck dick all over again, facing a new owner. Emma, with her icy demeanor, striking presence, and absolute ruthlessness, fit perfectly into this world. Justin wanted to tear it down and salt the earth behind it. It was not his world. He was the first to admit he was evil, but he did it for a purpose. This was all pointless. Emma led Justin through the labyrinthine halls with an air of ownership, acknowledging nods and glances from other members. It rankled Justin that just by his presence, her own influence would skyrocket as the fools present would assume things on that alone. They passed rooms where whispered deals were made over glasses of cognac, and alcoves where more illicit activities and pure atrocities took place, concealed from prying eyes by heavy drapes, or not concealed at all in the case of some, the cries of agony and fear almost stopping them in their tracks at one in particular. Domino's eyes flashed his way, and Justin grimaced, shaking his head, noting how her fist clenched, shaking in anger, even as his own nails dug into his palms. Yelena on the other hand, was likely used to seeing such atrocities as the one they just walked by. As a Black Widow she might have suffered similar as a child. Even still, Yelena laid a comforting hand on Domino's shoulder, as Emma watched them all with an unreadable expression. Justin stopped her and looked into her eyes, resolving to himself that if he saw no sight of her own revulsion, he would kill her as well when he killed Shaw. Thankfully for their partnership, Emma, while cool as ice, could not hide the hate flashing through her eyes. With a nod, Justin gestured for her to lead on, sending one last look to the alcove, his glasses having caught enough of a face to perform facial recognition. An email was quickly composed and sent to Domino's inbox. She didn't really do assassinations, but he had a feeling she'd make an exception. Steel yourselves, Selene can be a bit much when you first encounter her. Emma said coldly, taking a deep breath herself as she led them into a private elevator with golden doors. There were no guards, but it didn't surprise Justin. Anyone that came up here either belonged, or would die in short order for going up against the kind of powerhouses that apparently led the Hellfire Club. Justin felt a bit out of place, for the first time in a long time, although he'd slowly been enhancing himself. Compared to these people, it wasn't nearly enough. The elevator doors opened, letting them step into the throne room of the Black and White Kings and Queens of Hellfire Club. As opulent and excessive as the room was, Justin only had eyes for the two people in it. Both sitting on black thrones. Shaw, Justin noted, had a greedy possessive look in his eyes as he lounged in his throne, having eyes only for Emma. His suit could barely contain his physique, and his entire mien exuded cruelty. This was a man who lived and operated with cruelty as the main purpose, not a byproduct. Justin's eyes switched to Selene, who appeared like a mockery of regalness as she appraised them with a bored half-lidded gaze, sitting straight-backed on her throne, the Black Queen in the flesh. She was a vision of chilling beauty and dark allure, a cruel twist to her lips that he imagined was habit by now. Her presence both enchanting and terrifying in equal measure, Justin could feel his eyes drawn to her, even as he attempted to look away. Seleni's raven black hair flowed in glossy waves down her back, contrasting sharply with her flawless alabaster skin. Her eyes were a cold, mesmerizing shade of violet, even in her bored mien, she reeked of malice. She wore a form-fitting barely there black dress, covering her breasts, but leaving her torso mostly bared, the dress so short that Justin believed he'd see a lot more than he had intended if she shifted her crossed legs. Around her neck, a choker of black diamonds sparkled ominously and Justin thought he saw an actual face scream at the surface for a moment, before it faded away. Emma's hand briefly brushed against Justin's, breaking him out of whatever effect had him under sway, his mental implants supposed to protect from any mental intrusion, but apparently susceptible to some kind of charm effect. Apparently touch was enough to break it, he'd have to remember that. I see Justin Hammer, and understand his purpose in being here. Selene drawled, leaning back on her throne, Justin's earlier thoughts realized as she shifted. Her right hand rose, pointing at Domino and Yelena, violet-painted fingernails glimmering in the light, that one is a mutant, so I suppose I can allow it, but she, isn't. The temerity to bring your pets when coming before me. Selene said slowly. Shaw side-eyed her, Selene. We're all friends here. He reminded her, his face tight. With a careless wave of her hand, Yelena started convulsing, screaming in agony as she fell to the floor. Selene. Shaw barked sharply, but notably made no move to get in her way. Release her. Justin ordered, heart hammering in his chest. He didn't think Domino would be enough to defeat this sorceress, he hadn't expected her to be this mercurial. Selene smiled, and it was an ugly thing for someone so beautiful. I don't think I will. She drawled, Yelena's agonized screams echoing across the room. Justin couldn't beat her. He couldn't get Shaw to do it. Emma could not help, Domino would likely survive through her luck, but surviving didn't mean winning a fight. Justin grit his teeth as the only thing left was either a nuclear option, or coldly sacrificing a servant to gain Selene's approval. Depending on the servant, Justin might have even played along. But... Yelena. Stop or you will die. He told Selene coldly. The immortal sorceress actually did stop at that, throwing her head back and laughing coldly, Shaw giving Justin a look that epitomized, I hope you know what the fuck you're doing. Have you lost all sense? Or perhaps you need a better demonstration of my power. Selene said, her smile growing crueler. Justin glared at her, he couldn't show weakness now, he could only play this hard and hope to God she couldn't actually get past his mental defenses. You might be immortal, I can't speak to that. But if you're here, in the Hellfire Club, it's because you enjoy a more sedated and lavish lifestyle. Justin said, figuring a sorceress wouldn't hobnob with plain normals, or mutants, unless she either needed something, or had grown that bored. Are you going to try and bribe me? That won't work. She said, sounding disappointed, her hand beginning to move in Yelena's direction again, Domino protecting her with her body, eyes tense. Justin glared, wanting nothing more than to rip her apart in this moment, playing with the life of his people. I have already pressed my emergency beacon. He bluffed, spinning a tale, if you do not desist, your face and the fact you use magic, that magic is real, that you're a threat to the world, will be on every newscast in the world. He grinned darkly, my word means a lot, you'll never get a day's rest, hunted by everyone, the Ancient One might even pop up due to you being responsible for the reveal of magic on a grand scale. He continued to hammer the point, even if you win each battle, you'll never get to just sit and relax again, constantly badgered by lesser beings. He met her bored gaze with a hateful one of his own, I might not be able to defeat you, yet, but I can make your existence miserable, all for the price of one woman. Emma stepped forward, finally, to argue on his behalf, your reveal is too costly, Black Queen, and this trifle? You don't really care about her, you were simply bored, were you not? Justin felt some tension leak out as Selene nodded slowly at Emma giving her an acceptable out without seeming like she was entirely capitulating. And Justin would have to listen to Emma when she spoke about the Hellfire Club, because she had cautioned him about taking Domino and Yelena. He'd just refused to bow his neck to them. I suppose you've proved your mettle despite not being a mutant. She sniffed, and Justin wasn't sure if she meant him, or Yelena, who was already healing up, Domino soothing her as her brain tried to catch up to what happened. Selene waved him forward with a languid gesture, spreading her legs slightly, you may come service me now. She said like she was talking about the weather. Justin froze still, Emma giving him a warning look, this woman is insane. He thought, but unsure if he should dare to set her off again. Shaw clapped his hands together with fake cheerfulness, delightful that we got to know each other so well already, White King, White Queen. Take your seats. He offered, gesturing to the two thrones next to them, Selene rolling her eyes, but closing her legs, giving Shaw an annoyed look. Never thought I'd say it, but I owe you one, Shaw. With the table in front of them with chairs to hold the bishops and knights, Justin would be on a raised dais on a throne, looking down at them. He immediately swore eternal vengeance on Emma however, as she quickly walked forward and took one of the empty thrones. The one not next to Selene. Slowly, with a lingering gaze at Yelena, Justin strode up the dais and sat down on his throne. Not much of an inauguration, but then he knew, they'd barely started. The kings and queens to confer, before the rabble could take part. So. Justin. Shaw said slowly, sending a wary glance at Selene who was simply watching them all inscrutably, let's talk a little about what the Hellfire Club could do for you. And you for it. Justin hated that even despite it all, the Hellfire Club would indeed turn out to be useful for his goals. As long as he stayed far away from the batshit crazy immortal. Fucking magic. He needed to find someone for that. The next day, London headquarters. Justin strode into the headquarters like he owned it. Because of course he did own it. Where is she? He barked at the receptionist, who dropped the phone she was talking into, looking absolutely flustered as she directed him to the private elevator. Justin walked rapidly, with Domino in tow, Yelena on forced leave by his decision. Extremis or not, he gave her a few days off much to her chagrin. And while they'd been in New York, the deal with Magneto had been pulled off, the man of magnetism getting Trask, while releasing Fantasia back from her vacation investigating Mystique's peculiarities. Except when she'd entered the London headquarters, she'd failed the intensive security screening and ended up foamed. Within minutes he arrived, Dr. McCoy, his borrowed X-Men researcher, waiting for him. What's wrong? He barked immediately upon seeing him, coming to stand before the observation window, looking down into the cell where a fully foamed and unconscious Fantasia was held. With her powers, keeping her conscious was just a bad idea in general. Dr. McCoy sighed deeply, looking troubled. She is suffering from the same issue afflicting Mystique. Something is controlling her actions, almost indistinguishable from her own, and without your extensive security and psychological testing, she would have slid right back in without you aware of a thing. The thought chilled Justin, as he held the railing in front of him in an iron grip, rage filling him. He was getting really fucking tired of people messing with his things. Maybe it was time to go full supervillain in regards to some targets. Is it magic? He asked, thinking of Selene. This wasn't her, she didn't strike him as that subtle. If she wanted to mess with him, she'd have just killed Yelena. Dr. McCoy shrugged, looking frustrated to not have an answer. It's a likely hypothesis, but I can't prove or disprove it. Justin grunted in displeasure. Domino staring down at the cell with actual anger on her face, drawing his attention. You're going to make them pay, right? She asked roughly. Justin nodded, whenever we find them. Whoever it is. They'll suffer. He promised. Dr. McCoy looked even more uncomfortable now. Justin turned his gaze on him. How far along is the version of Panacea applicable to metahumans? He asked sharply. Months away. He said apologetically. Justin hummed, months for you maybe. He'd added a lot to the research, but now they just needed to up the amount of mutants they tested it on, hidden from the X-Men. He wasn't waiting months. He could only hope that completely regenerating any injuries or illnesses, would actually break the hold of whatever the hell had her. Then a thought struck him, a thought he didn't enjoy one bit. If Mystique and Fantasia are both controlled. What about Magneto? Author's note. No matter Yelena's attempts, this is still not going to be a real harem story. Although he'll sleep around still of course, he will eventually end up with one woman for EVAH. So someone's going to end up disappointed in the end. Domino has way too much fun watching the entire train wreck to contemplate inserting herself inside the mix, she's more of a voyeur. So lots of things happened, neither Magneto or the Hellfire Club are immediate concerns, but Justin now knows he needs to gain strength at an even greater speed. It's all being set up now, as after Thor I plan a small time skip to jump ahead a short time. And of course, there's now magic. He needs to find himself a court wizard it seems. Chapter 21, The Magic Troll. So we're getting close to the Thor movie, in my now completely made up timeline as I double-checked the official timeline and have it all wrong apparently. Well, I'm still rolling with it. Some more Justin and Tony, and even some slice of life, oh yeah, and that magic thing. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. New York, middle of July, 2008. Can you believe the audacity? Hope practically screeched, as she paced across the carpet, hands gesticulating wildly, her face flushed. To refuse me, his own daughter. Forcing me to practically beg for the opportunity, only succeeding in the end because of him feeling more threatened. Yet he gives a suit to tea that ignoramus. Hope stopped in place letting out something between a shriek and a groan, throwing her hands up in utter disgust. Justin wisely kept his mouth shut, just nodding along sympathetically as Hope ranted about her father. He could say he definitely did not know much about women, except perhaps carnally, but one thing he did know. Sometimes they weren't looking at you for a solution, they just wanted a sympathetic ear to listen and validate their thoughts and feelings. If he jumped in trying to solve this, he'd likely turn Hope's ire on himself. So just nope. Nod and smile, Justin, nod and smile, he told himself. And to think, I'd thought he'd changed, letting me have the wasp suit, listening to me, eventually, on the Suez Canal. Hope growled out, eyebrows twitching as she did another circle on the carpet. But no. She shouted, fists clenching, I'm just a woman, I should just shut up and listen to the men, allow them to protect me while I go back to the kitchen. Justin wasn't going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. He did not want to experience the sting of the wasp. Domino of course had no such compunctions, lounging to the side, she let out a loud fake gasp, oh no he didn't. She called out entirely manufactured, maybe that's his ploy, keep you barefoot and pregnant with this cross guy, since he has daddy's approval. She continued, for some god-awful reason. Justin sent her a dark look, what the fuck are you doing? He tried to mentally send to his shit-stirring subordinate. Domino just shrugged, with her lips curled into a coy smirk. I'll kill him first. Hope swore, eyes flashing with anger, even if I liked that idiot, which I do not. She clarified with great emphasis, I would not let my father choose for me. She looked close to tears, even in her anger, and Justin decided that enough was enough. At a certain point he'd have to disregard even his own advice. Hope potentially crying was one of them. Justin took a deep steadying breath first, bracing himself to step in before things escalated further. He moved closer to Hope, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Hope, it's clear that your father underestimates both your intelligence and your capabilities, but we both know what you're capable of. You've proven yourself time and again, and you'll do it again this time. He's just a dinosaur, brilliant, perhaps, but you'll surpass him, all on your own. Hope stopped pacing, breathing heavily as she looked at Justin. For a moment, her anger seemed to waver, replaced by a flicker of something else. You're right, she said quietly, her voice trembling from the release of emotions. I've come too far to let him dictate my life. Her face firmed up and she nodded to herself, taking a deep breath. Justin nodded, his tone soothing, as if dealing with a wild animal that might maul him at any given time. Exactly. And Cross isn't a threat to you anyway, he can't even begin to compare, he's just another obstacle you'll overcome. We'll figure this out together. Hope sighed, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Thank you, Justin. I needed to hear that. She said, flashing him a warm honest smile. Damn I'm good, Justin thought, preening slightly, his own smile blossoming onto his face. Domino, never one to miss an opportunity to stir the pot, chimed in again with a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh, I don't know, Hope. Maybe you should just challenge Cross to a duel. Winner gets the suit and Daddy's approval. She suggested, completely ignoring the motion Justin made to cut it out. Someone was going to get a pay decrease, he mentally made a note of. Domino's penchant for teasing was going to get him killed one day. Hope rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth twitched upward in a reluctant smile. You're impossible, Domino. She let out, shaking her head. Domino winked, leaning back lazily. That's why you love me. Justin shook his head, chuckling despite himself. Don't listen to her, Hope. We'll handle this professionally, you've got this. Knowing what he did about what Cross did in the future, Justin had half a mind of dealing with it himself instead of letting Hope do it. But in the end, he trusted her, and he didn't want to overstep. If she began to have troubles however, a friend lending a hand wasn't anything too outrageous. Hope took a deep breath, finally letting go of the last remnants of her frustration. You're right. We'll handle it. Together. She said, patting the hand that was on her shoulder. That's a hallmark moment right there, you two are adorable. Domino drawled, leaning her chin on her hands. Hope blushed slightly, while Justin just plain ignored the other woman. You're just jealous, Domino, because you don't have a friend as good as Justin. Hope shot out, a little flustered. Domino looked skeptical. Friends. Yeah. Let's call it that. Justin gently guided Hope to the couch by his desk, leaving Domino to lounge further away, her smirk still in place. Once seated, Justin turned to Hope, his expression serious. All right, let's talk about something more productive. We need to discuss the space program we're setting up in Africa and how we can use PIM particles to speed up the process. Of everything I'm doing, this is the most important one. Both he and Hope were constantly busy, and times to meet up were growing rarer, and this wasn't really something he'd like to discuss over video conference if he could do it face to face. Hope's eyes lit up with interest, the tension in her face easing as she shifted her focus to the new topic, one she had a passion for. Yes, we've already secured support from the African governments thanks to you, so we can hit the ground running. Using PIM particles could significantly reduce the time and resources needed for construction of a space station. We could miniaturize the components, transport them easily, and then expand them on site. Needless to say, the major delays would mostly come from the fact the PIM particles were only moved in small amounts, and either with Hope personally, or under the aegis of PIM Technologies. So the biggest holdup wouldn't be the actual construction, it would be getting the PIM particles in a timely manner consistently, without Hank Pym throwing any wrenches into it suddenly. He was only allowing a minor amount out, after all. Justin nodded genially, encouraged by her enthusiasm, and, he admitted, possessing quite a large amount of the same, it was space. Exactly. We'll start by designing the modular components for the space station. By miniaturizing and then expanding them on site, we can avoid the logistical nightmare of transporting massive structures. It would also make putting them in space tremendously easier if they could just miniaturize the entire thing for transport. He'd also put Forge on it as soon as the work with his AI was done, even if by some reports he was already meddling with it with Yvonne anyway. The man was ridiculously good, and adding his capabilities to the space program officially, would catapult it forward. Even if they'd have to take it all apart and see how it worked, since even Forge didn't seem to know half the time. He'd just built something insane, and it worked, not unlike a tinker from Worm in some aspects. Except his work could be reproduced, they'd just have to take it apart and figure it out first. Yvonne had already declared Forge as his brother, plying him with vodka and threatening to castrate Justin if he took the metahuman away from their now shared workshop in Cairo. It had temporarily distracted the Russian from his demand to meet Tony Stark, to his relief. Justin had half a mind to see if Forge could find an engineering fix to what was wrong with Fantasia, but he was leery of letting him experiment on something affecting the brain of one of his most trusted people. Hope leaned forward, Justin glancing down her cleavage by habit, which Hope thankfully ignored. We'll need to hire specialists to create and integrate the advanced recycling systems and your renewable energy batteries into the design. Solar energy is a given for a backup in case the arc reactor has an issue or is sabotaged, but we should also explore other options like cosmic radiation harnessing and more advanced battery storage for worst-case scenarios. Justin wanted to say that no one would be so stupid as to sabotage a space station hanging over Earth, a win for all of humanity. But even disregarding the aliens that might do it, there were unfortunately plenty of humans that were that short-sighted, and plenty with the power to cause harm. Justin smiled warmly, appreciating Hope's strategic thinking. The scientists currently working on it for him hadn't even thought of sabotage, not counting Vanko. Good points. We should also consider the sustainability of the space station in case trouble on Earth keeps us separated for long periods of time. He mused out loud, the backlash from mutants and the economic shift hadn't really been felt yet, even if protests still erupted across the world from time to time. 20 people had died in the States due to protests, more against the upheaval of the economy still, than the metahuman reveal. Efficient resource management will be an important point if we're going to get this station to work independently. The PIM particles, if we can get enough, can help us create compact, efficient recycling systems, minimizing waste and ensuring long-term self-sufficiency for the station. He continued, not pressuring Hope, but gently reminding her how important her part was. It all came back to the PIM particles. He could do it even without them, but it would be harder to make it truly self-sufficient and capable of acting independently from supply support from Earth then. Befriending Hope might turn out to be the most important decision he ever made, above anything else he's done. Domino, unable to resist, interjected from her spot, having to speak up to be heard. So, you're planning to build a space station and save the world, huh? Ambitious. Just make sure you don't forget to send me a postcard from space. She quipped. Hope rolled her eyes but couldn't help a small smile. Justin knew she was endlessly amused by Domino. We'll send you more than a postcard, Domino. How about a spot on the first mission? She said teasingly. First metahuman in space, how about it? Justin didn't think that was necessarily true, but he didn't know about any, so for all he knew it was. If the X gene existed amongst aliens, he didn't know about it. Domino raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the offer. Not surprisingly, you didn't become a mercenary without some sort of adrenaline addiction. Now that's more like it. I've always wanted to see if the moon is really made out of cheese. Justin had to palm his face at that, shaking his head. Focus, Domino. We're talking about serious business here. He chided, but he couldn't hide the way his lips curled in amusement. Moon made of cheese. Honestly. Justin moved on after that, focusing on Hope again. This is going to be a challenging project, but with your expertise in PIM technologies and our combined resources, I'm confident we can make it happen. Hopefully before Stark. He always kept an eye on the other man, and he'd begun a cooperative mission with NASA, his goals obvious. He wanted to beat Justin, get his own resources into space. Irritatingly enough, even with the logistical problems he was having with Justin's intervention, he was quickly acquiring factories and building robotic workers to accelerate his own entrance into new markets. Hope smiled, a genuine warmth in her eyes. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate your support and confidence in me. We'll make this a success. She said, reaching over and squeezing his hand, after the way my dad. I just really appreciate that you think I can do it. Justin returned her smile, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Together, we'll change the world. He said grandly, knowing immediately he overdid it again by how her lips twitched. Domino, watching from the side, couldn't help but add one last comment. And I'll be here to keep you both grounded. Literally, since you're talking about space. Justin sighed, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Thanks, Domino. We'll need that. He said dryly. Since he only had Hope for a short while, the rest of the day was spent on drafting up the project and what needed to be done on their separate ends. Not exactly date night, but Hope seemed happy to sink her teeth into the work. And Justin was just relieved to be working with someone who pulled their own weight. Her competence made him slightly regret saving Hank's life. But her radiant smile as they finished working, made him happy that he hadn't harmed her by letting him die. Relationships were complicated, he thought idly. New York, the next day. Justin sat in his office, reviewing files when Yelena walked in, back from her forced vacation, a determined look on her face but a glint of excitement in her eyes. She sat across from him, laying several black folders on the table. I have what we need to discuss the Black Widows and Dreykov, she said, voice filled with anticipation, making no mention of what happened with Selene. Justin would allow it, it wasn't one of his best moments either, bringing her into that out of arrogance and finding himself lacking. He'd neglected personal power, not seeing the point to a certain extent. Figuring he'd never match the worst of the worst, Extremis and the super soldier serum should be enough, he'd been disabused of that notion. A normal villain, even a normal corporation or nation, would not kill Justin out of hand, he'd be too useful, his connections, his power, his standing with the regular people of the world. Most threats to him were more likely to attempt to use him to their own advantage than kill him at this point, see Hydra. But he had forgotten about those who just liked seeing the world burn, or those who simply didn't care about consequences. Selene had shown him that he could no longer count on just soft power with a big stick in the Hammer team. He needed to become better, dangerous, unkillable. Just another thing on the list, he thought wryly, focusing on Yelena, done ruminating, nodding his head briefly. I've been expecting this. What have you got? An army of Black Widows. Just a week ago that was enough to make him drool. Now, he wondered what use they'd be if a Magneto or Selene decided to put Hammer Industries upside down and shake it until all the goodies fell out. Still, he'd rather have an army of Black Widows serving him, than against him with his enemies. And they'd still be useful for spycraft, corporate espionage, and sabotage, and more mundane concerns. Having trusted operatives inside his company that could handle all the sensitive physical information, would be a great addition to his AI handling all the electronic information. And they were generally very very fit. And they were all, at minimum, Olympic gymnasts. It was a vital addition for that alone. Yelena opened one of the folders, revealing detailed dossiers and schematics. As you are aware, sir, we have the solution to break Dreykov's control. Panacea can neutralize the chemical manipulation and reverse the conditioning. Yelena tried to stay stern and professional, but she couldn't quite keep the smile off her face. Justin leaned forward, examining the documents. Yes, I know. Now we just need a plan to infiltrate the Red Room and administer Panacea to the widows, preferably across the facility at once, saving us the trouble of fighting them. What's our approach? Yelena's eyes sparkled with excitement. We need a two-pronged attack. First, we need to grab Dreykov's attention, so he's focused on something externally. As for the facility, I already have intel on the Red Room's current location and security measures. Then, while he's focused elsewhere, we organize a covert strike team to infiltrate and distribute Panacea. Needless to say, Yelena would be leading that team. A familiar face was necessary to corral the widows at the facility. And then they'd still probably be busy for months collecting those out on missions or deep undercover. The advantage they had was that no matter how small the covert strike team was, they'd constantly add to their number every time they woke up a widow. Dreykov would have to catch on pretty quick to make it anything but a rout. Justin nodded along as Yelena showed him the information she'd gathered, his mind already racing with possibilities. We'll need to gather as much information as possible about the other facilities, see if we can't manufacture an incident for Dreykov to focus on. I can deploy some of our best agents to scout and provide real-time intelligence. They wouldn't be as good as Black Widows, but as their only job was scouting, they should suffice. The Red Room didn't have an abundance of outside facilities anymore. Didn't need to because of their flying fortress, but they did still keep some. And Justin dearly wanted to poke under the hood of that, because how on earth had he gone undetected? Hydra covering it all up seemed the most likely explanation, but perhaps he had a stealth field. Yelena wasn't privy to much about its operations, so they'd have to wait until they took over. With any luck they could repurpose it to an orbital base. Yelena smiled, a mix of anticipation and determination. They'll all fight for us, I'm sure, they'll be thankful to have escaped the mind control, and they'll be lost and confused, eager to follow me for some direction. It was interesting to Justin, to see that dichotomy in Yelena. When done to her or her people, mind control, manipulation, torture or cruelty would have her swear revenge or kill without hesitation. When done to others for her benefit or the benefit of her people, she didn't even blink. Not even seeing it as the same thing. As seen as when she, a woman who was mind-controlled, without protest injected a mind control serum in Forge. Justin had meant it as another slight test, poking at her loyalty a bit after her reveal, to see if she meant it. But she hadn't even hesitated. Nor did she see an issue apparently in manipulating all the widows under his aegis because she thought it was best for them. Yelena's excitement was palpable as she continued. Once they're free, we can integrate them into Hammer Industries discreetly. They'll need new identities and roles that allow them to blend in while receiving the support they need. Justin doubted they'd need much. Mind-controlled or not, they were raised to be like Yelena and Natasha, none of them would be quick to accept therapy or anything of the like. They'd continue as they were. And honestly, it was better that way. For Justin. Justin leaned back, he'd already begun some of the legwork internally, or should he say Sunil had. We've already begun creating cover positions in various departments. Administrative roles, research, security, positions that don't attract too much attention. We'll provide them with training to transition smoothly into their new lives if necessary. They were expert infiltrators, he doubted they'd need it, but it didn't harm him any to offer it, and would make Yelena all the happier for it. Yelena smiled brilliantly, her excitement still evident. Thank you so much, sir. This means so much to me, freeing them, providing for them. These women are like sisters to me, I understand them in a way I don't with anyone else, and I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. What a coincidence, I've been dreaming of 100 gorgeous women who can turn into pretzels all serving me fanatically as well, he thought with some humor, smiling indulgently at Yelena. Justin reached out, placing a reassuring hand on her arm. We'll get it done, it's too big of a chance to turn down. Hammer Industries has the resources and the connections, and an influx of personnel won't be hard to hide with our constant hiring. We just need to be smart and careful to not slide too many of them in at the same time. Yelena's eyes twinkled as her lips curled into a savage smirk, and I get to rip Dreykov apart and feed the scraps to dogs. She said cheerfully. After his interrogation. Justin said, giving her a look. Yelena pouted. After his interrogation. She agreed. Justin sighed, he could literally see her crossed fingers, she wasn't even hiding them. Why were all his people so troublesome? Cairo, Hammer Compound. Ivan Vanko's engineering workshop was a chaotic blend of high-tech machinery and improvised solutions, a testament to the genius and madness of its owner. Amidst the clutter, Ivan and Forge were deep in conversation, bottles of vodka scattered around them. They'd had to be slightly careful, because Forge wasn't enhanced, he couldn't handle Ivan's super vodka, meant to affect even extremists and super soldiers. Luckily the liquid glowed slightly now, so it wasn't too hard to avoid touching the wrong bottles. Ivan, his broken accent adding a unique flavor to his words, took a swig from his glowing bottle and pointed at the blueprints spread out on the workbench. Forge, space dangerous. He said slowly, slapping the blueprint loudly, pressure, radiation, cold. We need new technology handle this. To protect people, expand station, maintain station. He slurred out, for the fourth time. They'd talked about the dangers of space for some time, then watched Star Wars for a few hours, then drank some more, and now they were back at it. Forge, drunk in his own right, nodded, his eyes gleaming with interest even as he struggled to keep them open. Absolutely, Ivan. We need robust shielding to protect against cosmic radiation and micrometeoroids. I've been thinking about using layered composites with self-healing properties. Of course he'd have to create them too, but something like that didn't come difficult to him. Even drunk, his thoughts easily flowed when it came to the mechanical. It helped that Ivan actually understood him when he talked too. Ivan's eyes lit up with excitement, guffawing loudly as he slapped the blueprints again. Day. Self-healing materials. Good idea, good. Must make strong structural supports. Station expand maybe, but stay strong. We use carbon nanotubes, very light, very strong, see maybe vibranium alloy, must test. Forge took a thoughtful sip of half a bottle of vodka, leaning back in his chair, almost falling off it. And for maintaining the station, we need autonomous systems. Drones and robots that can perform repairs, monitor systems, and ensure everything runs smoothly without constant human intervention. He was working on AI anyway, humans are stupid, robots will do a better job. He added, thinking everything would be so much easier if they were all mechanical. Except maybe vodka, he thought, looking at the bottle in his hand, taking another swig. Ivan was so thoughtful to share his stash. Ivan grinned, his gold tooth catching the light. He'd had to add gold to one of his teeth as just painted enamel, as Extremis had regrown his bad teeth, knocking his actual gold tooth out, to his dismay. Yes, drones very useful. We make them smart, give them good AI. They do work outside station, in vacuum. Humans stay safe inside. Ivan chuckled, making a big gesture. No, how do you say, health and safety boring rules for drone. In America he was not even allowed to operate heavy machinery while drunk, stupid rules. Not that Ivan followed those, Hammer didn't care as long as there were results. Besides, Ivan had only lost 2.5 assistants. That's barely anything. Russian safety standards put hairs on chest, he thought proudly. Forge bent down, almost falling over again, jotting down notes in sloppy writing that was completely incomprehensible. We'll also need advanced life support systems better than anything that exists currently if we want it to be able to grow and evolve. Recycling air, water, and waste efficiently is our #1 priority. We can't afford to waste anything in space. I can't wait to mess around with some PIM particles, they'd be perfect for waste. He added the last part in a dark mutter. Forge had met Hank Pym once, as a young and bright-eyed engineer wannabe that snuck into a conference. Using his particles for shit would be his way to thank the man for trying to shit all over a kid's dream. Ivan nodded vigorously, his wild hair bobbing with the motion. Day. Closed-loop systems. We make sure nothing is wasted. Maybe even grow food on station. Hydroponics, aquaponics. That was a given, but Forge could forgive Ivan for stating the obvious. The man was obviously shit-faced drunk. Forge clinked his bottle against Ivan's, a grin spreading across his reddened face. To our success, may our work pave the way for the next generation of space exploration. He yelled out, raising an arm victoriously. Ivan and Forge they would say when they spoke of the gods of engineering in the future. Ivan laughed loudly, the sound echoing through the workshop. Day. We will lead way. We have power, we have brains. And we have vodka. He took a deep drink, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of mischief and anger. Fuck Tony Stark. He bellowed loudly. Fuck Tony Stark. Forge cheered, because why the hell not? Just then, the door swung open, and Dr. Otto Octavius stepped in, his eyes widening at the sight before him. What on earth is going on here? He exclaimed, his voice a mixture of disbelief and disapproval. Ivan and Forge looked up, swaying slightly in their seats. Ivan grinned broadly, raising his bottle in greeting. Octo. Come, join us. We talk science, make great plans for space station. Octavius sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I was hoping to discuss some critical advancements and share ideas, but I see you two have been celebrating. Forge, blinking slowly, gesturing for Octavius to come closer. We've made great progress, Doc. Structural supports, autonomous drones, self-healing materials. All to expand and maintain the space station. Well, they made those earlier, now they'd just mostly been drinking and bragging about making those earlier. But the doc was a stick in the mud, he could tell, so he didn't bother saying that. He'd literally only known him for days and he always wore that stupid frown. Octavius moved closer, inspecting the blueprints. Despite his initial dismay, his interest was piqued. These are impressive concepts, he admitted, adjusting his new HammerTech glasses. However, you two are hardly in a state to make rational decisions. He finished with his trademark frown. Forge just took another swig of his vodka, to find to his dismay it had left him. Who stole the last of his vodka? He shook the empty bottle, hoping it would show a different result. Ivan waved his hand dismissively. We celebrate success. But idea's still good. Look, see here, carbon nanotubes, very strong, very light, add vibranium, just little bit make much strong. And drones with AI, do all repairs outside station, very smart, very follow health and safety. Octavius shook his head, unable to hide a small smile before his frown slid back on. He didn't want to encourage the two of them. He could already tell he'd be babysitting a lot. I can see that you've both been quite inspired. But let's save the vodka for after we've finalized these plans. Tomorrow, we'll go over these ideas with clear minds and ensure everything is sound. He didn't doubt that they were, the two were kindred spirits in a manner, always pushing for the advancement of human knowledge, and they were exceptionally skilled. Enough that Otto for the first time felt that he was the least intelligent man in the room at times, when it came to engineering at least. Not a feeling he relished. He would not let these two get too far ahead, he thought, as he glanced at the vodka bottles laying around. The copious amount of vodka bottles. Perhaps, a more open mind led to more inspiration? New York, BLT Market, Carlton Hotel. Justin Hammer walked into the elegant surroundings of the BLT Market at the Carlton, taking a moment to adjust his tie and mentally prepare himself. He scanned the room and quickly spotted Tony Stark, who was already seated at a corner table, flipping through the menu with an air of casual disinterest. Tony looked up, a smirk already forming on his face as he saw Justin approaching. Domino hung back, joining the nearby table that already held a stony-faced Pepper Potts. He was sure they'd get along just fine. And if not, well, Pepper was a big girl, she'd be able to handle Domino's sass. Justin. Long time no see, Tony called out, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I almost thought you were avoiding me, or plumb forgot that we needed to get a move on for the nice General Ross. Tony, Justin replied, forcing a smile as he sat down. Always a pleasure. A waiter appeared almost immediately as if by magic, eagerly offering menus and taking drink orders. Tony ordered a scotch on the rocks, while Justin opted for sparkling water, not needing any needling from Tony over his alcohol choices. He was here to get things sorted as quickly as possible. The less avenues for Tony to be Tony the better. So, Tony began, leaning back in his chair, what's new in the world of Hammer Industries? Trying new things I heard, like muscling out the taxi industry? Really? That's what you're focusing on? He mocked lightly. Justin's jaw tightened, but he kept his tone even. We're focusing on more innovative projects these days, Tony. Like the one we're supposed to discuss today. He saw no need to discuss his business with this man, especially not something so new as him creating the ride-share apps before they would have existed. Tony was annoying enough that if he got a bug in his ass about it, he might try and do the same, only with self-driving cars or robots or something equally frustrating. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by Justin's attempt to stay professional. Ah, yes. Mining the nuclear wasteland of Wakanda. Using drone technology. Exciting stuff. He said, sounding anything but excited. Justin refrained from saying he had told Justin to meet him here to hammer this deal out. Justin nodded in the end, trying to steer the conversation back to business. It is. Given the unique challenges of the environment, our combined resources could make this a very lucrative operation for both of us. Your drones have the precision we need, and Hammer Industries has the heavy-duty machinery to get the job done. And if some vibranium went missing? Well, Hammer Industries only provided the vehicles, surely Tony's drones were behind that. Although preferably no one would ever notice him scheming some off the top. Vehicles could hide their own drones after all. Tony swirled his drink, his expression thoughtful. You mean your machinery will break down after 5 minutes in that radioactive mess, and my drones will be left to do all the actual work? The tiny smirk on his face was altogether too smug for his liking. Justin's smile became a bit strained. He didn't want to get into it, because it would just make everything take forever, so he didn't bite. I think you'll find our equipment more than capable, Tony. He said, in as friendly of a tone as he could manage, before allowing, but yes, your drones are essential for the initial surveys and pinpointing the most viable areas to extract resources. He couldn't resist adding to it however, and of course they are ideal to do the drudge work of digging it all up in the first place. Manual labor is best suited for Stark Industries, isn't it? While someone more suited refines it. Tony took a sip of his drink, his eyes never leaving Justin's. Let's cut to the chase. Why should I trust you, Hammer? He asked bluntly, eyes narrowing. There's a lot you're not saying about my disappearance and all the events surrounding it. I can do this Wakanda job without you. Justin sighed inwardly. This was going to be tougher than he thought. He'd have to be the bigger guy. How annoying. I get it, Tony. We have a complicated history. But this project is too big and too important to let past rivalries get in the way. We're talking about vast untapped resources, and more importantly vast resources not given to Norman Osborn. I can't say anything more than I didn't have anything to do with your kidnapping. It's up to you if that's enough. In an ideal world he could keep his distance and just mock Stark from the distance, shooting him down whenever he tried to catch up. But he couldn't afford to make him into an enemy right now. Rivals sure. But outright making Stark go after him, no. He had enough of those at the moment. So. To his utter distaste, he had to be the compromising, nice guy. He could already feel an ulcer beginning. Extremis made that impossible, but he could still feel it. Tony leaned forward, a glint of genuine interest in his eyes now. Okay, I'll bite. What exactly do you want me to do then if we're going to cooperate? He said, dropping the accusation and focusing on the work. Justin relaxed slightly, feeling like he was finally making progress. We need Stark Industries' advanced drone technology to map out the safe zones and navigate the highly radioactive areas. Once we have that data, our teams can deploy the necessary equipment to start the extraction process, ferrying your robotic workforce. It's a partnership, Tony. We both stand to gain immensely from this. He was mostly okay with that. For the world, it was better that Tony made some progress than the likes of Oscorp and Rah Khan. Tony tapped his fingers on the table, considering. All right, Hammer. I'll play ball just because you begged nice and proper for me, but there are going to be some conditions. I want equal oversight on the operation. No funny business, no cutting corners to make an extra buck. And any vibranium we make from our deal with the military gets split down the middle. Agreed, Justin said quickly, eager to seal the deal, his expression pleasant, even as his insides burned at that begging comment. Fuck you, Tony. And one more thing, Tony added with a mischievous grin. I want you to admit, right here and now, that my drones are the best in the business. Cocky shit, for something he'd only been producing for a short while. But then again it was Stark-made drones, so he knew they were well made. Anything that would get him out of here to where they could communicate through operations managers on the ground and not be in the same room ever again, he thought, irritably. Justin resisted the urge to toss his drink in his face, because he wanted to finish this, but it was close. Fine. Your drones are the best in the business. He droned out monotonously. Tony chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Good. Now that we've got that settled, let's get this show on the road. As they finalized the details of their partnership, Justin couldn't help but feel a mixture of relief and annoyance. Working with Tony Stark was never easy, but if this cooperation could help secure Hammer Industries' vibranium, then it was worth it. Even if it meant swallowing his pride and dealing with Tony's relentless teasing. After all, business was business, and the potential rewards of this venture were too great to pass up. Even if he'd gain an impossible ulcer out of it. New York, Hammer Industries' temporary offices, the next day. Justin sat down at his desk, for once alone. He hadn't realized how rare that actually was, and how much he'd missed just being by himself. Sure, Domino and Yelena were only 3 doors down going over the plan for the Red Room, but still, he was totally and utterly alone. He undid his tie and poured himself a scotch, not Vanco Super Alcohol, so he could only drink it for the flavor and memories attached to it now. But that was plenty enough, he didn't need to get buzzed. Soon enough, his mind strayed, unable to fully relax even now. When he'd taken over this body, his memories had shown a lazy disposition despite all he'd accomplished. He'd, on the other hand, worked hard his entire life and gotten nowhere for it, and he'd found the idea of laziness almost intriguing, but it just seemed he couldn't follow through. Even his lazy moments often had a secondary purpose. As now, with him turning his mind to the recent issues. Hansen and Cho couldn't be taken off the extremist/super soldier conversion, not with the deadline for that. So he was brute forcing the X-gene extremis adaptation, which was killing captive mutants rapidly underneath his Cairo compound, but they were making progress. They'd be unlikely to get a perfect result. But he didn't need perfection. He just needed it to work for a few seconds. Enough to knock something loose. Enough to return Eileen to him. His teeth ground together as he thought of someone messing with his things. His people. He needed Eileen back so she could tell him who. But with Selene also appearing as a threat, albeit a long-distance one, he needed to do something about that as well. He'd been joking about finding the Ancient One's email address, but upon further investigation, it actually appeared to exist. Even if it was absolutely painful to find. He was going to use the Hellfire Club, as they no doubt attempted to use him, so it would likely be years until he needed to cleanse that particular issue. But it wouldn't hurt to build some groundwork right now. He slid over to his desk, putting in the Ancient One's email address, and that still felt somewhat ridiculous to even think of. Quickly, he typed up a request for cooperation that seemed humble enough. Subject: Request for assistance and collaboration. Dear Ancient One. I hope this message finds you well. I am Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries. Our paths have not crossed directly, but I am well aware of your esteemed position and the invaluable work you and your order perform at HammerTime. I write to you today seeking your assistance with a delicate matter that has arisen within my organization and another with complications for the world at large. Firstly, one of my associates, a metahuman named Fantasia, has fallen victim to a subtle type of mind control. This situation is dire and beyond the capabilities of my usual resources to resolve and could potentially also include Magneto as a subject of the same kind of mental control. The individual responsible for this manipulation is still at large, and I am concerned about the potential threat this poses not only to my company but to the wider world. I am aware of the exceptional skills and knowledge possessed by the sorcerers under your tutelage, and I humbly request your aid in this matter. Specifically, I seek the temporary assistance of 1 or 2 of your sorcerers who could help in protecting my company from further magical intrusions, and assist in the recovery and protection of Fantasia and investigating the trail to ensure Magneto is not under its sway. I don't need to tell you what a threat to the world both physical and mystical someone of Magneto's caliber could be under the control of some magician. In return, I am prepared to offer the full support and resources of Hammer Industries to assist HammerTime. Whether it be through technological advancements and defenses, funding, or any other means you might find beneficial. I am eager to foster a mutually beneficial relationship between us for the betterment of Earth. In no way do I intend to step on your toes when it comes to the mystical threats, I simply offer assistance. I must also bring to your attention the threat posed by Selene, no last name known, a member of the New York Hellfire Club, a powerful and malevolent and possibly immortal woman, with dark magical abilities. Her presence and actions are a growing concern, and I believe that our collaboration could serve as a bulwark against such threats in the future should she become more active. I understand the gravity of what I am asking and the weight of your responsibilities. Nevertheless, I am confident that a partnership between Hammer Industries and HammerTime could yield significant benefits for both parties and contribute to the safety and stability of our world. Thank you for considering my request. I look forward to your response and hope we can work together to address these challenges. Respectfully, Justin Hammer, CEO, Hammer Industries. There, that had been humble enough surely? He hit send, confident that at the very least he hadn't come off as completely selfing. And he hadn't lied. If she'd accept his help, he'd gladly add defenses to protect the sanctums and HammerTime. Magic, of course, was one thing, but even sorcerers had a hard time casting spells while bullets, lasers, and missiles were flying around their heads. Not to mention what a mind could do to an unexpected demon or enemy who'd trespass somewhere they were not wanted. Just then, a swirling portal appeared in the middle of the room, and the Ancient One herself stepped out, clad in a simple beige robe. I just sent the email, there was no need to rush, Justin spluttered out, caught entirely off guard. She smiled serenely. I knew you'd send it at this time, so I was quite prepared for this meeting. You might even say I've had it scheduled for over 2 years now. She finished with a twinkle in her eyes. Justin really hated magic. Would you like something to drink? He asked politely instead. Because hatred of magic or not, he wasn't going to anger the woman capable of turning him inside out. No, thank you, she replied, looking around the office with mild interest. But I must say, your choice of associates is fascinating. Domino and Yelena, both with quite interesting and varied backgrounds. And Vanko, well, he does love his vodka, doesn't he? Her smile remained serene, but it was a pointed reminder that she could find out everything about him and his people, so no games. Had Justin mentioned he really hated magic? That said, she'd either miscalculated or was holding her capabilities back, because he'd been much more impressed if she'd brought up Forge or the employees he stole from Oscorp. He'd prefer to think she wasn't as all-knowing as she tried to appear. Justin chuckled somewhat nervously either way, because no doubt that's what she'd wanted to see. Yes, they're quite the team. Speaking of which, I could use some help with a few peculiar problems. Like I mentioned in the email, we have a situation with Fantasia under mind control and potentially Magneto as well. He had his own solution on the way, but if he could get it hand-waved away with an abracadabra, he would take it. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, her expression almost playful. Ah, but those aren't magical concerns, Mr. Hammer. Those are more in the realm of Phoenix and Mutant. I'm sorry, you've changed that haven't you? She asked cheerfully, meta-human abilities then. Not really our forte. Justin's heart sank slightly, but he kept his expression neutral. I understand. Thank you for clarifying. Magneto might be a threat even to your people however. He warned, taking a last-ditch shot to have one of his problems dealt with. She just smiled, looking bemused. If I were to deal with anyone who could possess a sliver of threat to the order, why, Mr. Hammer, I'd start with you. Justin felt cold sweat at the back of his neck. I'm not a threat against HammerTime. He said with conviction. No you're not. She agreed easily enough, giving him an enigmatic smile, but you could be. Still want me to deal with Magneto and other non-mystical matters? She asked innocently. This woman. Justin cleared his throat. I suppose it's best if we all stay in our lanes. He agreed. Because what else could he say? He switched the subject, not wanting her to linger on the thought of dealing with him. Selene is another matter entirely and she is definitely magical. Her powers and potential threat level are surely significant. Or so he assumed, from the whole immortal thing. He hated the idea of asking for help, but there was also just no point in shooting himself in the foot over some arrogant belief he could simply handle it all himself. Selene had already shown him his error there. She'd one day pay for that lesson. The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. Selene Gallio is indeed a concern. Her ambitions and abilities are a threat and we are keeping an eye on her, but your help would be useful. She is the kind of woman who'd never suspect a mundane human to keep an eye on her activities. Ah, a last name, so they do know her, he thought. And he was obviously going to be keeping a close eye on Selene regardless, but it would be good if he could call in the cavalry if necessary. Justin felt a glimmer of hope that the magic bullshit wouldn't screw him over too badly. That would be invaluable. Any help in that regard would be greatly appreciated. He said formally. I'll assign Caecilius to assist Hammer Industries for a time, she said thoughtfully. He can help you establish protections against mystical intrusions and monitor Selene's activities. Caecilius is one of our most skilled up-and-coming new sorcerers, and he is already well inclined to your company. Justin could hardly say, why are you dumping your nutjob sorcerer on me? So he just said plainly, "Thank you, Ancient One. Having Caecilius' expertise will be a tremendous asset. As long as he doesn't sacrifice us all to Dormammu," he thought irritably. The Ancient One smiled gently. "Our interests align in ensuring the safety and stability of our world. This cooperation will benefit us both. Now, let us discuss the specifics of how Caecilius can integrate with your team and help provide HammerTime with technology." Justin quickly nodded, eager to solidify the arrangement. "Absolutely. We've been developing a new type of detection system that can sense esoteric energies, which for all we know could be mystical energies and anomalies. Perhaps Caecilius can help refine these systems and integrate them into your existing defenses. The system was actually meant for space, to help detect any possible incoming threats, but if it could be tweaked to detect mystical issues and incursions, all the better." Justin didn't want a demon invasion or something to add on top his worries. The aliens were enough of an issue. Humanity was enough of an issue. He really needed the magic people to just keep their insanity to themselves. The Ancient One listened intently, even though she looked wholly unsurprised. "That sounds promising. Caecilius will coordinate with your technical specialists to ensure these measures work, and that they cannot easily be corrupted." Justin hadn't even realized that could be a problem. Just by detecting magic he risked some type of incursion? This just solidified that magic was entirely too dangerous to mess with. "Thank you," Justin said, genuinely grateful. "One more thing, Selene. If she becomes a more immediate threat, will you be able to help us deal with her? Or preferably, entirely deal with her?" Justin wanted his own measure of revenge on her for the humiliation, and the damage done to Yelena, but he'd settle for having her entirely removed. The Ancient One's expression grew more serious, though a hint of amusement lingered. "Selene is a powerful foe, but not invincible. Should she pose an immediate threat to Earth, we will act to neutralize her. For now, vigilance and preparation are key." That wasn't really a yes, Justin thought with annoyance. She was basically telling him that if Selene wanted to wear his intestines as a necklace she wouldn't intervene, but if she wanted to blow up the Earth's core, she'd lend a hand. Not much of an alliance. The Ancient One seemed to have sensed his mood, because she laughed lowly. "You're not oft used to a deal where you are not the greatest victor, are you, Mr. Hammer?" He gave her an irritated look, not really wanting to get into it with her. They'd arranged a deal, he'd hold up his end. She smiled, tilting her head. Nothing wrong with a deal where both prosper. She chided, before stepping back into the swirling portal. "Their meeting over. Caecilius should be with you shortly," she promised cheerfully, before the portal winked out. He leaned back in his chair, taking a moment to savor the scotch he'd poured earlier. He'd almost take dealing with that arrogant Doctor Strange over this mysteriously smiling woman. She always looked like she knew too much. Just as he was about to take another sip, the portal reappeared, and Caecilius stepped out, ready for his assignment. When the Ancient One had said shortly, she'd meant it. Justin stood up, ready to greet him and take his measure. Only to have him immediately fall to his knees. "Justin Hammer, I owe you everything for saving my child," he said, looking up, a fanatical look on his face. Justin's heart sank. The Ancient One had tricked him. This wasn't help. This was another fucking fanatic for him to babysit. It was that time that Yelena came to check on him, and finding a strange man in his office that had somehow snuck past all their security, promptly shot him. "This is my people. I did this to myself." It turned out that Caecilius was not quite the badass villain of the future. The Ancient One had looked through her repository of sorcerers and literally tossed him one of the newest ones, even if he was one she'd been personally tutoring. "Tell me again," he said, massaging his brow as Domino and Yelena stood by him, both warily watching the man, who'd received a panacea shot to heal the gunshot wound Yelena had given him. Was going to be fatal, gunshot wound. She was lucky they had panacea shots in the office. He didn't necessarily disagree with her assertion that random unknowns in his office were a threat. But he'd really not want to send the Ancient One another email. This time explaining they'd accidentally murdered her wizard not even 10 minutes in. Then again she probably fucking knew about it and still sent Caecilius in at that time. Fucking wizards. Caecilius, looking significantly more composed after the panacea had worked its miracle, began his explanation. "I joined HammerTime in search of a cure for my comatose daughter, who had been severely injured in the accident that took the rest of our family," Caecilius began, his voice steady but filled with emotion. Justin was pretty sure they were all supposed to have died, from what he remembered. Although it's possible one butterfly over the last few years from his many moves all over the globe, had changed that. "I thought I could find ways to bring the dead back, to undo the tragedy that befell us," he continued almost reverently, and Justin could see the man that would once have called on Dormammu. "The Ancient One offered guidance, but it was your creation, Panacea, that saved my daughter." At this, he bowed his head, thankfully not falling to his knees again. Yelena raised a skeptical eyebrow. Still not convinced solely based on him getting in alone to see him, Panacea. Caecilius nodded, a fervent look to him. Yes, Hammer Industries' miracle drug. When I heard about its capabilities, I knew it was my only hope, and it worked. It brought my daughter back from the brink. For that, I am eternally grateful. Domino leaned against the wall, her expression one of acceptance. She obviously believed him, which did help soothe Justin's paranoia too. Not that he took her acceptance the same way he'd used to before Yelena snuck through it. So, you're here because of that? To help us because we saved your kid? She asked casually. Caecilius looked at her, then at Justin. Yes. The Ancient One believes that my skills and gratitude might be of use to you. I am here to offer my assistance in whatever capacity you need. My loyalty to HammerTime remains, but I owe you a debt that I intend to repay. Justin needed someone like him, for all that he wasn't more than a rookie. So there was really only one answer. Welcome aboard. Domino will take you through our security screening and then get you set up in Cairo for now, we'll talk more later. As with so many things lately, it wasn't ideal. But progress, even if in small increments, was still progress. And he'd be able to build a rapport with HammerTime which could be useful down the road. New York, Hammer Industries' temporary offices, later that night. Justin had barely sat down again at his desk to catch his breath from the multitude of phone calls and video conferences he'd been doing to move his company forward, when Yelena burst into the room with a look of determination on her face. Before he could protest, she grabbed him by the arm and pulled him out of his chair. The determination was definitely cute and a bit hot, he thought, so he allowed himself to be dragged. Normally he preferred to be in charge, but if she wanted this so badly, he'd come along. We're having a movie night, she announced, dragging him toward the lounge area, completely shattering his thoughts about the real purpose of her manhandling. Wait, what? Justin spluttered, trying to keep up with her. I've got work to do, Yelena. Some breaks for fun could be allowed, but a movie night? Not nearly fun enough to skip out on work for. He had calls to make, people to bully. Now that Fury was officially out, he needed to get a meeting with Pierce, for various reasons, S.H.I.E.L.D. only being one of them. He was busy, to say the least. Work can wait. You need to relax, Yelena insisted with a stubborn look on her face, pushing him onto the couch with a surprising amount of force for her size. Well, she was a Black Widow. He did find it amusing how much she could flip between being all yes sir, no sir, to this. Justin sighed, knowing there was no point in arguing, but he had a small smile on his face. He watched as Yelena dashed out of the room, only to return 10 minutes later with a massive armful of snacks and drinks, some spilling on the ground as she rushed forward. She was now wearing an adorably cute fluffy set of pink girly pajamas decorated with little bunnies, complete with matching bunny slippers and a headband with bunny ears, which made Justin raise an eyebrow in amusement. She really was a complex woman, he thought, never having met someone with so many facets to their personality. Nice outfit, he commented wryly, earning a playful glare from Yelena, even as she did a little twirl, Justin having to hold back a laugh as he noticed her bottom had a puff of a bunny tail on it as well. Domino sauntered in shortly thereafter, obviously having been roped into it by Yelena as well, finding the whole scene amusing if her facial expression was any tell. She was dressed in a silky smooth set of pajamas that looked more like something from a high-end fashion show than something for lounging, an elegant deep purple nightie with black lace trim, complete with a matching robe. She tossed a pair of pajama pants and a shirt at Justin carelessly, sauntering up to them. Justin eyed her long legs, by habit, he couldn't help it, she had legs for days. Here, boss. Get comfy, Domino said with a smirk, and he noticed that she still was armed, the thigh holster a good choice, he thought. Seriously? Justin asked, holding up the pajamas. Compared to the girls, his was completely plain and boring, it wasn't even silk, did they just grab some wage slave's clothes? Seriously, Yelena replied, already building a pillow fort around the couch with an efficiency that was both impressive and slightly concerning. We're going all out. She said enthusiastically, a real American movie night / sleepover. She enthused. Domino eyed her, lips curling into bemusement. You've watched too many movies and TV shows, Lena. Justin watched in bewilderment as Yelena said about her task. She moved the coffee table out of the way and began stacking pillows from the nearby couches and chairs, creating walls. She draped blankets over the top to form a roof, securing them with clips she'd apparently brought along just for this purpose. Domino, meanwhile, was lounging inside the growing fort, offering occasional sarcastic commentary on her progress. With a resigned sigh, Justin went to change, emerging a few minutes later in the pajamas. Yelena had completed the pillow fort, and Domino was already making herself comfortable inside, looking perfectly at ease. Justin climbed into the fort, feeling slightly ridiculous but oddly relaxed. Okay, what are we watching? He asked, because he was definitely vetoing this entire thing if he was going to be forced to sit through something too ridiculous. Yelena's face lit up with excitement. We have a lot of options. Action, comedy, horror, sci-fi, you name it. Justin was pretty sure they hadn't had any movies actually, but apparently Yelena had gone and bought a bunch, a waste of money really, considering he was making streaming apps the new thing shortly. Domino rolled her eyes. Please, no horror. I'd like to sleep tonight without dreaming of whatever monstrosities you pick. She sent him a sly look, besides, we wouldn't want the boss to get scared. Justin just gave her a deadpan look, I've walked in on Vanko naked and doing things to a vodka bottle, Stephen King won't frighten me. Yelena huffed, completely ignoring Justin's horrible experience. Fine, no horror. How about a rom-com? She looked at them hopefully, eyes wide, lower lip jutting out. Domino looked horrified. I'd rather die than watch romance, especially a rom-com. She said, utterly serious. Justin laughed, amused despite his initial reluctance. All right, how about we compromise? Something classic? He asked them. Domino crossed her arms, depends on what you mean by classic. If you say Gone with the Wind, I'm out. Yelena brightened up. What about a Disney movie? They're classics, fun, and have a bit of everything. She suggested, snuggling into Justin's arm, looking up at him pleadingly. Justin nodded, leaning back into the pillows. I could go for some Disney. He allowed, feeling quite relaxed. Domino sighed dramatically. Fine, but if it's a musical, I reserve the right to throw popcorn at both of you. Yelena grabbed the remote and started scrolling through the options she'd purchased. How about The Lion King? It's got action, drama, and some good laughs. Justin shrugged. Sounds perfect. He said, not overly caring, it was decent enough to not offend his sensibilities, even if it felt ridiculous to sit and watch a cartoon. As the opening credits rolled, they settled into the pillow fort. Yelena snuggled into her bunny pajamas with a bowl of popcorn, leaning into his arm. Domino lounged elegantly in her silky set with a glass of wine she'd gotten somehow without Justin noticing, and Justin found himself genuinely relaxing for the first time in ages. They laughed, argued about the plot, and made fun of the characters. For a few hours, they were just three people enjoying a movie night, far removed from the stress and danger of their usual lives. And for Justin, it was a reminder that sometimes, even in the chaos, there could be moments of simple joy. That night he slept without obsessively thinking on the next step, for the first time in over 2 years. Author's note. One thing about Justin that's been clear throughout all of this, he's able to pivot when needed. Even if sometimes, Tony Stark, it takes him some whining and bitching to get there. He does not like magic at all. But not to the point that when facing a threat, he wouldn't cooperate with the people capable of intervening. It doesn't cost him much, other than his wish to remain completely in charge. Caecilius is years away from who he was, and I don't care if it fits timelines. I'm doing it anyway. Eventually he'd have been able to cure his surviving child with magic, but Camartage doesn't just hand that stuff out like candy, he'd have to work at it and learn it himself. Instead Panacea came out, and Caecilius has someone he owes. He still feels a debt to the Ancient One for taking him on, but he's not the zealot he would become. Small slice of just life snuck in too. The timeline I looked up when I started this said Iron Man 2008 Fury's Bad Week aka IM2, Hulk and Thor about 6 months later. Now that's not the official timeline, but I'm not gonna go back and edit that all. The invasion and all the shenanigans aren't going to happen to Canon's timeline anyway. So the Thor movie is coming up soon in a monthish or so. Chapter 22, Everything is Super. Not that anyone is surprised, but this story won on Patreon again, so here is another chapter. To everyone's sadness, Justin will not drown in hot Black Widows this chapter. He'll have to make do without for now. This chappie has the loot, but only on QQ. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, The Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. July 21, 2008, New York. The bright lights of the late-night TV studio beamed down on Justin as he sat comfortably in the guest chair, his confident demeanor and sharp suit making him look every bit the charismatic billionaire. The backdrop of the show featured the city skyline, illuminated in vibrant hues, adding to the glamorous atmosphere. The host, an up-and-coming interviewer and late-night personality known for her wit and charm, and giant assets, leaned forward with a welcoming smile. Just coincidentally showing off a lot of cleavage. Welcome to the show, Justin, she began, her voice full of enthusiasm. It's great to have you here tonight. She'd beaten out a dozen other candidates through sheer effort and use of connections. That and Justin always preferred being in a room with a hot blonde. Thank you, it's great to be here, Justin replied, his tone smooth and polished. He flashed her a suave smile, enjoying the hint of want in her eyes. That want had nothing to do with his looks. She was a career climber, a child star and model that married rich, was widowed even richer, and kept finding herself promoted higher into the entertainment industry using her late husband's money and influence. Justin was like catnip to a woman like this. Not bad for a woman only married for 6 months. But then he had been 76. Hence why he had picked her show above all the others, because he knew she'd accommodate anything he wanted. Her scramble to get him, blowing favors right left and center when she hadn't needed to, only amused him further. Let's dive right in, Patricia Walker, the host, said, settling into her chair. You've made quite a name for yourself in the business world, some would say the name, even. Can you tell us more about your latest ventures? Justin smirked, casually leaning forward over the arm of his chair. Absolutely. Hammer Industries is at the forefront of cutting-edge technology and defense solutions. As you know, the military, FBI and police services across the United States and abroad, are drowning us in contracts. Yet you're not interested in all that military stuff, are you? So let's move on to something more suited to your viewers, he said with a wink, continuing on. We've recently launched a trial app in certain cities, bringing personal choice even closer to all consumers, food delivery, and ride-hailing, giving everyone with a car a chance to earn an extra buck on the side, while giving Americans the choice of their whole city and its delights at their fingertips. Only available on H phones, of course. And by the time any kind of lawsuit over that wound its way through the courts, he'd have even greater market dominance anyway, and it wouldn't matter if he had to spread it to every provider afterwards. The host nodded, impressed. That's fascinating. Is that important to you then, choice? She said sweetly, it seems to be a recurring theme for some of the advances Hammer Industries has brought the world. Justin swept an arm out grandly, choice is the ultimate goal, my dear. What is life with only one path before you? With Hammer Industries, no matter what walk of life, what industries, we offer choices, a way to save money, earn extra, live life to the fullest, experience new things. He swept his eyes across the small audience, a playful smirk on his lips. It also gives the people that which they can't get anywhere else. Time. With just a simple app, you can order dinner, and spend your time on some other pursuit while it's taken care of for you. You need to go somewhere? Someone in your area will be ready to pick you up and get you there, cheaply and speedily. Don't want to go through hours of grocery shopping? Make your list, and someone else picks it up and delivers it for you. Patricia let out a gasp of amazement, that if he hadn't seen her practice it before they went on air, even he would have believed was real. It really seems like Hammer Industries are working for the people, giving them jobs and choices, not to mention how you've cured disease practically overnight. She gushed, the audience breaking out into wild applause. It might be droll, doing these kinds of fake shows, but the sad reality of humanity was that these things worked. Patricia, call me Trish, Walker was temporarily a hit, the new flavor, so he'd take advantage of her 5 minutes of fame to push his thoughts and vision onto more people, furthering his own fame and selling more of his products. Justin kept his practiced smile on, nodding genially. Unlike many other businesses, we aren't all about the money, we give back, because without the people supporting us, we would be nothing. Hammer Industries is all about helping you. The fact people believe a word of anything I just said proves beyond a doubt that people should be required to have a license to be allowed to breed. He thought, pleased it continued to be easy to earn the people's praise, but annoyed at how stupid they really were. Aren't you worried about rivals getting ahead? What's stopping some of your unscrupulous fellow business moguls from copying this app you've created and running with it? Trish asked, putting on a worried mien. Justin particularly liked her adding the epithet unscrupulous to his rivals. Justin smiled somewhat pityingly. My rivals won't succeed, my dear. They might attempt it, but since they're all about the profit, they'll cut corners and rush out an inferior product. He leaned back in his chair, laying his hands in his lap, for all intents and purposes, entirely relaxed, answering a few more easy questions on how his app would work and which cities it was available in. The truth was that no competitor could make something like Uber make money as things stood right now. Not with Justin competing with lower prices and offering panacea to all employees, even gig ones if they stay in the position long enough. For him, it was barely an expense, it didn't cost him anywhere near as much to make as what he sold it for. And the loyalty it bought was priceless. Where he came from, the food delivery and ride-sharing apps weren't even making a profit. He likely would struggle to do the same with such a thin profit margin, but that's where he could continue where his rivals could not. The grocery side of things might push him closer to the margins at least. Either way it didn't matter. Because he didn't care if he lost 100 million or so a year on this once it got going. He just wanted everyone to use his products, which eventually would roll into the Everything app once it was ready. The amount of data and surveillance he could get on these people through his AI was well worth the cost. Now, we can't have you on the show without mentioning Tony Stark. There's been quite a rivalry between the two of you. How do you feel about him and his work? Trish asked almost conspiratorially, leaning in closer. Justin's expression shifted to one of mild condescension, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Tony Stark is a talented engineer, no doubt about that, we all know that obviously. But let's be honest, his approach is, let's say, a bit reckless. He loves the spotlight, but at Hammer Industries, we focus on practical solutions that benefit everyone, not just flashy headlines. Trish giggled, raising a hand to her mouth. He must be terribly disappointed then on how the spotlight has rested solely on yourself as of late. Justin shrugged, casual as could be. I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what Tony Stark thinks. I'm here to bring choice and better living to humanity. He paused, frowning minutely. I'm sorry I haven't paid attention to such a minor rival as of late. Does he do anything except sell bombs anyway? Trish cleared her throat, making a show of looking at the purely decorative stack of papers in front of her. I believe he is entering the consumer electronics market like yourself. Justin smirked. Oh? I hadn't noticed. There was an ooh from the audience, and Justin held back the instinctive reaction to preen at the attention. Trish raised an eyebrow, visibly intrigued by his candor, or already counting her viewership numbers skyrocketing. Interesting perspective. She murmured, barely able to hold back a grin. Now, onto a lighter topic. There have been rumors swirling about a potential romance between you and Hope Van Dyne. Any truth to that? Justin's smile remained, but there was a noticeable shift in his demeanor, a calculated refusal to be drawn into personal matters, especially his love life of all things. Hope is an incredible businesswoman and a good friend. I have immense respect for her and her work with PIM Technologies. But as for personal relationships, I prefer to keep those private. I'm here to talk about business and innovation, not tabloid fodder. That had not been on the list of approved questions. Someone was getting a little too comfortable, he thought, meeting the host's eyes, impressing his dissatisfaction with her antics through his eyes. The host, sensing his reluctance to delve into his personal life, smoothly transitioned. Fair enough. Let's talk about the future. What's next for Justin Hammer and Hammer Industries? Justin's face eased once again, enthusiasm returning to his voice, albeit entirely faked. The future is incredibly exciting. We're looking into more advanced consumer technologies, more choice in the entertainment industry, and even space exploration. We're even exploring a humane way to fix the prison issues facing this country. Hammer Industries is committed to leading the way in innovation and making a real impact on the world. We're here to save the world, all of us together. All of you, for me. The host smiled, wrapping up the segment. Thank you, Justin, for sharing your vision with us. It sounds like you have some groundbreaking projects on the horizon. Thank you for having me, Justin replied, his charm undiminished. It's been a pleasure. As the cameras panned out and the show went to a commercial break, Justin's confident smile remained firmly in place, even as he pierced the ambitious late-night host with an even stare. He'd achieved what he wanted. Further spreading the word about how his company was the future, working for all of humankind, and had gotten a few digs in at Stark and his rivals to boot. But he had not appreciated Hope being brought into it. She smiled nervously, having realized her mistake doubtlessly. A climber like her couldn't get where they were without being quick on the uptake. Mr. Hammer, I have refreshments in my suite. Please let me apologize for going off script. She said quietly, her mic turned off. Justin's eyes narrowed, but his smirk grew. Well, we'll see how good she apologizes. 2 hours later. Justin fixed his tie as he exited the studio, Domino trailing behind him. He'd been forced to have another suit delivered. His first had been in no condition to wear in public. Patricia was a fun little diversion. It had been interesting being able to let go to that extent. It was interesting to see such a confident woman have a thing for submission. Although a normal woman seemed to have issues with his extremis enhanced body now that he had the perfected formula. Something he'd have to watch out for even further when he became a full-on super. He didn't have anything against killing someone. But pointless killings? Such as accidentally breaking a woman once he had super strength? He loathed the loss of control something like that would signify. Bit rougher than usual, feeling stressed. Domino teased, a playful smirk on her face. I almost expected you to ask me to bring you a whip. Justin glanced at her, annoyed. You know, you don't have to always be in the same room as me, you voyeur. He snarked, not wanting to admit he'd forgotten about her until he was already far into it. Domino shrugged, still smirking. Au contraire, I do have to be in the same room, it's in my contract. That's the whole point. She fired back. Yet you don't follow me into the bathroom, so you could have quite left me alone to discuss things with Patricia. What was her last name again? Justin asked, brow furrowed, not sure if he was ever told. Not that it really mattered. She'd get a hand up like she wanted, she'd performed admirably enough. Domino laughed quietly. I'm sure her last name doesn't matter. She said flippantly, before leaning in, a Cheshire grin blooming onto her face. You want me to follow you into the bathroom, is that it? Hold the little hammer for you. She cooed, daring him to order her. Justin gave her a deadpan look. I don't understand you at all. Oh, good. I'm doing my job right. She said smugly, opening the door for him, as he slid into his limo. You're doing something all right. He muttered, shaking his head, putting it out of his mind. Domino would be domino. He focused on his implant and his glasses flashed as he began working through his inbox. 15 minutes later. Justin let out a pleased hiss, fucking finally. Slamming a fist into the seat next to him. His spies keeping a watchful eye on Tony Stark, and specifically his spies watching his Malibu mansion, reported liftoff. Tony fucking Stark was finally flying out as Iron Man, even if just test flights. 4+ months late, but he was finally doing it. It must be Jensen's influence. His own dominance on the world economy might have delayed him slightly as he began ramping up inventions and production, but not for this long. Tony after all didn't actually run his company, so after the first invention binge, he should have come back to his suit, even if he didn't end up using it to flee his incarceration, surely he couldn't forget about it. Yet he'd waited and waited, until Justin was about ready to straight up ask the man what was taking so goddamn long. Jensen must be the spoke in the wheel. He's a doctor. Stark's condition wasn't exactly suited for going flying in a metal suit. And Jensen might be the only doctor he actually trusted. Justin felt it must be true, because he had no other explanation. He knew from his clinics that Stark had gone under the knife this month, so now fully healed it seemed he'd been able to convince Jensen to let him loose. It couldn't be the chameleon again that was behind the changed behavior, he was keeping a tight eye out for that bastard, as hard as it was to watch for shapeshifters and the like. He would catch him one day. Just like Stain and Shaw and others like them, he would extract a measure of satisfaction from them. He sent a message to Sunil, keep an eye on the Middle East, especially Gulmara, I want to know everything. If Stark would follow the same pattern, he would be ready to take advantage. Anything he could do to inconvenience the bastard, while still using his intellect for humanity, was worthwhile in his opinion. Just then he got a message from Xavier, flashing across his glasses. Eric and the Brotherhood have completely disappeared, haven't found any sign. Just lovely. Once again Charles Xavier turned out to be utterly useless at the one thing he's supposed to have some skill in, dealing with Magneto. No matter, Shaw and Emma were looking into it as well, the Hellfire Club having some uses. It would have been more helpful if Selene cared enough to assist. But Justin wasn't going to push the insane sorceress. They were also looking into the whole Wakanda situation, as official avenues had found nothing. Perhaps Shaw and Emma would have more luck? It didn't hurt to try anyway. He settled in for the ride, going through emails and documents mentally, work never ended. Washington, D.C., later that day. Justin detested magic. Even the idea of it. How illogical it was, how inherently chaotic it was. But he couldn't disapprove of skipping the whole process of flying around in a vulnerable metal tube, versus Caecilius doing some funny motions and bringing him from New York to Washington, D.C. in seconds. He stepped through into his Washington office, shoulders slumping slightly as he faced reality. His entourage all came through after him, Caecilius closing the glowing and swirling portal with a gesture. You will be teaching me that. Justin drawled out, painfully. He didn't like it at all. But instant transportation. He would be an utter fool to not take advantage. Caecilius sunk to one knee immediately, with pleasure Master Hammer. One eyebrow twitched, as Justin held back his instinctive response. Yes. Well. Get up, people here don't take kindly to kneeling people. He snapped. He didn't overly mind being called master, but the kneeling thing would definitely draw questions even from his staff if they saw it. The pure fanaticism was almost par for the course. Cho was well known by now amongst higher-ups in the company. Speaking of, Helen Cho, whom had apparently been waiting at the doorway of the room for their arrival, practically vibrated on the spot, watching Caecilius and him with wide eyes and a delighted smile. Just perfect. Helen, what are you doing in Washington? He asked, while glancing at Yelena out of the corner of his eyes. And why wasn't I aware? Yelena just looked at him innocently, which in itself told him she had a hand in informing the good doctor of their arrival. Why else would she have no reaction to the magic portal they arrived in? That said, he'd believed she was in New York, so how had she gotten here so quickly? I have so much good news. Cho said excitedly, clapping her hands together, coming into the room, her eyes staring at him adoringly. Should I kneel too? She asked coyly, glancing at Caecilius with interest. No. Yes, it's only proper. Justin said sternly at the same time as Yelena sniffed imperiously and responded completely differently. Yelena. He growled warningly. The problem with punishing that woman was that she enjoyed punishment far too much, and he wasn't willing to go to the lengths where she'd honestly hate it. Hence she'd recently begun spending too much time making sure he was venerated enough by the staff. Which again, in principle he didn't have much against. Except for when it came to the true fanatics and their headache-inducing actions. Like Caecilius and Cho. I'm sorry Mr. Hammer, I'm just ensuring your loyal staff is available to report in person on important discoveries. Yelena said sweetly, hands held demurely behind her back. Justin snorted, but let it go. No matter what, Helen Cho was a hassle to deal with, so Yelena's meddling didn't change much. What is the news, Helen? He asked, holding back a sigh as she swiftly knelt before him. Flashes of memories of Helen Cho on her knees really didn't help him either. We have succeeded in incorporating the super soldier serum and extremis together, she said, squirming in place, looking up at him excitedly. Out of the last 50 test subjects, not a single one died. Justin let out a sigh of relief. One problem dealt with. Bucky Barnes? He asked immediately. Helen smiled adoringly, just waiting for your word. Dr. Hansen is ready to administer, the subject has begrudgingly approved of the procedure. Justin had a feeling Bucky would, as afraid as he was of the possibility of his mind fully restored, the chance his trigger words wouldn't work anymore on a fully healed brain, was worth the attempt. Justin ignored everyone else to call Maya through his glasses. These kinds of orders were not ones you made through email or proxies. He'd specifically arranged his company and labs so, that way no one was able to go around him for the most important decisions. Yes, sir. Maya answered promptly, having obviously been waiting on his call. Cho told me, you have authorization, tell me immediately after your post-treatment tests have been completed. Justin said swiftly. Maya, not wasting time, simply acknowledged the order and hung up. Justin had to prevent himself from doing a little dance. He had an audience. The super soldier serum mixed with extremis might not make him an equal to the worst the world had to offer, but it was a good start. Helen, if it all works out, schedule me for the end of the week, move on to Yelena and my personal security team afterwards. Justin ordered, before his eye twitched at seeing her still on her knees, and get off your knees, woman. He barked at her. He'd be meeting with Hope later before their big end of the month reveal, he'd think about offering her the same in the meanwhile. He knew she had the suit, but he still would like her to be able to protect herself better. He knew better than to suggest she was incapable and needed protection. But he was still worried. Shaw was likely not the only one who saw her as a valuable hostage, and the last thing he needed was Hank Pym imploding because someone touched his daughter. Helen Cho rose gracefully, the adoring look never once falling off her face, standing before him demurely, her hands clasped in front of her. It will be done, sir. She chirped. Justin let out a huff of air, smiling despite himself. Helen might be aggravating in her devotion, but it was hard to be truly upset with someone who worshipped you. And Helen, if you want the treatment after, it's available to you as well, we need to keep you safe, Helen practically melted on the spot, a goofy smile on her face. Yes, my low why yes sir. She stuttered out. Yelena stepped in, knowing Justin was on a tight schedule in Washington today. Helen, why don't you show Caecilius around, he has nothing to do until he's transporting Master Hammer back tonight. She suggested with a small coy grin on her face. Justin closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yelena was an amazing woman, and did absolutely incredible work for him in regards to his business and affairs. But he was realizing her intentions towards him were perhaps a little too helpful. Helen squeaked, glaring at Yelena, why do you get to call him master? No one is calling me master. Justin broke in to say, glaring at Yelena, before immediately turning on Caecilius and glaring him into submission. The sorcerer showed some common sense, and closed his mouth with a snap, before he could make the situation more comical. Which did absolutely nothing in the end as Helen Cho brightly grabbed him by the arm, escorting him out, while talking rapidly, and he was sure he heard the word master, several times in that short time. Must you? He said long-sufferingly to Yelena. She grinned cheekily, sir, it's my duty to ensure the staff is loyal to you. She protested. Even though he was annoyed, he let it go. He'd learned from the man Justin Hammer was before. Controlling his staff with an iron fist only created resentment and disloyalty. Allowing them to have their little fun in a way that didn't actually harm him in any way except for occasional irritation, was worth it. He was also loath to actually punish her for some minor teasing, both because of her usefulness and because he enjoyed her company, teasing and all. One only had to look at Domino to see the benefits of allowing some teasing. She was utterly irreverent, and utterly effective. He knew he'd garnered her loyalty with his easygoing manner with handling her. She didn't solely work for her enormous pay anymore. So he'd let this go. As long as it remained minor, and to his benefit. It didn't make it less annoying. He really hoped Helen and Caecilius together wouldn't spawn some unholy abomination in his name or something. Triskelion, Washington, D.C. In the heart of the Triskelion, the imposing headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Justin walked with an air of self-assurance. These were the people meant to stop someone like him, and here he was, walking in like he owned it. The corridors buzzed with activity more so than ever, everyone knowing that with Fury gone, changes were coming. Agents moved purposefully, albeit with a measure of stress visible, while the latest in high-tech surveillance and security systems kept a watchful eye over everything. Although if he wasn't mistaken, there was a little bit Less personnel around here at the upper levels, he wondered at that. Couldn't just go quietly Fury, eh? He made his way to the top of the Triskelion where Alexander Pierce waited for him in his obnoxiously large office. Pierce stood as Justin entered, extending a hand in greeting, coming around his desk to meet him halfway. Justin, it's good to see you. Please, have a seat. He said affably, gesturing to a few chairs set to the side. Making a point to be friendly, instead of showing off behind his desk, Justin thought, smiling pleasantly. It seemed he wasn't the only one with an agenda today. Justin accepted the handshake and settled into one of the leather chairs, noting the room's understated yet undeniable authority, a reflection of Pierce himself in a way. Likewise, Alexander. I appreciate that you made time for me in your no doubt hectic schedule. Pierce smiled, though his eyes remained calculating. Thank you. And I appreciate you adding your vote to the consensus when the opportunity came up. Times are changing as we speak. As you know, Nick Fury has been relieved of his duties, and I have stepped down from my position to assume control of S.H.I.E.L.D., directly. Hydra can't afford playing the long game anymore. Justin interpreted that move as they weren't waiting around for Zola's project. They recognized the world was changing too fast. A pity. It would have made it easier for him in the end if they had put all their eggs in Project Insight's basket. Justin nodded, already aware of this. Big changes indeed. He murmured, cocking his head, I haven't seen a report on how that dismissal went. He questioned shrewdly, eyeing Pierce. He couldn't imagine they'd take the risk of Nick Fury running around outside their influence. Pierce winced slightly, almost imperceptibly. Ah, yes. We haven't had the chance to forward that report to the council yet. Fury disappeared with about 100 agents so far. Justin raised an eyebrow, almost amused, really, that sounds like an interesting story. Barton, Romanoff? He asked, wondering what on earth they were thinking they would achieve moving so openly. They'd practically just handed Hydra the reins without a fight. Pierce looked marginally cheerful at that, they were not part of the exodus. The humor in his voice didn't match the dark look in his eyes. Justin again wondered what the hell was going on with Fury's mind. Because Pierce would never trust that those two weren't his to the hilt. So they'd make for some really crappy double agents. And that was if Pierce didn't have them killed. Coulson, Hill? He asked, rubbing his chin, his gaze thoughtful. This entire thing changed everything, including his entire game plan for what he came here for. Fuck you Fury, even out of the picture, you're still fucking with me, he thought with chagrin. One gone, one stayed on, Hill is a dependable woman. Pierce said sarcastically, the both of them sharing incredulous smiles. Both of them were thinking the same thing no doubt. Really Nick? Justin leaned back in the chair, gathering his thoughts, this would be delicate now, short term it could actually be good for him, long term it absolutely sucked. Nazis, no matter what kind, or what shape they took, just weren't kosher. Pierce leaned forward, his expression earnest yet shrewd. Justin, you've always been a man of vision, someone who understands the importance of control and influence. He said lowly, meeting his gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs allies who think beyond the obvious. We're looking to build a new world order, one where stability and security are paramount. Justin listened carefully, his expression attentive but non-committal. Go on. He said, a rotten feeling in his gut, here was the pitch. God damn you Fury. Pierce's eyes glinted with a hidden intensity. We have the means to achieve this. We believe in a unified world, guided by strength and order. Your technological advancements and resources could play a crucial role in this vision. We want you to join us, to help shape the future. Justin leaned back, considering his words carefully, when you say we, let's be plain spoken here. One moment. Before he could go too far, he used his implant to scan the room through his glasses, finding 2 cameras and 1 microphone active. Tricky bastard, he cursed internally. The worth of a recording of Justin Hammer speaking about Hydra was practically priceless. And he'd almost just stepped right into it. I'm a man who values my privacy, Alexander. He said coldly. He would not allow the man to step over him, Hydra head or not, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. or not. He was Justin fucking Hammer, and these people came to him, not the other way around. Not anymore. Pierce smiled, bringing out his phone, an H-phone Justin idly noted, that will come in useful soon. He pressed a few buttons, and Justin performed another scan after he put the phone away in his pocket again, the equipment disabled now to his senses. Still, he'd remember to be careful, if anyone had devices he couldn't find, it would be these people. He waved over Domino, who had been guarding him from the door, outside of earshot. She sauntered over, eyes sharp, as Justin had her sit on the arm of his chair, giving Pierce a challenging look. Her powers weren't all that well known, but Pierce knew enough to believe her presence so close would give Justin luck. Her being called over being a warning of sorts. Don't push too far. Let's just say I know of what you speak, in general. Why would I want to join in on such a thing? He asked, eyes cold and assessing. Pierce already knew he knew about Hydra, so they'd be able to speak just fine on it without mentioning it directly. Pierce continued smiling, although it didn't reach his eyes, nodding his head slowly as he considered the proximity of Domino. Why else? Power, the ability to shape the world. He said charmingly, Justin, you know as well as I this world needs protection, who better than us? He said, insistently, leaning forward. Justin leaned back, considering his words carefully. Power, protection, shaping the world. That's quite a proposition, Alexander. He murmured, switching back to a more genial tone, but I have to ask, what makes you think I'm interested in joining such a thing? Especially as I'm already doing it on my own. Pierce smiled, a predator sensing a potential ally. You and I both know the power of control, Justin. With us, you'd have a hand in shaping the world's destiny, ensuring that chaos and unpredictability are stamped out worldwide. For a moment, Justin appeared to mull it over, his expression thoughtful. Then he leaned forward, a shrewd smile playing on his lips as he understood the position Pierce was in. The reason for his sudden open invitation. With fury in the wind, Hydra's reveal was only a matter of time. Even if he didn't know for sure yet, he would find out now that he had nothing else to focus on. Pierce had to take over, man a shield, facing threats from everywhere. A shield who was suddenly facing rebellion while the world nipped at it from the outside for their many failures recently. He looked like he had a strong position, but his insistent pushing right now, his attempt to snare Justin, it was the act of someone in a weak position, not one of strength. He needed Justin. And that realization alone, gave him all the power he needed in this discussion. Alexander, I appreciate the offer, truly. He said calmly, Pierce's face turning stony the second he realized what Justin was saying. But I believe our paths are better aligned as distant allies rather than direct partners. My focus is on the economy, on innovation and growth in the private sector. That could be very useful to you, correct? But not if I was entrenched in organizational politics. I admit to some disappointment, Justin. Pierce said slowly, but I am relieved you still wish to cooperate with our vision. The affable smile was back again, as he met Justin's gaze. Justin smiled, and it was all teeth. I believe in order, nothing says we can't work together in the future. I have a different focus right now however. You handle the political sphere, the shadowy side of governance. Together, we can support each other's efforts without entangling ourselves too deeply. Pierce's new smile faded slightly, replaced by a look of contemplation. A pragmatic approach, I suppose. He muttered, seemingly accepting, but not altogether pleased with the outcome. Justin nodded. Exactly. Cooperation without entanglement. I'll continue to advance technology and the economy, which will, in turn, benefit your goals. And you ensure that the political landscape remains conducive to our mutual interests. Hydra would have to go, for obvious reasons, but Pierce would be a useful pawn as long as he thought Justin was an ally. Pierce studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. Very well, Justin. We'll see how this plays out. Just remember, in this new world, we all need strong allies, anyone can be brought low if they're not careful. Fury is better at veiled threats than you, Pierce, he thought with a scoff, patting Domino's knee, meeting Pierce's gaze unflinchingly. Allies then? Pierce said slowly, looking pleased despite everything. It wasn't a full win for him, but Justin could imagine he was thinking it wasn't far off. The further Justin cooperated, the easier it would be to tie him in. He no doubt saw Justin's greed and lust for power and thought it made him controllable. Not realizing those two attributes was what made Justin unstoppable. As allies, I suppose I should alert you to a little snag in our little alliance, Justin said with an imperious smirk. Pierce sat still, his face could have been carved out of marble suddenly. Oh. He said dangerously. Yes, I've already solved the situation so nothing to worry about, Alexander. But I thought it important to our new alliance, to let you know I currently hold the Winter Soldier. Justin admired Pierce's self-control, the man didn't even flinch, no reaction at all, his eyes simply meeting Justin's with intensity. That's interesting. He said simply, fishing for information. Another sign to Justin that he'd clocked the situation correctly. Pierce wasn't in a position to go after him, or he'd have reacted much differently to that piece of news. Not to worry, he's healed from all that nasty mind-blending, and I've convinced him to let bygones be bygones, that Hydra was wiped out when he was captured, and the few, remaining members now work for, or with me. How thoughtful of you. Pierce said slowly, holding back any reaction masterfully. He's mine now, and I'll use him well, and it will benefit the both of us still in the end, won't it? Just make sure your friends know to keep things nice and easy, and we'll all profit from this in the end. Power and control, right? Justin drawled, bowing his head slightly to Pierce, nothing but an empty gesture, but it got the other man to sit straighter anyway. Of course, we'll all stay friendly, and work for the same goals, for the world and our own benefits. He murmured, eyes piercing, but he relaxed slightly, no longer seemingly on the edge of making a dangerous decision. Dangerous for him, because Justin trusted Domino over whatever Pierce had hidden in the 2 secret walls his glasses had picked up on. Justin stood, extending his hand once more. Of course, Alexander. To mutual success. They shook hands, a tentative understanding forged, or so Pierce believed at least. Each of them had their own vision for the future. As Justin left the Triskelion, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He had successfully navigated the treacherous waters of Hydra's recruitment, securing his position and influence without compromising his own goals. Fury was still an absolute asshole, but he'd weakened Pierce's position at the absolute best time for Justin. He'd expected to walk out with several bribes sent Hydra's way to make things work. Instead he walked out with what was basically a promise of sending thoughts and prayers. They'd have to be dealt with. But for now, it all worked for him. The world could use a little bit more control. The next day, New York, black site. In the sterile, high-tech laboratory in the basement of the same building Bucky Barnes had been held, Justin laid ensconced in the regeneration cradle. The cradle, above its usual purposes, was able to perfectly monitor and keep track of every aspect of the human body, its numerous displays flickering with data readouts and vital signs. Above him, sophisticated machinery hummed softly, more scanning technology available to the scientists attending him. The fact he was naked in the cradle mattered not one whit to Maya Hansen, but Helen Cho was continuously distracted in her work. He wasn't sure why he needed to be naked actually. Both women wore their lab coats and looked focused, their eyes occasionally meeting in silent communication as they prepared for the procedure. Only Helen's brief straying eyes took away from the view of professionals at work. "Are you ready, sir?" Dr. Hansen asked, her voice calm and professional, though her eyes betrayed a hint of excitement. Anytime they advanced extremis in any way she was the same. It was her baby through and through, even if she'd needed a lot of assistance to get it to this point. At least with this done, he could have her and Cho could focus on the X-gene extremists so they could hopefully unmindfuck Eileen. They were going through way too many worthless meta-humans in trial and error right now. Justin, his face a mask of determination, nodded, concentrating on what was happening. "Let's do this." Dr. Hansen stepped forward, holding a syringe filled with a glowing blue serum, the Super Soldier Serum, designed to enhance human capabilities to their absolute peak. She inserted the needle into Justin's arm with practiced precision, injecting the serum slowly. Due to him already having extremis, the serum had already been adjusted to interact with and bond with the extremis already in his system. As the serum entered his bloodstream, Justin immediately felt a surge of intense heat radiating from the injection site, spreading rapidly through his veins. His heart began to race, pounding in his chest with a force that seemed almost supernatural. Every muscle in his body tightened, as if charged with electricity, and a wave of nausea washed over him. It was like the biggest rush in his life, while also intensely uncomfortable. "Vitals spiking," Dr. Cho said, her voice clipped as she monitored the data, a hint of worry in her voice even with everything moving forward as expected. "Heart rate is elevated, but within expected parameters." Cho completely missed the irritated glance from Hansen for her doubting the process even for a second. Justin noticed, because he was suddenly hypersensitive to everything around him. Until he wasn't. Justin's vision blurred, the edges of the world around him growing fuzzy. The heat intensified, reaching a point where it felt like his very blood was on fire. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he fought to remain conscious. Sweat poured from his forehead, drenching his hair and stinging his eyes. The pain was intense, Justin straining his jaw, gritting his teeth together so hard the noise was audible, all to prevent a scream from erupting. He was better than that. "It's working," Dr. Hansen murmured, her eyes fixed on the readouts. "The serum is bonding with his cellular structure." Suddenly, the pain peaked, a crescendo of agony that threatened to consume him. Justin let out a guttural cry through clenched teeth, his body arching against the restraints. He could feel his muscles expanding, flexing, strengthening, as if his very flesh was being remade from the inside out. His bones ached with a deep, throbbing pain as they grew denser and stronger. "Hang in there, Justin," Cho urged, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder in a rare moment of comfort. "You're almost through it," she added, almost sounding tearful. As quickly as it had come, the pain began to ebb, replaced by a profound sense of power. Justin felt a surge of energy unlike anything he had ever experienced. His vision cleared, becoming sharper and more focused. Every sound, every movement in the room seemed heightened, his senses more acute than ever before. It was like living your entire life in black and white, and suddenly everything was colored. It was amazing. "Vitals are stabilizing," Dr. Hansen announced, with a note of accomplishment in her voice. "The transformation is complete." Justin lay still for a moment, catching his breath. Then, with a newfound strength, he sat up, the restraints falling away, breaking off his body. He looked down at his hands, marveling at the strength he felt, the way his skin seemed to glow with vitality. How do you feel? Cho asked, her eyes searching his face, worry flickering in her eyes. Justin flexed his fingers, feeling the immense power coursing through his body. He stood, every movement fluid and effortless, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. I feel incredible. Dr. Hansen nodded, a satisfied smile of her own. Welcome to the next level, sir. She said, pride radiating off her. Yelena, get in there. Justin ordered, gesturing to the cradle, only to blink in bemusement at finding her already naked, standing at the ready. Only. Did you? He trailed off, not even going to ask, he had more important things to do. Although that is one habit he wouldn't mind catching on, it was very good for his ego. Yelena pouted at him, dropping the issue before it could be spoken out loud, but easily climbed into the cradle, eager to become even more dangerous. They'd specifically postponed the Red Room attack until the end of the month due to the possibility this would be available. Yelena having more power behind her could only be a boon once she infiltrated the Red Room to release her sisters. With the calculating way Cho was watching the small stylized trimmed J Yelena showed off proudly, he had a feeling at least one person would follow the trend. I do love seeing my name on things. He thought, trying to hide how much he liked it. Yelena was smug enough as it was. There was only one thing to say once Yelena exited the cradle, a super soldier in truth, now. Spar? He asked, ready to test his limits. The look he got back was predatory. Spar. She confirmed, eagerly moving forward towards the exit. Yelena. Yes, sir. Maybe get dressed before you leave the lab. New York, July 25th, Hammer Industries temporary offices. Justin was seated behind his mahogany desk, his posture relaxed, as Hope sat across from him. She wore a casual yet stylish outfit, dark jeans and a fitted blouse, that highlighted her athletic build. She lounged in one of the plush chairs opposite Justin, holding a glass of wine in one hand. The two of them had spent little over an hour just catching up and enjoying each other's company, but alas, business awaited, as it always did. It's nice to be able to relax, I don't see much of that lately, Hope breathed out, propping her feet up on the edge of his desk, a playful smile on her face. Justin rarely saw her this carefree, it was nice, hence why he for once hadn't rushed into business. What's mine is yours, darling, Justin replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he noted her relaxed demeanor. I see you're making yourself at home. He quipped lightly. Just testing your hospitality, she quipped back, flashing another playful smile. How have you been? I noticed your new company in San Francisco, even ordered dinner through it once, genius idea really. He knew. Although he didn't have the power of an AI behind him yet, certain phones and accounts were flagged in his system. Hope was one of those, so he'd immediately known when she'd placed an order from an Italian restaurant a few blocks away from her neighborhood. He also now kept track on Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy amongst others. In those two's case, it was to ensure they didn't dig too deep into Drive, Connors. He might have to dangle an internship over Gwen's head, distract her. That girl was comic book level of stubborn. From his tracking, it was apparent she was using her father's police connections to look into things. Thankfully that would avail her nothing. Unfortunately it seemed Pierce wasn't actually an idiot, he had what looked like an H phone, but Justin couldn't find it at all in his system. Oh well, once he had his AI. Busy as ever, and thank you, I think it was a pretty clever business idea, Justin said with smug smile. But enough about me. It was time to dig into business. How's the idea of becoming a superhero going over? Any last-minute regrets? Hope leaned back, crossing her arms. It's been interesting to think about. Still getting used to the whole idea of being a public figure thing. It's a lot of pressure. There was a very big difference between being a somewhat well-known businesswoman and scientist, to being a superhero. You'll handle it well, like you handle all your business, Justin said, his tone sincere. And you'll look good doing it. He added, flashing her a quick charming smile. Flattery will get you everywhere, she replied with a smirk, before it grew into a more honest smile, but thanks. It means a lot. Justin chuckled easily. Just stating the facts, Hope. He said warmly, before sighing, business waited for no man after all, anyway, let's talk business shall we? How many days a month can I count on you for the space program? And how many for the hero team? He asked, knowing she was busy, not to his level, but still a woman with her days full. It's why they guarded this little meeting so fiercely. Their time to just be, chatting together, enjoying time with an equal without any complications. Hope raised an eyebrow, pretending to ponder. Let me think. I was thinking 10 days a month for the space program. It's a fascinating project, and I want to dive in deep. As for the hero team, maybe 5 days a month. Balancing both roles is going to be tricky, but I'm up for the challenge. It's more than Justin had expected. Honestly, half the month, a full 50% of her time spent on their shared endeavors, it was more than he could have asked. He was honestly surprised, but pleased. He wondered how Hank Pym would take the news, and if Darren Cross had anything to do with Hope wanting to spend half the month as far away from her day job as possible. Either way, he was thankful. Justin nodded at her appreciatively. That sounds perfect. We can make that work. Your expertise is invaluable to both ventures. He winked at her, as he laid on some more flattery. Flattery and charm, again. She noted with a laugh. But I appreciate it. I'm excited to see where this partnership takes us. She said, eyes softening. Justin leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with a little bit of mischief. You know, Hope, having you on board is like having a secret weapon. Or maybe a not-so-secret one, considering your public profile. He teased, part just having fun, part wanting to ensure she's aware how important she is to him. For this work. For the work. Hope laughed, a light, melodic sound. Just don't expect me to do all the heavy lifting. You've got to pull your weight too. She teased him back, looking at him fondly. I think I can manage that, Justin replied with a suave grin. But seriously, Hope, having you on board is a game changer. With your skills and intellect, we're bound to make significant strides. Flattery and charm, again, she teased, her eyes twinkling. You're really laying it on thick today. Justin shrugged, leaning back in his chair. What can I say? I know a good thing when I see it. He fired back. Hope rolled her eyes playfully. All right. Enough with the sweet talk. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. How are we going to divide my time between the space program and the hero team? Justin nodded, the playful banter giving way to a more serious tone. 10 days a month for the space program would probably work best if it's consecutive, 5 for the hero team whenever you're needed, or become available. We'll make sure to schedule around any major missions or events. Flexibility is key, I don't want to get in the way of your dedication to your own company. As far as he was concerned, it was hers. Not Hank's. Because she was actually doing something with it. Sounds good to me, Hope agreed. But don't think for a second that I won't call you out if you try to overwork me, Buster. Justin chuckled. Wouldn't dream of it. You have my word. He'd decided not to push the super soldier serum mix on Hope yet. Her situation with her father was still delicate, and he didn't want to be the one to push her over the edge. Not to mention the risk of Hank Pym cutting off the pipeline of particles he so desperately wanted for his space program. Hope smiled, taking a small sip of wine, tilting her head slightly to the side, in the direction of the entrance to the room. Is there a reason your personal assistant won't stop glaring at me? Justin eyed Yelena, who immediately averted her eyes, only for her head to slide back, a glare aimed at Hope's position. She's very loyal, he said weakly. Damn it, Yelena. Hope raised an amused eyebrow. Justin, you are a man-whore. She sighed, shaking her head. Immediately cottoning on to the issue. If she hadn't already the last time these two had interacted. Justin made an affronted noise. I am not. He defended himself against Hope's wild accusation. So you haven't slept with her? Hope asked, laughter in her eyes. That's completely different. Slut. She sing-songed. How much wine did you have? New York, Madison Square Garden, 30th of July. In a private room backstage at Madison Square Garden, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The room was tastefully decorated, exuding a sense of understated luxury. A large white table dominated the space, surrounded by plush leather chairs. At one end of the table sat President Ellis, growing into his presidency it seemed to Justin, as he held a stern demeanor and commanding presence, dressed in a sharp suit. Across from him, Justin sat with his usual air of confidence, radiating smugness about the evening's upcoming reveal. President Ellis leaned forward, his expression serious. I have to ask. Is he really ready for this? Are they all? We're talking about placing a lot of trust and responsibility on his and their shoulders. He clenched a fist, his expression tight. If this turns into a catastrophe, if they fail at their task, it could sink my administration. Justin smiled reassuringly. Mr. President, I can assure you, he is not only ready, but he's almost eager to take on this mantle, to regain some of what was lost and rekindle a legacy. He's been through rigorous training and psychological evaluations. He's in top physical and mental condition. Justin leaned back in his leather chair, tenting his hands. As for the rest of the team, you can count on me if nothing else, Mr. President, I will ensure they do as they should. I also do not want to lose face if this team causes a disaster. Normally he didn't bother showing Ellis much respect, but he'd come through lately, assisting him more than Justin had planned when he'd supported the man's candidacy. And he was visibly growing into his role. So Justin could show him his due, if nothing else to keep Ellis happy and performing for him. If he treated him too much like a trained monkey, he might start flinging shit. The president nodded, but his concern was still evident. This isn't just about physical readiness, Justin. The world is watching. This move will have significant geopolitical implications. We need to be sure. He stressed. Russia and China both would likely throw massive hissy fits. They'd already grumbled at the small showing his team had done at the Suez Canal, even though it had benefited them all massively. There wasn't even a question about if those two nations would wage a PR campaign against them and send saboteurs, it was only a question of how much and how many. Justin leaned in, his voice sly and persuasive. He represents a bridge between the past and the future. He's a living testament to our history and a symbol of our ongoing strength. His return and subsequent takeover of the Captain America legacy will send a powerful message to our allies and adversaries alike. It shows that we are resilient, that we honor our heroes, and that we're always ready to step up. President Ellis considered this, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, finding his reasoning good enough by all metrics, as he switched the subject. Speaking of allies, NATO is on board, as is Scandinavia and Mexico. I haven't bothered approaching anyone else yet. But your team can act insofar those countries allow it, with oversight from NATO. Justin's expression brightened, confident in his response. That is plenty. If a disaster happens somewhere else and my team is denied, that's fine by me. It will show people that their governments are trash, unless they allow Hammer Industries to help. Just another lever for his soft power. While nominally under the US government and NATO, everyone with any lick of sense or power would know it was Justin who held the reins. So they'd come to him to negotiate things. A few riots quietly encouraged after some earthquake or tsunami has devastated a country refusing his help, and the problem would solve itself. Either the government would bow to pressure and let his team in, giving him more power there, his team able to back up his companies. Or they'll push so hard the public throws a revolution, leading to the same result eventually. Either way, he won. To think a hero team could be used to push his agenda so easily. He'd only wanted to make the Avengers a second-rate team, but he found so many benefits on the way. How about what I requested, the EU? Justin switched tracks, curious if Ellis had delivered. He was already seeing more traction for his companies, but that could simply be because of his deal with the Prime Minister of Britain, the British taking in all he had on offer and forcing the EU to choose between following or trying to punish the British. A move likely to push them straight out of the EU, and the Europeans knew it. He had them between a rock and a hard place already, and then he sicked Ellis on them. The president gave a small, knowing smile. I had to pull a few levers to make sure they saw things our way. Some diplomatic pressure, a few strategic promises. In the end, they folded on my demands. More like my demands, but oh how useful you've become, Ellis. Justin's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at the news. That's excellent news, Mr. President. Making it harder across the globe for rivals with no sense to try and copy my products could only benefit us both. Your 8 years are practically guaranteed. He smirked, a smug look on his face as he slyly added, perhaps enough support to even change things so you could run a third time. He didn't own enough politicians to push through that too easily yet, but give him time, and he would. The president stood, extending his hand to Justin. Here's to a new chapter. Justin shook his hand firmly. To a new chapter, Mr. President. Let's make history tonight. With a final nod, President Ellis exited the room, leaving Justin to finalize his preparations. As he adjusted his tie and glanced at his reflection, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Tonight would mark the beginning of a new era, one where he and his vision would stand at the forefront of change. No matter what Fury tried to pull with the Avengers, no matter what Hydra tried, no matter what the Mandarin plotted hiding in Asia. This was his era now. New York, Madison Square Garden, 30 minutes later. For weeks the media had drummed up interest, an event shared between Hammer Industries and the US government, a festive event covered in secrecy, one that would be attended by the president himself. Tickets had sold out in minutes. With the last 6 months of innovation and media around Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer was gold right now, and if he called, the public answered. Some minor protests were held outside the arena, the people screaming and frothing at the mouth about mutants, or losing their careers, blaming everything on Hammer Industries. But they were in a clear minority, the stadium filled to the brim with people waving H-phones in the air. The lights in Madison Square Garden suddenly dimmed, and the crowd hushed in anticipation as the event was about to begin. A dramatic drumroll echoed through the arena as a spotlight focused on the stage, where a sleek podium stood adorned with the Hammer Industries logo. The massive screens flanking the stage displayed the company's insignia, shimmering in a futuristic blue. Justin strode onto the stage, exuding confidence and charisma. His impeccably tailored suit gleamed under the lights, and he paused for a moment, soaking in the applause before raising his hands to quiet the crowd, something that still took over 5 minutes as the frantic crowd raved at him. These people all knew people, had loved ones, neighbors, co-workers, who only lived because of him, because of Panacea. To these people he was the ultimate rock star. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this monumental evening, he began, his voice resonating with excitement. Tonight, I am thrilled to introduce you to the future of world protection. People capable of fighting even natural disasters, doing search and rescue that regular services cannot take on, taking on tyranny and evil wherever it may hide. He paused dramatically, letting the roar of the crowd resonate. A real-life superhero team, I give you, the H.A.MME.R team. He shouted, spreading his arms out grandly. The screens behind him lit up with the word H.A.MME.R, each letter standing for Homeland Armored Maximum Mobilization and Emergency Response Team. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Our world is changing, and with it, the threats we face, Justin continued, making sweeping arm gestures as the screen showed some of Wakanda's atrocities. We need heroes who are not only powerful but also equipped with the best technology that Hammer Industries can provide. And tonight, I am proud to present to you the elite members of our new superhero team, backed by the government of the United States of America, and our allies in NATO. With a dramatic gesture, he pointed to the stage as the first hero appeared. First, we have the Scorpion, a suit engineered for unparalleled agility and strength, piloted by a veteran Marine and a hero in his own right. Please welcome, Frank Castle. A figure in bulky, dark green armor with a long, mechanical tail stepped forward, the Scorpion armor glinting menacingly under the lights. The crowd cheered as Frank waved, the tail swaying with a life of its own. Behind him the screen played action footage of his fight in Wakanda, the Scorpion moving as mobile artillery, taking down Wakandan airships. Next, the skies will never be the same with our heroic Vulture watching it, a suit of armor engineered for agility and pure firepower. Please welcome, Brock Rumlow. The Vulture came in for a landing, its massive, metallic wings emerging, gleaming in the light, Brock taking a short flight over the stage before landing gracefully. The audience gasped at the display of aerial prowess, flashes of cameras going off everywhere as phones immortalized every moment. Action footage of the fight in Wakanda played, coupled with footage of the Vulture simply taking to the sky, performing aerial maneuvers in death-defying stunts. The sound of the crowd was practically deafening at this point. Justin felt right in his element as he grinned wildly on stage, swept away in the emotions of the crowd, grandly throwing his arms up, practically shouting into the microphone. Every team needs a spark, and we have it in our very own Electro. No villain is safe with Electro safeguarding us all. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Dillon. Max stepped forward from behind the stage, electricity crackling around his hands and his eyes glowing with a blue hue. His confident grin matched the energy pulsating around him, eliciting a roar of approval from the crowd. His uniform was sleek and skin-tight, a mix of dark blue and black. The screens behind them lit up with action shots of Electro using his powers in power testing, drawing amazed gasps and shouts out of the crowd, Max grinning and raising his arms as he came to stand by the others. And now, someone who should need no introduction, a symbol of strength and innovation, a good friend of mine, and the beating heart of the team. The Wasp, Hope Van Dyne. Hope, in her sleek, black and yellow suit, buzzed onto the stage, jumping off Justin's shoulder where she'd been sitting, the camera showing her position, following her as she flew off him, returning to normal size in a superhero landing, her wings creating a hum that resonated through the arena. She flew over to land gracefully next to the other heroes, waving at the cheering crowd. Justin hoped Hank choked to death on something watching this. The screen displayed Hope shrinking in and out as she tackled a whole complement of soldiers, taking them down with ease, before flying inside a tank, appearing seconds later as it detonated. For sheer power and precision in a suit that's a testament to the genius behind the arc reactor, we have Whiplash. Give it up for Yvonne Vanko. Justin shouted, knowing Vanko had been looking forward to this all month. A figure in a gleaming suit, filled with arc reactors, stepped forward with electrified whips loosely held down his arms, suddenly cracking them with explosive force, creating a spectacle of light and sound. The audience erupted into applause, impressed by the display of raw power. The screens showed both Vanko's impressive showing at the Suez Canal, as well as shots of him working in a lab, the suits flashing by. Justin's way of appeasing Yvonne, letting his genius go on show for everyone. Justin paused, letting the anticipation build before delivering the evening's biggest reveal. And now, for the final member of our team. Someone that our country, no, the world has been crying out for. Justin said solemnly, the screens behind him showing nothing but the American flag waving. Captain America was the biggest hero the world had ever seen, but he wasn't the only one. He was followed by the Howling Commandos, and his best friend and a true hero, Bucky Barnes. The screen played footage from the war, the solemn atmosphere affecting the crowd, even as there was a lot of confusion. Steve Rogers left a legacy, one too heavy to pick up by just anyone. Justin said quietly, yet the microphone let everyone hear it. The screen began flickering, showing quick images of Bucky Barnes, music beginning to pick up in a crescendo, yet, history told us Bucky Barnes made the ultimate sacrifice as a soldier, but he survived, a super soldier in his own right, kept as a pal for all this time. Justin roared, to a shocked crowd and nation. He gestured with one arm, the screen showing Bucky Barnes in simple fatigues, working out, testing his strength, fighting and training with the other members of the team. He survived, Steve Rogers' legacy is still alive. He is the epitome of the ideal of never give up, never surrender, always willing to fight for what is right in these United States of America, through thick and thin. The screen suddenly displayed nothing but Captain America's shield. Justin gestured explosively, and from beneath the stage, a lift moved up. It was shaped like the shield, on it stood Bucky Barnes, motionless, a perfect copy of the Captain America shield crafted for him out of vibranium on his arm, a only slightly changed Captain America uniform adorning him. His expression was stoic but determined, the rest of the team coming to stand around him. The crowd lost their minds, no one would leave Madison Square Garden with a fully functioning voice after this. All over America and the world, the reaction was explosive and filled with euphoria. Captain America was that big of a deal. Justin gestured towards Bucky Barnes, bowing his head slightly, I give you all. For the world, for America, for truth and justice. I give you your Captain America. Author's note. Colonel Rhodes is a member that sometimes is on loan from the military whenever Hammer wants to rub Tony's nose in it, so he wasn't part of the show. Justin wants to make sure his part-time status is well known, so having him at the reveal would go against that, plus he wanted everyone focused on the members, not the media circus that would be Tony Stark's best friend being part of Justin's Hammer's team, that can come later. And hey, it's almost Thor time and Iron Man is finally flying out of his cocoon. Also, Justin lies a lot in this chapter, don't take everything he says to people as gospel. Also, he might be stalking Hope. Bad Justin, bad. Chapter 23, All is fair in love and war. So it's finally time, Yelena gets her wish. Sisters unite. No, not that sister. Some Tony again, and even see some of what Fury's cooking in that paranoid brain of his. And the reveal, a name pops up. Not a ton of Justin in this chapter actually. Not sure if that's good or bad. Anyway, as usual, I don't own Marvel, the Avengers, X-Men, or anything from Disney and etc., etc. Hope you enjoy. Mexico, August 1, 2008. The two men moved silently but not hurriedly towards the dilapidated warehouse. Nick Fury, despite his usually intimidating presence, was nearly unrecognizable in his incognito attire. He wore a well-worn, dark grey hoodie pulled up over his head, casting shadows over his distinctive eye patch and facial features. The hoodie's fabric was thick and slightly faded, well used. His jeans were dark and functional, designed for ease of movement and with quality materials, while looking like they'd been picked up at a thrift store. They were slightly baggy, with numerous pockets perfect for concealing tools or small weapons. Fury's sturdy, black boots were scuffed and practical, purely decorative duct tape in place to give the appearance of low quality and cheap repairs. To complete his disguise, Fury wore a plain baseball cap, its brim low over his face to obscure some of his recognizable features. The cap was a dull, nondescript color, blending seamlessly with the rest of his attire. His hands, rough and scarred from years of fieldwork, were covered with fingerless gloves. Despite the simplicity of his clothes, Fury's posture and the way he carried himself betrayed his true identity if anyone was watching at this moment. His movements were deliberate and controlled, his eye constantly scanning the surroundings with a sharp, almost predatory alertness. Even in disguise, Nick Fury was a man who could command respect and exuded authority, ready for whatever danger might come his way. Only the fact they were fairly sure they were alone right now, had made him drop the act his clothes represented, his normal fierce glare present as he looked around. Phil Coulson on the other hand, dressed remarkably similar, and with fake facial hair making him look a lot scruffier, did better in appearing as a lowlife/vagrant kind of man. Even as he as well was at full alert. Even as Fury stopped pretending, Coulson kept most of his act up. They slowly entered the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, Fury and Coulson both moving silently, their footsteps barely audible on the dusty concrete floor. They had left behind all electronic devices, ensuring they couldn't be tracked or overheard. Fury, with his signature eye patch partially obscured by his cap, scanned the area one last time before nodding to Coulson. This is the place. Coulson, ever vigilant, kept his hand near his concealed weapon, his eyes darting around the dimly lit room. It seems like we're clear, he said conversationally, his guard never lowering. Fury led the way to a small corner of the warehouse where a makeshift table had been set up, illuminated by a single, flickering bulb. They settled in, the atmosphere tense but focused. They'd been on a hair trigger since escaping the strike team that should have been on their side. S.H.I.E.L.D. taking a very troubling stance on its former employees. Which neatly had given them a following of agents as more and more of them realized something was rotten in the state of Denmark. Phil, we're in deep trouble with this whole circus, Fury began tiredly, his voice low and gravelly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been compromised. By who, I don't know yet. But it's bad. Real bad. They hadn't had much chance to discuss things yet, Fury setting up this meeting to begin fighting back. He had many plans, some who had been in the work for years, that he'd never pulled the trigger on, but now, it would be needed. Carlson leaned forward, his brow furrowing. He could hardly argue the point, he'd almost been killed by their own teams after all as well. How do you not know who? He asked, sounding curious as he gestured to their surroundings. Not that many people could infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and accomplish this much. Don't you have any leads? Honestly, the list of agencies or people who could pull this off were low. Phil already had several suspects he was ruminating on, but they were in fact the only suspects. I've been picking up bits and pieces, Fury said, lips curling in anger. People I trusted turning up dead or disappearing. Information leaks that shouldn't be possible. And the way things are moving inside S.H.I.E.L.D., it's like someone else is pulling the strings. Someone with a lot of power. He rubbed his face wearily. This whole Wakanda cock-up stirred the rat's nest enough that I could draw some conclusions, but nothing too concrete yet. Carlson nodded, absorbing the gravity of the situation and accepting Fury at his word. All right. What's our next move? He asked, not for 1 second believing there wasn't a plan in place. He knew Fury. Fury glanced around like he was looking for something, frowning when he couldn't find it, then motioned for Carlson to bear with him, as he began talking again. Before we get into that, there's one possibility I didn't want to believe, but I'm wondering about at the moment. Justin Hammer. He's got resources, technology, and now, a damn superhero team starring the goddamn Winter Soldier. He's positioning himself as a major player outside business matters, and he's dangerous. I thought I had a handle on him as a counselor, but perhaps he pulled the wool over my eye. The idea galled him, but he couldn't discount it. They had almost no information on the elusive Winter Soldier, but Fury was no fool. A super soldier in Bucky Barnes, who's apparently been around since the 1940s as a POW, then you take the Winter Soldier who's been around for longer than any one normal man could last in their business. What little description they've had of him matched, too. Bucky Barnes just happened to have a prosthetic arm, just like the Winter Soldier, to boot. The fact Hammer held that man's leash, and had managed to convince the world he was a hero, cinched things for him. He'd thought he could steer Hammer towards world protection by getting him included, but it now seemed like the man had far darker secrets than Fury had ever thought. Carlson frowned. Hammer's always been ambitious, but why now? Why the sudden push? Neither Carlson nor his team liked Hammer, but it seemed a stretch for Carlson to believe he'd make a play for S.H.I.E.L.D. He wants more power, so he created a power vacuum, Fury replied tersely, tapping a knuckle on the table, his countenance grim. With S.H.I.E.L.D. compromised and with us on the run, Hammer has the opportunity to step in and take control. He's been making moves, and if we don't act fast, he'll gain a foothold that could be disastrous. He still wasn't fully sold on it being Hammer, because he never fully believed in anything. But while he poked around Pierce and his friends, it wouldn't hurt to lay eyes on some of Hammer's secrets as well. That still turned his stomach, the thought Pierce of all people might be involved. Carlson was silent for a moment after listening to Fury's theory, before he reiterated, so, what's the plan? A wry smile on his face, only to then immediately turn around, pulling a gun out and facing the darkness, from where quiet steps could be heard coming slowly their way. It's okay, philosophy. Fury murmured lowly, standing up, a deep sigh rumbling loose, he's with me. Fury signaled into the darkness, and a figure emerged, a tall man with an entirely alien face and a confident stride, a playful smile on his lips. Carlson's eyes widened in surprise. Phil, meet Talos, Fury said. He's been helping me for a while now. Talos nodded, his expression serious. Agent Carlson, it's good to meet you. He smirked, gesturing to himself, properly I mean. Carlson nodded back, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Skrulls? Didn't see that coming. He said somewhat bemusedly. With his clearance and the mission he'd been involved in way back when, he knew about them, he hadn't realized they were still on the planet, or that they were working for Fury though. Sir, I realize that this may be presumptuous of me, but if you could bleed a little for me. He asked, his gun still not lowered. Fury grunted in approval, quickly sliding a knife out of a hidden pocket and cutting himself, the blood welling up red. Carlson lowered his gun somewhat sheepishly, ah, good to know you're you, sir, apologizes for the precaution. Fury smirked, Carlson, if you hadn't asked to check, I would have either thought you were a Skrull, on general grounds of incompetence. Hey now. Talos broke in, Fury just talking over him as he continued, or that you recently received a traumatic brain injury. Not needed, Nick, not needed. Talos said, as he walked closer, his features changed from alien, to that of a middle-aged man with somewhat plain features. Fury sat back down, one hand on table, eyeing Carlson with pursed lips. We're going to use Talos and his people to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and Justin Hammer's operations. He explained, they can take on any form, get into places we can't. It's our best shot at figuring out who's behind all this and stopping them. Coulson frowned, with all due respect, sir. Then why didn't you use them before this? He also eyed Talos with some skepticism, not to impugn their skills, but if Romanov couldn't do it, they won't succeed either. Talos stepped forward, his voice steady. We have the ability to blend in a far superior way to Miss Romanov, to gather intelligence, and strike when needed. We'll find out what's going on. Coulson looked between Fury and Talos, having a new understanding on what exactly was going on behind the scenes. Barton and Romanov? He asked, immediately figuring it out. Fury smirked, they're on a different mission, Hill's with them, she's running the OP. It did soothe his worries some, he hadn't liked leaving them behind at all. When do we start? He asked, straightening his back. Cairo, Egypt, Hammer Compound. The orange portal swirled into being, and Justin stepped through, giving Caecilius a thankful nod. The utility of this skill couldn't be understated. Being able to go between New York and Cairo in seconds, without the hours stuck in a vulnerable private jet, saved him so much time, and limited risk factors. He'd made some good memories in that jet. He'd at least keep it, for appearance's sake. Sometimes it would be necessary to fly to not have people wonder how exactly he appeared across the world. Yelena, with me, Caecilius, you have the day free for your studies, keep your communicator on in case we need you. He ordered swiftly, sweeping out of the room assigned as the portal room. He didn't need to give Domino any orders, she'd obviously follow him no matter what. They made their way towards the sub-basement, Justin querying Yelena, any issues with the plan? Yelena shook her head, her ponytail swishing back and forth, her expression almost pouting, but not quite. The Winter Soldier found several ways to improve upon it, we're ready. She acknowledged. He chuckled, Captain America now, there's no Winter Soldier anymore. He said somewhat chasteningly. It's all good here, but I don't want it to spread around everywhere this soon. Hydra would keep their mouths shut, for now. Obviously Pierce and the others would try something eventually, he held no doubts about that. But for now, they were placated, and had other concerns, like whatever Fury was going to do. Yelena shook her head again, I still can't believe you made the Winter Soldier into Captain America. She said, sounding amused. He's like the boogeyman. Well, he's never going to be the most photogenic Captain America, he acknowledged. For one, he didn't smile enough, or at all. But he has the pedigree and weight of history behind him that will make people accept him, and that will be enough. He's like a big sad puppy. Domino interjected idly, twirling one of her guns around on a finger. If it were anyone but her, he'd say that was incredibly irresponsible. Just looking at his sad puppy eyes and frown makes me want to pet him. She continued, a coy grin on her face. Please don't treat Captain America like a dog in public. Justin said wearily, as they entered the private elevator that would bring them down to the level holding Fantasia. Domino laughed, giving him a cheeky look, don't worry, boss, any doggy style between me and the new Captain America will strictly be happening in private. Yelena lit up, stepping closer to the mercenary turned bodyguard, ah, I see, you do have a type, DOM. Killmonger, and now Barnes. The Dark Avenger type guy, yes. Justin gave them both an admonishing look, girls, not really the time and place. He told them, mostly because he could only handle so much girl talk at a time, especially when it was about other men. They both settled, as the elevator doors opened, for all their joking around, their game faces immediately slid on now that they were on the last stretch. It only took them a few minutes to arrive at Fantasia's cell. And unfortunately Dr. McCoy was already waiting for them. Justin hadn't bothered informing him they were coming today, but he supposed the man had likely found a way to be alerted whenever Justin stepped into the compound. Mr. Hammer. Back again so soon? I'm afraid there's been no changes. He said politely. We're here to administer a solution. Justin replied clippily, aware of the issues this might create, but unwilling to leave this threat ongoing, or leave Eileen under it for much longer. Dr. McCoy frowned, peering at them all with visible distaste. My apologies, Mr. Hammer, but we're still months away. How exactly do you have something you think is capable of ameliorating this issue? He questioned sharply. It's not a perfect solution, it only runs through the body for several minutes, regenerating it, then it dies out. Justin said, gesturing for Yelena to hand over the briefcase she'd been carrying, you are right that we are months away from a working solution, but my team has worked hard on finding a temporary solution. And hopefully this excuse is believable enough. Xavier won't think I dipped back into meta-human experimentation, he thought. Giving Dr. McCoy a severe look, I couldn't wait any longer to free my subordinate. And how have you tested this solution? Dr. McCoy stressed, accepting the briefcase, and opening it to see several vials of an orange liquid. Justin kept his face completely open, as he lied, the simulations showed great progress, as did limited testing on volunteers. Dr. McCoy still seemed skeptical, but in the end he picked a vial up. I won't administer her something that has not been fully tested yet, let alone an incomplete formula. He said with finality, studying the vial, before sighing, but this is your facility, your serum, and your subordinate, so I will not stop you either. Good, it would really be hard to explain to Xavier why his pet carpet spontaneously combusted. Justin thought, nodding at Yelena, who walked off to find a suitable trained stooge to administer the solution to Eileen. Do you think it will work? He asked the good doctor while they waited. He gave him a dry look. You want my opinion on the solution you developed behind my back, despite this being the whole reason I'm here? The solution I haven't studied at all, the one that's temporary and has barely gone through trials. Don't be facetious, you know well what I mean. Justin said sternly, do you believe temporarily regenerating her will fix whatever control issue has her in its grip? Dr. McCoy sighed, as he stared through the observation window at the fully restrained and unconscious Fantasia. It is possible, but I'm a scientist and not prone to making wild guesses. I believe when I finish the serum I'm working on, it will do so, but I can't speak for this temporary strain. Justin nodded, eyes turning to the returning Yelena, and a man in a lab coat, following her nervously. A possibility is worth the try. He said with finality, stepping away from the good doctor. The sterile white room where Fantasia was held was filled with the hum of machinery and the soft beeps of monitoring equipment. Eileen, laid on the prison cot, restrained and unconscious, her face pale and serene. The sight of her, so still and vulnerable, only fueled Justin's determination to free her from this nightmare. She was his chief of security, hard-ass and indomitable, she was not meant to be like this. Yelena handed the vial to the nervous lab technician, who glanced at Justin, then at Dr. McCoy, and finally back at Fantasia. With shaking hands, he prepared the syringe, drawing the orange liquid into it. Be careful, Yelena instructed, her voice sharp. Her eyes promised murder if he made a mistake. Justin wasn't sure how that was supposed to make the man less nervous. But he couldn't help but add his own glare, because if he did mess this up. As Domino stepped up next to him, murmuring something low, her face utterly serious, he seemed to draw some strength. The technician nodded to himself, taking a deep breath before stepping forward. He injected the serum into Eileen's arm, the orange liquid slowly disappearing into her bloodstream. Everyone in the room held their breath, watching intently for any signs of change. Justin's gaze was fixed on Fantasia, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. This had to work. He couldn't afford to lose this valuable asset, especially not someone with her unique abilities. Not to mention what she'd be able to tell them about whoever was behind this. Minutes passed, feeling like hours. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through Eileen's body. Her eyelids fluttered, and color began to return to her cheeks. The beeping of the monitoring equipment grew steadier, more rhythmic. Dr. McCoy leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he observed the changes. Her vitals are showing signs of the solution's effects, he said, his tone a mix of surprise and cautious optimism. Justin allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Good. Now we wait and see if she regains control. This was all useless without it. Eileen's eyes slowly opened, her gaze unfocused and distant. She blinked several times, as if trying to clear a fog from her mind. When her eyes finally settled on Justin, there was a flicker of recognition, and something else, gratitude. Sir. She whispered, her voice weak but clear. You. Fixed me? He's out of my head. She pleaded. Domino immediately was at her side, grasping her hand, looking more vulnerable than Justin had ever seen her as she let out a breath, resting her forehead on Eileen's. No more Sleeping Beauty act, hey? Just think of how much I've slacked off without you there to ride my ass. Yes, Eileen, it's me, Justin said after a moment, giving the two women a second, before stepping closer. How do you feel? And I will be asking who he is. Eileen took a moment to gather her thoughts, then nodded slightly. Better. The voice. It's not there anymore, I'm not in the back seat of my own mind anymore. She sounded almost close to tears, the relief on her face obvious. Of course they would be testing her again, ensuring she's truly free, but the fact she was able to talk about it at all was a good sign in his mind. Dr. McCoy moved to her side, checking her vitals and running a few basic cognitive tests. It seems the serum has done what it advertised, at least medically. How long this will last, I can't say. That's all we need for now, Justin replied clippedly. We'll keep a close eye on her and make sure she's safe until we have a permanent solution. The testing would ensure she was her again, and within a few months they'd have the actual full serum working for metahumans and her and Domino wouldn't have to worry about it again. Yelena and Domino exchanged glances, their usual banter replaced by a shared sense of relief and accomplishment. The tension in the room began to ease as it became clear that the immediate crisis had been averted. Domino still held onto Eileen's hand, sitting down next to her on the cot, Eileen squirming and blushing as the bodyguard doted on her. Dr. McCoy, still skeptical but less confrontational, nodded his approval. This buys us some time to figure things out, I suppose, but we must continue our work to find a lasting solution. Justin waved a hand dismissively. It will get done still. All that matters now is that it may have worked. Testing will give us a final answer. He turned to Yelena. Set it up, Yelena, the sooner she's cleared the better. He ordered. Eileen's brows furrowed, as she looked at Yelena with suspicion. Yelena, not Elena? She asked. Yelena froze in place, before glancing at Justin with a pleading expression. Justin wasn't going to bail her out of this one. She'd brought it onto herself. Domino had an absolute shit-eating grin on her face as she leaned into Eileen. Ah, yes, while you napped, we found out our sweet little Elena was actually the Black Widow Yelena. DOM. Yelena hissed in betrayal. Sorry, Lena, every girl for herself. Domino said with a sly smirk, even as Eileen glared at Yelena with the expression of someone gearing up for an interrogation. Domino hired me. That's the only reason I got past the checks. Yelena blurted out. Domino's grin faded, as she sputtered out, that. You can't turn this around on me. Sorry, DOM, every girl for herself. Yelena snarked back, a superior smirk on her face. Eileen looked like she wanted to go back into sweet unconsciousness. You two. We will be talking. She said quietly, but with intensity. Both women immediately turned pleading expressions on Justin. Listen to our head of security. Justin said with a pleased smirk, glad to have you back, Eileen. These two have been a handful without you here riding herd on them. In the end, it took hours for the screening to be done, but eventually she passed through. She was back. Eileen was herself again. Unfortunately, she'd been brought to Magneto's base unconscious due to no longer being part of the Brotherhood. She'd accepted, as she'd seen it as an obvious and needed precaution. But it did leave them with no further knowledge on where Magneto had been holed up, because in either case, it was likely he was no longer there. But even an old base could have given some clues. She'd woken up already under control after that, and all her memories of that time are too fuzzy for her to recall for the most part, like she'd been in a fugue state as someone else drove her body. She had confirmed that Magneto was likewise under control though, although she didn't believe he'd succumbed until after she had. Great news that. Just absolutely fantastic. She didn't have anything but a name she'd heard once, something that pierced through the fugue. Sinister. Justin immediately called Emma, stepping away from the others. Justin. The cold clipped tone answered him. The Arctic Circle might melt before this woman ever did, he thought. I wouldn't mind the chance to give her a go, but she's way too frigid and too much or a bitch for even me. Emma, we have a lead on who's behind Magneto disappearing, and a confirmation that he is under control. He said steadily. He and Emma had agreed to work together in several sectors, mostly anything involving metahumans. And they were of course working together with the Hellfire Club as well. He could literally feel her attention focusing on him through the phone. Who? She said icily, an undertone of threat in her voice. The Hellfire Club was built by reprehensible people, but its current kings and queens were invested in metahumans, so anyone using Magneto as a possible Trojan horse, was of great import. They were also spending resources on finding out more on what Trask had mentioned of a Sentinel program. Saving Justin the headache of another thing on his list. Do you know anyone with the name, Sinister? He himself recognized the name, but he had no memories of what or who the person was. I'll call you back. The line went dead. That couldn't possibly be a good sign. August 3, 2008. In the rolling hills of upstate New York, the sun cast a golden glow over a sprawling, state-of-the-art facility. The complex was a testament to modern architecture and cutting-edge technology, its sleek glass and steel structure gleaming against the backdrop of lush greenery. Tony Stark, flanked by Happy, Yinsen, and Pepper, led the group on a tour of his latest venture. Mostly because both Yinsen and Pepper had insisted that he leave his workshop for a day. Due to silly concerns, really, but even Jarvis had agreed, so he'd capitulated in the end. While on his forced day out, he figured he'd inspect his new factory. Even if it was mostly just finished on the outside, much more work needed to be done internally to get it up and running. Pepper hadn't been enthused about him turning around her idea of getting some sun and air, and taking it to the next level, taking them to New York in his private jet. She'd been even more mad when she realized he'd installed one of his suit stations in the plane. Pepper wasn't the biggest fan to say the least. But he knew she'd come around. Both Yinsen and Happy were fine with it. Mostly. Tony's enthusiasm was palpable as they entered the facility. Dressed in a sharp, casual suit with his signature sunglasses perched on his nose, he exuded confidence and energy, helped out by 5 Red Bulls on the flight, a necessity, as he hadn't really slept right his past week. Welcome to the future, folks, he declared, spreading his arms wide. This is where the magic happens, or will happen anyway. Happy, in his usual suit and earpiece, stayed close to Tony, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, having taken his job way more seriously as of late. Yinsen, dressed in a modest but stylish outfit, walked beside Tony, his expression one of admiration and curiosity. Pepper, in a professional but comfortable ensemble, kept pace with the group, her demeanor steady and pragmatic. And she was only looking slightly annoyed. Her eyes flashing with something indecipherable every time Tony met them. As you can see, Tony continued, his voice brimming with glee, we're sparing no expense. This facility is designed to produce the next generation of drones that will revolutionize industries across the globe. Construction, agriculture, heavy industry, you name it, these babies are going to be able to do it. They entered a large, open space where rows of sleek, robotic drones were lined up, each in various stages of assembly. The facility buzzed with activity, technicians and engineers moving efficiently, their workstations filled with advanced tools and equipment. It was the only part of the facility that was fully operational, something he'd insisted on so that he could show off a finished product to Obi and the board, and get the military off his back a little, with robotics that did not in fact have weapons, but instead did the heavy lifting and drudge work. In theory. But his theories were always right. Tony stopped beside one of the nearly completed drones, a sophisticated machine with a sleek, aerodynamic design. Meet the Stark 1.0, he said, patting the drone affectionately. Faster, smarter, and more versatile than anything Hammer has on the market. These drones will change the way we live and work. Yinsen examined the drone closely, nodding appreciatively. Impressive, Tony. The advancements in AI and robotics here are remarkable. He murmured. Yinsen had of course seen his suit, so he knew Tony could do so much more with it. With Jarvis being the pinnacle of design, the lesser AI that would run these bots had been a piece of cake. He could have made them in his sleep, really. Tony grinned and clapped the man on the shoulder, clearly enjoying the praise. I knew you'd appreciate it, Yinsen. This is just the beginning. Imagine a world where dangerous, mundane, and repetitive tasks are handled by these bots. People can focus on creativity, innovation, and personal growth. He smiled wistfully, what I couldn't have done early on with these bots taking care of all the drudgery. Pepper, ever the voice of the boring and of reason, interjected quietly. Tony, it's amazing, but we need to think about the implications, too. Job displacement, ethical considerations, safety protocols. We have to address these issues head-on now, because our competitors will hit us hard on it. She looked pained, shaking her head, not to mention the different interest groups, the anti-AI lobby will sue all the way up to the Supreme Court. Tony waved a dismissive hand. Of course, Pep. We'll have all the necessary measures in place. This is about enhancing human potential, not entirely replacing it. And besides, we're creating some new jobs too, high-tech positions that will drive the economy forward. He frowned minutely, because he knew that in terms of numbers, he'd take away more jobs than he added. But it was the best way forward. He could trust the bots, and he didn't have to worry about the issues that came with human employees. Especially with Hammer taking all the good ones with his unfair benefits. Happy chimed in unexpectedly, his tone more cautious. You know, Tony, Pepper's got a point. People are going to think that you're just building machines to take over their jobs. Well. Because I kind of am, he thought, mood souring slightly, he'd been trying to avoid thinking about it too much, focusing on the good he'd do. Tony nodded at Happy, acknowledging his point, though his expression remained confident. Don't worry, Happy. We'll get that covered. We'll launch an educational campaign, partnerships with educational institutions, and a full-on media blitz. People will see the benefits. As they continued the tour, Pepper walked up next to him, she smiled softly as she couldn't help but marvel at Tony's vision, despite her concerns. You always aim high, Tony. Just remember, it's not just about what we can do, but how we do it. She cautioned. Tony flashed her a charming smile. I know, Pep. That's why I have you. To keep me grounded. She blushed, and his grin widened. With Obi taking over most of the running of the company, he and Pepper had spent a lot more time together as she mostly hung around his Malibu home now. She even slept over most nights. Unfortunately not in his bed. But then again he never saw it either. They reached the end of the tour, where a large observation deck offered a panoramic view of the entire facility, most of it still a work in progress. Tony turned to face the group, his expression one of triumphant anticipation. This is just the start. He muttered, holding onto the railing, eyes intent, Stark Industries is about to take another giant leap forward. The future is here, and it's brighter than ever. Space. Space is next. Yinsen placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, his eyes filled with genuine respect. You've come a long way, Tony. You're a better man. Tony's smug facade softened for a moment, replaced by a rare look of sincerity. Thanks, Yinsen. It means a lot. The tranquility of the facility was shattered by a deafening explosion. The ground trembled as the roof above them suddenly caved in, sending fire and debris raining down. Chaos erupted as the once orderly space turned into a scene of destruction. Pipes burst and water erupted for a brief moment, dousing the flames, before another explosion sounded out, right above them. "Everyone, get down!" Tony shouted, instinctively moving to shield his friends. But the force of the blast separated him from the group, debris forming a barrier between them as half the roof cut the observation deck in half, both halves falling to the ground in a deafening noise of ruptured and screaming metal. Pepper, Happy, and Yinsen were on the other side, their voices muffled by the chaos. Tony could barely make out their calls for him amidst the noise. He felt incredible relief, because the noise meant they were still alive. "Jarvis, report!" Tony yelled, struggling to stay calm as he dodged falling beams and debris. His futuristic-looking wristwatch having a connection to his buddy. "Sir, the facility has been completely compromised. I'm attempting to get the suit over for defensive purposes." Jarvis responded, his voice steady despite the urgency. "Get it here fast and call for help," Tony commanded, coughing, as smoke filled the air. He looked up, squinting through the dust and flames. Above the gaping hole in the roof, a sinister figure floated on a glider, cackling maniacally. It was the Green Goblin, his green and purple costume garish against the night sky. He juggled more bombs in his hands, his laughter echoing eerily. Tony remembered seeing the news report about the lunatic who'd bombed Oscorp. Was he just going after all the billionaires, or what? "You should have never insulted me, Stark," the Green Goblin shouted, his voice dripping with madness and fury. Tony frowned, racking his brain for any encounter with this costumed nutjob. "When the hell did I ever talk to you, let alone insult you?" he muttered to himself, edging away from his position due to the flames encroaching. "Jarvis, do we have any history on this guy?" Tony asked, his eyes never leaving the Green Goblin even as he slowly moved behind better coverage. He really wished he could get in the suit without the whole involved process, but Jarvis taking it over and flying it here would have to do. Jarvis could drive this Lord of the Rings reject away. "Searching records, sir," Jarvis replied. The Green Goblin hurled another bomb into the facility, the explosion shaking the ground once more. "This is what you get for mocking me," he screamed. Tony ducked behind a large piece of debris, using it as temporary cover. "Come on, Jarvis, I need you here yesterday," he screamed, face paling as he found the body of one of his engineers, a steel beam perforating his torso. "It's happening again. All of them are dying because of me. Pepper. Happy. Yinsen. Jarvis," he said harshly, his knuckles white as he stared at the young kid, just out of MIT. He recognized him because he'd personally snapped him up for his robotics division, using the personal touch to beat out Hammer. The kid had dreams, big dreams. And now he was dead, all because some nutjob wanted a crack at him. "ETA is approximately 30 seconds, sir," Jarvis informed him. Tony glanced around, assessing his options. He was unarmed and out of his element without his suit, but he wasn't helpless. He picked up a piece of metal, ready to use it as a makeshift weapon if necessary. No way was he going to just meekly go to his death. He'd smack those bombs right back up at him, he had excellent eye-to-hand coordination, he could do it. The Green Goblin continued his tirade, tossing bombs with reckless abandon. "You think you're untouchable, Stark? You think your money and toys can protect you from me?" he cackled, sounding absolutely insane. Tony's mind raced. He had faced many enemies, but this one seemed personal in a way he didn't understand. "Come on, who the hell are you?" he muttered, frustration boiling over. Just then, the familiar sound of repulsors filled the air. The Green Goblin dodged as Jarvis opened fire, soon disappearing out of sight from the holes in the roof as the two began to battle it out in the sky. Finally, Tony breathed, before he began running towards the other side of the factory, trying to get to Pepper and the others. Hissing as his hands burned as he pulled away burning hot metal. Pepper, Happy, and Yinsen struggled to reach safety amidst the wreckage. Happy shielded Pepper as Yinsen tried to clear a path through the debris, several burns littered Happy's face and neck, blood dribbling from where he'd hit his head, tossing himself over Pepper to protect her. "Come on, we need to get out of here," Happy urged, his voice strained. Pepper looked around, worry etched on her face. "Tony," she whispered, knowing he couldn't hear her but hoping he could somehow sense her concern, and that he'd made it out. Some metal shifted, and they all froze expecting something to fall down and crush them any moment. Instead, with a groan, a piece of metal roofing was pushed aside, Tony Stark stumbling through, sooty, and burned all over his hands and arms, but alive. "Tony!" Pepper cried out, rushing for him, grabbing him and hugging him desperately, before suddenly kissing him, locking her lips with his like a starving woman finally finding nourishment. Everyone froze again, this time for a different reason. Pepper detached moments later, her face fully red. I wasn't thinking. She stammered out. Tony licked his lips, his eyes slightly unfocused. You should not think a lot more then, he said, his thoughts running a mile a minute. Sir, the armor is no longer functional, Jarvis reported, and Tony felt a chill down his back. That lunatic got the best of you, Jarv, buddy? He asked in pure disbelief. And shit, we better get out of here. He grabbed Pepper's arm, having to hold back from returning the favor as he saw her bite her lip, her cheeks still a beautiful red. Not the time, Tony, he told himself. The Green Goblin is escaping. Reinforcements have arrived, sir, Jarvis reported. Reinforcements? Tony wondered, before the outer wall not too far from them, practically melted, a high-energy beam slagging it. Not to worry, citizens, Hammer is here, came the voice out of a speaker, the vulture armor stepping through, its wings folded to allow him passage. Oh, look, it's Stark again. I wonder if we get a bonus for saving the same guy twice. He pondered out loud. Oh no. Please not these guys. Tony. You okay? The war machine entered behind the vulture, and Tony's mood soured further, seeing his best friend working for the enemy. Even if it was to save him. That, and it made him absolutely mad with anger that the asshole Hammer had crafted a suit for his sugarplum before he could have. Not to mention forcing him to spend several days a month working with that crap team. Tony was on to Hammer. He didn't know what cloning tech he had to pull that bullshit with Barnes as the new Captain America, like hell the guy was the same guy from the 40s, but he'd find out. Oh, he would find out all right. I'm fine, Rhodey. He sighed, as War Machine stomped over, looking him over, scanning him. Jesus, Tony, that's third-degree burns, you are not fine. He tilted his head slightly, speaking into comms. War Machine to rearguard, we're going to need a few doses of the good stuff. Tony looked around at his crumbling factory, and then at Hammer's team. God damn it, I'm behind again. Some time later. The fact the press somehow had managed to arrive while he was being treated was just the icing on the cake, really. Just the cherry on top of this shitty day. Hammer saves Stark. If that wasn't the headline tomorrow, he'd join a convent. Fucking Hammer. Worst of all, with the factory demolished. He'd have to actually renegotiate with the prick, because now he needed him to take on a heavier load. It would be months before he was ready to go at the same capacity now. His eyes narrowed as he watched the partial gathering of the Hammer team. Only 3 members present. Was the Green Goblin one of his? Oscorp first, now me? Jarvis. I want you to dig into Hammer Industries a bit more, slow and careful, but I want info. He ordered quietly, as soon as he had some privacy. Certainly, sir. At least there was one silver lining, at least now, if they tried to bully him out of his workshop, he had definite proof that he was safer inside it than out. Russia, Red Room Secret Supply Depot. Bucky, dressed in tactical black attire that allowed for maximum mobility and stealth, led the way. His attire was sleek and functional, consisting of a fitted long-sleeve armored shirt, with cargo pants equipped with multiple pockets, and combat boots. His bionic arm had its new vibranium metal surface darkened to reduce reflection, and fit more comfortably than he'd ever had before. His face was set in a mask of concentration, eyes sharp and alert. It was a comfort to him, to do this first mission in something understated, instead of the Captain America uniform he felt so uncomfortable in. And to be able to right one of the many wrongs he'd seen. The Black Widow program, it seemed Hammer did deliver on his words after all. Bucky would get to make amends, saving the world. Yelena was equally attired in black, and moved beside him with the grace and agility of a trained assassin. Her blonde hair was tied back in a tight braid, and her eyes, cold and calculating, scanned their surroundings constantly. She carried a compact set of tools and weapons, each chosen for their utility in infiltration and close combat. Both of them carried multiple shots of panacea just in case, above the load they already carried for the mission. Only through Yelena's skills and his memories could they even do this at all. Dreykov had not been lazy. The Red Room was utterly paranoid with its widows, sedating them before entry and exit to ensure they didn't know exactly where the actual Red Room was. Even mind-controlled, however, Yelena was an expert spy and assassin, so she'd memorized the interior of the facilities, as a spy was wont to do. And even if she couldn't give the exact location of the Red Room at any given time, she knew where one of the depots was that supplied it, and sedated widows for travel. Bucky, however, knew even more, as he'd been regularly sent to train widows, and knew half a dozen of the depots to boot. As he was always mind-wiped after missions, Dreykov had never had a reason to hide anything from him. So they had the full layout of the facility, the way to get there, and if all else failed, they could utilize the Hammer team that was laying in wait as backup in Latvia, ready to fly in and crush the facility if Bucky and Yelena ran into problems. To assist in their goal, and keep Dreykov looking out, not in. 2 of the depots Bucky knew about, were being hit by what appeared to be Chechen terrorists. In actuality, they were Hammer's people. Bucky and Yelena crouched in the dense underbrush, their eyes fixed on the massive Red Room facility hovering ominously above the forest. The flying fortress, a marvel of Soviet-era engineering, floated silently in the night sky, its metallic bulk illuminated by occasional flashes of heat in their binoculars. Without the tech they'd been provided with, it would be impossible to see. It was too far up, and the facility was running some sort of field that bent the light or otherwise rendered it invisible to the naked eye. Bucky put his insanely capable binoculars back in its designated slot on his outfit. Glancing down at the ground-bound facility they'd have to infiltrate first. One of the relay and supply depot stations that both brought food, and dealt with sedating and transporting widows back to base. "We need to get up there first," Bucky said, his voice low but firm. "Got any ideas?" They'd already hatched a plan, but Bucky knew that what was put on paper and planned in advance didn't always match up once on location. Like what was already happening. Yelena nodded, her gaze leaving the floating fortress as she put away her own binoculars. "There's a supply drone launch pad nearby. We can hijack one of the drones and use it to get up to the facility." Bucky raised an eyebrow, pondering it. "A bit of a departure from the original plan, but not necessarily a bad one. Explain your reasoning." Yelena scrunched her nose up, looking down at the facility below their hillside vantage point. "I don't see any of the aircraft, so despite our intelligence, there's no widow returning to base, or she has already done so, finishing her mission early. Either way, we can't wait for another one, and the supply drones are large enough to carry food, they can haul us as well, although we will definitely have to neutralize the people who will no doubt inspect it, once we arrive." Bucky slowly nodded his head, chewing over all of that. "Proceed," he said simply, agreeing with her over the change of parameters. Yelena led them through the forest, moving with the grace and agility of a trained assassin, Bucky following along easily enough, superbly trained as well, albeit not as graceful. They navigated around security patrols and surveillance with practiced ease, avoiding detection as they made their way to the drone launch pad. The pad was a small, open area with several drones stationed, ready for deployment. To their benefit, one drone was already opened up, crates being loaded onto it. It would mean they would not have to create an unscheduled drop-off. They could have managed, but it would have started the fight early. They crouched behind a large tree, assessing the situation. 2 guards patrolled the area, their attention focused on their surroundings. While 3 people loaded the crates. None of them could be allowed to get a warning off. Bucky and Yelena exchanged a nod, then moved in perfect sync. Bucky sprinted forward, and took down one guard with a swift, silent strike to the neck, breaking it, while Yelena ended the other with a precise stab to the temple with one of her knives, having flown out from behind the tree like a Olympic sprinter, completely blindsiding the tired and bored guard. Before the people loading the drone could even do more than drop their load, they were dead, 2 shot through the forehead by Bucky's silenced pistol, one gurgling as he fell to the tarmac, one hand futilely reaching for the knife in his jugular. With the guards neutralized, they approached the open drone. Yelena quickly accessed the control panel, her fingers flying over the keys as she bypassed the security protocols. While the Red Room itself changed protocols often, the supply depot had not, and she was easily able to get past the security. "Got it," she said, a note of triumph in her voice. "Climb in." They climbed into the back of the large drone, the size of a decent-sized van. It was cramped with the load it held, but they made do. Dumping the load would only ensure the scanners caught something anomalous once they got close to the Red Room. A bit of extra weight only meant more food, drastically lower weight meant something was up. Yelena activated the controls, and the drone lifted off the ground with a hum. They ascended rapidly, the forest shrinking below them as the massive bulk of the Red Room facility loomed closer, not that they could see it until they entered its field. The supply depots were not heavily manned, so she knew it would likely be an hour or 2 until the dead men would be missed or found, so they were on the clock, but not dangerously so. As they flew into the underbelly of the fortress, Yelena overrode the drone, and expertly maneuvered the drone towards a maintenance hatch, partially obscured by shadows as it took a more circuitous route to its loading bay and goal. She popped the drone open, and Bucky reached out, using his enhanced strength to pry open the maintenance hatch. They both slipped inside, the drone quietly returning to its predefined route, Yelena kicking the drone's door closed with a powerful kick as it flew off. They'd planned to simply overpower the guards who'd check on the food delivery, but when she spotted the hatch it had been too good of an opportunity to not take advantage of. Inside the facility, they found themselves in a narrow maintenance shaft, the walls lined with cables and pipes. The air was thick with the smell of oil and metal. Bucky replaced the hatch, ensuring it was securely closed before they moved deeper into the heart of the Red Room. Navigating the labyrinthine corridors required skill and knowledge, both of which Yelena possessed in abundance. She led the way, her movements confident and sure. They encountered and bypassed several security checkpoints, each one bypassed with a combination of Yelena's intimate knowledge of the facility's layout and their shared super soldier strength and amazing tech advantage, that allowed them to cut or muscle their way into the walls and other maintenance tunnels to bypass security. As they progressed, the interior of the Red Room revealed itself in all its sinister glory. The walls were cold, clinical, and dark, interrupted by the occasional splash of red, warning signs, security panels, and the ever-present insignia of the Red Room. The hallways were tight and confined, designed to limit the rapid movement of personnel and equipment in case of rebellion. Overhead, fluorescent lights cast a harsh, unyielding glare. They passed by a training area, where a group of young recruits were being drilled by stern-faced instructors. The sight made Yelena's jaw tighten. She had been one of those recruits once. Bucky placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder before they moved on, sticking to the shadows. They would save them today. But they'd face a lot of issues with the Black Widows on board if they went after the young students first. They'd already have been caught by now if the perception filter some new egghead had crafted for the operation didn't completely spoof all cameras, making them invisible to electronic sight. Bucky could say this for Hammer, he provided the best toys. Both of them carried heavy bags on their backs, filled with panacea shots, an advanced serum designed to free the Black Widows from their mind control. Normally it was a team effort between the shot and the cradle, but that was obviously not an option here. So the serum had been somewhat supercharged, which should knock the mind control straight out, but without the cradle to stabilize and bind it, the Widows wouldn't keep the regeneration unless they joined Hammer Industries to get access to the cradle. Bucky almost thought it was a predatory move from Hammer, if Yelena hadn't confirmed that was how it all worked. And as she'd been a Black Widow, surely she was on her sister's side in this? Their first destination was the sleeping quarters, where dozens of Black Widows lay in a drug-induced slumber, unaware of the liberation that awaited them. Handcuffed to their cots, because even in sleep and mind-controlled, they had no freedom. They paused at a corner, Bucky holding up a hand to signal a halt. 2 guards patrolled the corridor ahead, their expressions bored but vigilant. With silent, coordinated precision, Bucky and Yelena moved in. Bucky took the guard on the left, delivering a swift and brutal blow to the head, before he, with a quick motion, twisted the head sideways. Yelena handled the guard on the right, her movements fluid and lethal as she was within his guard instantly. Within seconds, the guards were down, and their path was clear. Time was ticking, and they hadn't had time to go around this time, especially when they were so close. Their perception filter would cover the fight, but wouldn't cover the fact the men were no longer to be seen patrolling anywhere. They'd dragged them into a supply closet to give them some extra time, but they were now down to imminent reveal. Sleeping quarters are just ahead, Yelena whispered, her voice barely audible. Bucky nodded, leading them forward. They reached a heavy, reinforced door. Yelena quickly accessed the control panel, her fingers flying over the keys, finding to her frustration that this time it wouldn't be that easy. Bucky solved it by putting his fist through the panel, as she gave him a deadpan look. The door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing rows of bunk beds, each occupied by a slumbering Black Widow. Well, they'll know we're here now, she muttered, getting to it. Someone would come investigate why the door controls suddenly alarmed as non-functional. Their filter wouldn't do much to keep the sight of freed Black Widows all over the room from the command center. They entered the room, moving quickly but quietly. Bucky set down his bag, pulling out the first syringe of panacea. He handed it to Yelena, who approached the nearest bed. Gently, she injected the serum into the sleeping woman's arm. The Black Widow stirred soon after, her eyes fluttering open. Confusion gave way to clarity as the mind control was lifted. It's okay, Yelena whispered, her tone soothing. You're free now. We're here to help. The woman blinked, her eyes widening as she realized the truth. She nodded, tears of relief welling up before she pulled them back, professionalism setting in. Yelena squeezed her hand reassuringly before using her newfound super strength to crush the handcuff, moving to the next bed to do the same thing. Bucky and Yelena worked in tandem, dosing each Black Widow with the powerful panacea shots. The room was filled with soft murmurs and the occasional gasp of realization as one by one, the women woke from their enforced loyalty. Yelena was well known, and the ones already awakened quickly explained things to those who were recently brought awake. As they reached the end of the row, a sudden noise made them freeze. Bucky spun around, ready for a fight, but it was another Black Widow, now freed from mind control, rising to her feet, her handcuff dangling from one wrist. She'd gotten out of it on her own, a short red-haired Black Widow sending them apologetic looks. It seemed she hadn't gotten to her quick enough to explain things after Bucky had injected her. What's happening? She asked, her voice trembling, even though she looked ready for a fight, feet planted, her body turned to give her the best angle. Yelena approached her slowly, hands raised, her expression gentle. You're free. The mind control is gone. We're here to help you escape. The woman's eyes filled with a mix of fear and hope. But what about the others? The guards. Her fists clenched, I'm not leaving anyone behind. She insisted. We'll handle them, no one's being left behind, Bucky assured her, his voice steady, as he met her eyes. Just stay quiet and follow our lead. They finished administering the panacea shots, freeing every Black Widow in the room. As the women gathered, whispering among themselves, Yelena gave them quick instructions. If you run into any of your sisters, each of you will be given 3 of these shots. She held up the syringes. 1 shot is enough to destroy the mind control. We're going to sweep this entire base. With your help, everyone goes free today. What will you be doing, sister? One of the widows asked, the entire group, almost as one, facing her expectantly. She grinned viciously, I'm going after Dreykov. She purred, Bucky standing solid as a statue next to her, watching for the attack he knows is coming. Sooner or later. The alarm must be going by now, although it seemed this facility did not subscribe to the loud blaring alarm of most secret bases he'd had to infiltrate before. As soon as they exited the room, they faced down several firing squads, but the widows had no problem using another exit to go around and flanking them, while Bucky and Yelena kept them busy. Soon all you could hear was shouts of pain, as the vengeful black widows descended on the guards. After that, they split up, Bucky and Yelena moving forward with a few widows following, the rest moving to cleanse the rest of the facility and wake their sisters. Bucky and Yelena moved with purpose, leading the few freed black widows they had with them through the winding corridors of the facility. Each step brought them closer to Dreykov, the puppet master behind their suffering. The urgency was palpable, with the subtle hum of the alarm system felt through the walls, though not blaring audibly, were a constant reminder that their presence was now known. The possibility existed that Dreykov would flee. They reached the central hub, a sprawling control room filled with monitors and personnel. Yelena signaled for the group to halt, her eyes scanning for Dreykov amongst the many frightened staff and the stalwart widows ready to fight and die for their master. Something she'd see fixed soon. There, Bucky murmured, spotting him at the far end of the room, hidden behind a partition, working frantically at a keypad. The man was flanked by several widows, his expression a mix of anger and fear. Yelena Belova, Dreykov's voice boomed as he spotted her. I should have known you would come, you traitorous slut. He spat out, features twisted in frustrated rage, how much did Hammer pay you to turn on your own family? Yelena stepped forward, her voice cold as the Arctic, even as hate burned inside her veins. Your reign ends today, Dreykov. I didn't need payment, I didn't need to sell myself, your death was coming no matter what, because I was never going to forgive you. He roared something unintelligible, a forceful wave of his hand summoning his guards forward. Kill them. He spat. Chaos erupted. The Black Widows surged forward, their training and newfound freedom driving them to fight with a fierce determination. So did the Black Widows on the other side of the fence as well, faces blank and uncaring. The room turned into a battlefield, a whirl of bodies and flashes of movement. Yelena and Bucky coordinated their efforts, leading the Free Widows in a targeted advance, aiming to free the widows, the rest of the staff hardly even an afterthought. Each step was contested, each inch hard-won. The controlled widows fought with a mechanical precision, their attacks relentless and devoid of hesitation. They'd die for their master without hesitation. Yelena moved like a wraith through the melee, her agility and combat prowess allowing her to sidestep a flurry of strikes from a particularly aggressive widow. With a swift motion, she pulled out a syringe of panacea, her eyes locking onto her target. She deflected a punch with her forearm, twisting to the side and plunging the needle into the woman's neck. The effect was immediate. The widow's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, her body going slack as the mind control dissolved. There was no time for reassurance, she'd have to understand what was going on from context, as she continued the fight. Bucky, with his enhanced strength and combat training, was a force of nature as he mowed through the forces arrayed against him. He blocked a high kick aimed at his head, grabbing the attacker's leg and flipping her onto her back. With precise efficiency, he injected her with the panacea, then turned to face the next threat. The controlled widows, while formidable, were slowly being turned. For every strike they landed, a syringe found its mark, breaking their chains and bringing them into the fight for freedom. The tide of the battle began to shift as more and more widows switched sides. One widow, particularly fierce, charged at Yelena with a flurry of punches. Yelena ducked and weaved, avoiding the blows, then grabbed the woman's wrist, twisting it and forcing her to drop her weapon. With her other hand, she injected the panacea into the woman's arm, holding her steady until the transformation took hold, her eyes flickering across the large room and its quickly lessening fighting. The controlled widow's face contorted in shock, her movements faltering. She blinked rapidly, as if waking from a long nightmare. Yelena pulled her into a quick embrace, then pushed her gently towards the newly formed line of freed widows. Welcome back, Yelena murmured, turning to face another opponent. The room was a cacophony of shouts and the sounds of combat. Syringes glinted in the dim light, each one a lifeline for the controlled widows. The free widows moved with a renewed sense of purpose, their actions fluid and coordinated. They worked in pairs, one distracting while the other administered the panacea, their teamwork seamless. There were now only a few left, the staff dead or cowering as a byproduct of the fighting. Those who hadn't fled, only to end up running into the widows cleansing the rest of the facility. None of the staff would face a good end today. Bucky found himself face to face with a particularly skilled widow, her movements a blur of speed and precision. She aimed a kick at his chest, which he blocked, then followed up with a series of rapid punches. He parried each blow, his metal arm absorbing the impact. She then made the mistake to grapple with him, trying to throw him off his feet. His metal arm grabbed her tight as he stabbed her in the side with a syringe, dropping her gently before he returned to the fight. As the last of the controlled widows were freed, the battle began to wind down. The room, once filled with the sounds of combat, grew quieter. The freed widows gathered, their breathing heavy, but their eyes filled with a newfound light. Dreykov's control is broken here, but we have to ensure it never happens again. We take this facility, we free anyone still trapped, and we dismantle the human part of their operation piece by piece. Yelena told them, glancing at Bucky, who nodded, telling her he'd take care of the rest of it. Listen to him, I'll be back shortly. She shouted as she left. Yelena sprinted off after Dreykov, leaving Bucky to organize and continue the cleansing of the facility. The last she heard was his voice sternly telling the widows that no, they could not blow the place up. Yelena's focus was singular now, Dreykov. She pushed through the guards he'd left behind to cover his escape, regular ones, his widows expended to fight their own, her fists were a blur of motion, each strike bringing her closer to her target. Dreykov had retreated through a secret entrance, his confidence no doubt wavering as he realized his end was near with their rebellion so close. Bucky, meanwhile, coordinated the widows, ensuring each had a syringe of panacea, as they joined their other sisters scouring the facility. Dreykov had reached a reinforced door at the back of the long corridor he'd escaped into, frantically typing in a code. The door slid open, revealing another hidden corridor, leading towards a personal hangar. He bolted down it, Yelena hot on his heels. Yelena chased Dreykov through the narrow corridor, her breath steady, her determination unwavering. She caught up to him at the end, where he stood before a large window overlooking the hangar below. You're done. Yelena said, her voice a low growl. She cracked her knuckles, mostly for effect, as she knew she couldn't make him suffer too badly until Justin had wrung him dry. But then she'd get him, and she could take all the time she wanted. And with panacea on tap, she could keep him for years. Her face turned positively cruel as she slowly sashayed forward. You'll suffer for each girl you've murdered, raped, tortured and controlled. Dreykov turned, a sneer on his face. You think you can end this, and me? There will always be more, this won't stop just because of me, girl, there will always be someone controlling girls like you. Not if I have anything to say about it, Yelena retorted. She prepared to take him down. She might not be allowed to damage him too badly, but a little beating never hurt anyone. She lunged at him, only to freeze at the last moment, eyes wide in shock as she couldn't just slam into the snake of a man standing before her. Dreykov let out a shaky breath, sweat dripping off his face, glad to see that worked. He gave her a superior look, you can't touch me, Yelena. I assume you've used Hammer's drug to get past the mind control, but apparently it can't get past the scent conditioning I've attuned you to, you can't attack me. He grinned, a cruel vicious grin. I'm going to enjoy this. He said as he stepped towards her slowly. Without hesitation Yelena stabbed herself in the face, Dreykov shrieking in shock. Yelena was relentless, her movements fueled by years of pain and a burning desire for justice. She had regeneration, some pain was nothing. Freed from her sense of smell, the nerves unable to heal with the knife still lodged in there, she viciously took Dreykov down, accidentally breaking all his limbs, and she accidentally dropped some knives with her slippery fingers too. Dreykov would live without balls, and Justin couldn't be too mad at her. It was all an accident from having a knife lodged into her face. With a groan, she slid it out, standing before Dreykov's unconscious body. Really? Of all the things for regeneration to not remove, it was scent conditioning? Perhaps the body saw it as part of itself now after all these years? It would make torturing the man very annoying. Perhaps the scientists could figure it out. Either way, she had her revenge. She had her sisters. They'd track down those who were out on missions. And most importantly, she blushed slightly, they had the flying fortress, and giving that to Justin would surely be get a reward, right? She squirmed slightly. Maybe. Maybe she could even ask for. She covered her face in her hands, beet red. She could hear her sisters getting close, and she didn't want to look too ridiculous. She tossed her hair as she put a foot on Dreykov's chest. There, now I don't look ridiculous, she thought, as she posed, waiting for her sisters to arrive. Several days later, Cairo, Hammer's compound. Justin Hammer quietly opened the door to the expansive training room in his Cairo compound, slipping inside unnoticed. The room was bathed in soft, warm light from the large artificial windows, and the hum of hushed voices filled the air. He paused in the doorway, taking in the scene with keen interest. He'd been thrilled when Yelena had succeeded so spectacularly on her mission. The Red Room facility would need a lot of work to become space-worthy, but it was a good catch even if they decided to keep it as just a fortress in the sky. He hadn't seen much of her or the widows since then however, so when he heard from Sunil that they were practicing nearby, he'd gone over to see what they were doing. Yelena Belova stood in the center of the room, exuding confidence and authority. Around her, a dozen stunningly beautiful black widows moved with practiced grace and precision. Each woman wore a uniform that was both alluring and barely proper, tight, short skirts, low-cut blouses, and high heels that accentuated their legs, almost professional-looking, if they were hired as secretaries and maids in a porn movie. They listened intently as Yelena spoke, her voice clear and commanding. Justin pinched the bridge of his nose as he saw a whiteboard, the topic header, harem training. Yelena. He thought with exasperation. Remember, ladies, Justin Hammer is not just any man. He's powerful, ambitious, and he has certain expectations, Yelena said, her eyes sweeping over the group. He values grace, elegance, and precision. You need to be perfect in every way. What the fuck, Yelena? He thought, staring as the Black Widow believed every word out of her mouth, nodding thoughtfully. A statuesque redhead raised her hand, her expression curious. What exactly does Mr. Hammer like? How should we act around him? She wanted to know. Yelena smiled, clearly enjoying her role as instructor. Justin appreciates confidence and competence. Be assertive but respectful. He likes it when you anticipate his needs before he even has to ask. Pay attention to the little details. And remember, while you need to be professional, a little charm and allure go a long way. Yelena smiled coyly, he really likes strong women. Well. Yes, true, but Yelena. We talked about this. Justin didn't hold any doubts that they'd all noticed him already, but Yelena continued the meeting anyway. A petite blonde with an innocent face but a mischievous glint in her eye spoke up next. What about personal preferences? Anything specific we should know? Yep, they know I'm here. He shook his head wearily. Yelena was behind so many victories for him, but she was also behind the majority of his headaches. Yelena chuckled softly. Justin likes variety, but he has a particular fondness for attentive service and genuine warmth. Make him feel special, and he'll appreciate it. And ladies, don't be afraid to show a little personality. He enjoys a good conversation as much as he does other things. The women nodded, absorbing the information. Another Black Widow, a tall brunette with striking green eyes, asked, what about our roles? Are we just here as secretaries and maids, or is there more to it? Yelena's expression turned serious. Your primary role is to support Mr. Hammer in every way possible. That means being perfect secretaries, efficient maids, and yes, sometimes more. He needs a good, proper harem, women who can handle any task, be it professional or personal, with skill and discretion. She laid out like it all made perfect sense. This is not what they're here for. Spies. Yelena. They're supposed to be spies and trusted administrators of my will. He closed his eyes and let his head fall back against the wall. He wasn't opposed to having a Black Widow or two service him, but there would be no harem. A murmur of understanding went through the group. Yelena continued, you are all incredibly skilled, and this is just another role to master. Treat it with the same dedication and precision as any mission. Your adaptability and intelligence are your greatest assets. One of the women, a raven-haired beauty with a sharp intellect, raised her hand. And what if Mr. Hammer asks for something unexpected? Yelena gave a knowing smile. Adapt. Show him that you can handle anything he throws your way with grace and poise. That's what will set you apart and make you invaluable to him. She grinned lasciviously, and it will also be a lot of fun. With a final glance at the scene, Justin slipped back out of the room, leaving Yelena and the Black Widows to their training. He just knew they'd be a headache. Oh, he'd probably enjoy himself quite well. But Yelena was turning out to be perhaps a little bit more like Cho than he'd realized. Domino. Thank you for being the only straight shooter I've got left. Well. Eileen now that she's back. He said as they left to return back to work. Domino wriggled her nose, not sure if that's a compliment or not, boss. She said, before glancing back to the room they'd left, not sure whether to congratulate you or pity you. Justin let out a breath, I'm not sure either. Back in the room. Yelena burst out laughing, followed by many of the widows. You did great, girls, did you see his face? She chortled. One of them piped up, isn't he going to be mad at you? Yelena grinned, oh, I don't mind, he needs to relax more, so some teasing to get him to not take things too seriously is good. Her expression turned slightly pink, and if he punished me, that's okay too. Big sis has it bud. Author's note. So Tony gets a visit by the goblin, fun times. Wonder who's next on the visit list? Tony gets a kick in the pants to nut up or shut up, we'll see how that goes. The widows are free. And Yelena is immediately moving to make them into a harem, of course, they're her sisters, although that's more a joke, she'd probably not mind the odd fun time though. And we finally have a name for one of the sinister figures moving in the background. Who'd have thunk it? Almost no one, because out of all my reviews, I think I've only gotten 1 or 2 even casually mentioning him. Mommy Widow and the girl who'd end up as Taskmaster were not on base for the attack if anyone was wondering why they didn't show up. A lot of widows are out on mission as well. Not sure if they'd call each other sisters in canon, but I'm making it a thing here. The Sisterhood of Widows.